What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku had a harem with RWBY team. Villains and criminals are continuously disappearing from the world. Now it's all up to the 9th user of One for All, Izuku Midoriya a.k.a. Deku, to find the cause and take them down for good. Join him on his adventures on the planet of Remnant as he makes friends, enemies, and battles criminals in order to protect the people and become the hero he has always wished, even if it is on another world. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations, and support the amazing author Retro 475 for writing this story. Now, let's get into the story. This story takes place on a place where creatures of darkness exist, who attack humans. People known as hunters fight them to save humanity. Everyone live in fear of when they will get attacked. But what will happen when they meet a human, who will become their beacon of hope, their savior, their hero, their symbol of peace? A few men in black suit were walking at night in the streets with a man in white suit in front of them. The white suit man had a cigar in his mouth and a black hat on his head and was carrying a cane. The whole group was walking towards a particular shop, which was named From Dusk Till Dawn, where a girl in red hood was reading a book. The men in black suit entered the shop and looked at the crystals, which were kept in front of the counter. The man in white suit came forward, shaked his cigar a bit, and looked at the shopkeeper, who was an old man. "Do you have any idea how hard it is to find a dust shop open this late?" he said to the shopkeeper. A grunt pulled up a pistol at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper raised his hands in surrender. "Please, just take my lien and just leave." "SHSHSHSH, calm down," the man in white suit answered. "We're not here for your money." He then looked at his grunts and ordered, "Grab the dust." The grunts in black opened a black briefcase and pulled out some black vials. The grunts went to the colorful tubes which were kept at the side. They fitted the vials beneath them and started collecting the substance. One of the grunts started saying, "Crystals, burn uncut." The shopkeeper slowly started picking up the crystals in front of the counter and kept them in the briefcase put in front of him. One of the grunts was going towards the right side of the shop to collect the substance, when he saw the girl in red hood, with their back to him. "All right, kid, put your hands where I can see them," he said, pulling out his red machete and going towards the girl. The girl did anything. "Hey, I said hands in the air." The grunt went towards her and tugged the hood off. "You got a death wish or something?" It revealed that the girl was listening on her headphones. The girl looked at him while he pointed at his head. "Yes," the girl answered while pulling down the headphones. "I said put your hands in the air." "Now," the grunt said frustratingly again. "Are you robbing me?" the girl asked innocently. "Yes," the grunt answered. "Oh," the girl answered in a singing tone. Meanwhile, "Ow," a person groaned while holding his head. That hurt bad. He shook his head rapidly and dusted his clothes. He then stood up slowly and looked around himself. "Where's my bag? Oh, there we go." He found his bag hanging on a tree branch and pulled it down. "Phew, let's check if all the things are in it or not." He felt something wrong. His head was hurting a bit. Someone's in trouble, huh? He strapped on his bag and jumped away. Back to the fight. The white suit person was standing, looking at the crystal in front of him, when that same grunt from previous got thrown at the back beside him. The man signaled another of his grunt at the girl. "Freeze," the grunt said while pulling out his pistol and pointing at the girl. The girl pushed the man so hard he flew out of the shop window, while the other grunts looked at it. The girl slowly stood up while she held a machine, which was transforming slowly into a scythe. The girl smirked at the white suit person while swinging the scythe and readied it. "Okay," said the white suit person and ordered his grunts. "Get her." The grunts ran out of the shop and towards the girl. The girl put her scythe down and did a 619 to the front grunt, sending him away. The other grunts surrounded her. The girl put her scythe behind her and started pressing a trigger on it, which shot out a bullet from it and used its recoil to hit a grunt and pushed another one on the ground. The third grunt pulled out his weapon and started shooting at the girl, while the girl started shooting with her scythe gun and used its recoil to dodge the bullets. She then sped towards the grunt at blinding speeds and threw him off the ground. She then swung herself around the air and hit the grunt hard on the ground in front of the white suit person with her scythe. She then landed on the ground in front of the suit person. "You were worth every cent," the white suit person said. "Truly you were." He then pulled out his cigar from his mouth and threw it on the ground. Well, Red, I think we can all say it's been an eventful evening. He then crushed it with his cane. And as much as I'd love to stick around. He then pointed his cane at the girl, while a small opened at the end and an iron sight popped out. I'm afraid this is where we part ways. He then shot a flare at the girl, who dodged by jumping up in the air. The girl looked in front, only to find the suit guy missing. She kept looking around and then found the guy climbing a ladder beside a building. You okay if I go after him? She asked the shopkeeper, who was now coming out of the shop to see the commotion. Uh-huh, the shopkeeper answered. With that, the girl went after the suit guy. The man climbed up the building and ran in front, while the girl followed him up easily. Hey! The girl called out to him. Persistent, the man said, as a flying vehicle appeared before him from down. A light was shining from it. The man climbed the vehicle. End of the line, Red, the man said before pulling out the same red crystal from before. He then threw it at the girl, while she looked at it. He then shot a flare at it, causing it to burst, not before a woman jumped in front of the girl. The suit man started to chuckle before seeing the situation. A blonde woman with a purple cape with wavy design was standing in front of the girl. She was holding a wand and a violet-colored shield was opened in front of them, which had blocked the explosion. The woman had lime-colored eyes and was wearing glasses and white shirt and black leggings. The girl looked at her in amazement. The woman pulled up her glasses before swinging her wand. It fired off purple-colored beams at the aircraft, hitting it and shaking it a bit, though not enough to damage it. The man inside meanwhile was losing his foothold. He went inside the cockpit, where a woman in red dress was piloting the vehicle. We got a huntress, he said to the woman. The woman left the place and went while the man sat in her place. The blonde woman meanwhile again swung her wand, shooting a purple beam above the flying ship. It exploded and in place of it, black thunder clouds formed. Damn, the man said while piloting the ship. The woman pulled down her wand. Crystals started forming and attacked the ship. The red-clothed woman came at the place where the man was. The blonde woman frowned at her. The red woman rubbed her shoulder, from which fire generated. She then threw it at the blonde woman, who deflected it. The fire particles fell beside her. The red-clothed woman swung her hand. The particles started glowing up before exploding, while the blonde woman dodged. She then swung her hand, stopping the small exploded debris and transformed them into a spinning missile. She launched the missile at the ship. The red-clothed woman shot fire at the missile, continuously breaking it before it reached the ship, but it rejoined again and again attacked the ship. The white suit man steered the ship a bit to the left. The missile hit the cockpit glass. The blonde woman again swung her hand. The missile transformed into sharp thin missiles. The red-clothed woman had a chanting aura around her before sending it out, making it explode. The missiles broke easily. The black-haired girl's scythe changed into a sniper gun. She started shooting at the ship. The red-clothed woman easily deflected the bullets, while her eyes were glowing yellow. She then swung her hand. The girl and the blonde woman saw circles glowing beneath them, before they blew up, but not before they dodged it. The blonde woman frowned at the woman at the ship, which was going to go away. Until it didn't. Something hit the wings of the ship, blowing off the top part. The red-clothed woman almost lost her foothold before standing again. She looked at the duo on top of the building, only to see the blonde woman again readying her wand. It was at this point she realized the ship wasn't going further, but was being still in the air. She went inside the cockpit and looked at the white suit man. What's wrong? Why are we still here? She asked in a threatening voice. I don't know, lady. I am steering to the right and pressing the accelerator, but it's not going. The suit man answered, frightened of the woman. The red-clothed woman again looked at the duo. The blonde woman had again created a missile. She blew it from far away. She became agitated and went to the cockpit. I'm gonna release him, she said to him, who looked at her with a frightened expression. You're not serious, are you? He's insane. He might even attack us. The man answered with fear etched upon his face. If he does, I will take care of him, the woman said before going into the secret compartment of the ship at the back. She opened the door, where a man was sitting at the corner. Looks like you've got your first meal. Let's go, she said to the person. The person meanwhile woke up and slowly walked towards her, while she pointed down at the duo over the building. The man jumped on the building. Meat, so tasty, fresh, he started muttering, which creeped out the little girl that he was wearing black clothes and had his mouth wide apart. Then suddenly, something happened which the duo weren't expecting. The man's teeth started elongating. Two of them went into the ground, while he used them as a support for a high position while he turned. This thing horrified the duo. "What in the whole name of crescentness is that?" the girl yelled out in fear, while the blonde woman just looked at the man. "What kind of demonic power is that?" the woman said loudly in frustration. The man then looked at the duo while his teeth elongated completely and shouted, "Meat!" He launched multiple long sharp teeth at the duo. The blonde woman swung her hand, trying to deflect the teeth, but it didn't work. The teeth multiplied, forming sharp pseudo-tentacles. The blades started rapidly covering the area. The blonde woman decided to use the last bit of the broken debris and again created a missile and sent it at the person, who broke it easily with his teeth. "Meat! Meat! Meat!" The guy was yelling ecstatically. The woman kept on creating missiles with the debris and hitting the guy. "Why meat? Why not cookies?" the girl yelled in fear as she started shooting at Guy. The man just deflected each of the bullets with his teeth, and it was easy since there were multiple teeth. One of the tooth blades managed to graze the girl's leg, who flinched and fell down, holding onto it. 2 more blades hit her shoulder. "Whoa, this guy is indeed interesting, powerful, scary, and disgusting," said the white suit man nervously while watching the fight. "It was a good choice, I guess. This meta ability is sure to give our powers a run on their money." The red-clothed woman spoke for the first time. The blonde woman fell onto her knees as she became tired with continued usage of her powers. The guy was slowly advancing towards the girl, so she came in between and gripped her wand tightly. The guy just looked at her and said, "You can't deny my meat. Get out of my way. I will have that tender meat." "You really think I am gonna let you do that?" the blonde woman retorted weakly. Her powers tired her very much. The guy launched the blades at high speeds at the duo. The blonde woman widened her eyes before pushing the girl away. The red-clothed woman added some heat to the battle by sending a bright flare at them. A loud explosion occurred. The woman started laughing crazily before going into the cockpit. "It's finally done," the suit man said to her. "The extra rudders have been set up. Let's get going," the woman answered. "He will follow up on us later." "Sure," the suit man answered and turned to the controls. He steered to the right and this time, the ship finally turned. It was going smooth, until something again hit the wings, this time damaging the right one. "What the hell's hitting us?" the suit guy yelled frustratingly. Then suddenly, the duo felt something. The ship was shaking in a wobbly motion. The red-clothed woman decided to look out for the last time while the suit guy also looked out from the broken window. Outside, the tooth guy had been blown back and he was getting up using his tooth blades. There was just smoke around place, so the duo couldn't see anything from the ship except the blade guy. "Another hunter?" the suit guy asked. "Nah, probably might be system problem. Let's go." "No, wait. The smoke isn't going away," the woman answered. "So what?" the man answered. "It's just smoke." "No, you idiot. The color of the smoke is slowly changing to violet," the woman answered. "Really? Are we really gonna find out what color is the smoke?" the suit man deadpanned at her. "Come on, we defeated the hunt." He was cut off by a voice from the smoke. "Mao Daijobu. Nazit." A very manly voice was heard, which was being said to the other duo on the rooftop. The red-clothed woman widened her eyes as she pulled out a bow from the cockpit. The suit guy became silent. The blade-tooth guy widened his eyes as he became motionless. He started shaking in fear. Why? Because he had heard a similar phrase and it was from a very great person, one who was said to be almost unstoppable. That same phrase was used now by another person, and the guy knew very well who it was, since he had heard about the person and his voice. "Show yourself," the red-clothed woman yelled. "Oh, I forgot it was English," the voice said. Suddenly, a tap was heard as a huge shockwave blew away most of the smoke, though some remained. "Don't worry, you guys. You're safe now." "Huh." The girl's meek voice was heard. "You wanna know why?" the voice continued. The smoke slowly started fading away as the trio could now see who was the source of the voice. He looked scary, so much scary that one could get nightmares for days simply by looking at him. "I am here," said the man. He set his foot on the rooftop, which not only dispersed the smoke but also created a small crack on the rooftop. The trio could now see the situation. He had the girl in his arms comfortably while the blonde woman was flying in the air as something was wrapped around her waist. Even though she had seen several things that could have scared her but didn't, the red-clothed woman was a little scared at the figure. She didn't know what the person could do. "What in the name of gun is that?" the suit man yelled in fear. The blonde woman was set down on the rooftop gently, while the man carried the girl over to her. "Take care of her, ma'am," he said to the blonde woman. "Who are you?" the woman asked while lying the girl down. "Just a hero who's out to save people. Glad I made it in time," the man said before standing and turning to the trio in front of him. "Moonfish," he called out to the toothed guy. "So, you're the one responsible for this along with them, huh?" The duo at the ship looked at the person more carefully. He was wearing green clothes and had red gauntlets on his arms along with white gloves with cylindrical wristbands. He was wearing a mask along with what seems to be a metal respirator. He was also wearing a standard yellow bag. His green clothes, though, were full of soot and dust. So, he took the full brunt force of the explosion. "He's not an easy one," guessed the red-clothed woman. Or maybe, the explosion wasn't strong enough. The figure disappeared and reappeared in front of the moonfish and held his throat, surprising the others present, and said, "Ato Teisho Shimasu. I'll deal with you later. Please have mercy." Moonfish squeaked as he could neither retract his blades nor hit the figure with them as the figure had held his mouth tightly. "All out of mercy. Also, no Japanese. I'm surprised," the figure replied before kicking the blades. His mere kick not only broke the blades, but also sent out huge shockwaves, destroying almost all of the toothed blades. He then threw Moonfish out, who used his last tooth to climb the ship. The figure looked at the flying aircraft and thought, "An osprey." The red-clothed woman meanwhile yelled at the suit guy, "Get our asses out of here, you moron. I think he's the same as him." "I am Triha." The suit guy saw that ship wasn't moving, but instead steering to the right. The woman looked up to see the figure pulling the ship towards him just using the broken blades from Moonfish, as well as some kind of dark ropes. "Get over here," he yelled. "No choice. Looks like we've got to do the hard way, huh?" the woman muttered before readying her bow. She shot an arrow at him. The figure looked up to see a flaming arrow heading for him. He went on to dodge, but not before the arrow divided. He widened his eyes as he wanted to dodge, but remembered that he wasn't alone on the rooftop. He stood still and took the full force of the explosion to save the other two. The duo at the rooftop gasped as they thought the man had died. But the smoke cleared to show him still standing, not even a scratch on him, just his clothes got soot more. He didn't even yell in pain. "What the? Those explosions were supposed to kill you," the red-clothed woman shrieked. "Is that what you call those little fireworks?" said the man, stealing the line from a certain chapped lips guy. "My friend's explosion is way more powerful than this, and he doesn't even try." The red-clothed woman decided to use whatever she had to stop him. She rubbed her arms, bringing out the same flare from before, except this seemed to be more bright. She threw it at him, who just deflected it by a simple kick. The woman sent out her own missile made of the flare and launched it at him. The man just took on the force, as he couldn't dodge without injuring the ones behind him. He got blown back and crashed into the nearby building. The woman cried out to the suit man, "Quick! This is our chance. If only you could say this to the freaking rudder wings." The suit man retorted, "It will take at least 37 seconds for the emergency boosters to start up." "Oh, seriously?" the woman muttered angrily and looked out, only to see the person running up the building while he had green trails on him. She quickly shot an arrow at him, who just dodged to the left side. She then pulled out 3 arrows and started shooting 3 arrows at once at him. The man dodged each one of them while still running up. She threw the light flares from her suit at him. "How much time is left?" she called out to the suit man. 20 seconds. The suit man answered. "All I need is 10 seconds. The man said to himself as he ran to the top. He jumped to the top and did a big backflip. He flipped to the other side of the aircraft and was falling down. The red-clothed woman meanwhile readied another arrow. He flipped forward and did an axe kick position with his right leg. 7 seconds more. He muttered as his green electricity started surrounding his body. His right leg got surrounded with a smoke as he came down to the right wing of the aircraft. The man then came down at breakneck speeds and kicked the wing off the aircraft. In that small moment, he had managed to make eye contact with the red-clothed woman. Her eyes were glowing golden, and as soon as she stared at him, she widened her eyes as his eyes were glowing toxic green. She got scared a bit as he was giving the same vibes as someone she knew. She rubbed her arms and started creating a bigger flare. The man jumped in front of the duo on the rooftop and looked at her. She threw the flare at him, who jumped in the air and did a roundhouse kick, sending out a huge air pressure and shockwave at the attack to cancel it out. The shockwave of the attack blew the aircraft away. The woman cried out to the suit guy. Hurry. This is our chance. Successful. The suit guy answered as the door of the aircraft closed, and an extra rudder came out of the side and transformed into the wing. The suit guy steered hard right. He steered so much it was surprising the steering lever didn't broke. The aircraft went far away, while the man looked at it and was going to go after it, but knelt down instead. I could have got them, but got a cramp. The man said to no one as he looked to see the blonde woman standing while the little girl was ecstatic. She had never seen so much power ever. She quickly got up and walked fast to him and started her question bullet. What was ta tight was so cool, have never seen so much power, how did it? The girl was cut off by the man putting his hand on her mouth. Slow down, kid, said the man. About what happened, it's better you don't say it to anyone. The girl tilted her head confusedly and then turned to see the blonde woman coming towards them. You're a huntress. Can I have your autograph? She asked in a childish way before the woman, who first looked at the man and then the girl. I don't think that it's a good idea, thought the man. Time skip B2YB Chibi Ruby squealing over Chibi Eri. I hope you realize that your actions tonight will not be taken lightly, young lady, the blonde woman said while the trio were in a room. The man was pressing his leg to calm down the pain. You put yourself and others in great danger. They started it. The girl replied and then turned to the man. Hey, Mr. Hero. Help me here. I kind of agree with her, kiddo, the man replied. And don't think you are gonna be led away, young man, the blonde woman said to the man. You are actually more reckless than her. You could have killed anyone. It's not the first time I have heard this. Also, my control over my power is high enough to not even scratch a person even if they were in my line of attack, the man replied. If someone's in danger, I will save them, even if it means to break law. Kids these days. The woman sighed and pulled out a tab. If it were up to me, you'd be sent home, with a pat on the back. The girl smiled a bit, while the man just sighed because he knew she was being sarcastic. And a slap on the wrist. The woman slammed a whip on the table, scaring the girl. Gives me Midnight's vibes, thought the man. But there is someone here who would like to meet you, she said as the girl looked at the door. An old man entered the room with black spectacles with a cup and a plate with cookies on it. He was wearing dark green clothes. Ruby Rose, he said, while the man widened his eyes. The old man leaned over to the girl and said, You have silver eyes. The girl was confused. The man meanwhile looked up slowly to see the old man, who also in return stared at him and smiled. Nice to meet you again, Izuku Midoriya. Oh, Ashbin. The man named Izuku Midoriya called out as he looked at him. So, how are you doing now? Asked the old man, named Ashbin as he pulled out a chair and sat on it. The other two meanwhile were confused. You know him? Asked the girl. Oh yeah? He is a really good friend of mine, Ashbin answered. The man stared at him for a bit, and then chuckled lightly. I am okay. Just stiff from the journey, he answered. Good to hear. So Ms. Rose, where did you learn about this? Asked Ashbin as the blonde woman showed the girl's fighting recording in the tab. Signal Academy? The girl named Ruby Rose answered confusedly. They taught you to use one of the most dangerous weapons ever designed, Ashbin asked. Well, one teacher in particular, Ruby answered. I see, Ashbin answered as he put down the plate on the table and pushed it towards Ruby, who first took the first bite and then started gobbling the whole plate. It's just that there's only one other scythe wielder of that skill before. A dusty old crow. Da my grunkle, Ruby said while having the cookies in her mouth. Pardon me? Ashbin asked confused. She means, yeah, that's my uncle, Midoriya answered on her behalf. Ruby gobbled down the cookies and then wiped her mouth before saying, Yeah, right. That's my Uncle Crow. He is a teacher at Signal. I was complete garbage before he took me under his wing. And now I'm like, why. The girls started doing some karat moves while making weird sounds which were not even matching with the real karat. Okay, calm down Ms. Bruce Lee. Or else you will hurt your hand as well as your kneecap, Midoriya said while his sweat dropped at her antics. Boo what? The girl asked confusedly. Leave it, Midoriya replied while sighing. So I have noticed, Ashbin said as he put down the cup. And what's an adorable girl such as yourself doing at a school designed to train warriors? I want to be a huntress, Ruby replied while looking at Ashbin. You want to slay monsters? Asked Ashbin. Oh, I forgot. Here monsters exist, thought Midoriya as he looked at the girl. Yeah, I only have 2 more years of training left at Signal, and then I'm gonna apply to Beacon. RWBY answered. As you see, my sister is starting there this year, and she is trying to become a huntress, and I'm trying to become a huntress cause I wanna help people. My parents always told me to help others, so I though. Hey, I might as well make a career out of it. With each phrase, she was becoming excited. I mean, the police are alright, but hunters and huntress are just so much more romantic and exciting and cool and really, gosh, you know. The others were silent, while Midoriya nodded and said, Not a bad dream, kid. Make sure to work hard though. She's just like my naive me, when I was first naive about the society. But ultimately, she's like me, trying to become a kind of hero. Thanks. RWBY answered and gave him a cookie, who denied politely. Do you know who I am? Ashbin asked. Though I think it is unnecessary, since he called me out previously. He answered, pointing at Midoriya. You're Professor Ashbin, you're the headmaster at Beacon. RWBY answered. Hello? Ashbin replied. Nice to meet you. RWBY answered. Wow, so fast introduction, even light speed has failed in front of you guys. Midoriya said sarcastically. Sorry, I was just listening to her goals, said Ashbin and then turned to RWBY. You want to come to my school? More than anything, RWBY answered. Ashbin looked at the woman, who just sighed and rolled her eyes. He then said to RWBY, Well, okay. But I guess you two want an explanation about him. He pointed at Midoriya, who pointed at himself confusedly. RWBY nodded rapidly and smiled, which made Midoriya smile. Time skip. Oh, I can't believe my baby sister is going to Beacon with me. This is the best day ever. A yellow hair-colored girl with lilac eyes exclaimed while hugging RWBY tightly. The two were in an aircraft with other students, including Midoriya, who was sitting at the back. He was wearing his yellow bags and had his briefcase. He was wearing his choice of casual clothes. He had remembered his friends and teachers saying that his choice of clothes was horrible. But what can he say? Those clothes were simple, cheap, and comfortable. He felt bad for not wearing his red shoes, but they were in his suitcase with his iron soles, so he went for a pair of black sneakers. He had bought a big handkerchief with Plus Ultra written on it back home and was ecstatic to see it in his bag, so he decided to wear it as his scarf. Please stop, RWBY muttered. Midoriya watched the two's contact and deduced that the yellow-haired colored girl was either RWBY's sister or her cousin or something. But I'm so proud of you, the girl replied. Really sis, it was nothing. RWBY sighed. Welp, I'm right. Thought Midoriya she's her sister, either cousin or half-sister to be precise. Cause both of them do not seem similar. What do you mean? It's incredible. Everyone at Beacon are gonna think that you're the bee's knees, the girl exclaimed. I don't want to be the bee's knees, okay? RWBY retorted. I just want to be a normal girl with normal knees. Do bees even have knees? Thought Midoriya confusedly, or maybe it's just some kind of a metaphor. What's with you, aren't you excited? The girl asked. Of course I'm excited, I got moved ahead 2 years. RWBY answered. I don't want people to think I'm special or anything. The yellow-haired girl then hugged her sister and said, But you are special. I doubt. It's probably not me, it's Midoriya. Especially after hearing that, he's a whole special being on this planet. Thought RWBY, as she remembered that night. Flashback. What do you mean you aren't from here? RWBY asked. I just told you guys. I am not from Remnant. Midoriya answered. Looks like you have hit your head many times, the blonde woman said. Even if I get hit on head, the thing I got hit with will break. Midoriya answered and looked at Ashbin, who was staring at him, while his glasses were shining. Stop scaring me and tell them, Mr. Ashbin. Sorry, hey you two, he's not joking. Ashbin called out. He's not from here. He's from a different place. And by place, I meant a different planet. No way. RWBY yelled in ecstasy. She then turned to Midoriya and leaned close. Are you an alien? No. From which angle do I look like an alien? Asked Midoriya. From every angle. RWBY and the blonde woman answered. Oh, that's my, costume. It just got soot in that fight. Midoriya answered. Why don't you open your mask and show them your face? Asked Ashbin. Oh, good idea. I don't know why I am wearing now. It's hot outside anyway. Midoriya answered as he went to open his mask. He then pulled down his hood and respirator. He then smiled at them and said, "Hi, my name is Izuku Midoriya. You can also call me Deku. It's super great to meet you." He had big, emerald green eyes. They were shining brightly, giving a very cute and innocent look. His hair was green in color, while it had stood up at different angles, giving shadow over the head, thus making it seem like his hair color is green and black. His cheeks had 4 diamond-shaped freckles. He looked very, very cute. Ruby felt her cheeks heat up as blood went right up to them. She didn't know why, but that face was something she wanted to see every day she wakes up. Glinda stood up and coughed slightly, while Ozpin and Midoriya looked at her in confusion. "Pardon my action," Glinda said as she went to him and pinched his cheeks. "Whsha you swowing?" Midoriya asked confusedly through his widened mouth. "Sorry, just needed to be sure those are your real cheeks," Glinda said as she released his cheek, while regaining her composure. "She just wants to feel cute things," thought Ozpin while sweat dropping. "So, you're from another universe?" asked Glinda. "Yeah, Ozpin had asked for my help. So I came," said Midoriya. "What's the whole story?" asked Ruby. "Alright, let me tell you the whole thing," said Ozpin as he sat properly on the chair. "First, both of you sit down." "Okay." Both the ladies sat down on the chair. "So, it began like this." Ozpin started. Story flashback. "Weird," Midoriya muttered. "It's been almost 1 month since the second all-out war. All the hero students are now allowed to do rescue operations with pros. Today, the UA first years were sent with Mount Lady and Edge shot to the Daika city, where a lot of destruction had happened during the Second War. All the students were assigned to their own positions. Midoriya was assigned to be the fighter, rescuer and support fight since his multiple quirks were a lot helpful. But something weird is happening for the last 2 weeks. There were very less villains popping up. The ones which had popped up were mostly low-level thugs. Damn it. A loud explosive voice was heard. Where the hell are the villains? Bakugo Katsuki aka Lord Explosion Murder God Dynamite, Deku's frenemy yelled. Why aren't they popping up? Are they scared or what? Bakugo, calm down. It's not like they will come out like this, said Shoto Todoroki. Maybe they are planning or something. I agree with that. There's a high possibility the villains are planning something, said Tinya Aida aka Ingenium. What about you, Deku? Asked Ochako Uraraka aka Uravity. What do you think? She saw the greenette staring into nothing. Deku. What's wrong? Asked Uraraka. Huh. Oh, nothing. Midoriya replied while shaking his head. Surely there's something, you damn nerd, Bakugo said. Is your stupid danger sense ringing or something? No, it's not, said Deku as he removed a rubble piece with a black whip tendril. And that's the problem. It hasn't been ringing loudly for the last 2 weeks. It either alerts me lightly or not at all. I'm starting to think someone is taking away the villains. And what makes you think that? Asked Eijiro Kurishima aka Red Riot. I'm guessing this based on the facts we got from the 2 weeks, said Midoriya as he looked at his friends. The villains we caught don't know what is happening, even though all of them participated in the Second War. Some say their partners were meeting someone. Crime rate is neutral, not rising nor decreasing. There were also rumors of a person in black clothes with long hair, long black clothes, white skin and red eyes going around in the alleys at night. You haven't met that person? Asked Zero aka Cellophane. I mean, you patrol every night, checking every nook and cranny with Bakugo. I haven't met someone like that, Bakugo answered as he blew a broken tree stump away. Because if I did, there would be a huge explosion at night, completed Eijiro. Actually, now that I think about it, there was someone resembling like that, Midoriya said as he put his finger on his cheeks. It happened the previous week. I was flying over the sky while watching the crowd at the market. There was a particular person wearing deep red hoodie over black clothes walking among them. I didn't thought too deeply, so I ignored that as a villain robbing a store caught my attention. So that means, it's possible that stupid person is probably getting all the villains and create a team, Bakugo said as his eyes twitched. I'm gonna roast that damn villain to hell. Which means, we need to go all out on rescue now, said Tashinori Yagi aka All Might, who came there on the scene and heard everything. I will call Tsukachi and tell him to ready the police force and tell Hawks to search for that person as much as possible. If that's the case, we need to start handling everything ourselves, said Todoroki as he pulled out his phone and dialed his father. I will alert father about it. He then went away to talk with his father. Meanwhile, who are they? Asked Ashbin to himself while pinching his temples as he was sitting in his office. Who are they? Who are they? How are they here? I have only answer, and it might be a possibility. For the last 2 weeks, criminals have been coming to the dust stores all over Vale. The criminals were said to be stronger than the normal criminals the police have faced. Some had weird bodies. One criminal was seen throwing missiles from his back, one had a slimy body, and one could shoot electricity from his hands. These criminals were so dangerous that robotic soldiers from Atlas had to be sent to the places. But as soon as they arrived, each of them were destroyed into pieces, which were hard to believe as the soldiers were said to be very durable. The criminals disappear as soon as reinforcements arrive. Are you okay, Professor Ashbin? Asked Glinda as she came into the office. Somewhat, replied Ashbin. I am tired from all those reports I have been getting from Ironwood about the criminal activities. The crime rate has increased drastically the last 2 weeks. James is also tired like me, cause he's mad that someone is able to destroy his Elysian soldiers easily. Oh yeah? Those activities are increasing daily, said Glinda as she opened a file. We don't have that much hunters in Vale who would be able to help out. There's a possibility that more criminals like them are hiding. I need some coffee. Ashbin sighed as he stood up and took a mug and his cane. I'm going out for a walk. Please take care of my place till then. All right, Glinda answered as Ashbin walked out of the room. He walked out of his office and outside into the garden. He couldn't sleep every night as he had the rising crime rate on his mind. He sighed as he thought. So, she has called her pawns, huh? I guess it's my turn now. He went to the corner of the garden where no one was looking. He coughed a bit before straightening his hand. I only have one chance. Only one. I need to find the second strongest person or someone, or else we are doomed. He waved his cane in a circular way, while a purple stone glowed on the cane's bottom. Suddenly, a purple cloudy portal opened in front of him. He stepped into it. On the other side, Midoriya was sleeping in his dorm room at Troy. Principal Nizu had announced that Troy will now be the official second dorm for the UA. First years as they return in from their rescue operations. He was having a weird dream. In the dream, a woman in white cape and black was standing with her back at him. He was confused as to how a person other than the one for all users was standing in the vestige. He gulped as he walked a little closer. Excuse me. Who are you? He asked quietly. The woman turned back, but he couldn't see her face. You're the one. I know that by seeing your heart. It's precious like gold and unbreakable like a diamond. I know you will be able to do it, the woman said, but her voice was very soft. I know you will do it. Because you are someone who will not stop to help others, someone who gets angry for the others. What are you talking about? Asked Midoriya surprised. You will know that later. The woman completed as she disappeared. Midoriya was confused as to what had happened. I must tell All Might about it, he said to himself. He then abruptly woke up, his heart beating fast due to nervous. His whole body was drenched in sweat. Just like that time, when he reached out to Yoichi for the first time. Speaking of which, the users' voices had gone silent. Suddenly, a dark portal opened in front of the greenette, surprising him. This was a very familiar portal, one he had seen multiple times. What the? How is Kurogiri's portal here? He thought in panic. He then saw an old man walking out of it. Midoriya took a fighting stance seeing that. A kid? Seriously. The man looked at him wide-eyed and then regained his composure and thought, looks like I need to work with him though. Who are you now? Deku demanded. Hello, my name is Ashbin, the man said. Young man, we need to talk because we are in danger. Hearing that, Deku's face turned serious. Tell me the whole story, he said in a serious face. Ashbin then tells about a situation, on hearing which Deku widens his eyes. Story flashback end. And that brings us here. Ashbin completed, leaving out some particular details. Can't believe those criminals are actually villains from other world, said Glinda wide-eyed. So you're a hero. RWBY squealed happily. Yup, in my world, a hero student to be precise, said Midoriya. How's it like to save people while defeating bad guys? RWBY asked excitedly. Feels good. I like seeing people smiling happily, Midoriya replied. So you called him here so that he can take those villains back home, am I right? Asked Glinda to Ashbin. Yup, this was the only chance I had and I couldn't waste it. said Ajbin. But why him? He's still a student and a kid, said Glinda. So age decides who's a hero and who's not, asked Midoriya to the woman. Miss, I guarantee you I can take on those villains easily if I become serious, which I will do. I selected him, because his power is a bit unique when compared to the others. B, he's a hero. C, he was pestering me to let him help me. So, I did what I had to, said Ajbin. And why won't I pester you? Asked Midoriya. I can't leave someone in trouble. Besides, I am the only one capable of taking on those guys alone. So let me help me. On one condition, young man, said Ajbin as he looked at him. And what is that? Asked Midoriya. As soon as you find the villains and subdue them, you will go back to your world. I don't want you to miss out your old life, said Ajbin. Sure. Not a problem, said Midoriya as he picked up his bag. So, can someone give me the location for a hotel or something? I will help you, said Glinda as she went outside. Bye, Mr. Ajbin, and bye, kid, Midoriya said to RWBY as he put on his mask. Wait. RWBY tugged his arm, who looked at him. What? Asked Midoriya. How much cruel were the villains? Asked RWBY. I used to read comics of villains killing civilians. Then I guess you don't know the whole thing, said Midoriya as he patted her head. Villains are someone we need to tend to. Trust me, I have seen the real world. It's not all black and white. Most things in this world are in shades of gray. A blend of anger and sadness. You will know about it soon, kid. He left the place with Miss Glinda, while RWBY was confused at his saying. Meanwhile, Ajbin was looking at him going away and thought, he has already suffered a lot in those 2 wars. He doesn't need to fight another war which he has no relation. I don't want him to suffer more. At least not him. He's a hero of that world, so he needs to be there. Though it's good I stopped time of that world, there will no accidents or incidents. Flashback end. Her thoughts were cut off by the news popping up. The robbery was led by the nefarious criminal, Roman Torchwick, who continues to evade authorities. The reporter announced, while a photo of the criminal's profile was shown. So, that criminal's name is Roman Torchwick. Welp, at least I got one info on him. Midoriya muttered so quietly, nobody could hear him. If you have any information on his whereabouts, please contact the Vale Police Department. Back to you, Lisa. The reporter changed to a white-haired woman in black suit. Thanks, Cyril. A photo of people with animal traits protesting was shown beside her. In other news, this Saturday's Fauna Civil Rights Protect turned dark, when members of the White Fang disrupted the ceremony. The once peaceful organization has now disrupted. The news died down as a hologram of the blonde woman showed up. Hello and welcome to Beacon, the holographic woman said. It's her. The blonde woman, thought Midoriya. Who is that? The lilac-eyed girl asked. My name is Glinda Goodwitch, the holographic woman continued as if answering the girl. Oh, the lilac-eyed girl muttered. You're among a privileged few who've received the honor of being selected to attend this prestigious academy. The holographic woman continued. Our world is experiencing an incredible time of peace, and as for hunters and huntresses, it is your duty to uphold it. I find it hard to believe. There is no such thing as time of peace. I must be ready, thought Midoriya. You have demonstrated the courage needed for such a task, and now it is our turn to provide you with the knowledge and the training to protect our world, said the holographic woman as she disappeared. Midoriya looked at his hand and balled it into fist. He has a mission in this world and he must complete it. But his mind was telling him to do that, but his heart, that was telling him something else. Now it is your turn. He remembered his mentor, All Might's words. Even though it's been a month since the war, that doesn't mean he will take a break from being a hero. He wanted to come with Ajbin, so that he can take back his world's villains back home. And he will do it. He then remembered the Faunus people, especially that White Fang group. He has been hearing about it for the whole week. I need to find more info on this White Fang group as well as that Roman Torchwick, thought Midoriya. They sound like the Shy Hasaikai. Oh wow! RWBY exclaimed as she went towards the window. Check it out. Other students also said while seeing out of the window. Look, you can see from up here, RWBY said as she stared out. Midoriya just smiled as he looked out of the window. The view was actually nice, though he gets a much better view with his float. It feels like I am traveling in the UA fortress. I guess home isn't too far at all, the lilac-eyed girl said while hugging RWBY. Beacon's our new home. Maybe. Midoriya muttered in his mind. Damn, it was a nice moment while it lasted, RWBY said while the ship went over the river. I wonder who we're gonna meet next. Time skip. The ship had landed at an airship. The students were now going out of it. Midoriya was at the last along with a red-haired girl, which he didn't notice. The students went forward, while RWBY and the lilac-eyed girl stopped and gasped in amazement. Midoriya stood at the back and looked at the huge castle-like school. It looked like something right out of the medieval period if the entrance is excluded. Midoriya took out his scroll and clicked a photo of the school. He then took out his phone and also clicked a photo. If he cannot bring the scroll, he will at least bring the otherworldly evidences to his world on his phone when he goes back. It's smaller than UA, though, Midoriya muttered. Yup, I agree. A voice was heard near him. He looked in front to see his new friend RWBY, turned into Chibi. The heck? She was getting excited seeing other students' weapons. Her sister was trying to calm her down. Reminds me of how I was at first with quirks, thought Midoriya as he neared them. Just weapons. RWBY sounded surprised. They are an extension of ourselves. They are a part of us. Oh, so cool. Well, why don't you swoon over your own weapon? The lilac-eyed girl asked. Aren't you happy with it? Of course, I'm happy with Crescent Rose, RWBY answered as she pulled out her weapon. I just really like seeing new ones. It's like meeting new people, but better. Besides, where is he? He should have been here. She muttered the last part quietly. The lilac-eyed girl pulled down her sister's hood and asked, RWBY, come on, why don't you try and make some friends of your own? But why would I need friends when I have you? RWBY asked as she pulled up her hood. Well. Suddenly, few people came behind her as she said, My friends are here now, gotta go catch up. She along with her friends ran forward, leaving behind RWBY spinning dizzily. Are we supposed to go to our dorms? Where are our dorms? Do we have dorms? RWBY started blabbering as she was dizzy. I don't know what I'm doing. She fell down behind on some briefcases. What are you doing? A shrill voice was heard which sounded irritated. Oh, sorry, RWBY muttered as she slowly got up. Sorry. Do you have any idea of the damage you could have caused? Midoriya looked over to see a white girl, yes, a literal white girl. The girl had white skin and was wearing clothes with some bluish hue and white boots. Looks like she's in trouble. Let's not get involved in this. I have heard from Ishido that cat fights are the only fights boys should never get involved, Midoriya thought. It's actually true. I remember, I was having a quarrel with my friend during my time and a boy intervened, irritating us more, so we both hit him out of bounds. A feminine voice answered near him. Oh boy. Then I'd better not get INV, huh? Midoriya was cut off by an explosion. He looked in front to see RWBY had sneezed and somehow, the surroundings blew up, though it was a harmless explosion. A red vial was seen rolling towards a black-haired girl reading a book, who picked it up. Midoriya observed her properly. She had black hair, was wearing a bow and had yellow eyes. She had a weapon on her back, which he didn't know what it was. She looked at the duo quarreling. Ah, you complete dolt. The white girl exclaimed. What are you even doing here? Aren't you a little too young to be attending Beacon? Midoriya frowned. That girl was getting on his nerves. It has been just the first day, so it was common for someone to be confused. But RWBY was getting berated so much. She had apologized for her fault, but still is getting scolded. The white girl reminded him of the past Todoroki and past Ka-chan. He started taking long strides to reach his friend. He quickly strolled forward, going past the black-haired girl, who got surprised seeing him appear suddenly. He quickly picked up the briefcases silently, not making a single sound. He then tapped the girl's shoulder, who looked at him in surprise seeing him pick up all the suitcases easily. RWBY was also surprised seeing him. Are these yours? If yes, then please take them, he said to the girl. Please keep them there. The girl pointed to the spot, where he dropped the briefcases gently. He then looked at RWBY. You okay, Rubes? Not hurt, are you? He asked. No, I am okay. But where were you? I couldn't find you and RWBY was cut off by the white-haired girl. Is she your friend? She asked. Yeah. And I am sorry for her clumsiness. She tends to be nervous in new environments, which is why she is clumsy. I apologize on her behalf, Midoriya answered. Humph. At least someone has the decency to apologize, the white-haired girl answered. But why is she here? She looks young. I understand you, but her. She applied here. Which is why she is here. It's common sense. Midoriya answered. Are you sure that she is supposed to be? This time, the white-haired girl was sharply cut off by Midoriya. If she's here, what's your problem? She's here. She can be here. Midoriya answered, surprising the girl with his sudden outburst. What do you mean? A hunter cannot be that nervous and clumsy. It's not about sparring and practicing, you know, the girl said in her irritating voice. She apologized for her clumsiness. That ends there. No need to start another annoying quarrel. Midoriya retorted. Besides, we aren't dumb enough to not know what it means to be a he-hunter and apply for a hunter school. So stop your irritating complaint. RWBY, let's go. Huh. Oh sure. Let's go. RWBY got dragged quickly by Midoriya, who started striding fast towards the school, ignoring the white girl's complaints. Hey Izuku. Why are you going so fast? One, we needed to get away from that girl. She was irritating me, and two, we are already behind from the others. Midoriya answered as he released the girl. The two then started walking slowly. So, I got this thing, RWBY said as she showed her weapon Crescent Rose. A scythe? Midoriya asked. It's a customizable, high-impact sniper rifle, RWBY said. In other words, it's a scythe and a sniper rifle, Midoriya asked confusedly. Yup, she's my baby. She's cute as well as dangerous, RWBY said as she picked up her weapon. Giving me handsome vibes, thought Midoriya as he said. Cool. It's really useful. So what have you got? Asked RWBY as she leaned over to him. Midoriya pointed to the suitcase he was carrying. RWBY looked at it. It had 18 written on it, he said. My accessories are in it. All of it. What are your weapons? RWBY asked excitedly. They cannot be called weapons. I like to call them my hero gear. They mostly are accessories which help me to focus my quirk, Midoriya answered as they continued walking. Well, ahaha, I'm kind of a dork when it comes to weapons, RWBY said sheepishly. I guess I did go a little overboard in designing my Crescent Rose. I'm also a dork when it comes to seeing new powers, Midoriya said. I want to see your weapons tomorrow. Okay, RWBY asked. Sure. Though they aren't that much interesting, even your sister's gauntlets seem better, Midoriya answered sheepishly. I will be the judge of that. Hold on, how do you know she was my sister? Asked RWBY surprised. Hearing your conversations. Assume she's either cousin sister or half-sister. Because she didn't look like your biological sister, Midoriya answered. Yeah, she's my half-sister. Her name is Yang Xiaolong, RWBY answered. Our father is the same. Oh, was all Midoriya's answer. Hey, where are we going? RWBY asked. To school, Midoriya confusedly answered. No, I meant, where is the way? RWBY asked. Oh, this way. Come with me. Midoriya pointed to a direction as the duo went to the school. Time skip. The duo entered the assembly ground, where all the students were standing and chatting among themselves. RWBY, over here, I saved you a spot, the lilac-eyed girl named Yang called out from the crowd. Oh, bye Deku. I gotta go. We'll meet after the ceremony, RWBY said as she ran over to her sister. Midoriya meanwhile started looking for an empty space. He found one on the left side, where a red-haired girl was standing. He stood a little far away from her, so that she won't feel uncomfortable. No, in reality, the boy was very nervous. The girl meanwhile was staring at him, which he didn't knew. How's your first day going, little sister? Yang asked. You mean since you ditched me and I exploded? RWBY asked annoyed. Yikes, meltdown already? Yang asked as she put her hand on her hips. No, I literally exploded a hole in front of the school, RWBY answered annoyed. And then there was some fire, and I think some ice. Are you being sarcastic? Yang asked teasingly. I wish, RWBY answered. I tripped over some crabby girl's luggage, and then she yelled at me. She kept on saying as Midoriya wanted to say that the white girl was right behind her. And then I sneezed, and I then exploded. And then she yelled and I felt really, really bad and I just wanted her to stop yelling at me. You! The same white-haired girl suddenly yelled behind her. Oh God! It's happening again! RWBY squeaked as she jumped on her sister's arms. You were lucky we weren't blown off the side of the cliff, the girl said. Oh my God, you really exploded? Yang asked to her sister. It was an accident, Ruby said as she slowly got down from her sister's arms. The white-haired girl then showed a poster to her, who looked at it confusedly. The Schnee Dust Company is not responsible for any injuries or damages sustained while operating a Schnee Dust Company product. The girl's voice slowly started becoming supersonic to Ruby. Although not mandatory, the Schnee family highly encourages our customers to read and familiarize themselves with the easy-to-follow guide to dust application and practice in the field. Ruby was confused after hearing that RWBY God Dust version. You really want to start making things up to me? The girl asked. Absolutely. Ruby answered unsure. The girl then gave the poster to Ruby and said, Read this and don't ever talk to me again. Look, it sounds like you two just got off the wrong foot, Yang said sheepishly. Why don't you start over and try to be friends, okay? Yeah, great idea, sis. Ruby then extended her hand towards the white girl. Hello, Weiss. I am Ruby. Wanna hang out? We can go shopping for school supplies. Yeah, and we can paint our nails and try on clothes and talk about cute boys, like tall, greeny and muscular over there, Weiss said sarcastically while pointing towards Midoriya, who in confusion looked at them and then pointed to himself confusedly. Wow, really? Ruby asked excitedly, as she didn't mind being with Midoriya. No. Weiss answered bluntly, making the black-haired girl deflate in disappointment. I won't mind him though, Yang said as she winked at Midoriya, who looked to the side. I'll keep this brief. Ashbin's voice was heard in an echoing effect. Everyone turned to see Ashbin and Glinda standing at the podium. Ashbin had set the microphone in front. You've traveled here in search of knowledge, to hone your craft and acquire new skills, Ashbin said. I need to gain new skills as much as possible before going back. It's possible I might be able to tap into one for all full call 100% with no backlash soon, thought Midoriya as he looked at his hand. And when you've finished, you plan to dedicate your life to protection of the people, Ashbin said. But I look amongst you, and all I see is wasted energy in need of purpose, direction. He looked slowly over to Midoriya as he stared back in surprise. Except a few. You assume knowledge will free you of this, but your time at this school will prove that knowledge can only carry you so far. It is up to you to take the first step. I'm pretty sure I have taken multiple steps, thought Midoriya. I have seen one of them, and they were the finest hunters I have ever. Ashbin said as he looked over to the Midoriya and then looked at the others. Is he talking about me? But I'm not a hunter, Midoriya thought confusedly. I'm guessing he's talking about how you are a hero, which to them is similar to hunter. A feminine voice was heard beside him. Glinda then walked over to the mic while Ashbin went to the side. She then announced, You'll gather in the ballroom tonight. Tomorrow your initiation begins. Be ready. You're dismissed. The students slowly started dispersing. He seemed kind of off, Yang said to her sister. It's almost like he wasn't even there, Ruby added in. Time skip. It was nighttime. Few students were sleeping in the ballroom. Few were just roaming around. Ruby meanwhile was writing something. Yang meanwhile came around her. It's like a big slumber party, Yang said as she dropped before her sister. I don't think Dad would approve all of the boys though, Ruby as she thought except someone I know. I know I do, Yang said as she winked at her. Meanwhile, the boys were half naked, none of them wore their shirts. Some were wrestling a bit. Some idiots were trying to flex their invisible muscles. Midoriya meanwhile entered the ballroom and started finding an empty place. He looked at the boys flexing their invisible muscles. Why are the boys trying to flex? Thought Midoriya. Maybe trying to impress the girls. The one for all 7th user, Nana Shimura's silhouette flew to the side of Midoriya. Yup, definitely trying to impress girls. These are the most idiotic boys I have ever seen. The one for all 5th user, Daigoro Banjo's silhouette appeared. I mean, come on, they don't even have a pound of muscle. Leave pound, they don't have a millimeter of muscle. The one for all 4th user, Hikage Shinomori said while sitting on the chair in the vestige realm of one for all. What's the difference between them and me then? The one for all 1st user, Yoichi Shigaraki asked. I am also muscleless. You're a spirit among us, while those idiots are real-life idiots. The one for all 6th user, N, added while sitting in the vestige realm. Midoriya meanwhile was wearing his favorite dress, which he always wear whenever he is at home or the dorms. Meanwhile, Yang got hit by Ruby's pillow while she was teasing the poor girl. I didn't get to take my friends with me to school, Ruby said as she pouted. It's weird not knowing anyone here. What about that guy you came in with? I saw you guys chatting before you had come at the assembly ground, Yang said, not remembering how the person looked like. I forgot how he looks like. But he seemed nice. I mean, you were smiling with him. Oh, he is actually very nice. Probably the nicest of the boys I have ever met, RWBY answered. Oh, then I must meet my sister's new friend, Yang teased. But there you have +1. You gained a friend. That's a 100 increase. Pretty sure Weiss counts as a negative friend. Back to 0, RWBY said as she lied down. There's no such things as negative friends, Yang butted in. You have 1 friend and 1 enemy. She got hit by a pillow again by her sister. She then pulled it off her. Look, it has only been 1 day, Yang said. Trust me, you've got friends all over around you. You just haven't met them yet. RWBY then slowly got up to see the same black bow girl from before. She was sitting beside the candle and was reading the same book from before. That girl, RWBY exclaimed. You know her? Yang asked. Not really. She just saw what happened in the morning, but she left before I could say anything, RWBY answered. Well, now is your chance, Yang said, as she pulled up her sister's arm. Wait, what are you doing? RWBY asked frantically. The black bow girl slowly lowered her book to see the 2 sisters coming towards her. Correction, the yellow-haired girl was dragging the black-haired one. Hello? Yang exclaimed as she went closer to the bow girl. RWBY got her hand free while Yang continued. I believe you 2 may know each other. Aren't you that girl that exploded? The bow girl asked. Ah, yeah? My name is RWBY. RWBY added in and extended her hand to do a handshake, but the girl ignored it, so she awkwardly retracted it. But you can call me Crater. Actually just call me RWBY. Okay. The bow girl answered without lifting her eyes off the book. What are you doing? Yang asked quietly to her sister. I don't know, help me. RWBY answered quietly as she smiled awkwardly at the girl. So, what's your name? Yang asked to the bow girl. Blake. The bow girl answered. Well, Blake, I'm Yang. Yang introduced herself. RWBY's older sister. I like your sister. Thanks. Blake answered in that same monotone voice. It goes great with your pajamas, Yang said awkwardly. GHT. Blake answered. A brief awkward silence was filling between the group. Nice night, don't you think? Yang asked so as to keep the conversation going. Yes, it's lovely, Blake answered in her monotone voice. Almost as lovely as this book, that I will continue to read, as soon as you leave. Yeah, this girl's a lost cause. Yang sighed to her sister. What's it about? RWBY asked Blake. Huh? Blake asked confused. Your book. Does it have a name? RWBY asked again. Well, it's about a man with 2 souls, each fighting for control over his body, Blake answered. Far away, this conversation was being heard by Midoriya, who was readying his sleeping bag. He perked up as soon as he heard this part. This reminds me of Tenko and All for One, thought Midoriya. True. It actually is like them. How All for One and Tenko were fighting to get control over the body, Nana said while floating beside him. How Tenko almost lost to him. Oh yeah, that's real lovely, Yang answered uninterested. I love books, RWBY said as she leaned a bit forward. Yang used to read me every night before bed. Stories of heroes and monsters. They are one of the reasons I want to be a huntress. And why is that? Blake asked. Hoping you'll live happily after that. Well, I'm hoping we all will, RWBY answered. As a girl, I wanted to be just like those heroes in the books, as someone who fought for what is right, and who protected those people who couldn't protect themselves. That's very ambitious for a child. Unfortunately, the real world isn't the same as the fairy tale, Blake answered. Trust me, I have seen the real world. It's not all black and white. Most things in this world are in shades of gray. You will know about it soon, kid. Midoriya's words came into RWBY's mind. She still didn't know what they meant, so she just shrugged them off. Well, that's why we are here, RWBY answered to Blake. To make it better. Oh, I'm so proud of my baby sister, Yang teased as she hugged RWBY and lifted her up. Cut it out, RWBY exclaimed as she started fighting with Yang to leave her. A smoke was formed around the duo as they fought. Or more like, RWBY was hitting Yang. Well, RWBY, Yang, it's a pleasure too. Blake wanted to say something before being cut off by Weiss, who had come over there. What in the world is going on over here? Weiss exclaimed as she came over the area. The sisters stopped fighting. Ruby was holding Yang's left leg. Don't you realize some of us are trying to sleep? Oh, not you again. Weiss and Yang said at the same time, frustrated to each other. Sure, guys. She is right. People are trying to sleep. Ruby tried to calm them down. Oh, now you are on my side, Weiss said as she put her hands on her hips while Blake sighed as she put her book beside. I was always on your side, Ruby said in return. Yeah, what's your problem with my sister? Yang asked, frustrated. She's only trying to be nice. Blake meanwhile took the candle beside her. She is hazard to my health, Weiss answered angrily. Guys, stop right now. Nobody can sleep with you guys catfighting. Midoriya's voice was heard behind them. The girls looked to see Midoriya standing with his arms crossed and a frown on his face. His left eye was droopy with sleepiness. Who are you? Yang asked. Ruby's friend. Also, can't you guys tone down? I was trying to sleep and now I am here to stop you guys from fighting, Midoriya answered. Say that to your clumsy friend and her sister, Weiss said as she pointed at the duo sisters. What's your problem? Yang asked angrily. The two started quarreling while Ruby tried to calm them down again. Well, these guys are at it again, Midoriya muttered. He then looked at the book beside Blake and widened his eyes. He leaned slowly to her, who stared at him. This book is yours. Yeah. Why? Blake asked. You seriously read this book? Midoriya whispered. Yeah. What's wrong with it? Blake asked confusedly. You know what's wrong with it. You know, 18 plus stuff, Midoriya answered. Blake blushed heavily as she heard that. Don't tell that to anyone, she requested. Sure. Also, the next volume is gonna release the next week on Friday, Midoriya said. You also read this? Blake asked. Completed the previous week. Waiting for the new volume, Midoriya answered. Turn to page 275 and read from the third paragraph. He then turned and went to sleep. Blake tilted her head in confusion. She then opened her book's page to the specified place, and as soon as she saw the first line, steam started coming out of her ear and blood dripped from her nose. She quickly shook her head, wiped off the blood and then closed her book and lied down. Meanwhile, Midoriya lied down on his sleeping bag while sighing that the catfight got over. You really read the 18 plus things on that Ninjas of Love? Nana asked, surprised. Nah, I just read the first line and quickly searched for the end line of the paragraph to skip the 18 plus stuff, Midoriya answered in his thoughts, as he closed his eyes while the one for all users were thinking, why do we feel like tomorrow's gonna be a chaos day? Wake up, lazy butt. A loud, chirpy voice was heard. A ginger hair-colored girl with white clothes was irritating a black-haired boy in green clothes. It's morning, it's morning, it's morning, it's morning. The girl was still yelling around the boy in a singing tone. The boy was brushing while the girl was still squealing around him. I can't believe we've been at Beacon for a full 24 hours. Not that I thought we'd get kicked out or anything. I mean, you're a perfect student and me. Well, I'm me. The boy was now packing his bag while the girl was still continuing. But it's still crazy, you know. We've been friends for so long. What are the odds we'd still be together? Well, not together. Not that I'm saying you are not handsome, you are handsome. But that would just be weird, right? The boy was now cutting some pancakes to eat while the girl was gulping down the pancakes. Right. What was I thinking? But still, I hope we end up on the same team together. The girl still hadn't stopped her rant. We should come up with some sort of plan to make sure we end up on the same team. What if we bribe the headmaster? No, that won't work. He has the school. In the next moment, the boy was taking out his equipment from a locker at the locker room. The girl meanwhile was still continuing her rant. I know, we'll have some sort of signal. Like a distress signal. A secret signal so we can find each other in the forest. Can you imitate a sloth? Nora. The boy called out as he turned to the girl. Yes, Run. The girl named Nora asked. I don't think sloths make a lot of noise. The boy named Rin said as he folded his weapons. That's why it's perfect. Nora cried out. No one will suspect we're working together. The boy then looked at Midoriya, who was wearing his thigh pads. That boy, he didn't know why, but interested him a lot. He shook his head. He will think about it later. Come on, Nora. Let's go, Rin said as he closed the locker. But not together. Nora said as she followed him while he went out of the room. Meanwhile, Ruby was taking out her weapon from her locker while her sister was standing beside her. I wonder what those two are worked up for, said Yang as she readied her gauntlets. Oh, who knows? Ruby answered. So, you seem awfully chipper this morning, said Yang. Is it because of that greenie? Nah, it's not that. Or maybe. No more awkward small talks or getting to know you stuff, Ruby answered as she picked up her crescent rose. Today, I will let my sweetheart do the talking. Well, remember, Ruby, you are not the only one going through the initiation, said Yang. If you want to grow up, you are gonna meet new people other than that grass head and learn to work together. You sound like Dad, Ruby whined. Okay, first of all, what does meeting people have to do with fighting? And secondly, I don't need people to help me grow up. I drink milk. Well, I don't think that's gonna work during real fight situations, kid, Midoriya said as he put on his right thigh pad properly. Oh really? Ruby asked. You know about it. And also, stop calling me kid. We are the same age. Yeah, got 2 years of fighting experience, said Midoriya as he stood up and ignored Ruby's other words. Trust me, you need friends, like a lot. Damn, Dad will like you a lot, cutie. Though how old are you? Yang asked. Basically 17, answered Deku, got the reference. Why are you bigger than me? Ruby whined. I thought we were the same age. I thought you knew this by the way I called you kid, said Midoriya confusedly. You're my age, huh? Anyway, what's your name? I couldn't ask yesterday, said Yang. Izuku Midoriya. You can call me Deku. Midoriya introduced himself as he went to his locker. See, even that guy knows about my experiences, Yang said. What will you do during team formation, Ruby? I don't know. Ruby crossed her arms. I'll just be on your team or maybe Deku's team or something. Maybe you should try to being on someone else's team, said Yang while setting her hair. My dear sister Yang, are you implying that you do not wish to be on the same team as me? Ruby asked while pointing at her accusingly. What? No, of course I don't, Yang replied frantically. I just thought, I don't know, maybe it could help you, break you out of your shell. What the? I don't need to break out of my shell, Ruby retorted. Ruby, please move aside. I need to get to my second locker, said Midoriya while standing with a stoic face. Wait, second locker? Asked Yang confusedly. Yeah, my equipments are big in size, so I needed 2 lockers, said Midoriya as he went past the duo and another duo of the white-haired girl and the red-haired girl. So, Pira, have you given any thought to whose team you'd like to be on? Asked the white-haired girl named Weiss. I'm sure everyone must be eager to unite with such a strong, well-known individual as yourself. I'm not quite sure, said the red-haired girl named Pira. I was planning on letting the chips where they may. Well, I was thinking maybe we could be on a team together, said the white-haired girl. Well, that sounds grand, said Pira. Great, said Weiss as she turned back and smiled evilly and thought while there was a thunderstorm aura around her, this will be perfect, the smartest girl in the class combined with the strongest girl in the class. Together we will be unstoppable. I can see it now. We'll be popular. We'll be celebrities. We'll get the perfect grades. Nothing can come between us now. Hey, can I ask you something? Midoriya's voice snapped Weiss back to reality, who looked at the greenette in surprise as to how he was here. She couldn't hear him. He was settling his gauntlets on his wrists. Yeah, what's up? Asked Pira. Do you know how the teams are gonna be formed? Asked Midoriya. I am new to Vale and here in Beacon, so I don't know much about here. I'm not sure, answered Pira. I think the team's comprised of 4 students together. Oh, that should be easy, said Midoriya as he turned his wrist gauntlet. What's your specialty? Asked Pira. I'm an all-rounder. I can fight on the front lines, do reconnaissance, do rescue operations, and can support other fighters, answered Midoriya. Whoa. Except reconnaissance. All of those are the exact qualities needed to be a hunter, Pira exclaimed surprised. She herself was a good fighter and support person, but not the others. You're a fully fledged hunter then. Why are you here then? I'm a fully fledged hunter to my dear ones, said Midoriya as he looked at her green eyes. But I need to prove myself that I am hunter. How about we team up? Asked Pira excitedly as she got a bit close to him. Our traits match up easily and us two can easily be the perfect team. You can support me as well as fight while I fight and rescue. We'll see, said Midoriya as he turned his head to the side and thought SOC close. Are you serious, kid? Asked Daigoro from his throne in the Vestige realm. 2 freaking wars happened and you're still unable to talk to girls properly. She's too close to me. Midoriya yelled in his mind, and she's very cute looking. Why won't I freak out? I even freak out when Uraraka stands close to me. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl was having an existential crisis in her mind. No. Not him. He's friends with that red brat. Not him, she yelled in her mind as she imagined Midoriya and Pira fighting together, and being the most well-known celebrities. No, I can't let him do that. I need to stop him. You there? She called out to him. Yes. How can I help you? Asked Midoriya. Why are here and not with your clumsy friend? Asked the girl. Also, do you know who are you talking to? Do you know your position? Your status? Do you know her status? Do you know how to even speak to her? Also, why are you even asking her to be on your team? You should be the one doing that. The duo looked at her with Midoriya had a straight face. He then showed up his 5 fingers and started closing them one by one while giving his answers. I am here and not with RWBY because my second locker is right beside yours. Also, stop calling RWBY stuff like that. It's annoying and rude. Also, no, I don't know who am I talking to, because I recently came here. I know my position, all-rounder, fighter, recon, rescuer and support. I know my status, everyone knows their own. Also, she's a hunter in training, so it doesn't matter as to what used to be her status. We are all hunters here. Also, do I need to talk using a megaphone to her or bring some tea and snacks to talk to her? And lastly, it's her who asked me. I just came here to ask about team formations. He then started waving his hands innocently and said, I'm doing whatever a person does. So, I don't know where am I wrong. If you think I'm wrong, you could point it out to me. Weiss had tick marks on her head. You, damn it, leave it! She yelled as she turned and went out of the room while the duo looked at her in confusion. Does she know that she's going in the wrong direction? Asked Midoriya. Don't know. Probably going to the washroom or something, answered Pira as she turned to him. So, what do you think? Huh. Oh sure, we can be a team, said Midoriya as he took out his torn yellow cape from his locker out. I actually don't care who's my partner. We need to be cooperative as much as possible so that we can save people. You're right, said Pira, smiling at his saying and then realized something. Why are you still not ready? Looks like my new equipments will arrive late. My gauntlets are only here but not my other ones, said Midoriya as he pulled out his scroll. You go, I need to talk to Professor Ashbin about it. Sure. Pira answered confused as she went out while Midoriya dialed to Ashbin and told him about his situation. Would all first-year students please report to the Beacon Cliff for initiation? Again, all first-year students please report to the Beacon Cliff immediately. Welp, looks like it's time, said Yang as she looked at Midoriya. What about you? Your new equipments aren't here and you're still not ready. I asked Ashbin about it, said Midoriya. He will see to it. If not, I will go without my gear. Can you fight without your weapons? Asked RWBY excitedly. Yeah, I usually use my true semblance, said Midoriya, mentally cursing at himself for the expose. My gear focuses my semblance, so they're not a weapon. Oh, what do you have actually? Asked RWBY. Gauntlets, metal bracers and my boots. Midoriya answered as he looked at the time. You two go, I will arrive late. Alright, come quickly, okay, said RWBY as she went out with Yang and Pira following them. Sigh. What is that old man doing? Midoriya said to himself. Time skip. The students were currently standing at the Beacon Cliff. All of them except Midoriya were there. Glinda looked at each of them. Looks like everyone's here, said Glinda as she looked at her scroll. No actually, said RWBY as she raised her hand. Deku's not here. Deku. Who's that? Asked Pira. The one you were talking with, said RWBY. What kind of a name is Deku? Huh? Asked Weiss rudely, making RWBY twitch her eyes slightly in anger. She could take a number of insults before giving in to the insult, but not about her new friend. So I see, said Glinda. Where's he anyway? His newly repaired equipments were late, so I myself sent them to him. He should be here any time now, said Ashbin while drinking from his mug. Sorry I'm late. Deku's voice was heard. The students turned to see him walking up to them. I hope I am not interrupting anything. Nope, you aren't, said Ashbin. Meanwhile, the students were mesmerized by Deku's costume. He was wearing a dark green jumpsuit with white stripes, black thigh pads and black shoes. He had red bracers on his arms, white brownish gauntlets on his hands and white brownish elbow bracer near his armpit. And finally, he was wearing a bit dirty and torn yellow cape. Whoa! Deku, you look so cool. RWBY squealed, seeing his costume now properly. I agree. That's a really awesome suit, dude. Yang exclaimed. You look like a hero, said Pira, looking at the arm bracers. Thanks, Midoriya said sheepishly. Why is your cape torn and dirty? Asked Weiss. Cause I used to spar a lot, said Midoriya nonchalantly. With my friends during training. Your life is really interesting, you know, said Yang. I might want to know all about it. Deku chuckled lightly, as his life wasn't a joke or child's play. He then stepped onto an empty stand and looked at Ashbin and Glinda. The teachers continued their announcement. For years, you have trained to become warriors, started Ashbin. And today, your abilities will be evaluated in the Emerald Forest. How ironic, said Daigoro from his throne. Now, I'm sure many of you have heard rumors about the assignment of teams, announced Glinda. Well, allow us to put an end to your confusion. Each of you will be given teammates. Today. What? Oh, said RWBY. It's not like I expected anything different. Thought Izuku, it's like those team-up missions we did and those during the Hummer crisis. These teammates will be here for your rest of your time here at Beacon, said Ashbin. So, it is in your best interest to be paired with someone with whom you can work well. Pira remembered what Izuku had said previously and nodded in agreement. RWBY meanwhile made a weird sound. That being said, the first person you make eye to eye with, after landing, will be your partner for the next 4 years. Completed Alpin. RWBY's world crumbled as her hopes of joining Izuku and Yang demolished. What? RWBY yelled. See, I told you, said Nora. I think it's a bit irrational, said Izuku as he slapped his mouth with his hand and muttered. Looks like Mr. Aizawa's influence has rubbed on me a bit. But then again, we need to work with random teammates as heroes. He then felt his stand vibrating a bit. He looked down and stared at it for some time, before realizing what was going to happen. Oh, it's exactly like the training camp, he exclaimed in his mind. We're gonna be sent off to the forest. It's good I have experience from before, so I'm gonna be ready. After you've partnered up, make your way to the northern part of the forest, said Ashbin. You'll meet opposition along the way. Do not hesitate to destroy everything in your path, or you will die. The student gulped a bit while Midoriya had a doubt in his mind. He raised his hand to ask a question. Yes, Mr. Midoriya? Asked Ashbin. What if I destroy the whole path? Is it okay? Asked Izuku. Really? Sighed In. No, I mean, if there's a grim which is wider for the path, I will either bring it up in the air to minimize property damage or destroy the path as a last resort, answered Izuku. The students looked at him in surprise, as if they saw a dog smoking weed. Glinda had a sweat drop while Ashbin just sipped his drink and looked at Izuku. Sure. It's absolutely okay. Just make sure to leave some for the other students, said Ashbin. Anyway, you will be monitored and graded for the duration of your initiation, but our instructors will not intervene. What about those Grimm, which will be a great danger for the students? Asked Nana from her throne. I will take care of that, answered Izuku. You will find an abandoned temple at the end of the path, containing several relics, continued Alpin. Each pair must choose one, and return to the top of the cliff. We'll guard that item, as well as your standing, and grade you appropriately. Are there any questions? Nobody raised their hands. Everyone had their doubts cleared. Midoriya meanwhile had started to create a plan for the whole mission. He will not treat this as a normal test anymore. Good. Everyone take your positions, announced Ashbin. Every student took a jumping pose, while Izuku just stood still. Every student slowly started getting launched off, while Izuku started jumping in his place a bit, continuously. As soon as it was Izuku's turn, the machine didn't work. The teachers and the remaining students looked at him, who in turn was staring at the machine. He then slowly turned at the teachers. I think I jumped too much on this, so I think it broke, said Izuku sheepishly. Not a big problem. You could jump without this, right? Asked Ashbin as the greenette nodded. He then crouched down. Ashbin stepped back a bit and pulled Glinda to him, while the remaining students looked at him in confusion. He then settled his cape. Mr. Midoriya, called out Ashbin as the greenette looked at him. Good luck. And go beyond. Midoriya smiled as crimson-red lines with white energy started spreading across his body, crisscrossing at his face. Then suddenly, his skin glowed a bit orange and green lightning crackled around his body as he put his hand behind and jumped. To others, he disappeared or teleported, but Ashbin knew what happened damn well. 5 seconds later, huge shockwaves got sent out, blowing away the remaining students, shocking them and Glinda. The machine on which Izuku was on was blown to bits. Ashbin threw off the remaining students off the cliff. All the students started using their methods to descend. Ruby shot in the air to spin herself in the air. Weiss used what seemed to be blue-colored glyph and stepped on it to descend herself. Rin cut a tree while spinning to slow his descent. Yang meanwhile was flying and shooting from her gauntlets. Yang was yelling in glee, when suddenly, something zoomed past her, sending out huge shockwaves which surprised her. "Whoa! Watch where you're going!" yelled Yang. Who the heck was that anyway? She then jumped onto some trees and started descending using them as a foothold. She then rolled onto the ground. "Nailed it," Yang sang. Pyrrha was descending down by using her shield to protect herself from the trees which she crashed into. She then rolled onto a tree branch and transformed her spear into a sniper. She started looking around with the scope. Suddenly, her eyes darted over to a green light in the distance. She looked through the scope to see Izuku flying across the sky with what seems to be green lightning surrounding his body. She then got down from the tree and ran towards the green hero's direction. Meanwhile, all of this was happening. Deku was flying across the sky with his float quirk and air force to propel himself properly. The way Yang propelled herself across the sky with her gauntlets, it gave me Ka-chan's vibes, said Izuku. Though he will propel faster. So ninth, what's the plan? Asked Hikage, floating beside him. After I descend, I will try to find the nearest person. I think I saw Ruby, that white-haired girl, and Pyrrha fly to the north here. I will try to pair up with Ruby or Pyrrha, that white-haired girl is a bit rude, answered Izuku as he laid out his whole plan. Then we will try to find the ruined temple Ashbin was talking about. I will be using only full Kala at 20%, because I think the whole forest will crumble under the intense shockwave. I will also restrict myself only to Black Whip and Float. Danger Sense will, as always, help me dodge the Grim. Smokescreen will be useless against them since they detect negative emotions. I will also use FA Gene only in critical moment. What after that? Asked Nana. We will find one of the relic and then I will zoom back to the cliffside as fast as I could so as to decrease our duration of staying in the field. Continued Izuku as he dodged some trees. We will get a perfect score. No injuries or anything. The One for All smiled at this. They were proud of him. If only his mentor, All Might, was here to hear this. The second user meanwhile floated beside him. Say, ninth, did you happen to use my meta ability? Asked the second user. Wanted to. But I won't, answered Izuku. I will be restricting myself to only One for All, Black Whip, Danger Sense, and Float. I will be hiding the other 3 abilities from the others. Currently Ruby, MS, Glinda, Roman Torchwick, and that flame woman know about it. Your power will be an element of surprise for them. Good. That's a good strategy, said second. Also, not an element of surprise, it's your element of surprise for them. All of the quirks are now yours. With Ruby. She did a hero landing on the ground with her weapon folded behind her. She started running to find someone. Gotta find Yang, said Ruby to herself. Gotta find Yang, gotta find Deku, gotta find Yang, gotta find Deku. Yang. Deku. Yang. Deku. Ah, this is really bad. This is really bad. What if I can't find them? What if someone else find them first? What about Blake? So mysterious, so calm, plus she likes books. Oh, then again I'm not sure I'd be able to hold a conversation with her. Ugh, who else? Oh, Deku. If I find him, I'm gonna be very lucky. He is sociable, smart, also likes books, is like me, and of course, his strength is the most powerful out of all the students here. He also needs help from me. He isn't used to Remnant. Soon, someone came into her sights. She stopped to see the white-haired girl from before, the one with the bratty attitude, Weiss Schnee standing with her back turned to her. She turned hearing the sound and both the girls' eyes met. Weiss stared at the girl for a bit. Ruby smiled, before Weiss turned and moved forward. Wait, where are you going? Asked Ruby. We're supposed to be teammates. Suddenly, Weiss went past her while saying, by no means this makes us friends. She pulled Ruby's cape and started dragging her while Ruby exclaimed, "You came back." With Deku. Deku was still in the air, trying to define the ruined temple from the skies. But the emerald forest was so dense, everything was covered with only green leaves and branches. There were very few clearings in the forest. Deku decided to finally land down after so long recon. "I'm gonna go down. There's no temple here, so I need to find a partner now," said Izuku. He then propelled himself down towards a clearing and put his hands forward as his suit started glowing under his full cowl and shot a huge air force blast to the ground to slow down his descent. He jumped onto the ground with ease and started running while the surrounding trees and bushes were rustling under his pressure. Everyone probably has found a partner as well as Grim to fight with. "I need to do that too," said Izuku as he kept running. "Is it weird no Grim is coming towards me?" "I think it's possible one for all is scaring them away," said Nana. "Or maybe, you strayed too much far away from the place." Izuku jumped across the trees, easily running among them even though his area of vision is dampened by the trees. He jumped a bit above in the air and started using the tops of the trees as the footholds. "This feels so nostalgic," said Izuku. "This reminds me of the time when I first used full cowl to show my friends my improvements." "You've come a long way, Ninth," said Yoichi. "And we're proud of it." Izuku backflipped from one of the trees and dropped to the ground. He heard some leaves rustling and turned to see a bush moving to his right side. He readied his air force to shoot at the hostile being. Danger sense wasn't ringing, but that didn't mean the being will not be a danger, especially if it manages to hide its emotions. "Who will it be?" thought Izuku. "Let it be a person. I'm in real need of a partner." Suddenly, a familiar red-headed girl with a golden-colored spear appeared from the bush, settling her hair. Izuku at first couldn't recognize since it was only the head, but then realized it was that same girl from the morning. Both the green eyes then met each other. "Hello there," said Pyrrha as she smiled. "I finally found you. It was taking me a lot of time to come here, but I finally did it." Izuku sighed in relief and also smiled while saying, "At least I got a partner. You don't know how much tense I was when I found no one was here. Not even the Grim." "Let's go. I think I saw your friend. I think her name was RWBY. Go to that direction with Weiss," said Pyrrha as she pointed to a particular direction, northeast to where Izuku is. "Thanks. It was difficult for me to find the temple from a high position," said Izuku as he suddenly stiffened up. His danger sense suddenly zapped up, alerting him about hostility in the area. He looked around to see nothing happening. Pyrrha just stared at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" asked Pyrrha. "Hold on," said Izuku as he stared at a particular bush and shot an air force blast at it. A scream was heard and a big Grim with what seemed to be white-boned hands fell out and crashed into a tree. Izuku felt his danger sense ringing up continuously, not quieting down even one bit. He felt his whole head hurting, so now was the worst-case scenario for the duo. Pyrrha readied her weapon as she also heard the bushes and leaves rustling. "I don't think we are in a safe area," said Pyrrha. "I'm starting to think we are surrounded," said Izuku. The Greenette's prediction turned out correct, as suddenly, multiple Grim monsters jumped in front of them. All of them had their eyes glowing red. Izuku balled his hands into fists and took a fighting stance. Pyrrha stood behind him to cover him as his body soon covered in green lightning. "Get down!" Izuku yelled as Pyrrha ducked. In the distance. Currently, Yang was angry. Extremely angrily. Why? Because a few Grim monsters had tore off a piece of her hair from her head, and she hates it. She punched one of them so hard it flew back and crashed into 3 trees. The second one got up and lunged towards her from the back. "What, you want some too?" asked Yang angrily. Suddenly, something hit the Grim, knocking it out in an instant. It fell on the ground and behind it stood Blake with her weapon stretched out. She pulled it back to her and put it on her back and smiled at the yellow-haired girl. "I could have taken him," said Yang, with the other 2. She was fighting multiple Grims. She remembered her training and went to attack one, only to see RWBY suddenly appear before her and take it out in one sweep with her crescent rose. Weiss barely managed to change her attack direction, destroying a tree in the process. RWBY looked at it in surprise, when another Grim attacked her with its claws. She blocked it with her weapon, but got pushed back and slammed onto the snow-white girl. "Hey, watch out," said RWBY. "Excuse me, you attacked out of turn," said Weiss. "I could have killed you." "You'll have to try a lot harder than that," said RWBY. Both the girls got closer with their weapons ready. The Grimms were growling as they got ready to lunge at them. Suddenly, a huge earthquake occurred, shaking the ground violently. The Grimm got thrown away at this. The girls were surprised at this sudden event, and clutched the ground tightly to stop themselves from getting thrown away. With Yang and Blake. "What the hell is this?" yelled Yang as she held onto a tree. The ground was shaking rapidly. Some trees were getting uprooted while the branches were getting thrown over. Blake was holding onto another tree, which was thick enough not to move in this. "I think we should tell about this to the professors," yelled Blake. With Ren and Nora. Ren currently was fighting a Grim Cobra. He was shooting at it, who just was trying to lunge at him. The black cobra then transformed its black tail into another cobra, aiding him in the hunt. Ren lost his weapons on the field. The black one lunged at him, who in return, used his hands to hold the fang while some kind of force field was around him. He broke the fangs with his hands and killed the cobra with its own fangs. Nora then hung down a tree. "Grara, gra," said Nora as she hung down near to Ren's face. "I still don't think that's what a sloth sounds like," said Ren. Boop. Nora booped Ren's nose, when suddenly, the ground shook violently, making her fall down. "Ow. What is that?" "An earthquake. That's not good," said Ren as he dragged his friend and held onto a tree nearby to stop themselves from getting blown away. An earthquake of this magnitude is not good at all. With the professors at the cliff, Glinda had almost lost her footing and could have fell down, had not Ashbin intervened and caught her with his cane. He then pulled her back and looked at the emerald forest to see the trees shaking rapidly. "What was that?" asked Glinda, shocked. "A shockwave," answered Ashbin calmly, drinking from his mug. "Probably caused by Deku." "Are you sure?" asked Glinda as she regained her footing while the shaking was still going on. "Yup. Nobody out there is strong enough to produce so strong a shockwave, which could easily be mistaken for an earthquake, except Deku," said Ashbin. "Check what's happening in the scroll." "I can currently only see Mr. Ren and MS. Nora team up," said Glinda as she looked through the scroll. "Poor boy, I can't imagine those two getting along. I can't find Mr. Midoriya and MS. Nikos though. The drones are not getting any signal from that side." "Just wait. Let the shockwave stop, and then we will see to it," said Ashbin as he drank from his cup. After 30 seconds, the shockwave stopped and the cliff stopped shaking. Ashbin and Glinda sighed at this in relief. Glinda then again checked through her scroll to check on the students. With Deku and Pyrrha. "WW, what was that?" asked Pyrrha, scared. She was completely traumatized by what had happened. Just a few seconds ago, she was fighting the Grimms with Deku. He had ordered Pyrrha to move and did a roundhouse kick, sending out what seems to be air pressure at the Grimms behind her. She got ready and then started shooting at some while Deku was giving her support and shooting something at the Grimms. He was surprisingly extremely agile, as he started running around the Grimms and used the trees as his foothold. He punched some of them very easily, making them fly away. He then looked at Pyrrha. A wolf-like Grimm along with 3 cobra-like Grimm was sneaking up on her while she was shooting at the front to help Izuku. "Pyrrha, move!" yelled Deku as he jumped in the air. Pyrrha heard this and lunged to her left side, dodging the Grimm attack from behind. Deku front flipped in a spinning way and spun toward the Grimms, who lunged at him. Deku then fisted his hand, the air around him wrapping around it. "California, smash!" he yelled in his mind as his fist made contact with Grimm's face, crushing it down. It got pushed down back on the ground, shattering the ground. There was only a huge amount of air pressure and shockwave going around while Pyrrha held onto the ground to stop herself from getting blown away. The nearby Grimm meanwhile got sent away from the sheer power. Pyrrha had her mouth open wide, as this was the first time she had so much strength in one attack. She was trembling fear at this. "Pyrrha, you okay?" asked Izuku. "I'm sorry I went overboard, but this was the only way to beat all the Grimm at once and save you. And also not use Black Whip and float." What was that?" asked Pyrrha, scared. "Sorry, my semblance. It's a bit complicated," said Izuku. "It allows me to store energy every second and amplify my physical prowess rapidly." "That was so much power!" exclaimed Pyrrha as she picked up her weapon and shield. "Was that green electricity a part of your semblance?" "Yes, it was. Now let's go. We will talk about it later," said Izuku as he pointed at a particular direction. "I think I saw some of the students that side when I jumped." "Sure, let's go," said Pyrrha. Izuku and Pira then started jogging towards the particular direction Izuku pointed out while Pira was thinking about the previous event and the electricity. She had never heard about a semblance which can allow a person to store energy and grant him superhuman physical prowess. Not only this, but she hasn't seen his aura. Surely the green electricity isn't aura. She was now extremely interested in the green boy. The students were now curious as to how there was such a big earthquake and the wind was blowing violently and now stopped. With RWBY and Weiss, the duo were quarreling. Deku and Pira meanwhile were jogging towards the direction the former had pointed before. Pira went forward and moved a twig out of her way. Deku followed her but didn't realize it and got hit with the twig. It broke off the tree while Deku rubbed his sore nose. "Ow, this place is such a pain," muttered Deku, rubbing his nose. "Oh, Izuku, I'm sorry," said Pira as she turned around to see the boy rubbing his nose. "Though I must say, you're quite strong for getting hit by it and not even flinching." "Oh, it's okay," reassured Deku. "'Tis but a scratch. Not a big deal." He then got up as Pira went closer to him and stared at his nose in confusion. "Why didn't you activate your aura?" asked Pira. "Oh, Deku was in a pinch. He didn't have any kind of aura like the other people. The thing is, my aura is a bit complicated. It doesn't activate like other auras. But I can use my semblance without it." "Wait, an aura which isn't activable?" asked Pira, surprised. "That sounds ridiculous. Do you even know what aura is?" "Yeah, I do," said Deku. "It is the manifestation of our soul. It works like a force field, and even enhances our senses, making it feel as if we are being watched without knowing anyone's there." "That's right," said Pira. "It also bears our burdens and shields our hearts. With practice, it can even be our shield. Everyone has it, even animals. So, since it is a manifestation of the soul, the monsters don't have one since they lack souls, am I right?" asked Deku. "Yeah, those monsters lack souls," answered Pira. "They are creatures of Grimm, the manifestation of anonymity. They are the darkness, and we are the light." "The kid probably knows that, young lady," said Nana, a bit annoyed. "So basically aura is a force field state of the soul," said En. "Right. That's why we fight them," said Deku. "It's not about why, it's about knowing," said Pira. "Understanding both dark and light helps us manifest our aura. Everyone has some of both." "So that's why Midoriya-kun doesn't possess an aura," said Yoichi, understanding the situation. "Why is that, Yoichi?" asked Third. "It's because he understands light more than dark," answered Yoichi. "He is mostly positive, and fights the dark more. This is why the aura is outbalanced by the positiveness and doesn't manifest in him. That's my guess. By bearing your soul outward as a force, you can deflect harm," said Pira. "All of our tools and equipments are conduits for aura. You project yourself and your soul while fighting." "Yeah, somewhat like a force field," said Deku as he thought, but why is she telling me as if I don't know this? Well, whatever, I can collect more info here. "Yes, if you want to look at it that way," said Pira. "It's basically a weaker version of the shock absorption quirk, then. Thought Deku, and to beat it, we just need to overcome it with continuous attacks." Pira then kept her weapon behind her back and came closer to the greenette, who looked surprised. "Now close your eyes and concentrate," said Pira as she held Deku's cheeks. Pira. What are you doing?" asked Deku as he was blushing red by the sudden touch of a girl. Pira just stayed silent and closed her eyes and opened them again. She started glowing as Deku watched this in silence. His body soon also started glowing, but different from the redhead. His skin was glowing orange, just like when he used his full cowl at 100%. Small bolts of green lightning was spawning on his body. Pira then soon started chanting. "For it is in passing that we achieve immortality. Through this, we become a paragon of virtue and glory, rise above all, infinite in distance, and unbound by death. I release your soul, and be my shoulder and protect thee." She then released her hand, but before doing that, she then saw something weird as she had her eyes closed. 8 stars of different colors formed on his different body parts, and merged together with a big star on his chest. She bent on her knees and started coughing as Deku looked at her in worry. "Pira, you okay?" asked Deku. "Yes, I'm okay," said Pira. "I used my aura to unlock yours, but the energy, it's weird. It's as if more aura is merging up. You seem to have a potential, a knack for it. But it isn't unlocked. I think we are gonna a more powerful person to help you unlock it. But I'm not sure whether you really have an aura like us or not. I'm not able to feel anything, and at the same time I'm feeling something powerful. I have a knack for it, huh? Muttered Deku as he thought it shouldn't be possible. Ashbin hasn't done anything to my body when we got here. What's wrong, Ninth? Asked Hikage Shikamori. I think my second guess is right. I think that since my body isn't compatible with this world, it's a more advanced version of the original human body, which is why this world has provided me with my own aura, but it won't unlock any sooner now. Answered Deku in his mind. Well, I guess I don't need it any now, so yeah. Suddenly, his full cowl activated on its own, surprising the duo with its appearance. What the? Why did it activated? Asked Deku to himself. I think it's somewhat related to your aura, said Pira. Maybe it's trying to unlock it. First. What's happening? Asked Deku to the first one for all user. I don't know. Nothing wrong here. It's as if you are just activating your full cowl on your own, answered Yoichi. Don't worry, Midoriya-kun. Everything is fine. If anything goes wrong, I will immediately alarm you. Okay. I think her aura has interrupted with it, thought Deku as he looked at Pira and said, Anyway, let's go. We need to complete our objectives. 6. What about your semblance? Asked Pira, pointing at his body, which was sprinkling out small bolts of green lightning. I think it's trying to unlock my aura or something like that, said Deku. We must let that get in the way of our objectives. Let's go. Sure, said Pira. The duo then started jogging towards the direction Deku had pointed earlier with the greenette turning on his full cowl, and by that the author meant the actual energy part. Far away with Nora and Ren. I still don't think that sloth sounds like that, said Ren as he saw Nora get down in front of him. Though I still wonder, do the professors know about the earthquake? Who cares? Let's go smash some monsters, exclaimed Nora as she dragged Ren with her towards a random direction while Ren sighed. With the professors at the cliffside. There. I got them, exclaimed Glinda as she showed Pira and Deku jogging with the greenette's body activated in his full cowl. Looks like the duo are doing quite well. They are way much better off than Lai Ren and Nora Valkyrie. I don't care what his transcripts say or what he has given himself. Low grades to get rid of the attention from him. That Deku is more than ready to become a hunter, even better than all hunters. His way of thinking and leadership is really off the charts. At their current pace, they should reach the temple in less than 5 minutes or something. Speaking of which, what did you use as relics this year, Professor Ashbin? The old man just stayed quiet and stared at the scroll screen in his hands, where Ruby and Weiss were chatting, or more like Weiss was. Both seemed to be lost. It's definitely this way, said Weiss in the scroll. Though I wonder, what was that earthquake earlier? With Ruby and Weiss. The duo were lost in the forest, and now just stayed in one place. Weiss was pacing up and down the place while Ruby just sat on the ground counting the leaves. I mean this way, continued Weiss. It's definitely this way. Alright, it's official. We passed it. Ruby sighed and threw the leaf aside as she got up and stood in front of the white-haired girl and said, Why can't you admit that you have no idea where we are going? Because I know where we are going exactly, answered Weiss with a small reluctancy. We are going to the forest temple. Thank God Deku isn't here, cause if he was, he would super pissed that he has wasted so much time with you, sighed Ruby. And he would probably bang his head hard on the ground at your multi-million lean answer. Oh really? Weiss sneered. You don't know where we are either. And why would that broccoli head be even pissed? He doesn't even look the type. Well, at least I'm not pretending like I know everything, answered Ruby, a bit angry. And that guy is my friend Deku. So you better talk kindly about him. And yes, he may not look like it, but if he becomes angry, I'm pretty sure you would get nightmares for days. Far away with someone. Far away, a certain black-haired woman in red clothes felt shivers up her spine as she started sweating. She wiped it off her forehead as she sighed. I can't forget those eyes, she muttered as she remembered all the time she had to stay awake the whole week as she had got nightmares about that night. She had received dark eye bags as a result. Back with the duo. What is that supposed to mean? Asked Weiss angrily. I'm pretty sure that broccoli can't get me to nightmares. I have trained for creatures far more dangerous than him. And no, I won't talk good for him, just because he is a friend of you. Shut up, Ruby yelled angrily. I don't want to hear any more of that rubbish stuff from you. Especially not about him. You want to know what my saying means? It means you're a big, stupid jerk, and I hate you. Ugh, just keep moving, said Weiss as she moved forward. Also, why are you so angry about me saying anything bad for him? Just keep moving. RWBY started mocking Weiss' antics. Hurry up. Watch where we are going. Why are you so bossy? I'm pretty sure Deku's friends were way more better than you. I'm not bossy, retorted Weiss. Stop saying things like that. And keep that idiot out of our conversation. RWBY had enough and swung her crescent rose at Weiss, who got surprised at this gesture. She saw RWBY's face closely. Her hair was covering her silver eyes. Enough. Enough is enough. Not a single trash talk about him, said RWBY with a deep voice, one which surprised Weiss. Not him. He was the first one to help me out here at Beacon. He is my first friend. So stop that. I don't want to start a fight with you. Stop treating me like a kid and him like a brute. Stop acting like a kid, retorted Weiss, hands ready on her weapon. Don't pull your weapon out the next time, or else I would be forced to use mine. Well, stop acting like you are perfect, said RWBY as she put her weapon back. I'm not perfect, answered Weiss as she lowered her voice. Not yet, but I'm still leagues better than you. And probably better than that Deku. Useless. She went forward, leaving the girl behind, who had her eyes covered with her hair again. You don't even know me, RWBY muttered as she looked at the white-haired girl. And definitely not him. Perfect. You haven't seen the Deku. He is the literal definition of perfection on Remnant, and I just want to see how he became a hero, and follow his steps to reach the goal of saving people, just like Mom. I also. With Blake and Yang, the duo were walking towards the ruined temple. Yang was setting her hair. She was frustrated because her hair had got entangled with each other, and her ears. Many pieces of her hair had even got torn off when she and Blake had got caught in Deku's smash attack previously. Blake meanwhile had her ears rubbing. I just hate it. I just hate it. I just hate it, said Yang frustratingly. Why did my hair have to got like this? I had shampooed it and cared for it so carefully. And now, my whole work has dived straight into the drain. I don't think you're alone, said Blake as she settled her bow properly. My bow also was going to fly away, and my ears are now ringing from the previous sounds of the debris flying. But still, at least your hair is still okay, said Yang. And that's so unfair. I don't know what was the cause of that earthquake, but if I find it to be the work of someone, I will kill them. Want me to help you with that? Asked Blake as she pointed at the yellow-haired girl's hair. If you can, said Yang. Blake then walked up to Yang and easily opened the knots formed on the hair. Yang helped her a bit. Both then reached the ruined temple with the duo in their proper hair now. Think this is it? Asked Yang as she looked at the temple. Blake just walked forward while Yang looked at her and then followed her. The duo then checked out all the pillars and saw multiple giants' chess pieces. Chess pieces? Muttered Blake as she looked at the queen piece. Some of them are missing, said Yang. Looks like we aren't the only one here. Well, I guess we should pick one, said Blake. With the heroic duos. Deku and Pyrrha were staring at a cave. This cave happened to be in the path of the direction of where Deku had pointed earlier. The duo looked in silence at it. After 20 seconds, Deku broke the silence. What do you think? Asked Deku. No idea, said Pyrrha. I'm just following your way of direction. Deku started gathering some branches from the ground nearby while Pyrrha looked at him in confusion. What are you doing? Asked Pyrrha. Making a torch, said Deku. We're gonna have a look inside to see if anything useful is there. If not, we will go out and look from a cliffside. A high place will give us a good vantage point. It's a good strategy, but... started Pyrrha. How will you light that torch? Deku looked at her with confused eyes. Wait, you don't have a match or something? Asked Deku. No, answered Pyrrha confusedly. You don't have to? No, I thought I saw you with a matchbox or something earlier in the locker room, said Deku as he threw away the sticks. They are useless then. What about your scroll? Asked Pyrrha. I didn't bought mine. Deku looked at her with blank expression and facepalmed so hard a small shockwave was created behind his head with only his natural physical strength, surprising Pyrrha. What's wrong? Asked Pyrrha confused. I'm such an idiot, said Deku as he slowly slid his hand over his face. I forgot I had bought mine. Sorry. Saying this, Deku pulled out his phone from his red utility belt. He didn't have his scroll, so he decided to use it as the substitute. Deku then turned on the flashlight. "Come on," said Deku as he started walking in. Pyrrha followed the greenette inside. It was still total darkness inside, so dark even Deku's full cowl wasn't able to illuminate it completely. The duo walked quietly, with Deku walking even quieter since his iron saws will make the thunk noise with the ground. "I'm not sure this is it," said Pyrrha reluctantly. "I told you, we will just see a bit of this and then leave if there's nothing here," said Deku. "Don't worry, nothing's gonna happen." Well, he took a step forward and stubbed his leg with something on the ground, which made him tumble forward and fall down. His phone fell on the ground, mistakenly turning off the torch, leaving them in total darkness. Deku quietly got up as his full cowl had switched off. Only the eyes of the duo were visible in the darkness. "Sorry. Looks like my phone scrolls out of my hand," said Deku. "I hate places like these. Why do I have to jinx it?" "Deku," called out Pyrrha. "Do you feel that frustration which is making me go crush this area?" "Yeah, sure," answered Deku instantly. "No, it's warm," said Pyrrha. "And pointy, I guess. Though it has blunt tip." "Huh." Deku felt something on his lower part of his body. "Something's trying to grab me." "Really? Try to catch it," said Pyrrha. Deku then grabbed the thing which was touching his lower part. He used his left hand to catch it, when he grabbed something else. "What the? What's this?" asked Deku. "Deku. Something's out touching me too," said Pyrrha with a red face. She was moaning for an unknown reason. "Really? Wait up," said Deku. He turned on his full cowl. His green bioelectricity turned on and covered his body as his body glowed with the signature crimson red lines. As soon as the area was illuminated, the duo then looked at what was grabbing them. Both slowly looked at each other. The one for all users except second and third at the Vestige Realm saw what happened and said out loud, "Oh shit." Both Deku and Pyrrha yelled simultaneously. With Yang and Blake. "How about a cute little pony?" asked Yang. She had grabbed a yellow horse piece from one of the table. It was a bit smaller in size than the other chess pieces' relics. "Sure," said Blake. "This wasn't too hard," said Yang. "Well, it's not like this place is very difficult to find," said Blake. Back with the hero duos. Both had their backs turned around to each other. Deku was facing the wall while Pyrrha was facing the other wall. Both were blushing heavily. You want to know what happened 10 seconds ago? Both had grabbed each other's private parts accidentally. Deku had grabbed Pyrrha's breasts, well, her cleavage to be exact since her breasts were covered, which was making her moan in pleasure, and the redhead had grabbed Deku's Excalibur. Sorry. One for all. This is why both couldn't face each other. "I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry," repeated Deku. "Please forgive me, Pyrrha. I absolutely had no idea what I was doing." It's okay," said Pyrrha with a red face. "I also apologize for, let's leave it there," said Deku. Back at the Vestige Realm, Daigoro and En were laughing. Yoichi and Nana were chuckling. The second, the third and Hikage were sighing. This sight was indeed a good entertainment. "Oh my god! It's so funny!" laughed Daigoro. "Daigoro, stop laughing. I probably must have offended her or something," yelled Deku in his mind, and I never expected Six to laugh. "You're pathetic, kid." "Haha," said Daigoro while trying to stop his laughter. "Here's Deku. One of the strongest person to exist, and can't handle a girl." "Ha! I can't," thought Deku embarrassedly. "Poor kid. I wish you all the best," said Yoichi. "I can't say anything. I haven't experienced any kind of this during my time," sighed second. "So no, I can't say anything about this." "Same here," said third. "Thanks for giving me information with which I have absolutely no work," said Deku. After 2 minutes, both regained their postures. Both still had small blushes on their cheeks. Deku walked in front of her while she followed him. It was extreme darkness, and even Deku's full cowl wasn't able to provide the proper light to light it up. His phone was cracked, so he needed to repair it later. Soon, the duo reached something glowing yellow. A pointy thing was glowing in the air. Both didn't knew that whatever was this, was waiting for them. "Oh, looks like we found the relic," said Deku. "Good. I was tired of this place." He went to grab it, but it slid back. His second quirk, or his second semblance, Hikage Shinomori aka fourth one for all users quirk, Danger Sense or Kiki Kongchi in his language, spiked up hard, alerting the greenette. Deku then hoisted his right hand before Pyrrha to protect her. Wait. Something's wrong, said Deku. If this is the relic, we need to be careful. Something dangerous is behind it. Be careful, said Pyrrha, not asking how did he sense threat. Deku then went to grab it, but it was backing up continuously. He stayed in his place. If this relic keeps on going back, I won't be able to get it. And whatever danger is there behind it, it will attack us. And what's more, I have a very big disadvantage here, thought Deku. He raised his hand in front and fisted his hand. Dark tendrils with blue borders generated from his knuckles' iron sights as he activated the fifth one for all user, Daigoro Banjo's quirk, or which is called here, his third semblance, Black Whip a.k.a. Kuro Muchi in his language. Get it, Black Whip? Called out Deku in his mind. The tendrils went and grabbed the pointy thing. To Pyrrha, everything was dark except just the blue border. What's this, Deku? Asked Pyrrha. My semblance, said Deku quietly. He then pulled it towards himself forcefully. He then grabbed it while the tendrils disappeared. He grabbed it with both his hands and observed it, while Danger Sense was ringing. He turned at Pyrrha and showed her the object. Phew, we got it. The threat is probably at the back of the cave, said Deku. Deku, I don't that's the relic, said Pyrrha with sweat dropping from her forehead. Huh, now that you say it, it looks familiar to me, said Deku. Anyway, let's get OU. Before he could continue, the pointy thing pulled the greenette in the air. He got surprised at this gesture, when suddenly, realization dawned upon him. Pyrrha, this isn't the relic, nor there is threat behind, started Deku. Red spheres started glowing in front of him. Soon, it multiplied rapidly as Deku and Pyrrha got a visual of the thing in front of them. This is the threat, yelled Deku. Red eyes opened in front of him in the darkness. The eyes were glowing bright red and orange. Pyrrha, run, yelled Deku out loudly. The chapter ends with the two green eyes meeting the red glowing eyes while Deku had fear and shock etched on his face. What was that? Asked Yang to Blake, who was looking at her. Blake, did you hear that? As if someone yelled run or something, said Blake while staring far in the distance from where the screaming was heard. Back with the heroes. Deku was at a huge disadvantage in the fight. He was directly in front of the Grim. Secondly, the cave was too cramped, so his full cowl was useless since he needed space for movement. Pyrrha was seen running at full speed towards the outside of the cave. Deku was behind her, stuck on the monster's tail. Deku was trying to stop it, but the cave wasn't gonna let him do that. His right hand Air Force glove was stuck on the tail. The curved part of his wrist area, to be precise. Don't stop. It's right behind you, Deku yelled as he tried to free himself. Try not to look behind. Thanks for the useless info, yelled Pyrrha as she kept on running. She was reaching the exit, but it seems as if fate had other plans for her. The monster seemed to have almost close on to her. Deku had no other choice. He lifted his left up as he held it out towards the redhead's direction. Sorry, said Deku as he did his famous finger flick position. Delaware Smash, Air Force. He yelled as he shot a compressed air bullet at Pyrrha, who got launched out of the cave and crashed far away. Deku looked at the girl in worry. Sorry, but this was the only way, said Deku. The Grim then came out of the cave and looked at the girl, who was probably 50 m away from the monster and hero. The girl stood up shakily and shook her head to get rid of the dizziness as she looked at the duo in front of her with wide eyes. She was surprised that even though her aura was activated, Deku had managed to launch her away to save her. But now, the greenette was in a pinch. The Grim, which looked like a scorpion, was trying to get him off it, while Deku was trying to get his gloves off the tail. It's as if the tail had some sort of glue or something on it. Pyrrha, whatever happens, don't come near. It's angry currently, yelled Deku. Deku, hold on it tightly. No matter what, don't let. Pyrrha was cut off by the Grim throwing Deku far away with his gloves still stuck on the tail. Go. Pyrrha had sweat falling from her forehead as she saw this and turned towards the scorpion Grim, which was staring at her. Pyrrha grinned sheepishly as she held her weapon and ran from the place. She knew one thing. There was no chance for her to defeat that Grim, which was bigger than an aircraft. The only one capable of defeating them easily is Deku, and even he was launched away. With Yang and Blake. Blake, did you hear that? Asked Yang again to the Nexari, black-haired girl as she turned to her. What should we do? Suddenly, a familiar feminine voice was heard. Heads yo up! Yelled out RWBY, who was falling from the sky towards them. A few seconds ago. RWBY! Yelled out Weiss. I told you this was a terrible idea. The duo were sitting over a flying Grim. The Grim was flying at a very high speed. The duo had held onto its feathers. We're fine. Yelled RWBY back. Stop worrying. I'm so far beyond worrying. Yelled back Weiss. RWBY looked at her with a deadpan expression on her face as she asked quietly. In a good way. In a bad way. Yelled Weiss. In a very bad way. Well, why don't we just jump? Asked RWBY. Weiss gasped loudly as she answered. What are you insane? No answer was heard. Weiss looked forward to see RWBY no longer there. She had jumped down from the monster. Oh, you insufferable little brat! Yelled Weiss angrily. Down with the trio at the temple. Blake, did you hear that? What should we do? Asked Yang again as the black-haired girl just pointed at the sky continuously. Yang followed her gaze to see her half-sister falling from the sky. She crashed onto the tree behind the duo. RWBY became dizzy after crashing. She was seeing colorful stars in the morning. What the? Mumbled RWBY dizzily as she shook her head to get rid of it. Did your sister just fell from the sky? Asked Blake. Yang was confused. A noise was heard as the duo looked in front of them to see a Grim. Pink electricity was seen glowing behind it as it suddenly fell down. Nora was seen front flipping in front of it. She looked at it sadly. It's broken, said Nora. Ren dizzily got from the side of the fallen Grim as he looked at Nora. Nora, called out Ren. Please don't ever do that again. There was no sound. The green-clothed boy looked up to see the girl vanished. Nora was staring at a yellow chess piece. She picked it up. I'm the queen of the castle. I'm the queen of the castle. Nora started singing. Nora, called out Ren. Nora stopped singing and saluted at the boy as the piece fell onto her hand. Coming, Ren? She answered as she went to him. Did that girl just ride on an Ursa? Asked Blake. Yang was again confused. Another noise was heard. This time, the duo looked up to see Pyrrha running towards them with that scorpion Grim behind her. It started attacking her with its claws as she barely dodged its attacks. Deku, where are you? Called out Pyrrha frantically. RWBY, called out Yang. The said girl ran towards her sister from the tree as she met her finally and said, Yang. Nora. The pink-skirted girl came up in between them, surprising the duo. Did she just run all the way here with a Deathstalker on her tail? Asked Blake as Yang was blowing with anger. Suddenly, the yellow-haired girl's hair set on fire as her eyes changed to red color as she started yelling. I can't take it anymore. Could everyone chill out for 2 seconds before something crazy happens again? Behind her, Nora was signaling Ren, who was coming towards her dizzily. Yang, called out RWBY to her sister, pointing to the sky. Up in the air, Weiss was still stuck with the flying Grim's leg's nail. She was clinging onto it with her life. She looked down. How could you leave me? Weiss yelled out loud. I said jump, answered RWBY calmly. She's gonna fall, said Blake. She's gonna be fine, said RWBY. She is falling, said Rin. True to his words, the white girl was actually falling from the sky, yelling out in fear. Suddenly, a green streak of light zoomed past everyone as it flew into the sky, sending out a huge shockwave, blowing away every student present. Pyrrha and the Deathstalker also got sent away by the sheer shockwave. Everyone had to cover their faces. Slowly, they opened it to see the green bolt flying towards the white girl. RWBY instantly knew who it was. Pyrrha far away also saw the bolt and knew who it was, as she had seen it earlier with herself too. Gotcha! Yelled Deku loudly as he caught Weiss in his arms. The Greennet had survived the Deathstalker's launching previously and was just a bit sore from the direct impact towards a tree. His right hand was unprotected as his mid-air force gauntlet, or as he likes to call it, was stuck with the Deathstalker. Deku! Yelled out RWBY and Pyrrha in glee. Deku, are you okay? Asked Pyrrha. I'm fine, a bit sore. Behind you, yelled back the hero. Pyrrha whipped her head back to see the Deathstalker getting up again and chasing her. She again started running towards the others while Deku was watching everything from the sky. He was flying across the sky with his air force since the flying Grim was attacking them, and he had to dodge them. He had an idea. He opened his mouth wide. "Froppy style," yelled out Deku in his mind. A black whip tendril formed in his mouth. It then shot forward towards the monster and stuck to its skin. Deku sighed as he finally got his chance to beat it. "Ice, hold on," said Deku with his mouth open. "Got to take this Ice-K." Huh. Weiss was confused and even more after seeing the tendril 3 seconds later. "What is this?" Deku swung the two of them towards the Grim high enough for him to execute his attack safely with no injuries. He pushed themselves a bit more with his air pressure as he reached his required height. SD. Lewis smash. He reeled his right leg back as Weiss felt something was gonna happen and clinged onto him tightly. Deku then released his black whip as he looked at the creature. "Air Force," Deku yelled out. He swung his leg in front, launching a huge wave of pure air pressure at the giant creature. The creature got thrown back by the power, disbalancing its flight. Weiss couldn't see anything, but she knew something big was happening. Down on the ground, the students except Pyrrha had their mouths wide open. Ruby had seen him fight, but it wasn't at this level. Nora had stars in her eyes. But everything has a downside too. The duo got blown away by the recoil back high in the sky. Float and Black Whip weren't helpful. Something else also happened. Deku felt something loosen up. He looked at his legs to see his mid-gauntlets loosen beneath his thigh pads. They had become very weakened after the attack recoil. He hadn't repaired them for a long since the final war. His left hand mid-gauntlet had also loosened up due to the full cowl strength. He cursed his luck. He couldn't power up to his best levels or else the equipments will break. He didn't wanted that to happen since those are irreplaceable and comfortable. "Damn it, can't even use my hands properly," cursed Deku. "And now full cowl. Is there anything else my bad luck has to show?" "How are we even flying?" asked Weiss, a bit scared at the height. "Using air pressure," said Deku. "Don't worry, I won't let you fall down." He powered up his full cowl a bit more up to 10% and started zooming across the sky while using the bird as the foothold. He can't kill it since it was flying directly above the students, and he might injure them. An aerial fight was his only way, but with Weiss in his hands, he has to be a lot cautious. He couldn't risk themselves getting blown by his attack's recoils and get the girl injured. So, all he was trying to do is dodge the attacks from the monster. The Grim then started flying at a bit more faster rate, nearly overwhelming Deku. "Whoa. Its size is beating me," said Deku as he dodged another attack. "Why aren't you letting me on the ground?" asked Weiss fearfully. "'Cause if you weren't observant of your surroundings, that Grim is attacking us at a faster rate. I can't land on the ground like this," answered Deku. "Then why not kill it?" asked Weiss. "Because it is flying over the students, who will get injured when it crashes on them down," answered Deku. "And forget about aerial fight. My attack has its own recoils, so we will get blown away and I will risk you getting injured. You should be lucky I have been able to keep you SA." He was cut off by his danger sense suddenly spiked very hard, making his head hurt very bad, as if someone stabbed it with a chainsaw. He turned halfway behind and got a glimpse of something coming at bullet speed towards him. He tried to dodge it, but he got a sensory overload. His nervous system got overwhelmed with the danger sense responses. The thing then came past him, attacking his left side of his face hard, but not too hard since he had moved to the side of it. It was a huge black feather. The flying Grim had attacked him by firing its feathers at him like bullets. Deku's danger sense spiked again as he somehow dodged most of the feathers. Some of them pierced him since he couldn't focus with his one eye closed. The injury was over his left side of his face, over his left eye, not deep for a scar though. The pain was also bad, but it's not something he hasn't dealt with. Which is why, he didn't flinch or yelled in pain even once, just grunted. He had only one goal currently in his mind. Bring Weiss back with the others safely and let out his power on the Grim. "Izuku." Ruby yelled in worry her friend's first name. "Deku." Pyrrha also yelled. The students had their hands over their mouths as they just witnessed a student getting brutally attacked, well at least to them. "With the professors. The kids are in danger," yelled Glinda in worry as she turned to the headmaster. "Professor." In front of her, Ashbin was looking at the fight with sweat dripping down his forehead. He knew something, the attack shouldn't be something Deku can handle, but if anything goes wrong anymore, he will take action. After all, he promised to take responsibility of hero in the new world. He gripped his cane tightly, ready to spring into action. Back to the fight. Deku's danger sense rang again and this time, he couldn't handle the pain. 3 feathers pierced him hard as he got launched back while Weiss fell out of his arms. Deku saw her falling with his right eye and raised his hands towards her, ignoring the pain of all the multiple feathers which were piercing him. "Go, Black Whip!" he yelled out with all his might. Tendrils formed from his knuckles as he sent them out faster than anyone could see. In a second, they grabbed Weiss and launched her downward to safety, where the other students present helped her. Deku smiled weakly as he crashed to a nearby cliffside so hard, a big crater was formed. The students just stared at where Deku had crashed. Pyrrha was distracted for a second, which the Deathstalker used to its advantage and knocked her at the students. She fell down face flat before them. "I know it's not a good time to say this, but it's great that the gang's together. Now we could die together," said Yang, ignoring the previous event. "Wait, you are seriously not ignoring what just happened, right?" asked Pyrrha as she stood up shakily. "I'm not. The Greenie's aura can probably heal him," said Yang. "About that," started Pyrrha before RWBY signaled her to be silent. The students looked at the girl to see her eyes covered by her hair. Yang gulped a bit as she knew how angry her sister can get. And she was not angry now, she was beyond angry. Raj. That was all she was feeling. Her first friend, the one who had become her idol and helped her wherever he could, was now gravely injured by a stupid monster. She gripped her crest and rose tightly as her hands were trembling. "Why him?" she started muttering. "Rubes," called out Yang. "Why, out of all, he was the one," she continued. "RWBY, please calm down. We will take care of that monster for you," said Yang with hands in front as she turned to Blake and whispered. "Go back, she is angry. I know how she acts." "I can't," said RWBY as the wind blew her hair to the side as her eyes showed just anger. "Not if I can help it." She then started running towards the Deathstalker while Pyrrha fell down again and tried to get up again. "RWBY, wait," called out Yang. RWBY started shooting aggressively at the Deathstalker, which was absolutely unaffected by it. It just swatted them as mere mosquitoes. RWBY hoisted her weapon behind her as she shot a bullet and launched herself forward at the monster at a faster speed. She then swung her scythe at the monster and tried to attack it, only for it to counterattack easily, pushing her back. This instantly broke down RWBY's anger. She looked at her sister's way. Don't worry," exclaimed RWBY. "Totally fine." She turned back at the monster. It clasped its claws at her, who shot a bullet and launched herself backward. She then started sprinting towards her allies after closing her scythe. "RWBY," Yang called out in worry as she started running towards her sister. RWBY was sprinting with all her might towards them. All of the anger which she had just a few seconds ago, all broke down into small feelings of doubt and fear. The flying Grim launched several feathers at her. She managed to dodge few of them before one of them eventually caught her cape and got stuck to the ground. Many feathers also got launched at Yang, stopping her temporarily from going to her sister. RWBY tried to get her cape out of the feather blade. "RWBY, get out of there," called out Yang. "I'm trying," answered RWBY. The Deathstalker had managed to reach, making her gasp in shock. Yang widened her eyes as the creature raised its tail and launched at RWBY. "RWBY," yelled Yang in fear. Something ran past her towards the Grim, which surprised her. An explosion was given out which blowed away every single feather present. "You are so childish," said Weiss as she stood in front of RWBY and had frozen the tail, or that's what it seemed, because it was hard to tell through the smoke. "And dim-witted and hyperactive, and don't even get me started on your fighting style. And I suppose I can be a bit difficult. But if we are going to do this, we are going to have to do this together. So if you quit trying to show off, I'll be nicer." "I'm not trying to show off," answered RWBY. "I want you to know I can do this." "You are fine," said Weiss as she started walking out of the smoke. "Ah, normal knees," muttered RWBY. "This is what happens when you try to rush things." A familiar voice was heard. Weiss and RWBY perked up at the voice. Both looked forward closely, and as soon as the smoke cleared, they gasped. In front of them stood Deku, holding the Deathstalker's tail with his left hand. Weiss' eye seemed to be broken near him. Green electricity was dancing off his body as he looked at the girl. The area above his nose had a big gash slanting to the left side. Rule number 1. Never, ever rush to do things hastily. Especially not in anger, said Deku as he looked at Deathstalker with blood flowing down from his left side to the right side of his face. Because the consequences are not gonna be something one can avoid or forget. I did this once and had to face my consequence. Deku saw the Deathstalker going to swing its right claw. He reeled his bare right fist back and charged up to 20%. RWBY and Weiss then saw the arm glowing orange with crimson lines. "We always have to risk our lives in order to save those who are in need," said Deku as the creature swung its claw at him. He fisted his hand more tightly, making RWBY realize what was gonna happen. The electricity was bouncing even more rapidly than before. She quickly grabbed Weiss' collar. "Get down," RWBY called out to her sister. "Detroit, smash." Deku yelled out in his mind as he brought his fist forward. The fist didn't exactly make contact with the creature. It stopped just before it. Then, a huge powerful air pressure was launched at the creature, blowing everything away. The attack was so huge, far away from the cliffside, the professors saw a small green shine before seeing all the trees get uprooted rapidly in a particular direction. Glinda had her mouth and eyes wide open while Ashbin was just smiling. The wind was so great the flying Grim was sent away. And don't even start with the Deathstalker. It was launched far deep into the Emerald Forest, never to be found again. It couldn't handle any of the shockwave. Deku was seen panting lightly. He is still good to go, just needs some water to drink. He cursed himself mentally as he should have brought his rogue bag. He looked at his left hand to see the Deathstalker's tail in it. And of course, his Air Force gloves was on it. He sighed as he finally ripped it off the tail and looked at the duo behind him. "RWBY, Weiss, you two aren't hurt, are you?" asked Deku, his fist smoking. "I'm okay, Deku," answered RWBY as she went to check up on him. "What about you?" "Oh my you're bleeding. Are you hurt? You took a bad high." Deku cut her off by lightly patting her head. The girl looked up to see him giving one of his infamous cute smile. "Don't worry, I had dealt with many of these. Even worse. These are nothing," answered Deku smiling. "I had dodged in time, so the feather just scraped my forehead. It will heal up soon. As for the torso, I have bandaged them. The feathers couldn't pierce my skin properly. No need to worry." As the duo were talking, Weiss from the sidelines had her eyes wide open with her mouth trembling at the sheer power she had witnessed just 10 seconds ago. She had turned completely pale white at the strength, so much white it was as if someone had painted her. And RWBY was casually brushing it off as if she had seen it multiple times. Then again, he is her friend. She now was coming to a realization as to why RWBY had held Deku in so high respect. What on Remnant was that SD strength? Weiss asked herself in her mind while having mouth open. He just held the Deathstalker's tail with his bare hand like it was nothing. And when did he even come here? Back with the students, they had their jaws dropped except Pyrrha. A kid, someone of their own age, had just not only launched a Deathstalker back with his bare hand, but also a flying Grim and destroyed probably half of the Emerald Forest. Nora had stars in her eyes as she started squealing while also drooling. "Oh my gosh, that was so cool," Nora squealed. "Now that was a lot of damage." "What just happened?" asked Yang, trying to process the info from far away. "Did he just punch two giant Grim monsters away with his bare fist?" asked Blake, with her eyes wide open. "I think it is what had happened," said Rin, impressed. "I haven't seen anyone with so much power. That was just too much." "What, in the whole world of Remnant, was that?" Yan yelled with shock etched on her face. "I knew you guys were gonna have that kind of reaction," chuckled Pyrrha. "Because I have seen it earlier too." "Wait, earlier?" asked Yan, to which the girl nodded. "Was the earthquake previously his attack shockwave?" "I guess you could say," said Pyrrha, smiling sheepishly. "Because all I remembered was the wind blowing." "That must have been his full power," said Nora. "It was so cool. I really haven't seen anyone do such a powerful attack, even myself." "Yeah, he seems like he could blow away the whole kingdom in a few punches," said Pyrrha. "That was a bit too much, don't you think?" asked RWBY to the greenette far away, still audible through that distance. "I agree. But then again, it had attacked you and Weiss. So I needed to blow it away," answered Deku as he started wearing his right gauntlet. "How much was that?" asked RWBY. "How much power you used?" 20%, said Deku casually. What? There's no way you used just 20%. Weiss now spoke, voice trembling. Yup, I used 20%, said Deku. My equipments are weakened severely, which is why I can't go beyond 10% as they will break down. Since I had no gauntlet on my right arm, I charged up to 20%. If these were new, I would have made short work of the Grim here in the forest. The students, hearing that, just dropped their jaws again. Someone blew away 2 Grims and created a freaking road in a forest with a punch, and that was done only at not even half the power. Pyrrha turned to her friends while sweat fell down from her forehead. Okay, I take it back. He could blow away a whole kingdom in a single attack at full power, said Pyrrha bluntly. Yang went and hugged her sister tightly. She checked up on her and sighed. So happy you are okay, said Yang. Thanks so much, cutie. Pleasure's all mine, said Deku. Deku pulled out some more bandages and pasted them over the wounds. They weren't deep enough, but the pain could be annoying. If Toshi was here, he would be very proud of you, said Nana. Yeah, sometimes I really wish to meet my friends and stuff back, answered Deku, but then again, I have a mission and cannot go against. You okay, 9th? Asked Hikage. My danger sense did a lot of bad damage to your head. Yeah, I'm fine, 4th. Answered Deku, it's not something I haven't handled before. A roar was heard as the students and Hiro looked up to see Flying Grim coming back, making Deku frown. He stretched a bit to loosen his muscles and bones up. That feather attack previously, it was exactly like Hawk's fierce wings. But a weaker version, muttered Deku as he looked at the students. You guys have taken your chess pieces, right? 'Cause that monster is circling back. There's no sense in dilly-dallying, said Weiss, regaining her composure. Our objective is right in front of us. She is right, said RWBY. Our mission is to grab an artifact and make it back to the cliff. There is no point in fighting these things. Run and live for another day, now that's an idea I would love to use every time, said Deku sarcastically. You guys are really idiots if you think that's gonna work. But why it won't? Asked RWBY, confused. You will see that later, said Deku. You guys probably won't believe my words, so we will follow your plan. And then I will point out all the wrongs when things go wrong. He then went to grab a chess piece while RWBY followed her and grabbed a horse piece. Deku was going to pick up the king, when his eyes landed on the rook piece beside it. It had a star mark on it, and it fascinated him a bit. After a second, he picked it up. That was very interesting piece, said Daigoro. Yeah, it was better looking than the others, answered Deku. A roar was heard. Deku's danger sense spiked up as he instantly whipped his head back to see a new Deathstalker approaching them. He frowned as he put the chess piece in his utility belt pouch and tightened his gauntlets on his arms. I think it's time we left, said Rin. Right, let's go, said RWBY as she put the piece in her pocket. Deku and RWBY started jogging in front of the others and the others followed. Both stopped behind a rock and signaled the others to follow them while Deku was looking in front and searching for possible threats other than the one following them. Yan looked at RWBY and smiled. Deku standing beside her reminded her of someone she had seen once. Blake saw her smile and went towards her. What is it? Asked Blake. Nothing, answered Yang. Let's say I am now a lot interested in the cutie. She followed the duo while Blake followed her, confused but then pushing it away. Time skip. The group was running across the temple ruins back towards the cliff. The Flying Grim was following them overhead. Deku had his eyes on the students. If anything was to go wrong, he wouldn't hesitate to go beyond his limits to save them. The students were trying to keep up with the duo, or more specifically, the green guy. He was jogging, but to them, it was as if he was running faster. The students then went and hid behind the pillars. The students then saw the Flying Grim landing on the biggest tower in front of them. Wow, that's just great, said Yang. I think you guys are forgetting something, said Deku. What? Asked RWBY. Suddenly, the ground trembled as the Deathstalker from the jungle came there, following them. Deku shook his head as he pointed at it. Run as if you are chased by dogs, said Deku calmly. The students except Rin, Nora and Deku started running towards tower. The Flying Grim started flying towards them as Ren and Nora came there. Nora, distracted, ordered Ren. The monster shot several feathers at her, who just dodged. Deku frowned after seeing the feathers. Nora took out her weapon, which was a grenade launcher. Deku jumped beside her as he pointed his Air Force gloves at the monster. Nora started shooting several grenades at the monster, while Deku charged up to 10% and started shooting air bullets at it. His attacks were comparable to the grenades. The monster flew away to the side. Deku's danger sense spiked up as he turned behind to see the Deathstalker catching up to Nora. Blake and Rin went to distract it while Deku grabbed Nora by her collar and jumped in the air. Weiss landed in the same spot they landed, surprised. Deku sighed as he shot a black whip tendril at her and pulled her towards him. He then jumped back and put the two girls on the ground. "Try to wait for some time," said Deku to Weiss. "Because I'm very fast." Pyrrha was running across the bridge in front of the tower. Deku shot at the Deathstalker to slow it down for the others. He then grabbed Ren and Blake and jumped at the bridge, directly beside Pyrrha. Pyrrha started shooting at the monster as Ren joined her. It just followed them and swung its claws at them slowly, who dodged and started running across the bridge. Danger sense spiked up as Deku looked to the left side to see the flying Grim coming towards them. He started shooting at it, which was blown back a bit, but not much since his level was at 10%. The monster came and rammed on the bridge, destroying a part of it. Blake, Ren and Pyrrha got separated to the other side of the bridge as Deku analyzed the situation properly. He turned to see Nora walking up to him. "Nora, can you jump to that side?" asked Deku. "Sure, not a big problem," said Nora as her weapon transformed from a grenade launcher to a hammer. She slammed it on the ground, making Deku jump in the air. She then shot a grenade and used the recoil to launch herself at the other side and swung her hammer hard on the Deathstalker's head. Deku activated Float in time to save himself and smiled at them. The monster swung its tail at her, who backflipped and mistakenly pushed Blake out of the bridge. The black-haired girl fell down as Deku saw and widened his eyes. He jumped down after her and launched 3 black whip tendrils at her, which caught her. He brought her close to him and started swinging across the mist to get up to the bridge. The flying Grim came up close to them. "Leave it to me," said Blake as Deku released the grip on her. The girl then started attacking the monster with her sword and cut down several of its feathers. Deku swung himself back towards the other 3 on the other side of the bridge. The flying Grim flew across them as Blake landed beside Yang while RWBY was watching the monster. "It's tougher than it looks," said Yang. "Then let's hit it with everything we've got." RWBY, Blake, Weiss and Yang readied their weapons as Deku watched them. Then, as the Grim came close to them, the girls started shooting at it. Nothing affected it. The monster rammed the tower they were standing on and destroyed the pillars. The girls started jumping to the top with various ways which impressed Deku. "Nice. They have a creative mind," said Deku. "Yang really reminds me of Ka-chan though." "Yeah, I haven't seen any girl like this," said Nana. The girls reached the top after 20 seconds. Weiss then looked at the monster still flying across unharmed. Deku then felt his danger sense spike up and looked to the direction of threat, only to see the hostility coming from the misty river down. He caught a glimpse of some red eyes and deduced that more Grim are probably there. "I think I have a sure way to get enough grades for us to pass," thought Deku. He looked at Pyrrha and the duo on the other side of the bridge. He had an idea on how to help them without helping them. "Pyrrha," called out Deku. "Huh." Pyrrha turned towards him. "What?" "Tell Rin to distract it for some time. You cut off its tail with your shield and let Nora smash it down," answered Deku, latching onto a ledge with his black whip. "Where are you going?" asked Pyrrha confused. "Downwards. Let's say I am going to spawn trap some Grim," answered Deku as he pointed his gloves at the Deathstalker and shot 4 air forces at it simultaneously 2 times, slowing it down a lot. "I've given you guys some head start. Go now." Pyrrha nodded and signaled Ran and Nora to run towards the Deathstalker. Deku meanwhile jumped down and landed in front of a waterfall. Many red eyes shone from the mist, making Deku frown as his danger sense spiked up from all directions. He sighed as now, he analyzed the situation. "I guess I was right. You guys are here, huh?" asked Deku calmly. "Now I am surrounded and trapped by a bunch of cheap copy versions of the Nomus." He stretched a bit as the Grim slowly surrounded him. Then suddenly, a smoke covered the greenette, confusing the monsters. 2 seconds later, a green light shone brightly as the area darkened suddenly with the smoke, and soon, a familiar figure's face came out, but now covered with mask. "Too bad, that's not the case." Deku's voice deepened. "You guys are here, trapped with me?" Reference to Hitman. Agent 47. The Grim monsters got scared for the first time at the eyes and sound of the greenette. The whole area soon got covered by the smoke and mist. Nothing could be seen, except more Grims coming there. Back with the hunters. The trio on the other side of the bridge started running towards the monster. Pyrrha remembered Deku's words and signaled Ren to distract it. Ren started shooting at the monster with his semi-auto SMG. Pyrrha threw her spear at its face, pushing a bit back. The Deathstalker swatted the bullets with its claw and swung its tail at him, knocking him towards the nearby wall. "Rin!" Nora cried out in worry at her friend. "Huh!" Pyrrha found something weird happening. She looked closely at the monster's golden tail area. It looked to be dangling loosely. She then remembered the previous Death Stalker on which Deku was stuck. She remembered his gloves getting stuck on it, and he tried to pulling it, making the monster roar in pain, signaling that he was actually uprooting the yellow part. Then there was that 20% punch. Deku had held onto the yellow part and punched it hard. The monster's whole tail got detached in less than a nanosecond. She then put the pieces together and remembered Deku's words. You cut off its tail with your shield and let Nora smash it down. He knew it. Pyrrha thought in her mind. She held out her hand and readied her shield. She pointed at the tail of the monster and threw it at the yellow part as hard as she could. The shield zoomed towards it and cut it off, making the part fall on the creature's head. The shield boomeranged back at her as she caught it and looked at Nora beside her. Nora, nail it! Exclaimed Pyrrha. All right. Nora answered excitedly. Pyrrha held out her shield over to make a pseudo-platform for Nora. The pink-skirted girl launched herself while using the shield and launched herself in the air. She squealed as she launched herself towards the Deathstalker and used her hammer. Smash! Nora yelled in excitement. She smashed down the yellow part on the Deathstalker, finally silencing the monster permanently. Ren got up shakily as he looked at the monster disappearing and sighed before turning to his friend. You really like smashing things, said Ren. Not like I love, exclaimed Nora. And that green-haired cutie's smash was awesome. Yeah, that a.k.a. Wait, what did you call him? Asked Ren confusedly. While the duo were chatting, Pyrrha smiled at their victory. She sighed as the trio managed to get a victory against a monster greater than them using someone's mind. She knew it was a right choice to team up with Deku rather than Weiss. He had completely exceeded all her expectations she had of him. His intellect and strength was off the charts. The thing which Pyrrha now wants to learn is how to predict a fight's outcome like Deku. She deduced that he knew they were gonna win the fight if they follow his words. She shook her head as she now waited for the green-haired hero to come back from hell. With the ones at the other side, Yan was currently holding the mouth of the flying Grim and standing at the entrance. She started shooting into the mouth. I hope you are hungry, Yan yelled as she shot into the mouth while yelling. Ora, ora, ora. She lured it towards the nearby cliffside and made it crash into the cliffside while she landed onto the ground. She smirked as she looked in front of her, where RWBY was standing over the top of the tower. She ran forward as Weiss slid beside her towards the monster and jumped up in front of it. She then froze the monster's tail and back-flipped back towards where the other trio were. Blake threw weapon's blade part towards Young, who held it on the side. The duo were standing on two pillars and made a makeshift slingshot. RWBY launched herself towards it and readied it while Weiss held her in place with her semblance, which turned from white to black. Of course you would come up with this idea, said Weiss. Yeah, I want to prove to Deku I am capable of fighting monsters on his level, said RWBY. Think you can make the shot? Can I? Asked Weiss sarcastically. Can't. RWBY asked her as she turned to her. Of course I can, retorted Weiss. RWBY smirked as she bolted her rifle once. Weiss got ready to change to launch RWBY as the platform behind RWBY changed to red. RWBY then got launched at high speeds towards the monster. She shot continuously to get herself at it fast and swung her weapon at its throat. She landed onto cliffside as Weiss again created the platforms which held her in place. She started the running upwards while the flying Grim's throat was stuck with the blade. She dragged it hard with her to make sure it gets cut. She then remembered the night she had met Deku. She remembered him running upwards with a zigzag way, leaving his green trails behind. Okay, focus, muttered RWBY. She then started running faster while dragging the monster. She then started leaving rose petals behind and zoomed upwards at a faster speed than before, imitating Deku's movements. The trio below saw only a red tornado dragging the monster up. As soon as she reached the top while continuously shooting, she pulled her crescent rose hard, and tore off the Grim's head from the body. She then landed onto the ground while the monster's huge body fell from the top as the trio down watched it fall. That was one of a hard work, said RWBY to herself. I hope this is recorded. I want him to see this. The trio on the other side saw the event and clapped a bit for the victory. RWBY went forward and stood with her crescent rose in her hands with her cape fluttering in the wind. Well, that was a thing, said Young below. RWBY's eyes darted towards other side, where she could see the other three but not her idol. She was confused as to why wasn't the green hero there. She searched the whole place from the top but didn't found any signs of him. Suddenly a roar was heard, shocking the students. They turned to the source to see another flying grim, albeit much bigger, fly towards RWBY. Yang widened her eyes seeing RWBY. Get out of there! Yang yelled as she readied her gauntlets. Where the hell this come from? The other two below joined the yellow-haired girl and started shooting at it. The creature, totally unfazed, swept its wing below, sending huge waves of air pressure at the trio. It then charged at RWBY, who was shooting at it. Suddenly, something zoomed past everyone as it crushed the creature's throat and dragging it to the cliffside and then threw it off the cliff, while it exploded in pieces and disappeared. What just happened? Asked Pyrrha, eyes widen. The students at the cliffside slowly opened their eyes as they saw who was the culprit behind the attack. Deku. He stood up slowly and looked at RWBY with a smile. Nice job, kid, said Deku, smiling. You will get stronger soon. Hearing this, RWBY smiled as her cheeks tinted pink hearing the compliment. The students down saw the greenette with his dancing green bioelectricity and his yellow cape fluttering. Yang then saw something weird. There was similarity between the way Deku was standing and between someone else she knew. She could have sworn she saw a woman's silhouette standing behind the greenette. She widened her eyes as she could see the woman's white cape fluttering in a similar way. The silhouette disappeared, which made her realize that the hero bears a striking resemblance with someone she knows, or knew. No way, Yang muttered to herself with her eyes widened. Far away, Pyrrha, Nora and Rin clapped for the performance done by Deku. Pyrrha sighed in relief as she thought her first, new friend might have died due to the injury on his face. Meanwhile, Weiss just had one thought in her mind as she looked at the green hero. Who the hell is he? Weiss asked to herself in her mind. Deku sighed in relief as none of the students had got injured. The one for all users would have complimented him, but now were silent. Inside the vestige realm, something was going wrong with the yellow vestige of All Might as the other users tried to find out what was happening. Russell Thrush, Carden Winchester, Dove Bronzewing, Skylark. The participants were seen on a stage where Ashbin was calling out to them while showing their faces on two large screens. Midoriya had an ice pack over his forehead injury. The doctor of the academy, someone named Professor Peach, had patched up his torso injuries, which weren't severe as he had expected. In fact, they were just scratches, like from a cat or tiger. Those are some weird names, thought Midoriya. I am not teasing them. It's just that they sound weird. Every time I think of that brownie Bronzewing, my mind says it's Browning. And what kind of name is Skylark, eh? The four of you retrieved the black bishop pieces, continued Ashbin as the four said boys stood. From this day onward, you will work together as Team CDRL, Cardinal, led by Carden Winchester. The newly formed Team CDRL got down as Midoriya, Pyrrha, Nora and Rin were going up, but Ashbin signaled them to stop and signaled RWBY, Blake, Weiss and Yang to come up. Pyrrha was confused but didn't mind as she stood beside Midoriya. Nora was remembering the 20% smash and drooling. Ren was eyeing on Midoriya's costume, and the greenette was thinking as to why the vestiges weren't talking with him. The four girls' images came up on screen as Ashbin, Blake Belladonna, RWBY Rose, Weiss Schnee and Yang Xiaolong. Started Ashbin. The four of you retrieved the White Knight pieces. From this day onward, you will work together as Team RWBY, led by RWBY Rose. Everyone started applauding while Weiss looked shocked at the announcement. Midoriya smiled as he knew RWBY could be a good leader. Yang hugged her tightly. I'm so proud of you, exclaimed Yang. Thanks, RWBY answered confusedly. She then turned towards Midoriya and sped over to him, who was still smiling while holding the ice pack over his forehead. She looked up to his eyes as he was taller than her. Congrats, RWBY. I'm sure you will be able to lead your team good, said Midoriya while giving her a thumbs up. Thanks. It's all because of you, said RWBY. Me. But what did I even do? Asked Midoriya confused. Oh, nothing. I was just inspired by your movements, said RWBY sheepishly. Ashbin interrupted her and said, She meant this, Mr. Midoriya? The screen showed RWBY dragging the flying grim to the top of the cliffside while leaving behind trails of red rose. Midoriya now realized what she meant. He just smiled and patted RWBY's head. Oh, so you meant that. You did good. I like that, said Midoriya. RWBY was blushing from the praise she got from her new friend and idol, and of course, from the head pat. It was a bit warm and comfortable. She could stay in that position for hours and not be tired. Ashbin coughed a bit, getting the greenhead's attention. Midoriya came up to the stage with the other three while RWBY went to her newly made Team RWBY. The images of the students came up on screen. Ajban pointed at them and said, Pira Nikos, Lyrin and Nora Valkyrie, you three retrieved the white rook pieces. He then turned to Midoriya and pointed at him. While you, Izuku Midoriya, retrieved the specially made 9 Aster Spectral Rook piece I had placed. Was it supposed to be something different from the other pieces? Asked Midoriya. Yes, continued Ajban. From today onward you all will be working together as Team Ipern, IPN. Ren will shoot a video while the other 3 do the thing. What? The 4 students yelled. From today onward you all will be working as Team MNPR, Manpower. Led by Izuku Midoriya, announced Ajban. Wait, me? Asked Midoriya. Why me? Pira's better than me. Oh really? Asked Ajban. What about this? He showed a picture of the Emerald Forest, specifically the area where Midoriya had destroyed. The students widened their eyes. There was literally a whole road made by Midoriya's smash. He had literally blown away every tree, grim and rocks etc. present in the vicinity. WW what? He created a freaking road. Jan yelled in shock. That's impossible. That's so cool, exclaimed Nora while hugging her friend. I must learn the art of smashing. Ruby had stars in her eyes seeing her idol's attack effects. She just thought the attack had blown away some parts of the forest, but didn't imagine it would create a whole road. Blake had an damn, I'm impressed expression on her face. Meanwhile, Weiss had a pale expression on her face. Not even close, I'm not even close, Weiss thought to herself. Midoriya looked at the image and sighed as he face-bombed. Oh no, I mistakenly did the thing I wasn't supposed to do, said Midoriya to himself. I was supposed to keep environmental damage to the minimum, but I guess I went overboard. Pira smiled sheepishly as she had sweat drop down her forehead. It's normal for environmental damage to happen, said Pira. You created a road in a forest several kilometers and all you care about is that you did an environmental damage, Weiss asked with wide eyes. I guess you did keep your word when you said we're going to blow away the whole road, chuckled Ajban. Ren had his eyes widened and his eyebrows raised to the top. Nora looked at him and dropped her jaw. Even Ren is surprised. The world is ending, Nora exclaimed. Not only this, continued Ajban. Mr. Midoriya had also fought multiple Grims at once and defeated each one of them. Izuku was confused at first, but then began to put the pieces together and realized what the old man was implying and said, Oh no you didn't. Oh yes I did. Ajban gave a smile. Did what? Asked Pira. Did some chaos down into the abyss, answered Ajban. Nora squealed loudly and asked, Can I please see it? Please. 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 Sure. But please watch it at your own risk, said Ajban. He took out a remote and pressed a button. The screen changed to a white image. It was paused. He looked at the students. Since it will be utter chaos, I have set a particular music to it, said Ajban as he sat on a chair and resumed the video. The students and others present just stood still with their mouths open while Midoriya had covered his face with his hands to get the attention off him. It was indeed a rip and tear. It was a terrifying sight and thank God, the Grim disappear after defeated. Izuku was seen zooming around the forest while there were multiple Grim monsters attacking him, or more like trying to attack. There were almost all types of Grim trying to attack him, like Beowulfs, Deathstalkers etc. The green hero was retaliating by shooting multiple air bullets at the Grim, kicking the monsters, punching their heads off and using his black whip tendrils to pull the monsters towards himself and beating them up into the sky. The monsters could only give him small scratches. He tore off the monsters which had gotten close to him with his bare hands. All students were now staring at the boy as if they saw him bringing a whole truckload of champagne. Nora had stars in her eyes as she stared at the boy. She ran over to him and shook him violently, making him look at her with shaky eyes. From now on, we are sparring buddies. Oh better. We are the Smash Buddies, Nora squealed. Nora let the boy go, who was now almost going puke due to violent shaking. The others were still silent. Ruby's respect for Izuku had skyrocketed to space. Pira was in shock and relief as she now knew Izuku can defend himself better than the others and was now interested in his semblance. Blake was just staring at the boy who had saved her at the initiation and who probably shared the same love for books as her. Jan was now also going to make the boy her sparring buddy. And was thinking about chatting with him about some fighting tactics and Weiss. Well, she was traumatized. Not close, not even a damn % close to that kind of strength. Wise thoughts just rammed inside her head as she looked at the boy. What kind of semblance does he possess? Did that because I wanted to get enough scores to be able to pass the initiation with Pyrrha. I didn't knew I had did so much damage. Should be more careful from now on, said Midoriya sheepishly. Because of that, you actually shattered all the previous records of every schools and created a new record, one which can only be broken by you, said Ashbin while eating a popcorn. The students were now very much curious as to how much strong was Midoriya at his fullest power. A thought came to Blake's mind which was disturbing her. Hold up, if Izuku's that strong, then why didn't his aura heal him when he got hit? Asked Blake. Pyrrha got interrupted by Midoriya signaling her to stop. It's because my aura is very unlike you all. You guys can heal yourself from simple cuts and scratches, and even some major injuries. But that does not apply to mine, answered Izuku, ready to give his own story of his aura. My aura is not activatable. It doesn't heal me or give me barrier protection from other hostilities like you guys. Say what? That's absurd, said Weiss with wide eyes. That's not possible. Every person possesses aura, no matter how weak it is, it always is present in a person. That doesn't apply to mine, Weiss, said Izuku. And that's the truth. Then how you able to use that semblance of yours? Asked Rin. That's where my aura comes in. It isn't capable of providing me protection, but can allow me to use my semblance as much as I want. But since I don't have healing or stuff, if I overuse my semblance, it will break me down, answered Izuku. Well, that settles it. You can ask him questions about it later, said Ashbin as he got up. Also, I didn't mention it, but since you retrieved the 9 Aster-Rook piece, you are now capable of joining other teams on their missions, even act as their support and backup. I didn't knew this could have happened, said Midoriya. We weren't informed about it. But why it's named 9 Aster? That's for me to know, and you to find out, said Ashbin while smiling. Izuku was confused, but then realized what it meant. He had told the old guy about being the 9th user of One for All, and Aster means star. One for All has also been described by Yoichi as a star which grows from the strength of 8 generations and now is still growing inside the 9th generation. The old guy had given a literal reference to it. Izuku had sweat dripping from his forehead. He's gonna expose me real soon, that guy, thought Izuku. As if reading his mind, Ashbin nodded in denial, making the boy sigh in relief. The other students started chatting with each other as Ashbin looked at them. Glinda went closer to Ashbin. Professor, did you put this custom-made rook piece there? Whispered Glinda. Yes, I did, answered Ashbin. He will soon start his hunt, and since there's a possibility the other teams might encounter the villains, I made this rook piece different from others under the excuse that from now on, he can join the others in their missions. The two professors stared at the children chatting among themselves, with Izuku being out a bit. Looks like things are shaping to be in, thought Ashbin while remembering all the incidents that have happened in the past. Interesting year. What's wrong? Why can't I hear them anymore? Thought Izuku worriedly. He has been trying his best, but still couldn't communicate with the vestiges. He was now worried that something might have happened to them, and was determined to talk with them, even if he had to knock himself unconscious. Meanwhile, far away somewhere, the criminal named Roman Torchwick was now standing in front of a table, while sighing. He lit a cigar and pulled out a big puff of it while a man in mask brought a trolley and looked at him. Roman gave a deck of cards, who took it and put it in his pocket. Open it, ordered Roman. The masked man opened the trolley. Inside was several dust crystals of all types. Roman picked up a blue crystal from among them. Behind him was a map of Remnant, on which several places were marked, including Beacon, which was circled. We are gonna need more men. Those meta guys will be the protectors of those men, said Roman. One of them has already been sent to get another shop. At night, a person was seen robbing a dust shop. The people and the shopkeeper had ran away, seeing the humongous figure in fear. Some robots had come there to capture him and started shooting at him, who was just getting scratched. He retaliated by throwing robots around. The person was a giant pink man with huge muscles and had a muscle growing on his head. Haha. This is the best. The person was in joy while destroying the robots. There's no one to stop me, not even a hero. Or should I say, hunters. He was continuously beating the robots when suddenly, smoke filled the area, making him stop his rampage. This confused him as he hadn't seen this earlier. Habit headgear. A low mid-level villain. A familiar voice was heard from the smoke, startling the villain. It was not only because the voice was so familiar but he couldn't point his finger as to where it was, but also because it was said in Japanese. Huh. Who the hell are you? The villain named Habit Headgear yelled out in frustration. Who sent you here? The voice asked as the smoke increased in the area. Why should I tell you? Who are you anyway? Habit yelled. Suddenly, a familiar dark tendril zoomed across the smoke and grabbed the villain, making him drop the robot in pain. More tendrils grabbed him tightly, making him unable to move. Footsteps were heard from the smoke. Quirk. Trap flex. Able to increase muscles to some bit, mostly the shoulders. Also able to give you flexibility in your shoulders, which can allow you to crush anything between your arms. Got sent to jail by All Might after getting knocked down by his Missouri Smash. The villain widened his eyes at the description of the ability, or more likely, his ability. He was now even more surprised after hearing the word quirk and All Might in this world. The footsteps stopped and only small bits of green electricity were seen bouncing through the smoke. If you don't tell me who sent you here. The voice continued in a threatening tone, scaring the villain a bit. I will make you vomit up the words. You have already destroyed a lot of property, stole many dust from this shop and injured few civilians who were around here. A dark shadow with glowing green eyes and fluttering cape along with big gloves was seen, making the villain tremble in fear. I am gonna get every one of you here back, even if that means to beat you guys black and blue, said the figure. The villain now just prayed for his own safety and understood why Moonfish had got beaten previously. Weiss was sleeping peacefully in her dorm room. She opened her eyes slowly and got up and yawned. What she didn't know was that RWBY was beside her. She had a whistle in her hand. She whistled loudly beside her ear, scaring the life out of her, who fell down from her table. RWBY was wearing the Beacon School's uniform, red checkered skirt along with maroon shirt. Good morning, Team RWBY, RWBY exclaimed. What in the world is wrong with you? Weiss asked annoyed. Now that you're awake, we can officially begin our first order of business, said RWBY, ignoring Weiss' sayings. Excuse me. Weiss was confused. Decorating, said Yang, who was standing beside Weiss with several things along with Blake. Both the girls were also wearing the school uniform. What? Weiss asked again, still confused. We still have to unpack, said Blake while showing her briefcase and tilting her head. The briefcase locks opened and the briefcase opened, making the contents inside fall out and onto the ground. Blake looked at it and sighed in annoyance. And clean, sighed Blake. Weiss was staring at the two with confusion. RWBY again whistled loudly beside her, making her fall down. All right. RWBY smirked while looking at her team. Weiss, Blake, Yang and their fearless leader RWBY have begun their first mission. Banzai. Banzai. Wahoo. Yang and Blake joined RWBY and raised their hands up. Weiss sighed as she looked at her team acting weirdly. It's not even one day and she was already fed up with her new team. Outside. Huff, huff, huff. A certain green-haired hero was running back from his morning jog. Izuku was thinking about what to do next after school, when suddenly, he was interrupted by some familiar voices. Ninth. Are you there? Yoichi Shigaraki's voice was heard as his spirit floated beside the boy. Wa. The first. What's wrong? Asked Izuku, surprised by the sudden appearance. Oh, nothing. I was just checking whether we are still able to communicate with you, answered Daigoro Banjo from his throne. Where were you guys anyway? I couldn't communicate with you guys yesterday, no matter how many times I fell asleep, said Izuku while jogging. So, what happened? Is something wrong with One for All? No, nothing's wrong, said Hikage Shinomori. We are sorry we didn't told you anything. Anyway, congratulations on getting a team and being its leader. Thanks, but what had happened with you guys? Asked Izuku. It was about Yagi-san, said Hikage. His vestige has been acting weird since yesterday. What's wrong with him? Is he okay? Asked Izuku worriedly. He is okay, for now I guess, said Yoichi. Something was happening with his vestige since yesterday. He's okay now. If you want to confirm. Izuku felt his own vestige getting patted on the head by someone. It was All Might's vestige, who was reassuring him. He was still yellow, but he looked a bit faint. Thank God. If anything happens, please inform me. I don't want to be kept out of anything which is related with One for All. I am also a part of it, said Izuku as he started sprinting towards the dorms. Before nearing the entrance, Izuku saw Ajpin waving at him while smiling. He had his signature coffee cup and cane. Izuku stopped in front of him and panted as he looked at the old headmaster. "Good morning, Mr. Midoriya," said Ashbin, sipping. "How was your sleep?" "Went good, I guess," answered Izuku. "Anyway, did you wanted me for anything?" "Yes, did you find any info from that villain you caught?" asked Ashbin. "Nope, I had terrified him with the thought that he would say the truth," said Izuku. Habit just said a woman in red clothes had promised him with power in exchange for dust, so he carried out the orders. He only knows that Moonfish is with him. That's all. Izuku frowned as he remembered the night he met the criminals. He clenched his fists tightly as he looked at Ashbin. "About that, did you do what I asked you?" asked Izuku. Yes, creating a specialized electro-prison made of iron, titanium and tungsten along with several more metals to hold the villains. Yes, I told a friend of mine to start on that," answered Ashbin. "The only problem is that it will take a lot of time." "Where is that villain you captured anyway?" "Locked up at the nearby prison. I have knocked him out so hard it will take a lot of time for him to get up." "Possibly Komid," said Izuku. "Anyway, I'm going to get my team ready. Class will start in a few minutes." By Ashbin. Izuku resumed his jogging towards while Ashbin sighed. He looked up in the sky while smiling and drank some hot chocolate as he went back to his office. Back to Team RWBY. Yan was putting up a poster of boys looking on the wall. Weiss put up a framed poster of a forest in red color. She had worn her school uniform. Blake was putting some books in the shelf. She picked up a book which was named Ninjas of Love and widened her eyes. She quickly put it back into her bag. Ruby put up the curtain with the handle of her crescent rose. She turned back to smile at her teammates, unknowingly cutting down the curtain in a slanting way with the blade part of the weapon. Later, the cut part was back stuck onto the curtain by the team. The biggest problem was with beds. It was so cramped the beds were put on top the other, and it looked like a mess. "This isn't going to work," said Weiss, looking at the beds. "It is a bit cramped," said Blake. "Maybe we should ditch some of our stuff," suggested Yang. "Or we could ditch the beds," said Ruby, an idea coming to her mind, "and replace them with bunk beds." That sounds extremely dangerous," said Weiss nervously. "And super awesome," exclaimed Yang. "It does seem efficient," agreed Blake. "Well, we should put it to a vote," said Weiss. "Ha, I think we just did," said Ruby. The girls then started working on the work and a few minutes later, stood where they were. "Objective completed," said Ruby, looking at their handicraft. The beds were kept in a horrendous position. 2 beds were kept on top the other with the top one kept over few books at the corners. The other were in a more dangerous position. The top bed was floating in the air with the corners being tied with ropes at the ceiling. "All right. Our second order of business is classes," said Ruby as she picked up a book and sat on the top bed. "Now, we have a few classes together today. At 9 we have got a..." "What?" asked Weiss, surprised. "Did you say 9 o'clock? Ruby was confused at her saying. "It's 8:55, you dunce," yelled Weiss. Weiss ran out of the room as her teammates looked behind her. Ruby was sweating nervously. To class," Ruby exclaimed as she started running behind Weiss. Blake and Yang followed their crimson leader and Snow White. Outside, the team ran towards the classes as Ashbin and Glinda looked at them. Ashbin calmly sipped some hot chocolate while Glinda looked at her watch to see the time. Time skip. Monsters, demons, crawlers of the night. Yes, the creatures of Grimm have many names. The teacher of the class was currently saying this. But I merely refer to them as prey. Team MNPR was already there from the start. They had all woken up early and gone to the classes. Or more like their leader, Izuku had dragged them. They weren't waking up on Izuku's continuous wake-up calls, so he had put on a loud screeching sound on his scroll to wake them up. Team RWBY were sitting behind them. Blake was reading a book, Yang was looking at the teacher, Weiss was looking at the book and RWBY was disinterested in the class. Nora was also disinterested in the class, Ren was staring at the professor, Pira was listening to the teacher. Izuku meanwhile, had 2 notebooks on his table along with the book. One of them was labeled Remnant Research on the cover and the other one was unnamed. He was currently writing all the names of the Grimm and its different types, abilities, behavior, figure etc. while talking mentally with the one for all users and listening to the professor's speech at the same time. "What are you doing, Ninth?" asked Yoichi. "Getting the required info about the Grimm. If I need to go up against the villains as well as the Grimm, I need to get as much info as I can to use every advantage against them, answered Izuku mentally. That's a good strategy, said second. Look for every advantage. Exploit every info you get against them. I agree. Use our quirks however as you want to against them, said N. But putting that aside, I think you should also listen to the teacher, said Daigoro. Cause I think you are disrespecting him in a way a bit. I don't think so. I am researching, talking to you guys and listening to him. Although I think it's not important since he's talking about his own story, answered Izuku. How much info do you have? Asked Hikage. Currently getting about all the Grimm. About the villains, I have a whole list of the villains who were in the war, who were in different teams and all from the Endeavor Agency, answered Izuku. Weiss was looking at Izuku's notebook and saw him writing about the Grimms. The heading was Grimm Info. Beneath it was written all about the Grimm types, their abilities, etc. All of them were written in points and bullets, along with several labeled diagrams with arrows pointing to the points. There was even an algorithm of the monsters, along with the possible weaknesses. Izuku started muttering in his mind. I need to start my training. I need to reach full call 100% as fast as possible with no backlash. Sure, my full 100% is able to roughly replicate one for all at 100%, but full call at 100% is the most fastest out of my all forms. And adding pseudo 100% with it, I can outspeed any villain here. I meant, being so fast no one can even perceive me moving. Besides, many villains can beat me at my current power. Oh, Izuku, called out Weiss, making the boy snap back to reality. Oh, there goes Uravity. Yeah, what's up? Asked Izuku, confused. Why are you writing about the Grimm monsters so much detailed? Asked Weiss. Do you not know about them? Research. It's one of my hobbies. I like to research things which are even known or common, answered Izuku. You are really a weird guy, said Weiss as she focused back to her studies as she thought really weird. Too weird to be even considered a human. Our planet is absolutely teeming with creatures that would love nothing more than to tear you to pieces, continued the professor. And that's where we shall come in. Huntsmen, huntresses. Yang was now bored. Same goes with the others, except Izuku, who was having the time of his life getting the Grimm infos. Ah, yup. A student from the back randomly stood up and exclaimed and sat back. Izuku was giving him "Are you dumb?" face while the one for all users had facepalmed at the random student's stupidity. The greenette just sighed. That is what you are going to become. But first, a story, said the teacher. A story about a young, handsome man, me? Izuku banged his head lightly on the table in frustration while the one for all users tried to calm him. Okay, I can tolerate things. But there comes a limit to everything, said Izuku in his mind. This guy's literally telling stories. We came here to study and fight. And isn't he supposed to be telling us about how the Grimm types and their abilities work? Even Ectoplasm Sensei's mathematics class was more tolerable. At least we had to use our minds continuously. He should write storybooks about himself, said Banjo. I bet he has already made a few dozen copies, said N. Kid, just focus on your own stuff. Ignore him, said second. Weiss was now bored on hearing the professor's boring story. She heard some scribbling sounds and turned to see RWBY doing something in her notebook. Despite smelling of cabbages, my grandfather was a wise man. Peter told me, blah blah blah. The professor's voice was now getting irritated to every student present. RWBY was drawing something on her notebook. She then showed it to her team, who saw that she had drawn a man with ball instead of torso. At the top she had written "RWBY Roseport Grimm." Yang chuckled at seeing the drawing while Weiss looked frustrated at the girl. The professor named Port coughed to get their attention. In the end, the Beowulf was no match for my sheer tenacity, continued Port. And I returned to my village with the beast in captivity, and my head held high, celebrated as a hero. He then bowed down. Izuku had only 10 pages left to complete his research on the Grimm monsters. He perked up lightly as the word hero but realized the man was still continuing his boring story, so he went back to his info. The moral of the story? Asked Port. RWBY was balancing several things at once while Weiss looked at her in anger. Bonk. RWBY felt a light bonk on her back side of her head. She looked to see Izuku looking at her. He had got out of his seat in an instant. Whatever you want to do it by not distracting others, said Izuku, pointing at Weiss getting irritated. Sorry, apologized RWBY, putting the things back to where they were. Izuku went back to his seat. RWBY started sleeping while Weiss gritted her teeth harder as she saw her like that. RWBY then started scratching her nose as Weiss was now bubbling with anger inside her. Izuku's danger sense spiked up lightly as he looked to the source of the hostility, and was surprised to find Weiss. Why is danger sense giving danger signals from her? Asked Izuku to himself. If danger sense isn't alerting loudly, means she has bad intentions. Or traces of it. Answered Hikage. And she already has an expression which says that she has bad intention. So, who among you believe themselves to be the embodiment of these traits? Asked Port. Weiss and Izuku both raised their hands in unison. I do, sir, not sure, but I can give a try. Weiss and Izuku said simultaneously. Well then, let's find out. Said Port. Step forward and face your opponent. MS, Shni, we'll start with you. Two red eyes were seen glowing from the shadows of the cage which was kept behind Port. Small time skip. Weiss was wearing her white clothes and had her weapon on her left hand. Izuku meanwhile just stood at the sidelines. He didn't needed his Air Force gauntlets nor his mid-gauntlets, or his iron saws. He now stared at the girl's position. The way she is holding a rapier with her left hand, it proves she is a very skilled fighter. She could be better than most veterans in battle. Thought Izuku. Now that I think about it, this will be my first time I am seeing her fight. I have only seen her move at very fast speed. Go Weiss. Cheered Yang. Fight well. Cheered Blake while having a small triangular flag. Yeah, represent Team RWBY. Cheered RWBY. Weiss looked at the girl and said angrily. RWBY, I'm trying to focus. This set up a red flag inside Izuku's head. Nobody had focused on it, but Izuku's ears picked up the way how the white girl had said it. It sounded to be somewhat similar to someone who was Izuku's friend. Oh. Sorry. Apologized RWBY. Alright. Said the professor as he raised his weapon, which looked to be a dual-sided axe. Let the match begin. He swung it hard onto the lock of the cage, breaking it. The cage door fell down to show a boar-like grim monster. Izuku tore some pages from his notebook to analyze Weiss' fighting style and put it into his analysis notebook later. The monster ran towards the white girl, who hit it with her rapier and rolled to the side. Ha! Wasn't expecting that, were you? Asked Port. I did, said Izuku casually, surprising the teacher. Ho ho, looks like you know somewhat about them, said Port. I guess, said Izuku. Hang in there, Weiss. Cheered RWBY. Weiss launched herself at the monster, who used its horn and pulled away the weapon from the girl. The weapon was now stuck onto its horn. Bold new approach. I like it, said Port. She is trying to do a frontal assault, thought Izuku, but why? As far as I remember, she could fight at long range too. Guess she uses those dust, which might destroy this area. Come on, Weiss, show it who's boss. Cheered RWBY again. Weiss looked momentarily at the girl with angry expression on her face. She got temporarily distracted, which gave the monster an advantage. It then threw away the rapier behind and pushed the girl back. Oh ho. Now what will you do without your weapon? Asked Port. The monster then rushed at the girl with its horn ready. Weiss dodged to the side and rushed to her fallen weapon and grabbed it. She could go for its belly, thought Izuku. Weiss, go for its belly, suggested RWBY. There's no armor underneath. Stop telling me what to do. Weiss finally yelled back angrily. Pure anger was all over her face, silencing RWBY. Izuku's danger sense spiked harder, signaling the increased hostile behavior from the girl. The greenette frowned at the sight. He was teach that spoiled girl a lesson for yelling at her teammate. Sure, RWBY may have disturbed her focus a little, but that didn't mean she could scold her so badly. He knew that the white girl had bad relations with his friend from the very first day. The monster then started rolling towards the girl at fast speed. Weiss opened up a glyph in front of her, making the creature ram its head. The girl then jumped back, opening another glyph and using it as a foothold, she launched herself at it and stabbed it with her rapier. Bravo. Bravio. Cheered Port. Reminded me of Aida, thought Izuku. It appears we are indeed in the presence of a true huntress in training. Praised Port. Now, it's time for you, Mr. Izuku Midoriya. Weiss was seen panting as she set her weapon down while the creature disappeared into thin mist. Izuku had noted Weiss' fighting technique. She fights with precision and speed. Noted Izuku while going to the front of the cage, she doesn't seem to have high firepower, but can compensate for it by using her speed and precision. She also can form those weird glyph-looking things to give herself advantages under certain situations. Up until now, I have only seen those serve as platforms and launch things. Don't know what else can she do. Mr. Izuku, where are your weapons? Asked Port. Oh, I don't need them now. I don't want to blow this place away, answered Izuku casually. My fists and legs are enough. Izuku raised his shirt sleeves. Everyone then could see the scars all down his arms. His whole arm was covered in them. Blake widened her eyes at them. What the hell? Why does he have so many scars? Thought Blake. Most just thought of them as tattoos on arms. But the Nico girl knew quite well what he had. Alright, get ready, said Port, moving towards the second cage and raising his axe. Go Izuku, cheered RWBY. Go fearless Smash Leader, cheered Nora. Good luck, cheered Pyrrha. Weiss moved to the sidelines and stared at the Greenette, who now took his own stance. The teacher broke the lock and out came a similar-looking boar Grim. The creature glared up at the boy, who also stared at the creature with calculating eyes. The monster then rushed towards the Greenette with its horns ready. Izuku just stepped to the side, letting the monster ram its head onto the wall. Ha ha. A nice dodge. Looks like you know what to do, said Port. The creature shook its head and turned towards the Greenette. It started spinning at high speed and zoomed at him. Izuku just smirked and did a roundhouse kick, knocking the creature back at the wall, which in turn twisted its neck. In just a few seconds, the Greenette one-shot the creature. The teacher clapped his hands. Bravo. A way to subdue your opponent without causing excessive damage and without any weapons or semblance. Praised Port. It seems we have another one who will be a great huntsman. No wonder Ashbin made you the support for other teams. You are giving me too much praise, said Izuku sheepishly. Way to go Izuku, praised RWBY. I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today. Be sure to cover assigned readings and stay vigilant, said Port. Class dismissed. Weiss had an angry frown on her face. She went out while the others looked at her. Izuku decided to check onto her. Time skip. Weiss was walking down the hallways, frustrated. RWBY quickly followed up behind her and turned around the corner. Weiss, called out RWBY. What? Asked Weiss, frustrated. What's wrong with you? Why are you being? RWBY was interrupted by the white girl sharply. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? Answered Weiss. You are supposed to be a leader, and all you've been so far is a nuisance. What did I do? Asked RWBY, shocked. That's just it, replied Weiss angrily. You have done nothing to earn your position. Back in the forest you acted like a child and you've only continued to do so. Weiss, where is this coming from? Asked RWBY. What happened to all the talk about working together? I thought you believed in acting in a team. Not a team led by you, replied Weiss curtly. I've studied and trained, and quite frankly, I deserve better. I can understand why Izuku was chosen as a leader. He's strong, he's actually a studious person. He created a new Remnant record all by himself. He could be probably better than any of us, so I can understand his position as a leader. But not yours. Neither you have strength, nor you study. Weiss stopped her rant as she turned her back on RWBY. The girl meanwhile was on the verge of tears as she heard this. She did whatever she could to beat the monsters, and yet there was still some people who thought that she didn't earn her position fairly. The white girl went out while RWBY was downcast. She started to turn around, only to see Izuku standing and looking at her in worry. Look, before you ask me what I feel about you, I am telling my answer right now, said Izuku. No, you have earned your position with whatever things you had at your disposal. I don't doubt that. But W. Weiss. RWBY was stopped by Izuku head-patting the girl, stopping her crying. She just needs to realize the truth of life, said Izuku. She scolded you because she has trained probably in a harsh environment, while she thinks you didn't train like that. If she says that you were chosen by mistake, train harder, improve yourself, break through your limits, and show her that you aren't a mistake. RWBY nodded lightly while the Greenette smiled. Now let me handle her. She just needs a small lesson of life, said Izuku. Izuku then went after the white girl, while RWBY looked at him going away. She rubbed her tears away and turned back to see Ashbin standing and drinking hot chocolate. That conversation with Ms. Shini didn't seem to go very well, said Ashbin. Mr. Midoriya handled you far better than I could. I still want to ask. Is she right? Asked RWBY. Did you make a mistake? That remains to be seen, said Ashbin while chuckling. Outside, Weiss was strutting out of the class building angrily, when she heard some footsteps behind her. She turned back to see Izuku walking up to her and frowned. Weiss, what's wrong with you? Why did you lash out on RWBY? Asked Izuku. Are you angry at her for acting like a child? Yes, why won't I be? Retorted Weiss. She is a child. She was so distracting during the whole class. During the initiation, she just got in my way every time I tried to fight. Out of just sheer luck she formed that plan, which could have failed had she lost her focus. She even has a short temper. She angrily sliced down a tree after hearing my opinion on her. This is not suitable for a huntress. And not to mention you did most of the work, you saved her from the wyvern which was going to attack her. Izuku just stood still while his green hair shadowed over his eyes. Weiss continued her rant, not noticing the boy's reaction. I honestly think Ashbin made a mistake making her the leader, continued Weiss. I trained most of my life, I studied hard and I excelled in almost every field. I should be the one who should have been a leader. I can understand why he made you the leader. You have all the qualities of a hunter, strength, power, speed and high intellect. And let's not forget the fact that you made a record which can be broken only by you. Izuku finally looked at her with pity in his eyes. Weiss, tell me honestly, you are jealous of me and RWBY, aren't you? Asked Izuku. Weiss was taken back by his question. She was expecting some sort of disagreement to her statement, not this. What? How dare you say that? Asked Weiss angrily. Then why do you keep on targeting me and RWBY? Asked Izuku. He then started advancing towards the girl, who in reply was stepping back each time he stepped forward while a blush started forming on her cheeks. From the start, I have seen you go against RWBY the most. I ignored it thinking maybe you two guys will become friends later. But later, I noticed how irritated you become to anything related to RWBY. Continued Izuku. Anything she does, you become angrier. Well, that's because she is acting totally childish. That eye is not fit for a leader, said Weiss, nervous on how close the boy was. She just started in the school. This is a place for learning, it will take time for her to mature. She is 2 years younger than us, so sure she will act childish, retorted Izuku. If I am not wrong, you are angry that she has become the leader instead of you, since you consider yourself a perfectionist. I am not a perfectionist. I am close to it, said Weiss, frowning. Or at least better than her. She doesn't deserve to be the leader. I trained hard, studied hard, I deserve better. Sigh. I see the problem now, sighed Izuku. Look, you may be better than her, me, everyone else here, but that does not mean you will get everything forever. Nothing will work in your favor forever. You need to get that thing in your head. Life will never be sweet forever, so face that reality now. You need to coordinate with teams in order to save people. Isn't that why I joined this school? Weiss widened her eyes as she heard this. Sure, it may sound rude, but it was the truth. I see a girl with lot of potential in front of me, continued Izuku. But it's been wasted by her attitude. What do you mean? Asked Weiss, confused. Your attitude and behavior. You act as if you could do everything on your own, answered Izuku. You refuse to team up with your own team. You try to team up with the strongest, which may seem good, but if you ever team up with any other huntsman, you won't be able to perform good. RWBY is sociable and has a good attitude, which allows her to form bonds with others. She could fight with other people. Izuku then put his hands on her shoulders, surprising the girl with his action unknowingly. Listen, here at Beacon, we study to become huntsmen, people who save those who cannot save themselves. They are almost comparable to heroes, said Izuku. So, please change your attitude and go reconcile with RWBY. Who knows, there might be some day she will come to save you. Saying this, Izuku went away back to the dorms, while Weiss contemplated on his sayings. Port was watching this exchange from far. He chuckled lightly as he patted his mustache. Seems like there was no need for me to intervene, said Port to himself. He wasn't the only one watching. Ashbin and RWBY were also seeing it from behind the pillars. The duo had a talk about RWBY's selection earlier and saw Izuku talking with the white girl and decided to eavesdrop. Ashbin smiled seeing this. I told you MS, Rose, he can handle it, said Ashbin. Anyway, I guess it's time for you to go back to your room. Sure, said RWBY reluctantly as she frowned, clutching her heart. Time skip. Blake and Yang were sleeping peacefully in their own beds in their room. Weiss opened the door and entered the room. Weiss got to the bed on top of Yang's, and saw Ruby sleeping with a pen in her hand. There were several books around her. Weiss looked at the pages, and saw that Ruby had managed to reach the teachings of the class. The white girl lightly tapped her hand, waking her up. Ruby jolted up. Weiss. I was studying and I fell asleep and I'm sorry, uttered Ruby. Weiss covered her mouth and signaled her to be silent. She then looked at the empty mug in front. How do you take your coffee? Asked Weiss quietly. I don't, answered Ruby confusedly. Answer the question, Weiss said sharply. Cream and 5 sugars. Ruby answered quickly. Don't move, sighed Weiss as she got down. The white girl reappeared few seconds later with a mug of coffee and held it out to the smaller girl. Here, said Weiss. Thanks, Weiss, thanked Ruby, taking the mug. So, please change your attitude and go reconcile with Ruby. Who knows, there might be some day she will come to save you. Izuku's words repeated in Weiss' head as she looked at Ruby. Ruby, I think you have what it takes to be a good leader, said Weiss. Just know that I am going to be the best teammate you'll ever have. Good luck studying. She got down and reappeared a second later, pointing at the copy. That's wrong, by the way, said Weiss. Weiss then got down again and went towards the door while Ruby watched her go. The white girl turned to her. Hey Ruby, said Weiss. I always wanted bunk beds as a kid. Saying this, she went out of the room and closed the door behind her. Ruby lied down to study as she smiled. She then thought about a certain someone. Thanks Izuku, for making her be friends with me. Thought Ruby, I swear I will work hard. Meanwhile, today is very quiet. A certain green-haired hero said to no one as he sat on the rooftop of a building. He was eating some energy bars. Indeed. It's as if we had been pulled back to when the era of quietness during my time, said a.k.a. Shinomori. Kid, I think it's better you rest tonight, said Banjo. There haven't been any incidents recently. I agree with him, said En. You better rest and get yourself in absolute peak shape, if you want to fight the villains. Maybe you guys are right, muttered Izuku. Alright, let me make a last round around Vale and I will go back. Izuku stood up and gobbled down the energy bar. It's nights like these that villains make full work of themselves, said Izuku as he pulled down his mask. Midoriya-kun, which villains do you think are here? Asked Yoichi. Not sure, but excluding All for One and Tamura, most of the PLF members, I guess, answered Izuku. Several prisoners were absent from the cells. It is highly possible that other villain organizations are also here. However, only time can tell that. Saying this, Izuku bent down and jumped high in the sky using his float to go around the city one last time before retreating. A man in a hoodie was walking down a road in Vale at night. It was total darkness. Only the light of the few old light poles were seen glimmering. The stray dogs and cats nearby ran away from him. Few screeched and barked at him, who just ignored them. The man walked into an alley, where a girl was seen waiting for him. The girl was looking at her scroll. As the man walked up to her, she put it away and turned to him and said, You sure like to take your time, huh? It's not easy to hide from the public, said the man. The police have been increased in numbers, and I cannot attack them freely, even though I could, to prevent our trails getting tracked. Can you really do that? Said the girl wide-eyed, before recomposing. Whatever, it's not like you will go rampage through the whole city like a man. When's the next phase? Asked the man impatiently. I'm not getting informed about this. If your plans waste my time, I'm gonna go against you guys. Chill out, replied the girl. Cinder informed me to inform you guys to wait till the vital tournament. It will be then, when she will execute her plan. What's the plan though? Asked the man confused. Dunno. Didn't told me that, said the girl nonchalantly. You guys need to just wait for her signal, and then send your allies into the battlefield. No need for you to go now. Alright. It better be worth of the wait, said the man, turning away. At this moment, the girl realized she had forgotten to say something. You know, I have an info you might really be interested in, said the girl. This caught the attention of the man, who turned towards her. His face couldn't be seen from the shadows of his hoodie. Ho! And what that might be? Asked the man. The girl replied. Cinder had said that previously, someone had attacked her and your knife-toothed guy. Someone who was too fast for her to track, and very powerful, able to break one of the rudders of the bullhead. I think that person might be from your area too. How did he look? Asked the man, interested. No idea, said the girl. She didn't give me any other info about that guy. Just that he is extremely fast and strong. Looks like I need to train more, sighed the man. If I don't have any info on him, then I will train myself. Ho! Are you scared of him? Asked the girl, smirking. This angered the man, who gave her a death stare, making her sweat a bit in fear. Small puffs of smoke were forming over his hand. I have never been scared of anyone, replied the man. I have trained my quirk all my life to improve myself as much as possible. I have fought against the heroes many times, many who were powerful than me, and defeated them. If I can do that, then I can also defeat that hero which is here. Don't try to lump me with your weakling teams. Saying this, the smoke disappeared as the man turned away and walked to the other side of the alley, where a car stopped by. The man entered into it, and then the car drove away. The girl just watched the car going away and disappearing in the distance. She then let out a sigh as she turned to the walls. Geez, he really gave me the cold shoulder, said the girl to herself as she wiped off the sweat from her forehead. He is really scary. I was lucky enough to not panic. Should have chosen my words more carefully, else next time, my body pieces will never be found. After talking to herself, the girl shook her head and jumped up to the rooftop of the two buildings using the pipes and walls as support. Time skip. Izuku was currently eating in the cafeteria with his and the other teams. His mind was full of several thoughts, villains roaming around, improving one for all, training his team, etc. Meanwhile, Nora had started a story. So, there we are, started Nora, in the middle of the night. It was day, rectified Rin. We were surrounded by Ursi, continued Nora. Yang was listening intently to the story. Blake was reading her storybook. They were Beowulfs, rectified Rin again. Dozens of them, Nora exclaimed, getting up from her seat. But they were no match, and in the end, RWBY was looking at Izuku poking his food while Weiss was polishing her nails. Pyrrha also was looking at Izuku with worry. Something was wrong with him. He hadn't been saying anything for the past 5 minutes. Rin and I took them down, continued Nora, and made a boatload of lean selling Ursa's skin rugs. She's been having this recurring dream for nearly a month now, said Rin while holding his mug. Izuku, are you okay? Called out Pyrrha to the said boy. The greenette said nothing. He was still in his thoughts as he tried to think of plans to capture the villains. Izuku, called out Pyrrha again, still no reply. I miss Katsudon. I really missed the times All Might went to deliver Katsudon to me when I had gone rogue. Thought Izuku, let me see if the ingredients are available here also. If yes, then I will make Katsudon myself. The red-haired girl sighed and cupped her hands near her mouth and went closer to Izuku's ear. She breathed in a lot of air before using all her might. Izuku Midoriya, Pyrrha yelled out hard enough. This was enough to break the greenette out of his thoughts as he rubbed his ear and looked at the girl. The others present at the table had their ears covered, more particularly Blake. Huh. Oh, sorry. I was just in some thoughts, said Izuku casually, as if the yell hadn't affected him. What's up? Pyrrha sighed again and asked. I was asking, are you okay? Oh yeah, I'm absolutely fine, replied Izuku as he started eating his noodles. RWBY raised her eyebrow and made some hand signs towards the greenette in worry and said, It's just that you seem a little, not okay. Don't worry, I'm absolutely fine, replied Izuku as he gave a thumbs up. His ears picked up a voice from the far end of the cafeteria. Izuku turned to the source to find Team CDRL laughing beside a girl, who seemed to have bunny ears. The girl was trying to shift to the sides but couldn't as she was guarded from the left side. The greenette frowned a bit. Izuku, it's Carden, isn't it? Said Pyrrha, realizing the reason Izuku was silent. He has been picking up on you since the first week of school, isn't he? Izuku looked at her with a deadpan expression on his face. He was surprised and upset she came into this conclusion. The one for all users widened their eyes at this. She's kidding, right? Asked Banjo. Ain't no way that guy can bully ninth, said En. You're kidding, right? Asked Izuku. I don't even know that guy, except that his name is Carden Winchester, and he is the leader of CDRL. And no, he isn't bullying me. Or more like, couldn't bully you, said RWBY. The other day, I saw him trying to trip you, but he fell down instead when he made contact with you. Or when he blocked your way with a wall from somewhere, but you broke the whole wall, said Rin. Or when he tried to lock you, But you broke the freaking locker, said Pira. And of course, threw the already switched-on rocket locker to the sky. Izuku put up his hands in defense as he heard all the sayings of his friends. He wasn't expecting them to list all the things he did. He mostly ignored these small petty things over the bigger ones. It didn't landed that far from the school, replied Izuku. He then again looked at the team teasing the poor girl. He was going to take action in case anything extreme happened. He seems like a pure jerk, said Izuku. You know, doing practical jokes. The ones where it gives pleasure to the doer and pain to the victim. He is a bully, said RWBY, frowning. I know, replied Izuku, eating the noodles. I have known it from the time the team's CDRL was formed. Izuku, you know if you ever need help you can ask, said Pira. Help for what? Asked Izuku, confused. He hasn't even come near me. Nora got up and said excitedly, Oh, we'll break his legs. Please no, replied Izuku, sweat dropping. I don't want us to get into trouble. Pretty sure he could handle himself. Thought RWBY, why would a mountain-destroying person get bullied easily and not retaliate even one bit? He then stood up and put his fork down, having finished his plate, surprising the others that he ate so quickly. He picked up his plate and smiled at his friends. I'm fine, said Izuku, smiling. It's just that I was thinking about how to improve my team's fighting techniques. That's all. Also, don't think I am the only one Carden tries to target. He's a jerk to everyone. Ow, that hurts. A yelp was heard as Izuku's danger sense spiked up, making him look at the source. Carden was seen pulling the bunny ear of the girl. The girl seemed to be in pain. Please stop, requested the girl. I told you that's real, laughed Carden. What a freak. Okay, that does it, Izuku exclaimed in an angry tone as he put down his plate violently, surprising the ones present at the table. He got out of his seat and strided towards the team with anger in his eyes. He then went and grabbed the wrist of the boy, making him look at the greenette in surprise. Blake was the most surprised out of all. Listen here. I am gonna say this once and won't be repeating, said Izuku angrily. Don't you ever touch anyone else again like that again, or else your aura won't be able to heal the injuries I will inflict upon you. Izuku squeezed the wrist tightly, making the boy groan in pain. He started holding his wrist while groaning in pain. The bunny girl was holding her ear while looking at her savior in surprise. Ah. Ouch. Liao. Carden yelped in pain. Yes or no? Asked Izuku angrily, not caring how hard he had held the wrist. Yes. Okay. Carden shouted his answer. Hearing this, Izuku released the hand and turned towards the girl. He bent down at the girl's level, who closed her eyes in fear. She flinched as she felt her ear being rubbed lightly. Are you okay? Izuku asked gently. The girl opened her eyes to see two emerald eyes looking at her in worry. He was rubbing her bunny ears to ease the pain. You okay? Your ears, are they hurting? Izuku asked again gently. The bunny girl felt her cheeks burning up as she kept on staring at the emerald eyes and feeling the soft rubbing. She realized she was staring too long and quickly released her ears from him, who looked surprised. Thanks, the girl said quickly and left the area abruptly. What happened to her? Asked Izuku. I wanted to apologize for touching her ears without her permission. Meanwhile, Carden still had his hand held in pain. He was blowing air over the injured wrist continuously while his team was attending to it. He looked at Izuku in anger. Hey, who the hell you are? Carden yelled. Just a hunter, replied Izuku without turning back. He went to his own place while Carden put his hand in cold water and gritted his teeth. One thought had troubled him. Why didn't my aura help me? Thought Carden, aren't they supposed to protect us from harm? Izuku sat down and looked at his friends staring at him. He sweated a bit from the attention and started fidgeting. What? Asked Izuku. You really have guts to go up against one of the strongest bullies, said Weiss. As if I care about them, answered Izuku. I knew it. Our smashing leader is really fearless, exclaimed Nora. Ren put his hand on his chin and said, You know, your strength is really appreciable. You did good, said Pira. I really can't stand people like Carden. They are absolutely atrocious. He is not the only one, said Blake calmly. It must be hard to be a Phonus, said Yang, resting her face on her hand. Life is unfair. It has always been, said Izuku, eyes closed. No one was given a choice on how to live at birth. This should be realized. Blake had her yellow eyes on the greenette. Her brow twitched slightly as she opened her mouth to speak. Why? Asked Blake to greenette as she leaned onto him a bit. Huh? What? Asked Izuku, confused. Why did you did that? Asked Blake, intrigued. Why did you protect that girl, who was a faunus? Wrong question. The correct one is, why won't I do that? Replied Izuku. I can't stand a person getting bullied. To me, everyone is equal, be it human or faunus. Blake sat back as her mouth curled up a bit. She seemed to be satisfied with the answer. She went back reading with a smile, when Izuku noticed the book. You haven't finished that? Asked Izuku. I have. It's just I love reading this volume, said Blake, smiling. Oh yeah? Chapter 43 is really good. The whole artillery arc was amazing, said Izuku. Oh, that chapter. God, it's so good, replied Blake. If it was a movie scene, RWBY would jump on the cannon. While they were talking, RWBY was watching them while eating her cookies. She was feeling weird, but couldn't describe it. Was it the admiration she had for her idol? Sure, she admired him a lot. But this feeling, this wasn't admiration. It didn't felt like one. Ruby Rose had no idea what was the new feeling which had formed in her. Carden meanwhile was looking in anger at the greenette talking with the black-haired girl. He was going to ruin all of the days of the boy, no matter how hard it seems. He was going to get his revenge. Izuku detected malicious intent from around the cafeteria, but couldn't pinpoint it, so he decided to ignore it. He will do something about it later. Time skip. This is prior to the Faunus Rights Revolution, more popularly known as the Faunus War. A green-haired professor in the classroom was teaching at high speeds. Humankind was quite adamant about centralizing Faunus population in menagerie. Most of the students were bored, except a few. Izuku was writing notes about the history of Faunus in his school notebook. If he wanted to catch the villains, he needs to keep up with the others at school. Meanwhile, with some spirits in a spirit world. Ninth, you sure he isn't a relative of yours? Joked Banjo. He seems exactly like you. No, he isn't. Replied Izuku mentally, though yeah, he looks like me. An older, nerdier me to be precise. Now, while this must feel like ancient history to many of you, it is imperative to remember that these are relatively recent events, said the professor, speeding towards his students while drinking coffee. Why, the repercussions of the uprising can still be seen to this day. He seems to be high on caffeine, said En. Too much is not good for health, added Hikage. I agree, replied Izuku. Now, have any among you been subjugated or discriminated because of your Faunus heritage? Asked the professor. A few students raised their hands. The bunny girl from before also raised her hand. Izuku frowned at this. It's no different from our world, said Izuku mentally. People will still get discriminated for their unique traits. Dreadful, simply dreadful, said the professor. Remember students, it is precisely this kind of ignorance that breeds violence. He drank some more coffee from his mug, making the one for all users gulp in fear at his health getting deteriorated from drinking too much. I mean, just look at what happened to White Fang, exclaimed the professor, before speeding back again to the sides. Now, which one of you young scholars can tell me what many theorists believe to be the turning point in the third year of the war? Weiss raised her hand at this. Izuku also wanted to answer, but the answer was very awkward. The battle at Fort Castle, answered Weiss a bit unsure. Precisely, exclaimed the professor. And who can tell me the advantage the Faunus had over General Lagoon's forces? Izuku was writing the notes and had spaced out a bit, thinking about the aura incident back at the initiation. Behind him, Carden threw a paper ball at him, making him snap back to reality. Ooh, there goes Uravity. Hey! He exclaimed a bit at this, turning back to look at Carden smirking. What was that for? Mr. Midoriya. The professor sped up close to him, making him jump up in his chair at this sudden event. Finally contributing to the class? This is excellent. Excellent. What is the answer? Izuku hadn't heard the question, so he had a sheepish expression on his face. I am sorry, sir, I had spaced out a bit. Will you please repeat that question? Asked Izuku sheepishly. Not a problem, my dear doppelganger student, replied the professor. Can you tell me the advantage the Faunus had over General Lagoon's forces? Now Izuku wasn't one who wouldn't read a book about the Faunus and the ones discriminated. But he couldn't remember the thing he had read in one of the books about this same thing. Pira was trying to show him hand signs to signal him the answer. The greenette couldn't understand. However, from his experience of fighting in the wars back at home, he could guess the answer. The Faunus had fought the general's forces at night. He also had something in common with the Faunus. Enhanced senses? Answered Izuku. Since Faunus are human beings with animal characteristics, they have several traits which are superior to them. Like enhanced senses. Some could see better in the dark than others, some could hear too well, some could smell things from miles away, etc. His answer had completely silenced the whole classroom. The professor was looking at him with wide eyes. The unnerving silence had made Izuku sweat. Izuku was totally confused. Bravo, bravo. The professor suddenly exclaimed loudly, making the poor greenette jump back on his seat in a crouch-like position. That wasn't the answer I was expecting. We have someone here who is silent, but is very intelligent. I was expecting you to say something like night vision or something, but it looks like I underestimated you. The professor patted the greenette's hair fast, but gently. He then went back to his podium. Looks like we really have several things in common, huh, Mr. Midoriya? Praised the professor. If you ever need any help regarding the studying of Faunus, feel free to ask. Pyrrha sighed from the far seat. She was really thinking that Izuku won't be able to answer, but looks like the greenhead had exceeded her expectations by miles. Weiss now had new reason to respect Izuku. Blake was now starting to find the greenette to be admirable other than the book reading. The professor sipped the coffee from his mug so hard, it was unbelievable he drank it without coughing. Meanwhile, Carden made an annoyed snort. TSK. What a show-off, muttered Carden. If Kachan was here, pretty sure he would blow this guy away since he was exactly like him during the start of UA. Thought Izuku, I just hope his injury is not troubling him. I really want him to cluster that brat away to the volcano, said Banjo. Please no, Kachan's cluster technique is really dangerous. He needs to control it enough to produce high firepower at low injury. His AP shot should be enough to hit Carden though, replied Izuku. Carden, called out the professor. Perhaps you would care to show your thoughts on the subject. Well, I know it's a lot easier to train an animal than a soldier, replied Carden uninterested. This answer angered Izuku a lot. To him, Faunus were the same as other humans, just born with unique traits. He hated when someone called them animals. You are not the most open-minded of individuals, are you, Carden? Sighed Pyrrha. What, you got a problem? Asked Carden, irritated. And Pyrrha got cut off by Izuku. I've got a problem. And that is I hate when someone calls the Faunus animals, and that also rudely, said Izuku angrily. So you better think about your words before you speak. Or else. Or else what, broccoli head? Taunted Carden. Nana and Hikage calmed him down as Izuku replied. Or else, yeah, I can't do anything to you. Carden smirked without hearing the whole sentence. His smirk got removed once he heard the whole sentence from the greenette. Or I will have to go to jail for destroying the whole Beacon school, completed Izuku calmly. The answer sent shivers down the boy's spine, as he remembered how easily the greenette destroyed the wrist of the boy, making him go to the infirmary to put some medications on it. He grumbled in frustration. Enough, please, Mr. Midoriya, calm down. Carden, watch your mouth the next time, said the professor, making the boy snort. General Lagoon was inexperienced, and made the mistake of trying to ambush the Faunus in their sleep. Spoke up Blake. Just as Izuku had said, they possess enhanced senses, and night vision had helped them a lot. His massive army was outmatched, and the general was captured. Perhaps, if he'd paid attention in class just like a certain green hunter, he wouldn't have been remembered as such a failure. Carden got angry as Blake had said the words while looking at him. He fisted his hands as he got up. Izuku got in front of him and gave him an angry stare. Try to do anything, and I swear no one will be able to stop my attacks on you, threatened Izuku. Last warning. Sit down, Carden Winchester. Carden gritted his teeth as he sat down and did a TCH sound from his mouth. The professor decided to calm down the situation. Mr. Midoriya, please take your seat, said the professor, making the said boy oblige and sit down. Carden, you will see me after class for additional readings. He then again started speeding up across the class and started his lecture again. Now, moving on, said the professor. Time skip. Ren, Nora and Pyrrha left the class after almost everyone had left. Pyrrha looked back at the class and then at her friends. You go on ahead, I'll wait for Izuku, said Pyrrha. The duo nodded and left the place. Apparently, Izuku wanted some more notes on the Faunus and their history, so he also stayed back. The professor thought that the boy was very studious, which he was, so he happily gave him some notes, while scolding Carden about his behavior, but he never knew Izuku's real intentions. "What do you intend to do, ninth?" asked third. "I wanted the notes because I want to learn about the faunus," replied Izuku mentally. "I need to understand about their history, and trace it to the current affairs, especially the White Fawn group." "Also, how did you know about the general question?" asked In. "If I remember correctly, you couldn't read the book in which this stuff was written." "If I had to guess, I would say he used his war experience, didn't you?" added second. "Yes, you're right," replied Izuku as he put his notebooks in his bag. "I actually answered that question based on my own assumptions and experience. I can also see at night good, so yeah. Also, about the other enhanced senses, it came from the imprisoned villain bodyguard, Gigantomachia. He has several of his senses so much enhanced, he can't be attacked even in his sleep quietly." After getting scolded, the professor ran out fast while Izuku went out of the class. Carden tried to push him to the ground, only for him to push himself back. He grunted in frustration and left the place while Izuku looked at him in confusion. Pira tapped his shoulder, getting his attention. "Izuku, you okay?" asked Pira. "Yup, never felt better," replied Izuku. "Let's go. I need to unpack my stuff." "Oh yeah, let's go," said Pira. The duo started walking back to the dorms. Pira started a chat with him about improving her hunter skills, which Izuku gladly gave some info about it while also having some thoughts about the White Fawn group. Team MNPR was sitting in their dorm room, though their leader was missing. It was almost midnight and the Greenettes still hadn't come back. Pira was now starting to get worried. Each of the members were in their battle suits, waiting for their leader. Ren was checking his knife pistols while Nora was jumping on the bed playfully, and Pira was sitting by the window. "How come Izuku comes home so late?" asked Nora while jumping. "He's become rather scarce ever since he received the notes about the White Fawn from Professor Oblek," said Rin. "That's weird," said Nora. "Doesn't he know we have a field trip tomorrow? We need our rest." She jumped and laid down onto the bed with her hands behind her head. "I'm sure our leader knows exactly what he's doing," said Pira. "He trains us even during night before dinner. He created the schedule for us without us having any disturbances with our studies. So I think we should wait a bit." Ping! A notification came into Pira's scroll. She picked it up to see Izuku had sent a message to her. During the team creation, each of the team members had exchanged numbers with each other in case anyone needed something. "Guys, he sent a message," called out Pira to the other two. "What does it say?" asked Nora. "It reads, Hi Pira, sorry for not coming back sooner. Tell Nora and Ren to go to sleep. I might be late tonight as I am working on my gears. Sorry for the inconvenience." Pira read out the whole message. "So that was the reason he comes back home late?" asked Nora. "I doubt. His gear isn't so much that needs repairing," said Rin. "He mostly relies on his semblance. You know, I think we should sleep now. If he comes late, we can't do anything," said Pira, putting down her scroll. "Let's go. How about we ask him the actual reason in the morning?" suggested Rin. "I know we can't force him, but we mustn't leave our ally alone." Pira thought about this for a few seconds. He was right though. Izuku was a weird human. He always went out at night and came back late. She was starting to suspect something was wrong. "Alright," said Pira. "We'll ask." Agreeing with this, the team members went to their beds and lied down. Soon, all started snoozing. Outside the room, Izuku was walking down the dark hallway in his hero suit. He had been out patrolling again, and had no luck in finding more villains. He was walking back to his room, when he bumped into a certain red-tipped hair girl. "Ow. Huh. Deku. Long time no see," greeted RWBY. "Where have you been lately?" "Oh well." Izuku lowered his voice. "I have been trying to find more villains, but I can't find more." He sat down on the ground as he was tired. He then looked at the girl as he opened his mask and respirator. "So, why are you awake?" asked Izuku. "I couldn't sleep," said RWBY as she sat beside the Greenette. "So, how many of your villains do you think are here?" "Not sure. But I think it shouldn't be more than 100, replied Izuku. "You guys better start training. If those guys ever catch you, I'm pretty sure you all won't be able to fight back. They are that strong." "Izuku, how do I become a proper leader?" asked RWBY. This confused Izuku. He looked at RWBY to see her staring at him with her silver-colored eyes. What do you mean? Asked Izuku. I mean recently, when you made Weiss be friends with them, RWBY got cut off by the Greenette. Wrong, I just made her realize the reality. The rest of the decisions are hers, said Izuku. Yes, so, I feel like I have been burdened with huge responsibilities. I need to work harder to be good in the eyes of my team, yet I still feel as if all of it is just still not enough, said RWBY. I mean, look at you. You are someone who has a unique power, you have a perfect, beautiful dream of saving people, and you have all the qualities of a leader. It's as if you are the definition of perfectness here on Remnant. Your teammates can rely on you. You're wrong in that area, said Izuku. I also have my own flaws. Several. Wait, really? Asked RWBY surprised. I have never seen you doing anything wrong. I have several flaws, trust me, replied Izuku. No one's perfect. Be it in another world. For example, if someone close to me is beaten to death, or if someone's made fun of because of some unique trait, I start to lose my cool. I am trying to keep it under control now. It will take some time though. Another example is I still can't use 100% of my power unless I combine my other powers together to compensate for it. I really have never seen you be angry. I tried to imagine, but it's not possible, said RWBY. Except that day, when you saved that bunny girl. I wonder, why are we sitting here outside the rooms? Asked Izuku. Oh, that's because you didn't go inside your room and sat down on the ground, replied RWBY. And I joined you because I wasn't feeling sleepy. I didn't go inside because my team is sleeping, and I don't want to wake them up. Since they are a bit stubborn, they would have been wide awake had I not sent a message saying I will be late, said Izuku. Besides, the doors are a bit old, so they will creak for sure. The two sat in silence for a few minutes. Nobody spoke anything. The only sound that could be heard was the snoring of few members of both the teams. RWBY suddenly realized she was alone with Izuku, and that also at night. She slowly started blushing up as she saw how close she had sat to Izuku. The Greenette then looked at her. RWBY, how about you join me to train? Asked Izuku. I have been training my team to upgrade their skills, and I could also do the same to you. Besides, I have more notes on you than those guys. RWBY gave it some thought, and then replied. Great idea. I could really use some help to improve myself. Anyway, get some sleep. It's late. Good night. Saying this, RWBY went back to her room. Izuku meanwhile was thinking about the girl's sayings. She's like me, said Izuku to himself in a low voice. The old me, who was totally naive about everything. Looks like I need teach her the reality slowly. I agree. You better do it before it's too late, said second. You know, I was having this thought troubling me, started Hikage. If the villains have been pulled into this world, does this mean those Nomus are also here? This thought scared Izuku a bit. He had completely forgotten about the Nomus. But for those, Kudaigarashi was needed, who was currently locked up at Tartarus. There was no All-for-One currently back in his world, so then why should the Nomus be here? As far as he remembers, Kudaigarashi worked only All-for-One and Tamura Shigaraki. It is acceptable, said Hikage. Huh? What? Asked Izuku. You sometimes don't realize you mutter your thoughts out loud, said Yoichi, chuckling lightly. And yes, your reason is acceptable. My brother was heavily injured last time in the war, and has disappeared since. Let's hope it does not come down to the worst outcome, said En. I hope you can guess what I am coming to. Please don't. I don't want to see more devastation, said Nana. Izuku, go back to your room and sleep. It's enough for tonight. I guess you're right. I still need to train harder though, replied Izuku. He then stood up and opened his room's door without creaking the door somehow. He went and collapsed on his bed, which was onto the ground floor for an easy get out. Meanwhile, RWBY closed her door and lied down on her bed, looking at the ceiling. She then realized something. I'm such an idiot, she whispered and hit her forehead. I forgot to ask what his equipments were. I must see them. Time skip. Next morning, all the students had been taken to a nearby forest, which was totally red in color. The trees, the bushes, etc., everything was red in color. It really looked like a place a vampire would happily live in. Professor Glinda was walking down a clearing with the students behind her. Yes, students, the forest of Forever Fall is indeed beautiful, but we are not here to sightsee, said Glinda. Professor Peaches asked all of you to collect samples from the trees deep inside this forest, and I'm here to make sure that none of you die while doing so. Izuku was walking at the last of the group and carrying several jars along with some boxes. He walked beside Carden and went towards his team, while the brown-haired boy had an evil smirk on his face. He tried to trip him, but the greenette mistakenly stepped on his ankle, injuring it. Carden held it in pain as Izuku looked behind. "Sorry. I didn't saw that. Sorry," apologized Izuku. He then went and stood beside his team with the jars and boxes. "Each of you is to gather 1 jar's worth of red sap," said Glinda. "However, this forest is full of the creatures of Grimm, so be sure to stay by your teammates. We'll rendezvous back here at 4 o'clock. Have fun." "Excuse me, Professor Glinda," called out Izuku with his right hand raised while holding the boxes and jars with his left hand. "May I ask as to what is this red sap? Is it different from the usual ones? Does it have some kind of unusual property? Is it something the Grimms might fear? What chemicals though?" Bonk. Pira bonked Midoriya to stop him from muttering so much he might create his own album named Muttering Thoughts. Izuku realized that he was muttering and rubbed his hair sheepishly. "Sorry. My bad habit. I thought I had got rid of it previously," said Izuku sheepishly. Glinda smiled seeing that someone asked him a question. The others were either like they had their sound output blocked out, or they were some kind of NPC. Some, like RWBY and Yang, just enjoyed the view. Midoriya reminded her of a Black. "Well, to answer your question, Mr. Midoriya, yes, the red sap are indeed a bit different from the original sap," replied Glinda. "Peach had told me these red saps contain a type of medicinal chemicals, which ease pain on any injury except fractures, of course. They have sweet smell and can also be eaten. She didn't told me the rest of th." Midoriya was writing in his notebook with his pen while Pira and Nora were holding the boxes and jars. "Thanks for this valuable info, Miss Glinda," said Izuku as he closed his notebook. "I must ask Professor Peach to teach me how to make medicines. I should have brought more jars to collect the sap." He put his notebook in his bag and took the boxes and jars from the duo and started walking in a random direction with his team following him. Team RWBY followed them. However, Team CDRL followed Team MNPR, but from a distance. Time skip. One of the members of Team CDRL had collected all of the sap in the jars the team was given. He threw them down and saw his teammates lying beside the trees in a relaxed way. "Seriously, Carden, why do you need so much sap?" asked the boy. "Do we really need to collect so much? I mean, up to the brim. Why?" "Ha ha. You don't know what's happening, right?" said Carden as he got up. "Come on, I will show you." The boy then took his teammates to a nearby red bush. The team members then looked down from the bush, which was on a height taller than the ground. They had lied down. On the other side, Team MNPR and RWBY were collecting the red sap. Ren had filled up a jar with the sap and gave it to Nora and took the other jar. He started filling it up, and as soon as he went to give it to Nora, the jar on her hand was empty. The girl had eaten up the whole sap and was now smiling sheepishly. Midoriya had filled up 3 jars full of crimson red sap and was now filling the 4th one while seeming to be muttering to himself. "Carden, what's going on?" asked the boy. "Payback," said Carden. "Pira?" asked the boy, following his gaze at the red-haired girl. "Not only her, the broccoli head too," said Carden in a low voice. "Those are my targets. The girl I hate the most. Red-haired, know-it-all, thinks she's so smart. And the broccoli is the one I want to hurt the most. Just like the girl, he thinks that he's very smart. He thinks just because he's stronger than most students he can do anything." He then took the brown box beside him and held it in front of him. "Alright, boys," said Carden. "Last night, I had rounded up a box of rapier wasps. And now, we are gonna put them to work." The box was trembling a bit. Low buzzing sounds could from the box. "Now, according to one of the essays you had wrote for me last week, these nasty things live of sweets," said Carden. "I think I am getting you," said the boy smirking. "I'm thinking it's time we teach her and her boyfriend a thing or two," said Carden. Pira was seen talking with Izuku and carrying one of the jars Izuku had filled with to help him. The team stood up in a crouched position. Carden handed 1 jar to each of the teammates and took one. He then turned towards the other side. "We all are gonna do it at once. Since that broccoli might be able to dodge one, we'll attack at once," said Carden. Team CDRL got in a throwing position with Carden in the front. Pira and Izuku were still seen talking, unaware that they are being targeted. They turned their backs on Team CDRL, making their work easier of throwing undetected. Carden gave the countdown, and as soon as he hit 1, the whole team threw the jar. Time slowed down as the jars went towards the duo. However, Izuku saw them from the corner of his eyes as his danger sense alerted him and pushed Pira to the front and activated his full cowl. He gave a swipe of his hand and pushed back the jars from where they came from using the air pressure. One of them though managed to hit his arm, and he thanked God he was wearing his mid-gauntlets. He didn't had aura like the others. The jars went back and hit Team CDRL. "What was that?" asked Pira. "How would I know?" replied Izuku. "I just saw something coming at high speed and instinctively knocked it back. Though I can guess what it was." He raised his arm and showed it to Pira, who frowned and looked at where it had come from. His whole mid-gauntlet was drenched in red sap, which was giving a sweet smell. "CDRL," sighed Pira. "No matter what we do, they always try to ruin it." "I've got to wash them," deadpanned Izuku. "At least liquid doesn't seep in. Smells sweet." "Pira, Deku," called out RWBY. "You guys okay? Why is your arm drenched? And why is Pira on the ground?" "We got hit by something. I managed to knock back most of them, but one hit me. And it looks like it could be the work of CDRL," replied Izuku. "My guess is that they threw their jars at us." He pulled Pira back up, when he realized something was tugging his arm. He looked at it to see Nora licking his arm. She had the red sap covered all over her lips. She smiled sheepishly at him and suddenly ran off. "What the?" Pira then looked at her jar to see it empty. "Nora. So that's why she licked my arm," said Izuku in a relieved way. "Thank God I tightened my jar lids. She won't be able to open them unless she destroys it." While the trio were talking, Team CDRL on the other side of the bushes had been completely drenched in the sweet red sap. Carden had several anger ticks on his forehead and wanted to kill the greenette very badly. The others also wanted to do the same. Grrrrrr. A growling sound could be heard. This froze up the team as they looked behind. A huge grim monster was standing in front of them. It had several spiky bones on its back. The sharpest ones were at the central part of its back. It then stood on its 2 legs and growled at the team's drenched suits. Carden's team members started running back. "That's a big Ursa," cried out one of them. While the others ran away, the monster swiped its claw at Carden and threw it away, who fell onto the ground beside the spot he was in. The monster then walked over to the boy. Carden picked up his weapon, which was a sharp mace, and swung at the creature in an attempt to scare it. The Ursa simple swiped it away from him, throwing it back. Meanwhile, Midoriya's danger sense spiked up, alerting the boy about the incoming threat. The stabbing was coming from the back of his head, so he turned behind and looked at the bushes. Roar. A loud roaring sound was heard, alerting the other students, especially RWBY since she was near Izuku. "Did you guys hear that?" asked RWBY. Carden's team members were then running behind her. Pira and the others present looked at them running. "Ursa! Ursa!" one of the members yelled while running. He crashed onto Yang, who picked him up with his collars. "What? Where?" asked Yang. The boy then pointed at the direction and said, "Back there. It got Carden." "Yang, you and Blake go get to Professor Goodrich," said RWBY as Yang released the boy, who ran away. "You two go why?" Ting. Whoosh. A small earthquake was felt as smoke spread out in the place. Everyone turned to the source to see a certain green head missing. His half-empty jar and empty jars were on the ground while the filled-up jars had disappeared, signaling he took them with him. "Well, he has got to work," said RWBY. "Yang, Blake, don't stare at the smoke. Go. Go." The duo snapped out of their trance and ran back to where Professor Goodrich was with Ren and Nora following. Pira and Nora took out their weapons and got ready. "There could be more," said Pira. "Last time we fought at the initiation, most of the Grims were targeting Izuku even though I was beside him." RWBY just stayed quiet. She was starting to suspect something. Is it because he is from another universe? He's not like the others. I am scared for him now, thought RWBY while running. Back to the jungle. Carden was running across the ground with the monster following him. The Grim jumped in front of him and used its claws and hit the boy back, knocking him backwards. Carden crawled across the ground on his knees. "Crap. Crap. Crap," he uttered in frustration and fear. Pira, RWBY and Weiss soon came to the area and saw the boy getting chased by the Grim. "Oh no," RWBY exclaimed as the monster was very close to the boy. The Ursa raised its right claw to hit the boy. Crash. A glass breaking sound was heard. The Ursa stopped its attack. Everyone turned towards the source to see broken glass shards on the ground with a lid beside them. Red sap could be seen fallen on the floor. The Ursa left Carden and walked over to the spilled sap while Piras signaled Ruby to bring the boy out of harm's range. Crash. Splutter. Crash. More crashing sounds were heard. This time, the Ursa got hit with the jars. The force was so much the monster flinched back. The 4 students were confused as to what was happening. A realization clicked into Ruby's head. "We must kill it here and now," said Weiss, ready with her rapier. "Wait," said Pyrrha. "Everyone get back," exclaimed Ruby and pulled the duo behind. Whoosh. Smash. A green blur was then seen slamming onto the monster, destroying its spikier bone spikes and knocking it back. Izuku had landed onto the scene. His suit seemed a bit dirty. "Deku, where were you?" asked Ruby. "Fighting more Grims," replied the greenette. He looked at the scene. Carden was behind the trio trembling. The trio had their weapons out. The brown-haired boy had his chest plate wet with red sap. The greenette got the gist of it. "So that's it," said Izuku. He bent his knees a bit and pulled his fist back. The monster was running towards him. In a second, he smashed through the Ursa, destroying its head and all of its spikes in an instant. This happened so fast, the trio couldn't see any of it. They thought he just teleported to the other side. "No matter how many times I see it, it's still impressive," said Weiss. "He is alone a one-man army." "Izuku, why we're late here?" asked Pyrrha, making the boy look at her confusedly. "I meant you ran first and came here late." "Why? With that speed, you should have been able to beat this Ursa and save Carden first." "Oh, it's because of this," said Izuku, showing her the thigh pads of his suit which were stained with red sap. Nora had spilled some on them. "When I was running here, I saw several Grims following me. I decided to take them out, but more kept on showing up. Why do you think my suit is dirty?" "Oh, so that was it," said Pyrrha. Deku's danger sense spiked up as it started warning him of incoming threats from all around the forest of the Forever Falls. He looked around, seeing the bushes and trees shaking a bit. Grrrr. Roar. More growling and roaring sounds were heard. The group became alerted hearing them. The bushes rustled and out walked many Beowulfs. Behind them, 5 big Ursas followed. Deku frowned in frustration. "Wow, I wasn't expecting so many to pop up from out of nowhere," said Weiss as she held up her weapon. "Get ready. Now's not the time to joke," said Izuku as he looked at the monsters. "Weiss, knock every monster you see with your dusted shots. The ice ones? They will helpful for holding off the large crowds. Ruby, run across the forest in a circular way and cut down the trees. It will create a barricade, preventing the Grims from running away. Slice the ones outside of it in the nearby range. Pyrrha, cover Weiss and Ruby with your sniper. Find for the Grims at long range and alert us about its direction. Also, someone get a hold of the kid." 1. "Wait, then what are you gonna do?" asked Weiss. "I think the red sap is attracting more Grims. Especially since I threw several onto the ground, they will now come after us," said Izuku as he activated his full cowl. "I'm gonna help Ruby ready the barricade and then myself beat bigger ones. Get it?" Everyone except Carden nodded. Weiss stood with her rapier raised and her right hand forming a small iron sight. Ruby took out her crescent rose and activated it into its default scythe form. Pyrrha readied her spear sniper and shield. "Let's do this," said Izuku. "On it," replied Ruby. She started running in a circular path and sliced any tree which came to her way. Weiss rotated the barrel on her rapier and selected the blue one. She then swung her hand to the front, and out came a huge trail of ice, freezing the Beowulfs in its way. Pyrrha went and grabbed Carden's collar and raised him up in the air. "Normally I wouldn't say anything rude, but if I find you doing anything perverted, I'm gonna rip off your manhood right with your mace." The boy nodded hastily. Pyrrha dragged the boy with her and put him behind her. She switched her spear into the rifle form and started shooting at the Beowulfs which were frozen by Weiss. Izuku disappeared and joined Ruby with the cutting of trees with his shoes. "I feel sad that I'm destroying the trees," said Izuku. "I'm gonna replant some more trees after this." "Really? That's your concern?" asked Ruby as she sliced down the trees. "Leave it," said Izuku. The duo increased their speed and zoomed in a circular path, cutting down enough trees and creating barriers. Izuku flicked an air shot at the Grim which were trying to come out, and knocked them back into the circle. The duo then joined the others at the firing site. "Fire your best shots. I will take out the Ursas," said Izuku. The trio started firing continuously at the grouped Grims while Izuku went to the nearby bushes. The Ursas looked at the Greenette and started chasing him. He ran away from the area. He looked at them to see their focus on the Grims and sighed. "Alright, let's do this," said Izuku to himself. "Can't let them see this, yet." He sprouted 2 black whip tendrils from his hands and stuck them onto the nearby trees which were beside him. He pulled himself back until the tendrils were stretched straight. He then slingshot himself at the big Ursas and kicked their spikes. 2 monsters tried to attack him from the side, so he planted his hands on the ground and spread his legs to the side to stop them. "You guys are like inferior Noma," said Izuku to the 2 monsters while giving a smirk of a similar bunny fighter. He rotated his hips and kicked the 2 monsters with his new fighting technique. "Usagi style. Luna Ring," yelled out Izuku in his mind. He kicked the monsters to the side as a green trail followed his kicks. His kick knocked the Grims far onto the trees. He started bouncing around the area, knocking out the rest of the monsters. "Let's end this," said Izuku. He charged up one for all in his right fist and punched the ground, creating a crater and shaking the ground. The Grim monsters got launched far away and got killed with the shockwave. The Greenette stood on top of a branch of a tree. "Well, this done, let's see the others," said Izuku to himself. He got down of the tree and started removing the debris from his way. He ran back to where the girls were. He saw the trio had taken out most of the Grim monsters. All of them were frozen and RWBY was slicing them down while Pyrrha was shooting them. "I won't interfere," muttered Izuku, watching the girls fight. "Let them fight. They should improve." After 10 minutes of continuous fight with the Beowulfs, the battle ended with the girls panting. The whole clearing of the forest was frozen. 20 or 30 trees were fallen down. There were several frozen trees and bushes. Pant, pant, pant. The trio were tired from the continuous firing. They dropped to the ground while panting hard. "I don't think I've ever been this tired from fighting Grim," said Weiss as she panted. "You guys are tired just in 10 minutes. Asked Izuku. "You need to train harder. If you can't fight for just 10 minutes without getting tired, then you guys must improve." "I agree, I guess we are weak," said Pyrrha, panting. "I must ask as to what is your training regimen," said Weiss. "You sure aren't tired even one bit even after fighting the Ursas and taking them out." "You don't want to know it, trust me," replied Izuku. "Wait, the one you make us do isn't the actual training you do?" asked Pyrrha, surprised. "Nope, I make you guys improve your physical strength," replied Izuku. "Especially your stamina and endurance. Aura combined with that will give you super durability, and you should be able to endure more beatings and attacks." "Deku," called out RWBY to the Greenette. "Yeah?" asked Izuku. "When I will start training, with you?" asked RWBY while panting. Let me see. How about from Monday? Today's Thursday," said Izuku. "Alright," said RWBY. Weiss and RWBY were the most tired out of the group. The red-black dress girl had been slicing the trees and Grims for the most, and Weiss had used a lot of glyphs and dust to kill the monsters. The 2 girls bent a bit to catch their breath, however, they had bent too much and that also towards the Greenette. Their butts were shown to him which were perfectly round. Izuku blushed heavily and moved his head to the side quickly. "Let's get back. Professor Goodwitch might be wondering where in the whole Vale we would be," said Pyrrha. "I agree. She would be worried," said Weiss as she stood up. "Let's go." "One moment," said Izuku. He walked over to Carden, who had stopped trembling on the ground. He picked him up with his collar, scaring the boy. "Listen to me, boy," said Izuku. "Here in Beacon, we need to improve our skills and get more experience as we can. These Grims are enemies of humanity. Every day, no one sleeps with relaxing thoughts that they are absolutely safe. Someone dies somewhere on Remnant, shrieks and screams for help, but won't get saved. Why? Because no one here is God or stuff, one who can reach them every time. Which is why we hunters train ourselves to protect them, like the heroes of the comics." He released the boy onto the ground, who had shocked expression on his face. "We leaders are people who guide our teams to victory. If you join the school just to bully other people and stop them from becoming ones who can save people, then you better leave this place," said Izuku in a harsh voice. "This is not a place for people like you." Saying this, he turned to the girls. "Let's go. Professor Glinda might be worried," said Izuku. He started walking to where they had come from while the girls followed him. He didn't know, however, his words had affected RWBY and Weiss a lot. Carden followed them slowly. RWBY looked at Izuku as the greenette stared back, seeing a worried expression on her face. "What? You okay?" asked Izuku. "Nothing. It's just, you and Pira are a lot alike. Both are almost the same," said RWBY. The girl then looked in front of them while walking. Izuku got a flashback of Weiss and RWBY showing their butts, and blushed heavily. RWBY noticed the blush and wondered what was wrong. She then remembered something. Izuku was standing behind them when they were catching their breaths, and she had bent too much. She also blushed as she realized why the boy was now not making any more eye contact with either her or Weiss. The group were then walking through the forest in awkward silence. Time skip. Professor Glinda just surrendered. In a matter of 2 weeks, the Team MNPR had gathered the attention of multiple Grims. And it seemed like Team RWBY was going to join them soon. And most of this seemed to be the work of RWBY Rose, Pira Nikos and Izuku Midoriya. Well, mostly Izuku. He did astounding things one could only dream of. It was going to be tough to keep his doing secret, but as his teacher, she was going to do her best. She felt like the kid was going to be a problem child for her. It was nighttime. Both the teams had gathered in Team RWBY's room. They were chatting amongst themselves about the several things, trainings, interests, etc. "So Izuku, I heard you were going to train RWBY, is that right?" asked Yang. "Yup, RWBY wants to improve her speed and strength. So she asked me to train her," replied Izuku while sipping some chilled chocolate. "This is actually good. The ice has chilled the liquid choco so much its taste feels refreshing and melts in my mouth." "Did you seriously analyze the chocolate drink?" asked Weiss. "What? I am just stating my opinion," said Izuku. "Izuku, what training will you give RWBY?" asked Blake. Let's see," said Izuku as he put his mug down and pulled out his notebook and turned to a particular page. "First up will be some basic training. Starting with speed, then strength. We'll end it with enduring aura training." "What's enduring aura training?" asked Yang, confused. "I haven't heard it." "Oh no, good luck Rubes," said Nora, giving the said girl a thumbs up. "What? Why?" asked RWBY. "What is it anyway?" "He makes us withstand several shots with our aura until it is fully depleted," said Rin, sweating a bit. "And then makes us do several planks and several other hard physical training. It's to improve your physical endurance," said Izuku while sipping. "Combining aura with that, you should be able to withstand 2 to 3 truck crashes onto you. And then after aura booster training, it should be around 4 to 5 or maybe even 6 truck crashes." "Now what's this aura booster training?" asked RWBY, scared of the training. "Oh, nothing much," said Izuku. "You guys just take on my physical smashes continuously till your aura limits is up. If this continues on, the limit should increase day by day a bit." The group remembered how the Ursa got destroyed by Izuku's smash, and shivered thinking what will happen with them. "Can I join?" asked Yang. "I would like to see how strong are you moves against a person." "Can I join too?" asked Blake. "I would like to increase my speed and agility since I mostly specialize in stealth." "Alright. Come on Monday. I will send you all the schedule," said Izuku. "Alright. I will also join," said Weiss. "I don't want to be left alone." "Sure. The more, the merrier," said Izuku. "Are we forgetting something?" asked RWBY. "I don't think so," said Pira. "Yes. I forgot," yelled RWBY, scaring the others. She walked over to the greenette and held his collar and started shaking him violently. "I don't care how, you will show me your equipments tomorrow or on Sunday. I haven't seen them in person since the start of school," RWBY yelled excitedly in Izuku's ear. "Oh, okay." Izuku's soul left his body. She released him and started making theories on what his gear could be while the others tried to bring the soul back into the greenette's body. After that, the girl apologized and everyone chatted till it was time to sleep. Izuku decided that it was okay for him to not go patrol for once, and slept back on his bed in his team's room. Team RWBY were walking through the streets of Vale along with Midoriya joining them. Pira was doing some of the homework given to her back at the dorms while Nora was annoying Ren with her antics, while the poor boy was wishing for his leader to return. "I really love how this place is wholly decorated. I have never ever seen so much joy in my whole life," said Yoichi, smiling. "Oh yeah, I forgot. You were from the time when All for One was at his peak," said Banjo. So you probably don't know how things were celebrated. Same with second and third. We had banners, but all of them were from the protesters, said second, giving a small, faint smile. Though yeah, I agree. A small change doesn't hurt much. It's really nice to see everyone happy for once, said third. Glad you are watching everything now, said Midoriya mentally. I wish you guys were here in real. Don't worry. I'm satisfied enough, replied Yoichi smiling. A welcome to Vale banner was put up on top of a road. It was the very same old shopkeeper from dusk till dawn whom RWBY had met first who was putting up the banner. Every house in the city of Vale were decorated with colorful balloons. People were hustling the place. Weiss went forward and stretched out her hand in a T-pose. The Vital Festival, exclaimed the white girl. Oh, this is absolutely wonderful. I don't think I've ever used smile this much, Weiss, said RWBY. It's kind of weirding me out. I agree with Rubes, Weiss, said Midoriya. I think you should smile more. Smiling makes a person more beautiful, which suits girls more. Hearing this, Weiss exploded into a grenade of blush. Blake and Yang had their eyes widened at the greenette. RWBY felt angry, for some unknown reason. What? Why you can't say things like those out loud, see casually, you d-dolt. Weiss stammered while covering her cheeks with her hands. Oh. I didn't know the Green Knight in hero suit was such a flirty boy, said Yang in a very suspicious voice. I like it totally. This seems like that scene, muttered Blake as she pulled out her book Ninjas of Love out of her back and turned over the pages rapidly and went on to a particular page. Yup, this situation definitely seems like this one. Good to know, Deku. You're quite observant, said RWBY as she turned her head back and pouted. He never told this to me. I never knew ninth was so much flirtatious, said En, chuckling. Power of being ignorant and a dork, joked Banjo. Midoriya was confused as to what the group was saying, then realized he had mistakenly flirted with Weiss instead of telling her to smile. His cheeks started reddening as he waved his hands rapidly in the air. Sorry. I didn't meant to flirt with you. I was just commenting on your smile, Midoriya said embarrassedly. Ara. No need to worry, Greenie. Weiss surely appreciated that compliment, said Yang as she put her arm around his shoulder. Weiss was trying to stop her blushing. This was the first time someone had actually complimented her beauty, even with that ugly scar on her face, below her right eye. Before that, nobody had ever complimented her, seeing her only as an heir to the Schnee Dust Company. 2 minutes after the misunderstanding, the group calmed down with Yang still teasing Midoriya. A thought lingered in his mind continuously. Though I had a question, said Midoriya. What's this Vital Festival? The group was silent as they looked at him with weird eyes. RWBY had a drop of sweat running down her forehead. She gulped her saliva back as she remembered the boy was not from here and was still informed of several things. What do you mean you don't know that? Asked Yang. Even first graders at school know that name. You guys are forgetting I'm not from here, said Midoriya. The place where I lived in Mistral was near the forest area, so I am not much of a city guy. Allow me to explain to you what it is, Izuku Midoriya, started Weiss, becoming excited every second. Vital Festival is a festival dedicated to the cultures of the world. There will be dances, parades, a tournament. Oh, the amount of planning and organization that goes in this event is simply breathtaking. The group started walking again as Midoriya nodded to every word Weiss had said to her. So that's why you're more excited and smiling more. You like festivals, don't you? Asked Midoriya. Yeah, it's so beautiful. How could you not smile? Exclaimed Weiss. You really know how to take a good thing and make it sound boring, said Yang with her arms crossed. Quiet you, replied Weiss. So, this Vital Festival is like a worldwide version of the sports festival, observed Midoriya as he wrote in his notebook. Just like in the sports festival, the whole Japan watches us UA. Hero students perform our best in several activities. Here in the Vital Festival, the whole of Vale watches several events. But the events aren't mostly based on sports, they are more like for entertainment. Hey, remind me again why we're spending our Friday afternoon visiting these stupid docks? Asked Yang. The group went near the harbor, where a lot of fish smell was coming off. RWBY immediately held her nose as it got into it. They smell like fish, said RWBY through her nose. I've heard that students visiting from Vacua will be arriving by ship today, said Weiss. And as a representative of Beacon, I feel as though it is my solemn duty to welcome them to this fine kingdom. I don't know why, but you sound like you want to spy on them, said Midoriya, and those ships. Bullheads are actually ospreys. They just call them bullhead. What? You can't prove that, said Weiss nervously. I can. Aside from the fact you stuttered after I said this, there was a friend of mine who did a similar thing. Deadpan Izuku. I agree with him, said Blake. She wants to spy on them so as to gain the upper hand in the upcoming tournament. Weiss blushed embarrassed as she got exposed. The group heard some commotion and turned to the source to find a shop with several barricades in front of it. Police were investigating the area. The group started walking over to it. The shop window panes were broken and glass pieces were fallen on the ground. 2 officers in white suit were inspecting and recording the area. RWBY approached to them. What happened here? Asked RWBY. Robbery, answered the officer. Second dust shop to be hit this week. This place is turning a jungle. At least that criminal hunter is preventing any sort of casualties. Saying this, the officer went inside the shop while Yang put her hands on her hips. That's terrible, said the yellow-haired girl. Criminal hunter. Who's that? Asked RWBY. Oh, you haven't heard of it, said Weiss, surprised. Rumors has been that there's a new hunter in town. Every night and evening, he goes out to hunt for the criminals who take part in the dust robberies, and beat them to the ground and get them handcuffed behind the bars. I also heard he goes mainly at night, but no one has ever seen him, said Blake. A new hunter, RWBY muttered. That's surprising, Rubes, said Yang. You're always excited about new hunters and well informed about them. Nothing, just a thought came in my mind, said RWBY in a low voice. The girl turned towards Midoriya and saw him sweating profusely. He made eye contact with her and nodded lightly. RWBY had her eyes widened. They left all the money again, said the officer. Again, thought Izuku. Why? Why are they always leaving the money? Yeah, that just doesn't make a lick of sense, said another officer. Who needs that much dust? I don't know, an army, said the officer confusedly. Let me recap the whole sequence of robberies and events of this whole week, said Izuku in his mind. On Monday, 2 criminal groups were deployed at 7 p.m. on 2 different dust shops. I stopped both and arrested them, while also patrolling the area so as to avoid backup coming. On Tuesday, nothing happened. I just stopped small-time thugs. The first robbery happened on Thursday at 4:45 a.m. I was out for my usual jogging, and as soon as I encountered them, knocked them out fast before they could react and arrested them. But I encountered them after the robbery happened. So when did this one happen? You're thinking, the White Fang? Asked the officer. Yeah, I'm thinking we don't get paid enough, said the other officer. Again, said Nana. This group is getting out of hand. It's been always them since we got into this world, said Banjo, frowning. I haven't ever seen them, but those guys are pretty popular nowadays. Izuku-kun has caught only few thugs, but those were only mediocre, added Yoichi. I need to find them. Something's wrong, they are only behind the dust all over Vale, but not the money, thought Izuku. Why? Why just dust and not money? Midoriya got a small glimpse of something at the corner of the door. Something was stuck. He walked over to the door and bent down and tried to pry it out. He then inspected it closely. It was a sap green-colored slime, which seemed to be cold. This reminds me of that guy from almost 2 years ago, thought Midoriya, and then realized, wait, this is possible. Of course. He could also be here. Who are you talking about? Asked Third. The first villain I had encountered in my life. He is one of the guys I hate the most, because he takes over a person's body forcefully, replied Izuku. If he's here too, then I guess I will be going up against some of the Tartarus escapees. But why is this cold? The temperature in Vale isn't low. Humph. The White Fang. What an awful bunch of degenerates, said Weiss. What's your problem? Asked Blake, sounding annoyed. My problem, retorted Weiss. I simply don't care for the criminally insane. The White Fang is hardly a bunch of psychopaths, said Blake. They're a collection of misguided faunus. This perked up Izuku's interest. Other than himself, the black-haired girl also seemed a bit knowledgeable about the group. He decided to get some info from her. What do you mean? Asked Izuku. About the White Fang's faunus being misguided. Those guys just don't know what to do with themselves, answered Blake. They are being misguided by bad guys. Misguided? Don't make me laugh, exclaimed Weiss. They want to wipe humanity off the face of the planet. So then they are very misguided, retorted Blake. Either way, it doesn't explain why they would rob a dust shop in the middle of downtown shop. Blake's got a point, said RWBY. Besides, the police never caught that Torchwick guy we ran into a few months ago. Maybe it was him. Wait, we? Asked Yang confused. Oh, I meant by me and Deku, said RWBY. We both met that guy at the same area. Oh, you both met at the same area? Yang asked with her eyebrows raised. It's not like that, RWBY replied blushing. There's a high possibility in him being the thief, said Midoriya, ignoring them. The police had pulled up that wanted poster, and it's still up. But that guy is still on the run. Then there's his associates. It is, of course, difficult to catch him. How do you know he has associates of his own? Asked Blake, surprised. You're talking to the guy who fought him, said RWBY. Wait, you fought him? Asked Yang. Yup, almost beaten him. His partner managed to save him though, said Izuku. He could be the one behind these crimes. Though when does these happen is mysterious. That still doesn't change the fact that the White Fawn are a bunch of scum, said Weiss annoyed. Those Faunus only know how to lie, cheat and steal. Weiss, enough. Stop that trash talk, said Midoriya with a stern tone of voice. Just because some Faunus rob and destroy doesn't mean every Faunus are like that. I agree with Izuku, added Blake. Whatever you have said isn't necessarily true. Hey, stop that Faunus. A yell was heard. The group whipped their heads towards the source. Midoriya ran over to the railing beside the harbor with the others following suit, and looked far away at the deck of his ship. A boy with a monkey tail was running with two men chasing him. He then stood over a railing and looked at the men. Thanks for the ride, guys, said the boy. He then jumped down onto the walkway and started running to the people place. You no good stowaway, yelled one of the men. The boy then went and hung over a pole with his tail. He then took out a banana and started peeling it. Hey, a no good stowaway would have been caught, said the boy loudly. I'm a great stowaway. A monkey Faunus, said Izuku while watching from far away. That's the first one I have seen. He then thought he seems like a skinnier version of Ojiro. The blonde boy dodged a stone attack and looked to the two officers from before walking up to him. Hey, get down from there this instant, called out one of the officers. Instead of an answer, the officer got hit by the banana peel in the face directly by the boy. The boy then jumped forward and started running up to the stairs while the officers followed him. He went up and ran past Team RWBY and Midoriya. However, before passing by, he winked at Blake, who seemed genuinely surprised. He ran away while the officers ran behind him. Only if that guy was going to participate in the upcoming tournament, said Izuku. Quick, we have to observe him, said Weiss, ignoring Midoriya's saying. Saying this, Weiss started running in the direction of the monkey Faunus with Yang following her, and then RWBY behind her. She's really stubborn, huh? Said Midoriya as he looked at Blake, staring blank in the distance. Blake. You okay? Huh? Oh, I am okay. Let's follow them, said Blake and started running. Just one more proof and then I will be confirmed about you, muttered Izuku to himself as he started following her. The group ran towards the blonde boy being followed by the two officers, though Midoriya didn't want it to follow since he didn't want it to harm any Faunus unless necessary, and besides thought that it was a waste of time to chase a kid. So he was running very slower than the others. The officers and the boy turned round the corner. Weiss tried to follow them, turned round the corner, and dashed forward. Thud. A sound of something falling was heard. The group behind them heard the sound and ran to see the source, except Izuku, who was tying his laces back. He heard a bell ringing and saw a car in the distance he was familiar with. Meanwhile, Weiss had crashed onto what seems to be another girl. The white girl looked forward to see the boy escaping by jumping to the side high. No, he got away, exclaimed Weiss, upset. Weiss, called out Yang to the white girl, who looked at her confusedly. Yang pointed her finger at the ground beneath Weiss. The white girl looked in front of her to see the girl with whom she had crashed onto. The girl was grinning widely. She looked cute. Wah! Weiss quickly jumped back. Salutations, exclaimed the girl. Hello? Replied RWBY confusedly. Are you okay? Asked Yang. I'm wonderful. Thanks for asking, said the girl. The group was confused about the girl's behavior. The girl didn't react to the crash and was lying on the ground, grinning widely. She didn't seem angry. Do you want to get up? Asked Yang. Yes, exclaimed the girl excitedly. She then bent back a bit, and then jumped on her legs by doing a partial front flip and landed in front of the group. Team RWBY got a bit surprised and stood back a bit. My name is Penny, it's a pleasure to meet you, said the girl named Penny. Hi Penny. I'm RWBY, said RWBY. I'm Weiss, said Weiss. Blake, said Blake with her arms crossed. Are you sure you didn't hit your head? Asked Yang, before getting hit by Blake for her stupidness and recomposing herself. Oh, I'm Yang. It's a pleasure to meet you, said Penny. You already said that, said Weiss. So I did, replied Penny. Hey guys. What happened to the kid? A familiar voice was heard. The group turned to see Midoriya walking up to them. He had an ice cream in his right hand, a chocolate cornetto. He had 4 vanilla-flavored ice cream bars in his left hand, being held by the sticks inside the finger gaps. Where were you? Asked RWBY, drooling a bit. Tying laces and then buying some ice creams, answered Midoriya as he held up his left hand. Here. I bought some for you guys too. Yay. RWBY took one of the ice creams and started eating. Thanks, bud. Yang also took one. Blake and Weiss took their ones silently. Penny was watching them silently, waiting patiently. Midoriya's glance then fell onto the new girl, who noticed him staring at her and grinned widely. Hi there, said Penny. Hello there, said Midoriya. My name is Penny. It's a pleasure to meet you, said Penny. Same. It's super great to meet you, said Midoriya, turning to the 4 girls. Looks like you guys got a new friend other than me and my team. Oh, we just ran into her earlier, when you weren't here, said Weiss. More like you ran into her, said Blake, stating the obvious. Anyway, what happened to the monkey kid? Asked Izuku, eating his ice cream. He escaped, said Yang. Oh well, it wasn't worth the time anyway, said Midoriya. Anyway, Penny, sorry for bumping into you, said Weiss to the orange-haired girl. Take care, friend, said RWBY. Bye Penny, see you later, said Midoriya. The group turned and started walking away from the girl. The group quickly ate up their ice creams. However, no one noticed the expression Penny made on her face. She was weird, said Yang confusedly. Don't say like that. Maybe she is a happy-to-go girl, said Midoriya. Maybe her day is going better than anyone. I am sorry, but she felt too much excited, said Banjo. She was cute though, said Nana. No, where did that faunus riff-raff ran off to? Asked Weiss to no one. Midoriya was getting annoyed by Weiss' way of saying of the faunus. He was going to give her a talk about it. Bonk. Midoriya then bumped lightly into someone in front of him. The group then looked in front to see the orange-haired girl from before, Penny standing in front of them. The greenette had bumped into her, pushing her back a bit. He panicked and started waving his hands rapidly. Oh, I am sorry, Penny. I didn't know you were here. I was, absent-minded. Gomenasai. Apologized Izuku, saying the last one in Japanese mistakenly. Oh, I don't mind. I saw you thinking deeply, said Penny. Anyway, what did you call me? Oh, I'm really sorry. I definitely didn't think you heard me, said Yang, hastily while Weiss was pointing behind her at RWBY with a weird expression on her face. No, not you, said Penny and then walked over to RWBY, almost leaning over to her face. You. Me. I don't know. RWBY was now panicking inside, thinking she insulted the girl by mistake. You called me a friend, said Penny. Am I really your friend? RWBY looked behind the orange-haired girl to see her team making signs of denial. Midoriya, however, gave a thumbs up and mouthed silently. Why not? Yeah, sure. Why not? Replied RWBY. The WBY had blank expression on their faces. Then they fell down hearing the girl's answer while Midoriya was confused. Sensational, exclaimed Penny. We can paint our nails, and try on clothes, and talk about cute boys like this green-haired boy here. She pointed at Midoriya, who blushed a bit hearing that. RWBY also had red tints on her cheeks. Penny then turned towards the greenette. I remembered. You had said we might meet later, said Penny. Does that mean I am also your friend? I don't have any problems. It's always nice to meet new people, said Midoriya as he held out his hand. I am sorry, I don't think I introduced myself earlier. My name is Izuku Midoriya. You can also call Deku. It's super great to meet you. Me too, said Penny, shaking Midoriya's hand rapidly. Weiss, is this what it was like when you met me? Asked RWBY as Weiss stood up beside her. No, she seems far more coordinated, said Weiss. So, what are you doing in Vale? Asked Yang. I'm here to fight in the tournament, replied Penny. Wait, you're fighting in the tournament? Asked Weiss. Yes. I'm combat ready. Penny gave a salute. Midoriya felt weird seeing that salute. The way she said that, and gave that salute, it felt so stiff. Like a more stiffer version of a.k.a., thought Izuku. Forgive me, but you hardly look the part, said Weiss. Says the girl wearing a skirt, said Blake. It's a combat skirt, said Weiss. Yeah. RWBY high-fived the white girl, agreeing with the white girl. Sorry, but that kid doesn't look like a fighter at all. She seems more of an average high school girl, said Nana. I agree, said N. Wait a minute, said Weiss, walking over to the orange-haired girl and gripping her shoulder. If you're here to participate in the tournament, does that mean you know that monkey-tailed rapscallion? Blake had angry expression on her face. She frowned hard. Midoriya also had an annoyed expression on his face. He glanced at Blake's behavior, and got another suspicion in his mind. The who? Asked Penny confusedly. The filthy faunus from the boat, said Weiss. Why do you keep saying that, huh? Asked Blake angrily, catching her attention. Stop calling him a rascapillion. Stop calling him a degenerate. He is a person. Oh, I'm sorry, retorted Weiss. Would you like me to stop referring to the trash can as a trash can? She pointed at the nearby trash can. Or this lamppost as a lamppost. Stop it, yelled Blake. Stop what? Said Weiss. He clearly broke the law. Give him time, he'll probably join up with those other faunus in the white fang. This is getting out of hand, thought Izuku. Ah, you ignorant little brat, muttered Blake while fisting her hand. She turned and walked away while Weiss stood still, realizing what the girl had said to her. How dare you to talk to me like that? Replied Weiss. I'm your team. Shut your mouth, Midoriya yelled angrily. He finally had enough of the crap the girl was spouting. The angry yell surprised the others present there. Especially Blake, cause she just thought that Midoriya was the type of guy who doesn't like socializing and stuff. RWBY was sweating heavily. This was the first time she had seen the green-haired boy yell angrily. Sure, she had seen him angry the first time they met, but he had a different aura that time. This one is different. He seemed the annoyed of life type now. Yang didn't know what to say or think or do, and Weiss was looking at the boy with wide eyes. She remembered how RWBY had told her about the greenette's anger. If RWBY hits you, does that mean Yang hit you too? Asked Midoriya. What kind of stuff? Weiss got interrupted. If I hit you, does that Ashpin touch you? Huh. Tell me, yelled Midoriya. Weiss was thinking about what he said and trying to come up with a counter. You are probably not getting my point, I can say that easily, said Midoriya, annoyed. I meant that if just one group kills multiple people, does that mean all faunus, including that monkey faunus kid and that rabbit faunus girl from our school, killed people? Tell me. Oh, shut up, Izuku Midoriya, retorted Weiss, not liking the way how he was saying to her. That doesn't mean they haven't not or will not. How do you know they aren't or they haven't done anything like that? You are hopeless kid, nothing else, said Midoriya with a shocked expression on his face. I thought that maybe your enmity was only with RWBY, which has resolved, but now, it's actually just your personality. That she is. I can back you with that, sneered Blake from the distance. She is a judgmental little girl. What makes you say that? Weiss went to Blake and stood in front of her with her arms crossed. The duo started quarreling among themselves while the others watched. Midoriya had his palm on his forehead seeing them argue. Yang leaned onto her sister's ears. I think we should go from here, guys, she said in a low voice. Where are we going? Asked Penny, confused. Not now, Penny, said Midoriya. It is useless to stop their argument. Weiss just ignored everything I said. So you admit it? Weiss' voice was heard. The White Fang is just a radical group of terrorists. That's not what I meant, you know, said Blake. Sorry, Penny. I think you should go back to whatever you were doing, said Midoriya with a faint smile. We'll meet again later. Penny was going to answer back, but saw Izuku looking at her with a smile. Suddenly, steam started coming out of the girl's ears as her cheeks turned red. Her eyes turned into swirls. What? What's happening? Why I can't answer him? Thought Penny, am I getting hacked dash? Penny, you okay? Asked Midoriya, looking at her face. Your face is getting redder each second. You better show up to some doctor. I am TT0, #LLY fine. Penny's voice started cracking. I am go $, bye. Saying this, Penny turned back and ran off at impressive speeds, impressing Midoriya. Time skip. It was night time. The girls were still quarreling. Midoriya was standing at the door near RWBY so as to see where the argument ends. Yang and RWBY were sweating as to what to do. Kid, how's your info gathering been going? Asked Third. Not good. I am getting distracted lately. Replied Midoriya. These two have been quarreling non-stop. You want to know why I despise the White Fang so much? Y's question caught the Greenheads' attention. It's because they are a bunch of liars, thieves and murderers. Midoriya's danger sense spiked up a bit, indicating an aura of hostility being created in the room. Well, maybe we were just tired of being pushed around, Blake answered angrily. The others present stood still and silent at the answer. Weiss had her eyes widened. She took some steps backward from the bow girl. Blake realized what she had said. Not finding words to say, she ran away from the room, pushing Midoriya out of the way. Wait. Blake. Come back. RWBY called out to the girl. Midoriya's eyes got covered by his hair as he turned towards the white girl. I guess I did the wrong thing to save you, Weiss Schnee. Should have just leave you for dying, said Midoriya coldly. These words hit hard to the white girl. She knew that she was alive because of the green-haired boy. A wind blew into the room as Greenhead had vanished. I had warned you, didn't I? Said RWBY as he looked at Weiss. Don't anger him. He may not look like one, but he can be really angry. And I can tell he is super pissed about this shit, said Yang. Weiss said nothing. She just stood still in the room, looking at the open door, contemplating on what the Greenhead had said to her. Outside, Blake was running towards a statue in the middle of a road. She stopped before and rubbed the tears off her eyes. She then slowly pulled the knot out of her bow and opened it, revealing a pair of cat ears. She tried to stop her tears. You know, I kind of guessed you were a faunus. A familiar voice was heard. How? Asked Blake, without turning back. Your bow was thin and twitched a few times. I just guessed it, said the voice. I knew you'd look good without the bow, said another voice. You shouldn't be out here, Blake. Those new hazard group could get you and you won't be able to handle. Why do you care? Asked Blake. I care for everyone. 'Cause that's a hero's job, to care for everyone, said the voice. Besides, we are friends. What do you mean? Asked Blake as she turned back to the culprit. I don't care whether you're a faunus or not. I never cared for those stuffs. All people seem equal to me, said the first voice. Anyway, would you look to give me a small debriefing about the White Fang? Blake looked up to see Midoriya smiling at him along with Monkey Faunus Kid from the morning. Yawn. RWBY woke up from her sleep. She stretched her arms to get rid of the stiffness and looked in front of her to see Blake's bunk bed empty. She became upset immediately. Oh, she's been gone all weekend, RWBY muttered to herself. In another bedroom, Pyrrha was sitting on Izuku's bed, worried about the green-haired boy. Team NPR had been informed about the situation of Blake disappearing and the Greenhead going after her. He hasn't sent me any message. I hope he is okay, muttered Pyrrha to herself. Don't worry, pretty sure Leader will get back soon, said Nora. Time skip. Blake's a big girl. I'm sure she can handle herself, said Weiss. Same with Izuku. Team RWBY and NPR were walking down the city of Vale while searching for the disappeared couple. Still no signs of them, though. Weiss, come on, said Yang. Blake's one of our teammates, and Izuku's our friend. Is she? Asked Weiss. We all heard what she said. Weiss. RWBY cut her off. Maybe she is, maybe she isn't, said Yang. Either way, she isn't missing, and we need to find her. That new hazard villain organization might attack her. I am pretty sure Midoriya won't let her get attacked, started Rin. He is strong enough to go against a whole army or a horde. But we need to find them soon. Right underneath our noses, said Weiss. And Izuku defending her seems as if he was a faunus too. Even his battle suit had those rabbit-like protrusions. I just hope they are okay, said RWBY, trying her best not to get angry. I feel like to slap Weiss to dumb down her stupidness. I tried calling Izuku, but now his scroll is switched off, said Pyrrha, putting her scroll back into her pocket. At a cafe. Slurp. Blake was drinking tea. In front of her was sitting the monkey boy, who was also drinking by holding the cup with his tail. Izuku was sitting at the side and also drinking tea while holding a map on which several areas were marked with a red marker. So, you two want to know more about me? Started Blake, breaking the silence. Finally she speaks. Phew! Exclaimed the monkey boy. Nearly 2 days and you gave me nothing but small talks and weird looks. I have seen you talk only the grass why boy. Blake gave him a small glare, on which seeing it, the monkey boy pointed at her and nodded. See. Exactly that, said the monkey boy. You are giving that look only to me, and not that grass why boy there. He's my friend. That's all, said Blake. Also, he probably has told you his name. Oh yeah? Izuku Midoriya, right? Asked the monkey. Hearing this, Izuku facebombed as the boy got his name wrong again. Blake giggled at hearing that. It's Izuku Midoriya, said Izuku. I don't even want to know what word you spoke before Midoriya. Oh yeah? Ria. Mido. Geez, why such a hard name? Cried out the boy in frustration. Just call me Deku, sighed Izuku. Alright Deku, said the boy. Sorry Deku. So Sun and Izuku, are you two familiar with the White Fawn? Asked Blake. Of course, I don't think there are faunus on the planet who hasn't ever heard of them, replied the boy named Sun. Stupid and holier than thou creeps who use force to get whatever they want. Bunch of freaks if you asked me. Mostly, replied Izuku. Actually, I have been researching about them for some time, but couldn't get some leads. So a bit of your help would be appreciated. I was once a member of the White Fawn, said Blake. Ack. Sun spitted out his tea from his mouth onto the floor, while Izuku's tea got stuck into his windpipe as he coughed up. Wait a minute, you were a member of the White Fawn? Asked Sun. Wait, is that why you behave a bit weird whenever you hear about White Fawn? Asked Izuku. That's right, replied Blake. I was a member for most of my life, actually. You can almost say I was born in it. Izuku realized the girl was going to start her story, so he took out his notebook to note down the most important points. Back then, things were different. Blake continued her story. In the ashes of war, the White Fawn was meant to be a symbol of peace and unity between humans and the faunus. Of course, despite being promised equality, the faunus were subjected to discrimination and hate. Humanity still thought of us as lesser beings. So, the White Fawn rose up as the voice of our people. And I was there. I was at the front of every rally. I took part in every boycott. And I actually thought we are making a difference. But I was just a youthful optimist. Then, 5 years ago, our leader stepped down, and a new one took his place. A new leader with a new way of thinking. Suddenly, our peaceful protests were being replaced with organized attacks. We were setting fires to the shop that refused to serve us, hijacking cargo from companies that used faunus labor. And the worst part was, it was working. We were being treated like equals. Of course, why won't you be? Butted in Izuku. Destroying places with immense strength will definitely make you be treated like equals, but out of fear. I definitely agree with you. We used to be feared by a lot, said Blake, putting her cup down. So I left. I decided I no longer wanted to use my skills to aid in their violence, and instead, I would dedicate my life to becoming a huntress. So here I am, a criminal hiding in plain view, all with the help of a little bow. She shook her bow a bit, which made her look very, very cute. Listen Blake, you aren't a criminal, said Midoriya as he stared right into her eyes. You are just a brave girl, who was going to steer in the wrong direction, which could have gone disastrous. But you did the right thing by leaving the organization. Are you sure? Blake asked as she looked at her hands with an upset expression. I also did several wrong things. Sure, I haven't killed anyone, but I destroyed several property. You know, there was a friend of mine who had been forced to give our locations to some criminals as his parents were threatened to be killed, said Izuku. But his wrongdoing isn't something he did intentionally. And the very same thing goes for you, the same advice. What are you trying to say? Asked Blake, confused. What I am saying is, doing wrong doesn't make you a criminal, or a villain for the rest of your life. You can still be a huntsman. Izuku exclaimed. You have changed a lot, and I bet you will change more. Blake stayed silent hearing all of this. She was just confused as to why a boy, a human, would help a faunus. But then, he had this kind nature in him from the starting, she could sense it in. Small pink tints formed on her cheeks as she coughed a bit. "Thanks a lot, Izuku. That cheers me up a lot," said Blake, smiling. "Smooth boy," thought Sun as he said out loud. "So, have you talked about that to any of your friends?" Blake closed her eyes as she became silent. Izuku sighed. Then a sudden thought came into his mind as he started thinking deeply. "What are you thinking, Ninth?" asked him. "I at first just thought they were just a random group of faunus terrorizing people. But now that I have heard about it from Blake, I feel like it's similar to the Yakuza's Shai Hasaikai," replied Izuku. "They were very peaceful at first, but as soon the second leader came up, like for example in case of Shai Hasaikai, it was Jisaki, the whole group became violent. I need to find this leader of the White Fang. That guy is really causing a lot of trouble. I will be assuming few villains are with him, mostly mutant quirked ones." Meanwhile, Blake, Izuku, Deku, Yang, RWBY and Pira called out to their friends, hoping they would be nearby, but in vain. Ren was trying to dial up Izuku's number, but now, it was out of range. "I don't think those two could have gone that far that their numbers are out of range," said Weiss. "Weiss, you're not helping," said RWBY. "Oh, you know what might be able to help," said Weiss. "The police." "Ugh, Weiss." RWBY frowned as she crossed her arms. "It was just an idea," said Weiss, trying to defend herself. "Yeah, the worst one," said RWBY, walking away. "Weiss, I think we should hear her side of the story before we jump to any conclusions," said Yang. "I think when we'll hear it, you all will realize I was right," retorted Weiss. "And I think Weiss's hair looked wonderful today," another voice was heard. The group turned to see Penny following them. She had a huge goofy grin on her face. "Penny, where did you come from?" asked RWBY, surprised. "Hey guys. What are you up to?" asked Penny as she waved her hand at them. "And who are they?" "We are looking for our friend Blake and Izuku," replied Pira. "So you're the one Izuku had told me about. Nice to meet you. My name is Pira Nikos. I am Nora Vakri. I love pancakes," exclaimed Nora. "The name's Rin," said Rin. "Ah, new friends. I am so happy. Whoever are friends of friend RWBY and friend Izuku are also friends of mine," exclaimed Penny excitedly. Another Nora, "Oh no," muttered Ren while face palming. "I like her already," said Nora to Rin. "Anyway, what are you all doing?" asked Penny. "Pira just told you. We are trying to find Blake and Izuku," said Yang. "Oh, that faunus girl," exclaimed Penny. "Wait, how did you know that?" asked RWBY. The cat ears," replied Penny confusedly, pointing at her ribbon which looked like cat ears. "What cat ears?" asked Yang. "She wears a bow," completed Pira, eyes widened. The whole group was silent. Everyone had a great urge to facepalm hard enough to dent their skulls, but didn't. All felt stupid. It was so much quiet that a ball of straw moved beside them due to the air. The fact that there was no one else other than them in that area added more awkwardness to the situation. "She does like tuna a lot," said RWBY. "She also seems to like milk." Izuku had made a drink for himself, and she asked him whether she could also get 2 glasses of the milk drink he drank, said Pira. "So, where is she?" asked Penny. "And where is friend Izuku?" "We don't know," said RWBY. "Both are missing since Friday." "That's terrible." Penny went and held onto RWBY's shoulders. "Well, don't you worry, RWBY, my friend. I won't rest until we find your teammates and my friend." That's really nice of you, Penny," said RWBY. "But we're okay, really, right guys?" She turned to see everyone had disappeared. There was no one else there except Penny. The straw ball again drifted in the wind as there was total awkward silence. "It sure is windy today," said Penny. Meanwhile, Blake, Izuku and Sun were walking down a street. Izuku was scrolling down in his scroll, while Blake was eating a crepe the greenette had bought for her to calm her down. "So, what's the plan now?" asked Sun. "I still don't believe the White Fang is behind those robberies," said Blake. "They've never needed that much dust before." "What if they did?" asked Sun. "I have another guess. What if they are doing it on another person's orders?" guessed Midoriya. "I am sorry, Izuku, but that's impossible," replied Blake. I have known them for years and I can tell you they will never listen to anyone else other than their own leader. What if he is right? Asked Sun. I mean, the only way to prove that they didn't do it is to go to the place where they would most likely go to, if they were to do it, and not find them there. Right. The only thing is, I have no idea where they would be, replied Blake. Dust. Of course, exclaimed Izuku, surprising the duo. The white fang is taking up a large number of dust. Let's assume that is happening. Now, where we could find so much dust in one area, a place with low security. The harbor. That's the place where shipments full of loads of dust. The cargo ships. They would definitely target that. Blake and Sun had become silent hearing this. They had awestruck expression on their faces, with Sun impressed and Blake surprised. And how do you know all that? Asked Blake. Observation. I have told you before. I have been researching on White Fang for some time, replied Izuku. You know bro, you could be right, said Sun, poking his own forehead. While I was on the ship, I heard some guys talking about offloading a huge shipment of dust coming from Atlas. Atlas. I have heard of that kingdom, but haven't searched for it, thought Izuku. How huge? Asked Blake. She's gonna get something huge in the future. Huge, replied Sun. Big Schnee Company freighter. You're sure? Asked Blake. I can back him up on that, said Midoriya. I have seen the freighter. It was as large as 3 buildings combined. Alright. We'll see to it, said Blake. By the way, that freighter, Sun called it Schnee Company freighter. Is that related to Weiss? Asked Midoriya, interested. Ah yes. She is the daughter of the current head of the Schnee Dust Company, Jock Schnee, replied Blake. Ah, I see, said Midoriya. Let's check her family later. Meanwhile, Yang and Weiss came out of a shop. They had tried to interrogate the shop owner about their friend's whereabouts. Thanks anyway, said Yang to the owner as she walked out. This hopeless. What about you guys? Pyrrha, Ren and Nora had walked up to them after also interrogating a person. Nope, nothing, said Pyrrha. Weiss had her hands on her hips. She had an annoyed expression on her face. Yang sighed. You really don't care if we don't find her, do you? Asked Yang. Don't be stupid, retorted Weiss. Of course I do. I'm just afraid of what she'll say when we find her. The innocent never run, Yang. So, what about Izuku? What about him? Asked Yang. Weiss became stiff, then replied hesitantly. I just want to apologize for my brashness. Meanwhile. So, Blake is your friend? Asked Penny. Ruby and Penny were walking down the streets together. There were less people round the area. Yes, Penny, replied Ruby, sounding a bit tired. But you are mad at her? Asked Penny. Yes, no, well, I'm not. Weiss is, replied Ruby. Is she friends with Blake? Asked Penny. Well, that's kind of up in the air right now, said Ruby. But why? Asked Penny. Well, you see, Blake might not be who we thought she was, said Ruby. Is she a man? Asked Penny, sounding surprised. No, Penny, replied Ruby. She is. I don't know what she is. She didn't exactly talk to us before deciding to run off. I don't have a lot of friends, but if I did, I would want them to talk to me about things, said Penny. Me too, said Ruby, looking at the ground. The duo started walking again while this time, Ruby decided to change the topic for some time. Time skip. It was nighttime. Very few people were in the streets, due to the fear of the new hazard group. At the harbor, there were several large containers on the ground, which seemed to have been unloaded earlier. Above a building on the rooftop near the harbor was lying Blake, watching the containers. There were text Schnee Dust with a glyph sign in the middle, all written in white. Blake was observing the containers attentively. Did I miss anything? Sun's voice was heard as the said boy jumped onto the rooftop. He had something in his hands. Not really. They've offloaded all the crates from the boat, replied Blake. Now they're just sitting there. Cool, said Sun, giving her an apple. I got you some food. Do you always have to break the law without a second thought? Asked Blake, unimpressed. Hey, weren't you in a cult or something? Retorted Sun teasingly. Blake frowned in response and gave him a stink eye. Sun gulped his saliva back. Okay, too soon, said Sun. Besides, I haven't stolen anything. Mito had bought me these, saying we might get hungry midnight. Of course, he is the one who always thinks like that, said Blake, shaking her head. She went to take one of the apple, when wind blew by them. An engine roaring was heard as the duo looked up to see Bullhead, similar to a night osprey, was flying over them. It had 2 searchlights turned on, shining down onto the harbor. It then landed slowly onto the space between several containers. The door opened and a platform extended down onto the ground. A man in mask with red symbol onto his back of the shirt walked down. Oh no. Blake realized who it was. Is that them? Asked Sun. Yes, it's them, replied Blake, pointing at the symbol on the man's back. Remind me why Midobro didn't join us in this battle? Asked Sun. He told me that he was going back to his team to tell them about our current situation, excluding this one we're doing. He also said that he was not going to interfere in our matters, as it shouldn't be his business, which to my opinion is correct, replied Blake. Oh, so that's it, said Sun. Several men with similar masks also walked down. One of them carrying a rifle looked down onto the men. All right, grab the tow cables, said the rifle-carrying man. You really didn't think they were behind it, did you? Asked Sun to Blake. No, I think deep down I knew, replied Blake. I just didn't want to be right. Hey, what's the holdup? A voice unknown to the duo was heard, surprising Blake. A man in suit with a cane was standing at the door. It was the very same man a certain hero had encountered nearly a month ago. Roman Torchwick. We are not exactly the most inconspicuous bunch of thieves at this moment. So, why don't you animals try to pick up the pace? Said Roman, sounding annoyed. Looks like Mito was right, said Sun. This isn't right. The white fawn would never work with human, said Blake, standing up and taking her weapon out. Especially not one like that. Hey, what are you doing? Asked Sun, surprised. The Nico girl just jumped down onto the ground. She then started running towards the group with her weapon outstretched in her hand. She hid behind one of the containers and observed the group. No, you idiot, yelled Roman. A white Fang member was standing in front of him with a thick rope in his hands. Roman had his hands behind him. This isn't a leash, said Roman. Blake then quickly went behind Roman and held his hands while putting his sword near his neck, surprising the man. What the? Roman was shocked. Nobody move, Blake said in a threatening tone. The other white Fang members took out their weapons. Some took out rifles, while the others took out their swords. Whoa, take it easy there, little lady, said Roman. Blake, seeing the members close onto her, opened her bow, revealing her cat ears. Brothers of the White Fang, why are you aiding with this scum? Asked Blake. Seeing her, the members lowered their weapons. Roman chuckled lightly. Oh kid, didn't you get the memo? Asked Roman. What are you talking about? Asked Blake in return. The White Fang and I are going in on a joint business venture together, replied Roman. Tell me what it is, or I'll put an end to your little operation, threatened Blake. Wind started blowing over the area as Blake shielded her eyes to prevent dust from getting in. Roman looked up and smirked. I wouldn't exactly call it a little operation, said Roman. Blake looked up to see multiple bullheads had approached the area. The airship started landing as Blake had a shocked look on her face. Roman smirked and pointed his cane at the ground near Blake's feet. The ground behind him exploded, blowing the girl away. Far away, Ruby and Penny heard the explosion and looked to see black smoke rising far away. Oh no, do you really deal with these every day, Deku? Muttered Ruby tiredly. At the harbor, Blake got up and shook her head to rid the dizziness. Roman pointed his cane at her and shot a flare shot. Blake, seeing it, dodged as the ground exploded. Roman started shooting continuously at her while she dodged every shot. She created a clone of her and got out of the way, while it exploded. She then ran to the side of the containers. Roman walked towards her. Here, kitty kitty kitty. Roman was interrupted by a banana on his hat. He then removed it and looked up to see Sun jumping onto him. The boy kicked the man onto the face and flipped forward and looked back at him. Leave her alone, said Sun. All the doors of the bullheads opened up as the White Fang members jumped down from them. They held their weapons out and pointed at the boy. Sun just looked around to see himself outnumbered. You are not the brightest banana in the bunch, are you, kid? Said Roman. Saying this, the White Fang members charged at Sun. The blonde boy started dodging their attacks and countered them with his own. He then took out his weapon, which was an extendable red staff. He then started beating the hell out of every member and knocked down onto the ground. He then threw one of them at Roman, who dodged him. The suited man shot a flare shot at Sun, who rotated his staff at high speed and cancelled out the impact of the explosion on contact. Blake jumped in front of him and looked at Roman. "He's mine!" yelled Blake. Blake started attacking Roman, using all sorts of techniques. The man deflected every attack, even when Blake created several clones of herself to distract. Roman deflected one attack and punched the girl. He then knocked her back with his staff, but was then attacked by Sun, who attacked the man with his weapon. Though Sun's weapon had detached and was now behaving as a nunchaku with shotgun shells in it. Seriously, every weapon in RWBY is ridiculous. He started shooting the shells at Roman, who tried his best to deflect and dodge most of them. Blake intercepted him and knocked him back onto the ground. Roman grunted as he laid on the ground. He then looked at the crane beside the duo. A container was hanging onto the chain. He smirked. "Oh, it's your turn now," Roman yelled. The sudden scream from Roman confused the faunus duo. Suddenly, the water near harbor started rising, alarming the duo. It then calmed back down, making the man angry. "Why? Ah, damn it," Roman yelled in frustration. "Hey!" RWBY's voice was heard. The said girl reached the area with her crescent rose ready over a container. "Oh hello Red, is it your past your bedtime?" teased Roman. "RWBY, are these people your friends?" asked Penny as she walked beside them. "Penny, stay back," said RWBY. Roman, seeing this as his chance, shot a flare shot at her, knocking her back onto the rooftop. He then laughed like a psychopath. Penny saw how her new friend was hurt, and frowned angrily. She then walked in front of RWBY. "Penny, wait," begged RWBY. "Stop. Don't worry, RWBY," said Penny, sounding serious as she looked in front. "I'm combat ready." Her back opened and a big sword came out flying in the air. The sword then suddenly multiplied. Penny ran and jumped into the air as the swords launched at the White Fang members, knocking them out. Penny knocked out 3 members instantly, and transformed the sword into a big flying star. The star then flew towards the members and knocked them onto the ground. Sun got out of the way to let Penny do the talking. The bullhead started flying in the air and shot multiple bullets at Penny, who deflected them with her star sword. She then shot 2 of her swords far back at the building. A thread was attached to them, which pulled her back to the building. The swords started rotating at high speeds as a bright green light formed in the middle. Penny punched forward as the swords went forward, and green light, turning out to be a giant laser, cut the bullheads clean. The White Fang members fell down while the bullheads crashed at the water near the harbor. RWBY was totally surprised at this and looked to see a bullhead picking up a container. Penny launched her swords at the airship, which got embedded in it. The threads connected to it started straightening up as Penny pulled back, also pulling the bullhead. "Wow, how is she doing that?" wondered RWBY. "Her strength. It's as if I am watching a female Deku." The bullhead got stopped in one position as Penny easily stopped it with her thread swords. Roman frowned and ran into a bullhead behind and took out his scroll. He then dialed up a number and put it into his ear. The person on the other end picked it up as Roman yelled. "What are you doing? Those damn brats are destroying the bullheads," Roman yelled in frustration. "Do you not have any ability or sort?" "Don't worry. I was just waiting for the perfect moment, and looks like it's coming up." Saying this, the person ended the call. Penny meanwhile pulled the bullhead down and crashed it into the containers beside her. Roman just watched it get destroyed. "These kids just keep getting weirder, huh?" Roman saw the water rising beside the harbor and grinned. "Ho, I must see this at least once." The water this time rose at an alarming rate and started to change shape. Everyone present were shocked at how the water was changing. It changed into a dragon and launched itself at Penny, who widened her eyes and quickly got out of the way. "No, no, no, anything but water." Penny ran far away. "What the hell's happening?" asked Sun. "It wasn't like this before," yelled Blake. "Run." Well, look at this. A bunch of newbie kids. Looks like you all are new to fights." A male voice was heard. The hunters turned to see a man standing on the water dragon. He had white skull-like face with blue eyes and big teeth. He was wearing a black suit and white boots. He was submerged in water as a water claw formed on his hand. "Shit. The new hazard, I had forgotten that totally," said Blake with wide eyes. "So you can control water. That's so cool, Waterman," exclaimed Roman. "The name's Hanzo swayed in," said the villain named Hanzo. 2 more water dragons formed and launched at the kids. They tried to shoot it down, but it was useless as the water just gulped the attacks. Penny quickly put her swords back and closed her back tightly. She gritted her teeth as the hunters got surrounded with the water, which held them tightly. They tried to struggle their way out, but couldn't. One dragon also took RWBY down with the others. "How's it possible for a human to manipulate water?" Penny exclaimed. "That's absolutely impossible." "It's possible, kid. You are trying to fight against water, which is totally useless," said Hanzo. "Torchwick, you want to do anything to them?" "Sure thing," said Roman. He then pointed at the crane, where the container was still hanging. It was directly above the kids. He then shot at the chains holding it. The container then fell down onto the kids. Fwish. Flip. Wind flew rapidly as the container fell down onto the ground with a huge dent on it, surprising Hanzo and Roman. They looked in front to see the kids flying in the air with a familiar dark-colored teal-bordered ropes wrapped around their waists. Everyone turned to see Deku flying in the air with his dirty yellow cape fluttering in the wind. His face was covered in his mask as his full cowl was activated. He had dirty red gauntlets on his arms, torn sleeves and thigh pads. His mask was also torn as the ears fluttered in the air, giving him a dangerous look. Deku exhaled his breath through his respirator and said out loudly, "Of course, no one else has the water control ability other than you." Hanzo swayed in. "Holy shit, is that really Villain Hunter?" "The Villain Hunter?" whispered Sun. "He looks so cool in real life." "He looks familiar," muttered Blake, looking at the green electricity and remembering a certain greenet. "Wait, those boots, that cape, is that?" "Blake, don't tell anyone about it," said RWBY to the girl, who got surprised at it. "Please don't." "Alright. But I want the whole story," said Blake. "Ropes made of pure energy. How is that possible?" asked Penny to herself. "And how is he flying?" "Shit, why are you here?" said Roman frustratingly. "I hope you can beat him, Hanzo." "You know me. That's interesting, but I don't remember you," said Hanzo. "You know me. Anyway, you guys stay out of this fight," said Deku as he dropped the kids onto the rooftop and looked at Hanzo. "It's you and me, Sueden." "So you're the one." "Hydra!" yelled Hanzo as a giant water dragon formed again and attacked Deku. Deku jumped back and did a roundhouse kick, blowing away the dragon with ease. Hanzo created 5 more dragons and launched them at Deku, who zoomed around the area, creating huge shockwaves and blowing away the dragons. The kids were looking at it in awe. "What amazing speed," said Sun. "And strength also," said Penny. "His speed is enough to create shockwaves, which I believe should be around Mach 7 to 8. Pretty sure he's way more faster than that," said Blake. "Take this," yelled Hanzo as large claws, as big as a building, formed. Link's claws. The claws then attacked Deku, who dodged them. The ground was tearing apart with each attack. A container got torn into 2 pieces with a giant water claw. Deku jumped high in the air and looked at the villain staring at him. "I guess this will make you remember me," exclaimed Deku as he held out his hand and dropped onto the water. Delaware smash. He flicked his finger as a great wind pressure got launched at the water, blowing the villain far away. The shockwave was so great even the containers flew away. "What strength?" said Sun, jaw dropped. "That's impossible," said Penny as her eyes were widened and her speech got distorted. "How much strong should he be at his full strength?" asked Blake to RWBY. "Dunno, and now I am too scared to even ask," replied RWBY, a bit amazed and scared. Hanzo got up and looked at the villain hunter standing in front of him. A certain memory popped up in his mind of a previous event which had happened nearly 2 years ago. You are that kid. I should have been more careful," yelled Hanzo. "I will get you now, no matter how much strong you grew." Hanzo created a giant tornado with the water behind him and threw it at Deku, who sighed and reeled his fist back. "You really are stubborn," said Deku Texas Smash. He brought his fist forward and punched hard. The huge shockwave was created as it countered the giant tornado and blew the villain away. Sueden dropped in front of Roman, who had a look of fear in his eyes. What the hell? You G guys really don't stand a chance against him," said Roman as he picked the villain up. "Let's get out of here." The bullhead flew up in the air and got away while Deku looked at it. "I knew it. They all are working together. I will capture all at once," said Deku to himself as he turned around. "Might as well put these back." He walked up to the fallen containers and picked them up with ease and stacked them on top of the other. The hunters jumped down and ran up to him. All of them had mixed reactions. "That was so cool," exclaimed Sun. "I never knew I would meet you in real life, villain hunter. Can I get an autograph?" He held out a small notepad with a pen to the boy, who stared at it for a while before taking it and writing on it. "So that's the name people have given me, huh?" thought Deku. He wrote the signature in Japanese and gave the pad back to Sun, who was jumping in excitement. "I finally got it." "No way," exclaimed Sun. "Even though I don't know what language is this written in." Deku chuckled and said, "Calm down, you're gonna fall." "Excuse me, villain hunter," said Penny loudly, showing her presence. "May I ask you something? How did you create that shockwave?" "Punching the air, simple," said Deku. "My semblance allows me to move at superhuman speeds, and I use that to increase my punch impact." "How fast do you normally move?" asked Penny. "Don't know. I can't calculate it. But at my max, I should be able to create afterimages," replied Deku. "You at #leave a %lo," said Penny, steam coming from her back and head. "Anyway, why don't you guys sit here, while I take some rest? Bye." Saying this, Deku jumped away. All this while though, Blake had her eyes totally fixed on the boy. She knew his identity, and it wasn't that hard, after all, she had night vision with her. RWBY sighed as it will take time to say the whole thing and decided to leave everything to her friend's shoulders. Time skip. The kids were sitting on several crates at the site as police reached the area and arrested every single White Fang member who were knocked out by Penny's swords and Deku's shockwave earlier. Some officers were inspecting the damages done to the containers, but it was no use as various containers had been blown off. "Geez. This area is totally demolished. Thank God that villain hunter had at least brought the fallen containers back," said one officer. "The damage cost is around 7 million lien. Enough to buy 5 big mansions," said another officer. "Sheesh. The SDC aren't going to recover from this easily." Meanwhile, Weiss, Yang, Pira, Ren and Nora walked up to the hunters sitting on the crates. RWBY saw them and got down from her crate. She then walked towards Weiss. "Look, Weiss, it's not what you think it is," started RWBY. She explained the whole thing. "You see, she doesn't actually wear a bow. She has kitty ears and they are actually kind of cute." Weiss ignored her and straight up walked up to Blake, who was standing. The white girl just stared into Blake's eyes. Meanwhile, a certain person arrived at the place. "Weiss, I want you to know that I'm no longer associated with the White Fang," said Blake. "Back when I was the—" "Stop. Cut it out," Weiss and another familiar voice said simultaneously. Everyone turned to see Izuku standing behind Pira. He had a tired look on his face. "Oh, my bad. You two continue," said Izuku. Weiss just turned her attention at Blake once again while Pira was checking if the greenette had injuries or not, with Nora bombarding him with questions. "Do you have any idea of how long we've been searching for you?" asked Weiss. 12 hours. That means I've had 12 hours to think about this, and in that 12 hours I've decided, I don't care." "You don't care?" asked Blake, confusedly. "You said you were not one of them anymore, right?" asked Weiss. "No, I haven't been since I—" Blake was interrupted by Weiss waving her hand at her. Ba. I don't want to hear it," said Weiss. "All I want to know is that the next time something this big comes up, you'll come to your teammates. And not some." Weiss glared at Sun, who looked confused. Blake followed her gaze to the monkey Faunus. "Someone else," completed Weiss. The others present smiled at how the white girl had accepted her Faunus teammate. Midoriya smiled, remembering the giant fox lady who had accepted him into the UA barrier along with Koda when the others wanted to cast him out fearing that they might be attacked. Blake saw everyone's warm gaze at her, and saw Izuku nodding at her. She rubbed the small tear off her eye. "Of course," said Blake, smiling. Weiss smiled seeing how Blake smiled. She then turned to Midoriya and bowed down, who was surprised at this gesture. "I am sorry, Izuku. I really apologize for my brashness," apologized Weiss. "You don't need to do that. Sorry that I had yelled at you earlier and said some harsh words." Izuku apologized in return. "Yeah, Team RWBY and MNPR are back together," said RWBY, her hand raised. The others present closed onto Weiss and Izuku, when suddenly the white girl turned towards Sun, who was surprised. "I'm still not quite sure how I feel about you," said Weiss, her finger raised at the boy who chuckled nervously. "Hey, wait a minute," said RWBY. "Where is Penny?" Yeah, that's true. I haven't seen her around, said Midoriya, looking around. Meanwhile, Penny was watching the group look for her from far away in a car. You should know better than to go running around in a strange city, said someone from the front of the car, a man. I know, sir, said Penny, depressed. The car then went away while Penny looked at Izuku and RWBY chatting and smiling. Penny, your time will come, said the person from the front. Meanwhile, Ashbin was watching the whole feed from his scroll. A notification came into his inbox as he closed the video and opened the message. It was from someone named Crow. Queen has pawns. Ashbin had a serious expression on his face as he sighed. The dangers were still lurking in the shadows, but a hero will try his best to suppress them. Izuku had gone late last night. He had trained his legs after patrolling till 1 a.m. in the morning. Today was Sunday, and he was sleeping as good as Koala. Pira and the other two had gone out, not disturbing their leader. Izuku was sleeping peacefully. Crash. Huh. Izuku woke up abruptly. He fell down from his bed hearing the sound, face planted onto the ground. Can't even sleep today, muttered the greenette to himself. He got up sleepily, rubbing his eyes to clear his vision. He went to check on the sound and opened the door, and came upon the most awkward situation. Nora was standing with her hammer ready. She had an angry expression on her face. Opposite to her was RWBY, scared like a cat. She was being protected by Pira, Ren and Yang. Behind was Blake and Weiss. 2 broken plates were onto the ground. Nora, I told you I'm sorry, exclaimed RWBY. I didn't intend to do that. Nope. You aren't. Nora yelled. Nobody messes with my pan. What in the whole world of Grim and Hunters is happening? Izuku asked confusedly in the middle of ruckus. Deku. Please help me out. RWBY begged comically with tears from her eyes. What is happening though? Asked Izuku. We were having our breakfast, started Blake. And RWBY was eating her sandwich while listening to music. She had absent-mindedly grabbed one of Nora's pancakes and ate it. So you could guess what had happened. Izuku had a poker expression on his face. He knew how pancakes were Nora's favorite, how much she loved them, but didn't know this was the consequence. You guys seriously ruined my sleep just for one pancake? Asked Izuku. Nora, I will make you a honey syrup pancake. Please put your hammer down. Okay, exclaimed Nora. I forgive you, RWBY, because my leader has come to your rescue. Saying this, Nora put her hammer down and started fantasizing about the honey syrup pancakes which her leader will make for her. The others on the opposite side let out a sigh of relief. Izuku shook his head. Can't get 1 day of sleep properly, said Izuku. I just wanted 1 day of absolute rest so as to continue working properly for the rest, and can't even get that. Sorry, Midoriya. I apologize on behalf of Nora. Apologized Ren. You go back to sleep. I promise we won't make any more sounds. Izuku deadpanned at him and said, You seriously asked me to sleep after all this stuff? You guys have thrown my sleep out of the window. Ren facepalmed and said, Yeah, sorry about that. Anyway, since we are here. RWBY walked over to the greenette. Show me your gear. Let me brush first. I just woke up, said Izuku. The greenette then walked towards the bathroom to brush and freshen himself up. Meanwhile, with the vestiges. Why does it feel like the kid's like a guardian of those brats? Asked Banjo. More like a parent, said Nana. Time skip. Alright, let's get her, muttered Izuku as he wore a casual dress. Or else she'll annoy the world of Remnant out of me. The greenette walked towards the door and opened it. RWBY was standing right in front of it with the others behind her, confusing the greenette. Wait, why are you guys waiting? Asked Izuku confusedly. I understand RWBY, she loves weapons and stuff, but what about you all? Oh, we just thought to pass some time by seeing your gear, spoke up Weiss. I have seen them in action, but never understood how they worked. Same here, said Yang. They look like they work like mine. Similar, but at the same time not similar, said Izuku as he moved out of the way. Come in. At this, RWBY quickly entered the room, followed by the others. Izuku followed them and closed the door behind him. Inside, Team RWBY saw the room being the same as them, except there weren't any bunk beds formed. 2 of the beds were placed near the window side by side, and the other 2 were placed near the walls comfortably. Beside the bed was a small shelf with several makeup kits and cosmetics on top of it. A long table was placed opposite to where the shelf was. On top of it were several metal rings and gear. "This room seems way comfortable than ours," said Blake. "But it doesn't have any bunk beds, that's a plus point," pointed out Yang. "It's because of Nora," said Izuku. "She moves a lot when asleep, and she once punched the lights out of me as she fell on me. From then on, we decided on no more bunk beds." "Hey, it was only once," whined Nora. "I was dreaming of kicking grim butts with my hammer." 7 times actually," said Rin, holding up 7 fingers. The team RWBY observed the things which were placed onto the table: several white rings, yellow bolts, and blue bands. RWBY walked over to one of them, where 2 yellow bolts shaped like bullet shells, a black cylinder and a white wristband with blue-colored seam was placed. RWBY picked up the black cylinder and started inspecting it while Nora picked up the yellow bolts. Metal gauntlets. The black cylinder has a sort of spring mechanism inside it," said RWBY, inspecting the wristband. "Interesting, it's actually different from Yang's Ember Celica. It doesn't seem to be having any sort of dust holder in it," said Weiss as she picked up the white wristband. "It doesn't even have a muzzle. How does it even work?" "Well, actually, it's not a weapon or gun of any sort," said Izuku, confusing the team WBY more. "It's actually more of a supportive gear." "So, how does it work?" asked Yang. "Nothing much," said Izuku. "Since I mostly use my Kasari semblance, I have equipments which tone its strength down. The gauntlets focus my semblance power, so I can use air pressure as air bullets." "Interesting," said Weiss. "The bolts probably go into the circular holes at the sides of the bands and cylinder, in order to fasten them tightly," muttered RWBY, reminding the one for all user of his own habit. "What's your semblance anyway?" asked Blake. "What kind of semblance you have which allows you to produce air pressure?" "It's stock burst," lied Izuku. "It allows me to store up immense amounts of energy at the cost of no aura. In other words, it's a double-edged sword. I can manifest it in various forms." "Wait, no aura? Is that even possible?" asked Blake confusedly. "I remember hearing it at the initiation." "Yeah, I have no aura," said Izuku. "Or at least, not yet." "What do you mean?" asked RWBY. "Recently, I have been trying to unlock Izuku's aura," said Pira. "We do it after school every day. He seems to have some sort of knack for it, but it's not manifesting. I guess it's due to the fact you're storing energy in your body. Though that's a guess," said Weiss. "Nice way of hiding your semblance. You tell us your actual semblance of being a strength-enhancing one, while you describe it as a speed enhancer when you're in your villain hunter suit," thought Blake, impressed at the boy's ingenuity. RWBY turned over to the finished wristband, which was kept beside it. She picked it up and inspected it. "This is the finished product, I am guessing?" asked Blake. "Nearly finished," said RWBY as she turned it over. "It's the wristband, which is completed. The glove is still remaining to be put inside." She used both her hands and pulled the top layer of the wristband, which sprung to the front. "Okay, now even I am confused. How does this work?" asked RWBY. "This plate is probably being jolted forward by the spring, but how does it work in helping you focus your stock burst?" "Outside," said Izuku as he walked over to his briefcase, which was kept beside his bed. The greenette opened the briefcase and pulled out another pair of his Air Force gloves. This one was a bit dirty, indicating this was the one he wore mostly. He wore the right one only and opened the window. "Here. Let me tell you how it works," said Izuku as he got his left hand fingers in a flicking position. "Since my strength temporarily reaches superhuman level, I can fire air pressure from anything I do. Like this, but without the gloves." He turned on his full cowl and flicked his fingers. A huge wave of wind fired out of his hand and hit a nearby tree, causing the leaves to fly out rapidly. "The damage dealt is immense, and the radius of the Air Force is spread wide out," said Izuku, lifting his right hand. "And now, look at this." He gave a small jerk to the glove. The wristband suddenly jolted forward and formed 2 wide big circles around the wrist. He flicked his finger again. This time, a fast and small air bullet hit a branch of the tree, causing it to fly off. "The Air Force gloves simply focus my air pressure into a small point, so when I shoot, it acts as an air gun, shooting pressurized air bullets," explained Izuku. "This one I use whenever there are people nearby or when I need to deal less damage to his surroundings." "And what about those orange knuckle-like thingies you have on your knuckles?" asked Yang. "Do they work like brass knuckles?" No, they don't," replied Izuku. They serve as iron sight for my fingers. They are help especially when I need to use my air force on a bit bigger scale. Though I can use them as knuckle duster. Do you have a spare one I can observe? Asked RWBY. Yup, hold up, said Izuku, going to his briefcase. He pulled another pair of his Air Force gloves and gave them to RWBY, who had her mouth drooling. Sure, these things weren't that much interesting as it had no muzzle or anything of that sort, but it was still a weapon in RWBY's eyes. Very interesting stuff you have, Izuku, said Weiss. This is actually the first time I have seen someone use things which are only for semblance, and not a weapon itself. So, this is the only thing you have? Asked Yang. I thought you have more equipments than us. Yes, he does, yelled RWBY suddenly, turning to the greenette. Those shoes. Show me those. I know they are different. I can tell that by its look. Oh, I think you meant my iron soles, said Izuku, going under his bed and pulling out his 2 shoes, but this time they were covered in the iron soles. These have a very cool design, said Rin. I haven't seen them up close. I don't know if it's just me, but they look like those metal shoes of the knights in the fantasy stories, said Pyrrha, observing the design. They indeed look like them. How do they work? Asked Weiss. These act as armors as well as a weapon, said Izuku. These soles protect my legs and can increase my kick impact several times, especially when I kick with my toe. That means nobody can break your legs. That's so cool, said Nora. Why you haven't told me about it? Nora, called out Rin. He has told us about this. You had forgotten. Maybe not, replied Nora. These gaps in between, probably so that the shoes can come off easily, muttered RWBY. This design, why, now I understand. These are there so that his foot can fold as much as he wants without making them too much stiff. Wow, it's like there's another Izuku here, said Pyrrha. He also mutters exactly like this. These are all made of steel and iron, but combined with another alloy to give it flexibility as well as sturdiness, continued RWBY. Hey Midoriya, I was thinking about this. How much strain can your shoes take? Asked Rin. I can't say as to what could be the exact limit, but they can handle my strength even at my 100%, replied Izuku. Or they used to. I don't know whether they can take it now. All the members except RWBY shuddered. They remembered how much strong was he. He literally pushed back 3 giant wyverns with his kick. They didn't even want to know how much strong would he be, and at this point they are too afraid to even ask. Hey Izuku, how does it really work? Asked RWBY, confused. There's this spring I can feel inside the shoe. What's that for? Oh, it works like the blowback recoil of a gun, replied Izuku. When I kick and the toes make contact with the object, it does 1 impact. The spring in the shoe compresses and the shoe recoils automatically and give a second impact. So in short, I get 2 impacts in 1 kick. Cool. So it's like a burst fire rifle, said RWBY. Except you get 2 powerful impacts in 1 kick, but only when you kick with your toes. Yeah. Because of this, even without my Chusari semblance, I can deliver powerful kicks and break through solid rocks, explained Izuku. RWBY nodded and turned the shoes while saying, How powerful are your kicks when you use your quirky semblance? I nearly exposed that. When I use my semblance and kick with my toes, the shockwave amplifies by a large magnitude. The shoe kicks the air, and the air resistance compresses the spring, replied Izuku. Those shockwaves are capable of destroying a whole forest. But I can launch those shockwaves only when do roundhouse kicks. Oh now there are 2 of them, said Yang, holding her head. 1 RWBY was enough. Does anyone know what are they even saying? Asked Nora. I lost at the blowback part. Same. Can anyone tell me in a short way, without using any kind of scientific words like magnitude and blowback and stuff? Asked Yang. I know what those words are, but I can't follow those 2's conversation, replied Weiss, her brain fried. I'll help you, said Pyrrha. Izuku means that his shoes work in a way that it gives him 2 impacts in 1 kick. And that only happens when he uses his toes. Same goes for when he does roundhouse kicks to create air pressure. That strength increases significantly. Oh, so that was it. I was thinking it was complicated stuff, said Yang, finally understanding. What about those red arm gauntlets you wear? Asked Weiss to the greenette. Oh, they are the same. Let me show you, said Izuku, pulling out a small red wristband from his pocket and wearing it over his palm. He pressed the button on it, and soon, it transformed into a big arm bracer, covering his whole arm. Whoa, so your bracer can shrink. That's so cool, said Yang. You can carry it anywhere, unlike mine's. Absolutely perfect for stealth missions, said Blake. You could say that, said Izuku, giving the weaponist girl the gauntlet. This one's different, shrinking into a small size, probably nanotech. It has the same design as the iron saws, might be for helping him fold his whole elbow and his wrist, muttered RWBY, looking at the gauntlet. What's its name, and what does it do? Asked Weiss. I am guessing it helps you protect your arm, guessed Yang. I have used several bracers in my childhood for my semblance. Yeah. It protects my arm and allows me to use my semblance at higher percentages easily, said Izuku. It's called mid-gauntlets. These can withstand my semblance a bit over 45%, but would break down at 100%. See, I was right, exclaimed Yang. Sometimes my genius brain, it almost frightens me. More like it frightens us, said Blake calmly. Hey, what's this, Smash Leader? Asked Nora, picking up a small box which was inside his briefcase. She opened it to see a small red-colored wristband with a blue button on it, similar to the mid-gauntlets. But only one band was there. I don't think we have seen this before. Nora, it's rude to touch other person's belongings without their permission, sighed Ren. I am too tired for this shit. It's okay, Ren. We're friends, replied Izuku. That's my trump card. The full gauntlet. Hearing this, RWBY quickly turned around, fire in her eyes. She ran over to Nora and snatched the band from her. Deku. What's this? Asked RWBY excitedly. It looks like the mid-gauntlets, but I can say it different. And how do you know that? Asked Weiss. It looks the same. No. They aren't the same. It's different, retorted RWBY. I can tell that. It's not the same. Yeah? It is different, said Izuku. It is my trump card. I will use it only in case of emergency. So, how does it work? Asked Pyrrha curiously. It's similar to mid-gauntlets, said Izuku. Except that this one can withstand up to 2 of 100% smashes. Wait, 100%? Asked Blake, surprised. Yup, but only 2, said Izuku. It's exactly similar, yeah, this one feels more sturdier, muttered RWBY. This one goes only up to my elbow, said Izuku. I only have one gauntlet, so I will use it in emergency only. Then how about me? Exclaimed RWBY loudly, leaning onto the boy too close. I'll help you in getting any kind of gear. Just ask me for once and I will make the best equipment for you. Really? You will really do that? Asked Izuku, getting back a bit. I mean, won't it disturb you or create problem for you? Nah. I love weapons, said RWBY. Then thanks. I really needed someone to help me get some gear, said Izuku. I was thinking of where to get a person who recreate my gear. RWBY, please get back a little, said Pyrrha, pulling the girl back a bit with a frown. He's uncomfortable, you know. Why is it reminding me of that scene? Thought Blake, remembering a certain scene from her book No Way. Is it possible? I must find out. Izuku, what's that? Asked Weiss, pointing to something at his suit which had something over it. Oh, that's the one I actually wear with my battlesuit. Both the Air Force gloves and the mid-gauntlets are combined, said Izuku. It's a bit weaker than the original mid-gauntlets, since it was made in a hurry. I would love to meet that friend of yours, said RWBY. I would love to see how they made this. Yeah. Izuku nervously sweated, thinking about Hatsum. Nope, RWBY's already a Hatsum. I don't want to know how a Hatsum square would be. No thanks. Same goes for Melissa. Anyway, now that we have seen his gears, is everyone ready for my jokes? Asked Yang. I have learned new jokes last night. Oh hell nah. Everyone yelled while Izuku chuckled lightly. Each one looked at the other and laughed while Yang pouted angrily. Everyone knew how bad was Yang's jokes. They were so bad a person who had died would wake up, listen this and die again. Legends say that several people had turned into zombies hearing the jokes. It's nice to see them smile and laugh, thought Izuku. Looking out in the sky, there are dangers out there. People are always in danger. That's why I will help my new friends improve themselves, so that there will always be new heroes for this world, even after I leave. Time skip. It was nighttime. Roman Torchwick was walking towards a large building with Hanzo walking beside him. Roman had a briefcase in his hand. They walked towards a table which was kept in the middle of the hall. Roman put the briefcase on it and sighed. How very disappointing, Roman. A feminine voice was heard. Roman trembled and turned back in fear. He had sweat dripping down his forehead. Whoa, haha. Wasn't expecting to see you guys so soon, said Roman. We are expecting more from you, said the person. The person turned out to be the very same woman who had encountered the villain hunter almost 2 months ago. 2 people were standing beside her. Hey, you were the one who suggested working with those stupid mutts from the White Fang and this idiot from the New Hazard, replied Roman. And you'll continue to do so, said the woman, lighting a fire on her hand. The fire brightened as she walked forward and the 2 people beside the woman could be seen. A girl and a boy. The girl had light green hair, and the boy had what looked like black hair. We have big plans for you, Roman, said the woman as her eyes glowed. All we ask is a little cooperation. And don't worry, you will get some of the biggest helps you need. Huh. Roman was confused, but stiffened up as he heard footsteps. A young male voice was heard from behind the shadows. Our meta abilities are capable of ruining every of those hunter schools, and destroying the whole remnant. You don't have to be worried about us. Oh yeah, then do you think you can defeat that hero? Your friend couldn't? Asked Roman nervously, turning behind and stopped as a hand held his neck. Don't turn around, lest you want your head to fly, said the voice threateningly. Den was a pawn of mine. I saw how that hero fought with his powers. So Den wasn't a failure. He made him show his powers. It won't be that difficult. I have fought someone who was very fast, like me, so this brat isn't that much of a problem. The voice started chuckling as the hand from Roman's neck released him. The chuckling soon turned into a full-on laughter. The woman also joined in the laughter. The laugh wasn't the saw something funny type laugh, it was the dangerous laughter one could imagine in a horror movie. Looks like things will be getting ugly. Heroes, it's time for you to gear up sooner than expected. Go Beyond Plus Ultra. The Dusk Till Dawn was getting reopened. The shopkeeper was standing on top of a ladder and putting a banner on with the words, newly reopened. He then got down and then suddenly fell down onto the ground after crashing onto someone. Excuse me. Sorry. A feminine voice was heard. The shopkeeper looked up to see a cream green-haired girl looking down. She had crimson-red eyes. I'm not really from around here, said the girl, extending her hand. The shopkeeper held it and stood up. She then took out a piece of paper with an address written on it and held it out to the old man. Would you mind pointing me in the direction of this shop? Asked the girl. The old man squinted at it and nodded. He then told her the directions as the girl listened. She then walked down a path away after waving goodbye at him. I knew you were lost. A masculine voice was heard as the girl walked forward. A gray-haired boy was standing near the corner. The 2 were the very same people who had been with Cinder at the harbor meeting Roman. Mercury. I will seriously pay you to shut up, said the girl as she walked up to him and held up a purse. That's not your money, said the boy named Mercury while shaking his head. But it could be yours for 5 minutes of silence, said the girl. No deal, replied Mercury, shaking his head again. Humph. Fine, said the girl as she took out a note and kept it in her side pocket and the purse in the other pocket and started walking away. Whatever. You want me, said Mercury as he followed her. It was a normal day. People were walking to their works, couples talking at some cafe, etc. The duo walked down the road. How much further? Asked Mercury. A few blocks, replied the girl. This place is so dull, sighed Mercury. I kinda like it, said the girl. Tall buildings, diverse culture. And nice dopey people who are easy to pickpocket, said Mercury. That's every city, said Emerald as she stood with her hands onto her hips. Oh Emerald, Master Thief, exclaimed Mercury dramatically. Please don't take my money. I barely have enough to get by. The girl groaned in frustration and walked away, frowning. Mercury sighed as he looked at her walking away. You're no fun today, said Mercury as he followed her. Though I am still surprised that villain hunter hasn't caught you. I know his patrol routes. I've been observing them, replied the girl, annoyed. Of course I know when to avoid him. Pretty sure that guy will catch up in no time, said Mercury. Who knows? The duo just walked away after halting their conversations there. The girl then dialed on her phone a number and gave a missed call and then put it away. The duo reached a bookstore and went inside. There were multiple stacks of books around. Mercury went and looked through some books at a stack, humming a tune, while the girl went towards the counter and pressed the bell on the table. "Be right there." A man's voice was heard. The duo then looked at each other and then looked back. In the meantime, the door opened and another man walked in with a hoodie on. He also started looking around the stacks. Soon enough, a man entered the room carrying multiple books with his back towards them. He had a cap on his head. "Welcome to Tuxin's book trade," said the man as he put the books down beside. "Home to every book under the sun. How may I?" He then looked at the girl, who simply smiled faintly. Mercury was still looking through the books. "How may I help you?" asked the man. "Just browsing," said Mercury. "Same. I love books. They give a lot of info," said the hoodie man. "Actually, I was wondering, do you have any copies of The Thief and the Butcher?" asked the girl. "Yes, we do," said the man. "That's great," exclaimed the girl. "Would you like a copy?" asked the man. "No, just wondering," said the girl. Flap. Mercury closed the book he was holding on. The hoodie man looked at the shopkeeper as the girl continued. Oh, what about Violet's Garden in paperback?" asked the girl. "He's got it," said Mercury, showing the book. "Hardback too." "Oh, options are nice," said the girl as she tapped her chin. No pictures," said Mercury. "'Cause that's a novel, dumbass," said the hooded man. "Hey, do you have any comics or mangas?" asked Mercury. "Near the front," replied the shopkeeper. "Do you have any book called The Speedsters?" asked the hooded man. "Or any book which is about hunters? I am just a big fan of every huntsman." "I think we have one," replied the shopkeeper. "Do you want me to get it?" No thanks. I wanted to just know that," said the hooded man. "I will buy it later." "Oh, no, wait," said the girl. "What about Third Crusade?" The shopkeeper hesitated as the trio looked at him intently. "Don't believe we carry that one." Slam. Both the hooded man and Mercury slammed the books close as they looked at the shopkeeper. "Oh," was all Mercury said. "What was this place called again?" asked the girl. "Tuxin's book trade," said the shopkeeper. "And you're Tuxin?" asked the girl again. "That's right," replied the shopkeeper named Tuxin. "So then I take it that you're the one who came up with the catchphrase?" asked the girl. "Yes," said Tuxin. "And what was it again?" asked Mercury. "Tuxin's book trade. Home to every book under the sun," replied Tuxin. "Except the Third Crusade," said Mercury. "Are you sure you're supposed to have every book present?" asked the hooded man. "Not all. It's just a catchphrase," said Tuxin. "It's false advertising," retorted Mercury. "You shouldn't make a promise you can't keep, Tuxin," said the girl. Mercury started switching off the lights, which was right behind him. The hooded man started wearing fingerless gloves. "I hear you're planning on leaving," continued the girl as Tuxin looked at them. "Moving all the way to Vacuo. Your brothers in the White Fawn wouldn't be happy to hear that. And neither are we." Mercury had turned off all the lights. The hooded man smirked. "You know who we are, don't you?" asked the girl, still smiling. "Yes," said the man. "And you know why we're here?" asked the girl. "Yes," said Tuxin as Mercury walked behind the girl. "So, are you going to fight back?" asked the girl. The group stayed in silence in the darkness. They all stood still as Tuxin frowned. "Yes," exclaimed Tuxin as claws came out of his nails. The man then jumped onto the table with his claw hands ready as the group walked back. He then jumped onto the girl and tried to swipe at her, only for her to dodge. He then looked forward to see Mercury going to kick him. Pow! Pow! 3 punches suddenly came into contact with his face. He coughed up blood and flew back at the counter. He looked up to see Hooded Man grinning evilly as his fist smoked. "Oh, come on, man. I was gonna get him first," whined Mercury. "Then you need to be a bit more faster, kid," said the Hooded Man. "Bastard!" Tuxin yelled as he lunged towards the man. The shopkeeper suddenly stopped midair and tried to struggle as he felt his neck getting caught. He looked in front to see Mercury smiling as the girl went in front of him. "You know Tuxin," We are very, very sad, said the girl. Bet those guys didn't like it either. Huh. Watch a mean, yelled Tuxin somehow. She means that you should keep your senses sharp. A creepy voice was heard from behind Tuxin. I am surprised you couldn't see me even though faunuses are supposed to have better senses than normal humans. Huh. Tuxin started choking as he felt a very evil aura, his instincts yelling at him. He then turned his head to the side to see the hooded man looked at him with red eyes. His body was emitting yellow electricity as he gave a creepy smile. WW, when did you even get here? Tuxin was totally shocked. Nighty night, said the man. Tuxin quickly whipped forward to see a kick coming towards him, courtesy of Mercury. A few minutes later, the trio walked out of the shop with the girl stretching. She then looked at Mercury, who was reading a comic. The hooded man had an angry look on his face. What's with that? Asked the girl. I like the pictures, replied Mercury. Darn it. That guy lied. There was no info book on Huntsman, said the hooded man angrily. Guess it was all useless. The trio then parted their ways, going in different directions. Meanwhile at Beacon, Blake was looking through a notebook she had made. Several drawings and writings of someone and a white fang symbol was sketched. She was observing them intently, when Yang slid to the side. What you doing? Asked Yang. Nothing, said Blake as she closed her book. Just going over notes from last semester. She was sitting with her team and her friends at the cafeteria of the school. All the other students were eating their food and chatting. Suddenly, a popcorn flew towards Yang, who caught it with her mouth. Lame, said Yang. Blake looked in front to see Team MNPR sitting in front of them. Nora was the culprit who was throwing popcorns towards Yang, who again caught another one. The two were eating while Midoriya was eating as well as looking through his notebook. Blake gave a small smile as she had at least one friend who shares the same love for reading as her. Slam. RWBY came from the side and put down a huge pile of papers, shaking the entire table. The food plates trembled on the vibration, though Midoriya continued reading and eating simultaneously, seemingly unfazed. RWBY then cleared her throat. Sisters. Friends. Called out RWBY. Weiss. Hey. The said girl responded. 47 minutes ago, I had a dream. Started RWBY. This ought to be good, said Yang as she caught a strawberry from Nora. A dream that one day, the four of us would come together, as a team, and have the most fun anyone has ever had ever, just like Team MNPR, said RWBY. Did you steal my binder? Asked Weiss. I am not a crook, said RWBY. What are you talking about? Asked Blake confusedly. She's talking about studying, Blake, responded Midoriya without looking up. She wants you guys to study together while also having fun. Yes. Exactly what he said, exclaimed RWBY. I'm talking about kicking off the semester with a bang. I always kick my semesters off with a yawn, joked Yang. Guys. The others present shook their heads in disappointment and groaned. Inside Midoriya's mind, Banjo was chuckling lightly. Okay, I like that girl already, said Banjo. You were single, and still you like dad jokes, senpai, said En. You're really weird. Hey, it's not my fault she shares somewhat same traits as me, whined Banjo. Boink. An apple hit Yang's forehead as she frowned to see Nora looking at her. Buh, exclaimed Nora. Look guys, it's been a good 2 weeks and between more exchange students arriving and the tournaments at the end of the year, our second semester is going to be great, said RWBY. But classes start back up tomorrow, which is why I've taken the time to schedule a series of wonderful events for us today. Except you need to start studying, RWBY, said Midoriya, looking at the girl. You, Yang and Blake need to start. Weiss already excels in it. From my own team, Nora is tough to teach and Rin is tired of taking care of her continuously, so his studies are also affected. The girl blushed in embarrassment as her secret got out by the greenette. Blake looked at Midoriya confusedly. You're saying I don't study? Asked Blake. You sure study your own storybooks more than the notes, said Midoriya, drinking water. And don't think I didn't saw what you were reading. My eyes are also sharp, you know. Shut up. Blake had an embarrassment expression on her face too. You know, RWBY, I also created some schedules for my team while keeping in mind to keep their trainings good, said Midoriya. How about we combine our timetables and do training together? That would be great, the red-caped girl exclaimed loudly. How could that not come to my mind? Of course, we should combine them. The more the merrier. I don't know whether to be proud or scared of what you two have in store, said Weiss as Yang threw a guava at Izuku mistakenly, who caught it and kept it onto the table. I don't know, said Blake. I think I might sit this one out. Sit out or not, I think however we spend this last day we should do it as a team, said Weiss. Get ready, called out Nora as Yang signaled a no. Midoriya looked to the side to see Nora going to throw something, but her angle was wrong and he could see where she would throw it. Wait, Nora. Don't, exclaimed Midoriya. I for one think that. Weiss stood up and started to say but was interrupted by a plate of cake slamming onto her face. The others present had their hands over their mouths. Midoriya had his eyes widened. I am going to the bathroom. Coming back in a few minutes, said Midoriya as he stood up and quickly rubbed his mouth. The greenette then quickly walked out the cafe, fearing for his life while mentally praying that nothing bad would happen. The others present just stared at the cake-faced Weiss standing still. It was absolutely silent in the area. Outside, two boys were walking down a corridor. One of them was Sun and the other was blue-haired boy with red sweater and jeans. Man, that's harsh, said the blue-haired boy. So then we were fighting side by side and she was super fast and I threw a banana at a guy. WHCH sounds gross, but it was awesome, exclaimed Sun. Nice, said the blue-haired boy. Right, said Sun. Oh, I didn't told you that. I met that new hunter that night. Wait, really? Asked the blue-haired boy surprised. What was he like? How strong was he? Well, I would say he was extremely polite and also strong, said Sun. And he was even faster than her. The criminal had bought reinforcement, but that villain hunter completed the fight in just less a minute. I am so jealous, exclaimed the blue-haired boy. I always wanted to meet after hearing about his deeds. By the way, I forgot to tell you. Blake's a faunus, said Sun quietly. So, keep it a secret, okay? Got it, said the blue-haired boy. And not I'm gonna go tell Scarlet the second Sun turns his back secret, said Sun, making the blue-haired boy sweat drop. I'm talking secret. Whoa, chill out man, okay. I got it, said the blue-haired boy. You better, said Sun. Pfft. The blue-haired boy just chuckled softly. I just don't want to screw this up, you know, said Sun. The people here are the coolest. No offense to you guys. None taken, said the blue-haired boy. The duo were walking outside calmly and chatting while not noticing the window of the cafe beside them, where food and stuff were being thrown to the window. The two boys seemed to be totally clueless about the chaos happening inside. One student even crashed onto the window pane without breaking it. Okay, they're just in here, said Sun, stopping in front of the entrance to the cafe. I'm really excited for you to meet them, so be cool, okay? Especially Izuku. He's one of the coolest guys I have ever seen, so please be cool to him the most. You're gonna be cool, right? Dude, said the blue-haired boy as he stood with his legs crossed and his teeth shining as he gave a smirk. Good point, said Sun. The duo then entered the cafeteria with huge goofy grins on their faces. The blue-haired boy's smile though turned into a shocked expression, while Sun still had his goofy smile on. The students meanwhile were running out of the cafe. Food fight, someone yelled. The students ran out as the duo saw Team NPR and RWBY in a standoff. Several tables were piled up in weird angles like a building. Nora was standing on the topmost table with her arms on her hips while Pyrrha stood in front of the middle table and Ren on the ground with his arms crossed. I'm queen of the castle, exclaimed Nora loudly while laughing. On the far end was RWBY standing with a milk box with a straw in her hand. She then pointed her finger at NPR as she stomped onto the ground, making the food tremble on the ground. Justice will be swift, exclaimed RWBY. Justice will be painful. It will be delicious. She yelled as she crushed the milk box, and her team joined in the war cry. Nora then jumped down from her spot. Off with their heads, yelled Nora. She then went towards several watermelons kept on the ground. Ren kicked 3 melons at RWBY while Pyrrha threw 1 melon as hard as she could. Nora then flipped her table as the melons flew towards RWBY. Yang. Turkey, ordered RWBY. Yang then jumped in front and took 2 large turkey and put them on her hands. She then punched her knuckles together as the melons flew towards her. She then started punching the melons. She dodged one of them and continued her assault, when Blake joined her by picking up 2 breadsticks. She then started slicing up the melons with Yang punching them. Yang then threw the turkeys at her opponents, who dodged them. Pyrrha saw Blake coming towards her and dodged to the side. She then picked up a breadstick and attacked the Nico girl, who blocked it with her own breadsticks. The two girls started attacking each other like it was a shadow fight battle. Blake created a clone and dodged an attack and counter-attacked by throwing her breadstick at Pyrrha. The red-headed girl dodged and then attacked Blake with her breadstick like a spear, knocking her far away. She then threw it like a spear towards Blake, who got saved by Yang punching it away but got hit by another breadstick. RWBY joined the battle by skating across the long table with a large tray, the food flying away. She knocked a breadstick at Pyrrha with her tray, who dodged it. RWBY then skated towards her and kicked her away. She tried to get off as Ren and Nora ran forward. RWBY moved out of the way as Weiss came forward and emptied an entire sauce bottle onto the ground instantly, making Ren slip on it and crashing onto the tables and flying back. Nora ran forward and jumped up and tore the pole which was fixed to the wall. She then plunged it into a melon and created a makeshift hammer with it. She then attacked Weiss, who was shielded by RWBY, but got sent flying away instead. Weiss picked up a needlefish. She knocked Nora back, who got back up and started attacking Weiss while easily parrying with her blows. She then knocked her back hard enough that Maid flew through several tables and crashed onto the pillar nearby, causing it to break down. A piece of the pillar fell onto her as she fainted. RWBY quickly saved her in bridal style. Weiss. Weiss. Don't leave me. RWBY exclaimed dramatically as the pillar fell down. No. Yang then lunged forward and once again put on the large turkeys on her hands and started running towards her opponents. Ren also ran and picked up 2 vegetables and ran towards the yellow-haired girl. Yang kicked him, who blocked it with the vegetable. The duo then started fighting like shadow fight, both dodging the other's attack, though Yang was hitting him harder. She then punched him up in the air, who in return threw the vegetables onto the ground. They got stuck onto the ground. Yang then jumped up and smashed him down onto the ground as hard as she could. Ren's ears were ringing as he gave up and became unconscious. Nora then came and hit the ground while Yang jumped back. Both the girls then ran towards each other, and Yang tried to land a punch, only for Nora to smash her up into the air, flying through the ceiling. Blake then picked up some sausages and used it as whip to knock Nora back, who crashed onto the soda machine. Nora picked up 3 cans which fell from the machine and threw them at the Nico girl, who dodged. Pyrrha got up and saw several cans fallen on the ground. She then used her semblance and lifted them up in the air. She then launched them onto Blake, who couldn't dodge anymore and just got hit by the cans. Pyrrha then created a snake with the cans and launched them onto Blake, who flew back by the cans and crashed onto the wall. RWBY got up and saw her falling down. She then frowned and looked at Team PR with anger in her eyes. She then bent down and zoomed across the room. As soon as she did that, gusts of wind formed a mini storm as the cans and tables started flying behind RWBY. Pyrrha and Nora saw the girl coming towards him with high speed. Ren got up and also her coming at them. RWBY then spun forward in a fast motion, creating a fast tornado. She zoomed past the team, as they watched the storm coming towards them. They tried to run away as the storm closed onto them. Fwish. The storm suddenly got intercepted by 2 air bullets moving at fast speed towards them. The bullets crashed onto the cans and knocked them onto the ground and the ceiling. Team NPR looked at the cans falling onto the ground. RWBY stopped in front of the wall and turned around, causing shockwaves which cracked the wall. She then looked forward to see no storm. In fact, the mess was fallen onto the ground. You guys are 17 and still behaving like 7 to 8 years old kids who play with their food. A familiar voice was heard. Except you guys go to extreme lengths. Thank God I didn't join you. Everyone turned to see Midoriya standing near the window. He had come back from his bathroom break. He had an annoyed expression on his face. His hand was raised up with fingers flicked. He sighed and looked at RWBY. Thank goodness you haven't met my former teacher. He would have given you a severe punishment for this enjoyment, said Midoriya. I was expecting for you guys to get lectured by an angry Weiss, but I guess was wrong. Izuku. I knew it. There was someone I was missing, exclaimed RWBY as she pointed at him. I am gonna defeat you. I guess there's no need to stop you guys as you have already messed up the food, said Midoriya. We cannot eat them anymore, so I guess it's fine. I feel bad though. He was cut off by RWBY trying to kick him, who in return just moved to the side calmly and quickly. The girl had fire in her eyes. She was determined to defeat him no matter what. She then started chasing him across the cafe, who just dodged her attacks calmly. But the weird thing is, he was changing his direction too fast, as if gravity and friction weren't working on him. Weiss. Blake. The leader's here. Yelled RWBY, annoyed finally. Huh. Where's ya? Midoriya jumped up in the air as he saw a needlefish coming towards him, which got stuck to the ground. What the? How strong are these? Are these even for eating? You decide, said Blake as she threw the sausages at him. The greenette then jumped onto the ceiling and quickly activated his full cowl and observed the arena. Several tables were fallen, cans with their juices were out, and the three girls had their weapons ready. He understood what to do and jumped forward. Weiss jumped up to attack him, who just simply picked up the nearby carrot and threw it hard at her, knocking the air out. Blake quickly ran in front of him to attack, only for him to disappear from her eyes. She quickly created a clone and jumped away, only to see no one. Looking for me. Midoriya's voice was heard. The Nico girl looked up to Midoriya carrying the turkeys. He then threw them at her, who quickly dodged to the side. However, her luck became bad quickly as the turkeys fell onto the ground, cracking it and creating a shockwave, knocking her back towards RWBY. The girl looked at it in surprise. No power and still able to create shockwave. RWBY exclaimed. Okay, I regret it now. Thump. Midoriya landed onto the ground. He then turned on his full cowl and looked at the two girls with his glowing green eyes. Let me make you have a taste of your own medicine, said Midoriya. He bent and launched himself past the two girls, cracking the ground violently. A huge shockwave followed him and launched the girl towards WNPR, who got surprised. The whole group then crashed onto the wall as the food and stuff slammed onto them, completely drenching them in fruit juices, water, spices and gravy. Midoriya had stopped near the window. He looked at the group with their air knocked out. This is for wasting all those foods, said Midoriya. Try not to use your power the next time. WELL lost. RWBY squeaked out. Nope, nobody won, said Midoriya. I stopped you guys. That's all. At the other end of the room, Sun had a huge grin on his face and stars in his eyes. I love these guys, said Sun to his friend excitedly. His friend had an annoyed expression on his face as he was completely drenched in the fruit juices. He didn't know what to do. He looked at Sun totally annoyed when suddenly the door opened and Glinda walked in. She had angry expression on her face. She then used her semblance and manipulated the tables and plates. Every table and plate flew up in the air and then went back to their original place. Midoriya looked at her staring at them. Children, please, said Glinda as she pushed her glasses. Do not play with your food. Sorry, Professor Glinda, apologized Midoriya as the students sat onto their places. I apologize on the... Yao. Yang's voice was heard as she crashed through the roof. Midoriya looked at her and quickly caught her in his arms. The yellow-haired girl then looked at him. Pretty sure Nora had sent you away, said Midoriya. You okay? Ara, my knight in shining armor, said Yang flirtatiously. I would like to reward you. Shut up, Yang, said Pyrrha as she went and pushed the girl on the bench from the greenette's arms, who was blushing in embarrassment. Glinda had a very angry look on her face. It escalated more as the roof broke twice. A hand then patted her shoulder. Let it go, said Ojban, who had walked in. They're supposed to be the defenders of the world, sighed Glinda. And Izuku was supposed to be a matured hero. At least he didn't join them from the start. They will be the defenders, answered Ojban, seeing the students wiping the mess from their uniforms while Midoriya chuckled looking at them. But right now they're still children, so why not let them play the part? He then turned around and started walking out while the blue-haired boy and Glinda looked at him going out. After all, it isn't a role they will have forever, said Ojban. Glinda looked at Midoriya smiling. She remembered how the boy looked when he first came. He also talked like a mature adult with fearless attitude. She sighed, hoping the others present will not become like him. He would probably stop them from following his steps. Probably. Time skip. At a warehouse, the cream green-haired girl and Mercury walked into while seeing the white fawn getting down a bullhead inside. They were unloading large black boxes down. The duo walked past them towards Roman, who was looking at a map. He looked at them. Oh look, she sent the kids again, said Roman, hugging them. This is turning out just like the divorce. Ugh. The girl and Mercury got out of his hold. Spare us the thought of you procreating. That was a joke, exclaimed Roman as he pulled out a small paper. And this just might tell me where you two have been all day. What? The girl looked through her pockets. I'm a professional, sweetheart, said Roman. Pay attention, maybe you'll learn something. He then looked at the paper, frowning first and then looking at the duo. Why do you have this address? Asked Roman. Wouldn't you like to know? Asked the girl. Yeah, I would, demanded Roman. Now, where have you been all day? Cleaning up your problems, said Mercury. One of them at least. I had that under control, said Roman. 2 packed bags and a ticket out of Vale said otherwise, said Mercury. Listen, you little punk, if it were up to me I would take you and your little street rat friend here, and I would. Roman was going too much when he got cut off by a feminine voice. What would you do? He looked up to the red-clothed woman looking at him from the top. She was wearing the very same red clothes she had worn the first day Midoriya arrived. She stood on an elevator and got down. Roman got nervous a bit. I'd not kill them, said Roman nervously. Cinder, called out the girl. I thought I made it clear that you were to eliminate the would-be runaway, said the woman named Cinder, walking toward the said man. I was going to, said Roman. He was going to escape to Vacuo, said the girl. Mercury and I along with Oak decided to take it upon ourselves to kill the rat. I think he was some sort of cat, actually, said Mercury. What, like a puma? Asked the girl. Yeah, there you go, said Mercury. Wrong. He was more like a panther. A voice was heard. The hooded man from the shop walked into the warehouse and walked towards them. Cinder smirked. So, the great Oak finally entered the area, said Cinder. Where were you? Trying to find info on the huntresses, said the man named Oak. Found only about the amateur ones. They aren't that hard to deal. I guess everyone's an extra to you, said Cinder, turning to the duo. Anyway, did I not specifically instruct you two to keep your hands clean while in Vale? I just thought. The girl was cut off Cinder. Don't think. Just obey me and Oak, said Cinder. Yes, ma'am. It won't happen again, said the girl. And you? Cinder called out to Roman, who chuckled nervously. Why wasn't this job done sooner? Roman then started pointing towards every box's present. Sorry if I've been a little busy stealing every speck of dust in the kingdom. You're an inspiration to every punk with a gun and a ski mask, said Mercury. Look around, kid, answered Roman. I've got this town running scared. Police camping out at every corner, dust prices through the roof, evading that rumored villain hunter who has heavily damaged 5 of my containers, and we're sitting pretty in an old warehouse with more dust crystals, vials and rounds than we know what to do with. Speaking of which, if you guys wouldn't mind filling me in on your grand master plan, it might actually make my next string of robberies go a little smoother. Oh, Roman, have a little faith, said Cinder, walking towards him and touching his chin. You'll know what you need when you to know it. Besides, we're done with dust. Okay. Then what now? Asked Roman confusedly. We're moving, said Cinder. That hunter will definitely find this spot soon. Have the White Fawn clear out this building. I'll send you details and coordinates tonight. Coordinates, said Roman. We're proceeding to phase 2, said Cinder. She then walked away. Mercury and the girl followed her as Roman sighed and took out a cigar. He then put it in his mouth and tried to find his lighter into his pockets, only to see the girl lighting it in her hand. She taunted him with her tongue stuck out. Kids will be kids, muttered Oak as he too followed Cinder. Several aircrafts were flying over the beacon skies. Ashbin and Glinda were looking at them from the window of a tower inside the school campus, which was at the highest point the school could offer with the highest altitude. Ironwood certainly loves bringing his work where he travels, said Glinda. Well, running an academy and a military makes him a busy man, said Ashbin. But yes, those are a bit eyesore. Ping, ping. A device kept on the table started ringing as a blue hologram appeared with the words access requested. Come in, said Ashbin as the ringing turned off. The door opened and a tall man walked in. He was wearing a white suit, white pants and blue shirt inside the suit. Ashbin, called out the man. Hello, General, said Ashbin. Please drop the formalities, said the General, shaking hands with Ashbin. It's been too long. Glinda walked beside them. The General turned towards her. And Glinda, said the General. It has certainly been too long since we last met. Oh, James, said Glinda in a relaxed way as she whispered in Ashbin's ears. "I'll be outside." Saying this, the majestic woman walked out as the duo watched her. The general then turned to Ashbin. "Well, she hasn't changed a bit," said the general named James. "So, what in the world has brought you all the way down from Atlas?" asked Ashbin as he walked to the table and started pouring tea from the kettle into the nearby cup. Headmasters don't typically travel with their students for the vital festival. Ashbin gave the man the filled cup, who accepted it with his right hand. "Well, you know how much I love Vale this time of year," said James as he pulled out a small canister from inside his coat and poured the contents into the cup. "Besides, with you hosting, I thought this might be a good opportunity for us to catch up. I can certainly appreciate quality time between friends," said Ashbin as he sat on the seat and poured himself some tea. "However, the small fleet outside my window has me somewhat concerned." "Well, concern is what brought them here," said the general. "I understand travel between kingdoms has become increasingly difficult." Ashbin was cut off by the general. "Oz, you and I both know why I brought those men," said James. Ashbin just silently sipped some from his cup and sighed tiredly. "We are in a kind of peacetime," said Ashbin tiredly. "Shows of powers like this are just going to give off the wrong impression." "But if what Crow said is true," James was cut off by Ashbin. "If what Crow said is true, then we will handle it tactfully," said Ashbin. "It's the vital festival, a time to celebrate unity and peace. So I suggest you not scare people by transporting hundreds of soldiers halfway across the continent." "I'm just being cautious," said James. "I don't trust those new hazard group, nor that rumored villain hunter." "As am I," said Ashbin. "Which is why we will continue to train the best huntsmen and huntresses we can." He sipped some more from his cup before realizing something the general had said, which caught his attention late. "Wait, what do you mean you don't trust the villain hunter?" asked Ashbin. "Yes, I don't trust him," said James with a serious face. "That individual is a dangerous being. Too dangerous to be even left alive." "But he saves people at night," said Ashbin with a frown. "He's really a good hunter, maybe even more." "Just because you're correct doesn't mean you're right," retorted James, unknowingly taking a certain boy's dumb quote. "I don't trust him at all. I know what you want from him. We definitely can't ally him. We have no idea what he can to us." He then walked towards Ashbin and leaned onto him, who stared back at him. "Tell me, Oz, have you ever seen someone who can run so fast no one can even perceive him moving, even with their auras?" asked James seriously. "Crow is surely fast, but we can still see him. Is there anyone who just appears and disappears without any sound despite being in front of several people? Is there anyone who fights the criminals, especially that new hazard group with no hesitation? Is there anyone who is reported to be appearing in multiple places? Is there anyone who is said to be so mysterious that he becomes the hot topic of several rumors in several cities? Tell me, Ashbin, do you?" he asked to the headmaster while staring at him with fully serious eyes. The latter closed his eyes and sighed. He stayed silent for some time before standing up and opening his eyes and staring back at the general with the same ferocity, surprising him. "I would like to let you know, James, that the vigilante won't be a threat," said Ashbin. "Sure, he sounds dangerous, sure he sounds powerful, sure he is mysterious, but have we ever heard of an incident where he hurts people? Tell me, James." "We haven't. But he is always present in those situations," said James. "And he appears in times when everyone is present, and yet no one sees him appearing. Only few images had been captured of him. His ugly and filthy suit doesn't suit a hunter, only a vigilante. We shouldn't give him respect as a hunter." 38. "Ha, what can I do about you, James?" sighed Ashbin as he sat back down. "I don't hate that thing about you being cautious, but this is now too much. Have you ever thought what could happen if we don't let that vigilante do his stuff? Just imagine. People are being attacked. We focus on the offensive side against the attackers while that vigilante comes in and starts saving people fast and then joins us for the offense. In this way, we could end any battle in a shorter time than estimated without his help. So, after hearing all this, do you still believe he is an enemy to us?" James just stared at him in silence, letting the headmaster's words sink in. He composed himself back. "Yes. Believe me, I am," said the general as he started walking away, before stopping in between. "But ask yourself this, do you honestly believe your children can win a war? Especially one against an unknown, mutated people with abilities so strong, reinforcements are needed to be sent time to time. Do you really believe that we all will win against those threats with some unknown stranger teaming up with us? Saying this, the general then walked out of the room. Ashbin just stared at him going away as the door closed behind in silence. He then relaxed his eyebrows. I hope they never have to, said Ashbin to himself. Because if something happens to him, I don't know what chaos will befall on everyone. At the library, Team RWBY and Midoriya were sitting at a table. The entire team was playing with cards silently while Midoriya was reading a book called Artillery vs. Cavalry with his team beside them. Thought RWBY as she saw her friends looking at their cards. I see. Remind me why you are reading that book and not enjoying some time with your friends? Asked Nana, floating beside Izuku as he pulled out a notebook from his back pocket. And where do you even keep them? I am enjoying my time with my friends. They are currently a bit busy, so let them play, replied Midoriya mentally, ignoring the last question as he wrote on the book's cover. Hunter analysis for the future. Fight. Go beyond. I am now going to start my analysis research on my friends, said Midoriya mentally as he opened his bag and pulled out a transparent files with multiple loose papers inside it. He then started copying them onto his book. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaolong, prepare your kingdom for battle, exclaimed RWBY. Bring it on, retorted Yang. I deploy the Elysian Air Fleet, said RWBY as she dramatically showed her cards, making her sister gasp dramatically. Looks like I get to fly right over your Ursai and attack your walls directly. You fiend, acted Yang. And since Atlas is part of Mantle, my repair time only lasts 1 turn, said RWBY dramatically. Hey, pretty sneaky sis, said Yang smugly, surprising RWBY as she showed up her card. But you've just activated my trap card. RWBY got shocked at the card. Giant Nevermore, exclaimed Yang, banging onto the table. If I roll a 7 or higher, fatal feathers will slice your fleet in 2. But if you roll a 6 or lower, the Nevermore will turn on your own forces, argued RWBY. That's just a chance I'm willing to take, said Yang. There was an awkward silence as the duo stared at each other while Weiss was staring at her choice of cards worriedly. Nora was sleeping while Rin was reading a giant book. Pyrrha was reading a book called Lancers. No, my fearless soldiers, exclaimed RWBY loudly. And most of them were probably androids, said Yang. Goodbye my friends, said RWBY. You will be avenged. Not until I draw my rewards, which are doubled this round, thanks to the Mistral trade route, said Yang. Bah, said RWBY in a childlike voice. Oh, what's this? The smugglers of Wind Path, exclaimed Yang. Bah, I say, retorted RWBY. Looks like I'm taking 2 cards from your hand, said Yang. Have you no heart? Yelled RWBY as she threw some of the game items to the side unknowingly towards Team MNPR, who didn't care. Pyrrha tugged Midoriya's shirt, getting his attention. She then showed him her book, where some things were written. She then signaled him to explain her what the words written meant. Midoriya looked at the words. It was under a topic called Spear Throw, an art of battle. To practice spear throwing, strengthen your shoulder muscles. Adjust your arm to an angle of 45 degrees. Push your arm forward with great force, but not too much as your shoulder might hurt. Throw with most of your strength from your fingertips to induce great force just before it gets released from your hand. Prepare your arm to mitigate the recoil. Use your aura to amplify the spear penetrating power. It's basically like when I threw that ball during my quirk apprehension test, thought Midoriya as he started explaining about it to the red-haired girl while giving an example. No, said RWBY as she lost and deflated. Well, Weiss, it's your turn, said Yang. I have, started Weiss. Absolutely no idea what's going on. I don't know why I thought of Todoroki hearing that, thought Midoriya. Maybe because she looks somewhat like that kid, said Banjo. Look, it's easy, said Yang as she leaned onto Weiss's shoulder. You're playing as Vacuo, which means all Vacuo-based cards come with a bonus. That sounds dumb, said Weiss. See, you've got Sandstorm, Desert Scavenge. Yang started looking over through all of the cards. Oh, Resourceful Rahider. See, now you can take RWBY's discarded air fleet. RWBY was crying dramatically while saying, no. And since Vacuo warriors have an endurance boost against natural hazards, you could use Sandstorm to disable my ground forces and simultaneously infiltrate my kingdom, said Yang as Weiss still looked confused. Just know that I will not forget this declaration of war. And that means? Asked Weiss. You're just 3 moves away from conquering Remnant, said RWBY while crying. So what you're saying is that I should train my hands, said Pyrrha. Yes, sure you throw good, but you should learn to throw more powerfully, said Midoriya while thinking how does that game even work. The world around Weiss thundered as she put down her cards on. She then stood up and suddenly laughing loudly like a witch, shocking the red-haired green-haired duo as they jumped out of their seats. "Well, my heart nearly came up to my throat," exclaimed the greenette while trembling. "My heart is going to burst any moment now," said Pyrrha while gasping. "Yes," said Weiss wildly. "Fear the almighty power of my forces. Cower as they pillage your homes and weep as they take your children from your very arms." "Trap card," said Yang, putting her card down and silencing the white girl. She then removed some pieces from the map and said, "Your armies have been destroyed." "I hate this game of emotions we play," said Weiss while crying. "Stay strong, Weiss. We'll make it through this together," said RWBY as she hugged Weiss while crying. "Shut up. Don't touch me," said Weiss as she hugged RWBY harder. The duo beside them sweat dropped as they went back to their seats. Pyrrha went back to reading and Midoriya went back to his notebook. "Alright Blake, you're up," said Yang relaxingly with her hands behind her head. "Huh." Blake seemed bored as she responded. "Oh. Sorry, what am I doing?" "You're playing as Vale, trying to conquer the kingdoms of Remnant," replied Yang. "Right," said Blake, noticing Midoriya walking up to them. "Doesn't this game allow you to play as major cities?" asked Midoriya as he looked over Weiss's map, surprising the girl. No," said RWBY, looking up at the boy. "You play as any of the 4 kingdoms. Each kingdom has its own bonus and armies. Bonus can also include special rewards like getting a Grimm as your own ally. But if your card selections come under 6, the Grimm will attack your own troops. So basically Clash of Clans, but your clan friend's troop attacks you if you do something risky," thought Midoriya, looking at the cards. "Interesting game. It's a combination of various games. Sorry Izuku. You can't play with us as the kingdoms has been divided among us," said RWBY with her hands together. "Sorry. Besides, this game requires a certain level of tactical cunning that I seriously doubt you possess," said Weiss. "Your real-life tactics won't work here." You attacked your own naval fleet, troops 2 turns ago," said Yang and Midoriya at once. "Humph," pouted Weiss. "Calm down, Weiss. I am not playing anyway. And about the tactic part, I've been told my mind is good enough to form tactics decently," said Midoriya. "I just came here to check this out. It looked interesting." "By whom have you been told?" asked Weiss. "Your mother." "No, my mentors," said Midoriya innocently. "And Pyrrha, of course." "Hello again," said Pyrrha behind from the table cutely. "Anyway, enjoy your game. Thanks for the short 45 seconds break," said Midoriya as he turned around. "Sup losers." A familiar voice was heard. Everyone looked behind Blake to see Sun standing with 2 of his fingers raised and a goofy grin on his face. "Hey Sun," said RWBY. "RWBY Yang Blake Ice Queen," called out Sun. "And Motorola." "Why does everyone keep calling me that?" exclaimed Weiss angrily. "It's better you just call me Greenie like Yang over here or don't call at all," said Deku as he and the one for all users sweat dropped at the name calling. "I never got a chance to formally introduce you to my old friend," said Sun as he introduced the blue-haired boy. Aren't libraries for reading?" asked the blue-haired boy. "Thanks," said Ren and Midoriya sarcastically. "Pancakes," exclaimed Nora, waking up. "Shut up. Don't be a nerd," said Sun to his friend. "Intellectual." "Okay. Thanks," said the blue-haired boy as he introduced himself. "I'm Neptune." "Nice to meet you, Neptune," said Midoriya as he walked up and shook hands with the boy. "My name is Midosari, Izuku Midoriya. You can call me Deku." "Midoriya?" asked the boy named Neptune confused. "Isn't your name Motorola?" The greenette facepalmed at the calling while his team and Team RWBY tried to hide their chuckling, but failing miserably. He sighed defeatedly. "It's Midoriya. M-I-D-O-R-Y," said Midoriya, spelling out his name properly. "Son, are you sure you didn't hit your head or anything?" asked Neptune to his friend. "You told me his name was Izuku Motorola." "Oh, it's the same and all," said Sun uncaringly. "Where is the Z in Izuku and R? I? B and Y in the Motorola?" asked Neptune, sarcastic. How the heck are these the same? You just take as the same name, said Sun. What had happened? Asked Pyrrha. He was continuously telling me I don't know what primordial chance, or which game cheat codes while trying to tell me Midoriya's name, said Neptune, pointing accusingly at Sun. Stuff like Mortala, Motorola, Moria, Ikuju, Ibuju, damn it, I might have got a cramp on my tongue repeating his words. So, Neptune, where are you from? Asked Weiss. Haven, said Neptune, walking up to Weiss. And I don't believe I've caught your name, Snow Angel. I'm Weiss, said Weiss. Pleasure to meet you, said Neptune. I never took you as the board game playing type, said Sun to Blake. Right, well I think I'm done playing actually, said Blake as she stood up and went away. What's wrong with her? Asked Midoriya. I don't know, said RWBY. She has been behaving like this ever since like the last week. Midoriya looked worriedly at the Nico girl walking away. If that night was the reason for her behavior, he need to make sure she is okay. Time skip. Brothers of the White Fang, why are you aiding this scum? The White Fang and I are going in on a joint business venture together. Blake was sitting in her room with her knees folded. That night's events were repeating in her mind. The aftermath was flashbacking in her mind. Flashback. Well, this has certainly been an eventful evening, said Ashbin as Blake looked at him from the chair she was sitting on. Blake didn't know what to say. I'm sure that after a night of thwarting attempted robbery you probably just want to go home and take a nap, but I was hoping that maybe we could have a chance to talk, said Ashbin as he sat down on the chair across Blake. Of course, said Blake. Thanks, said Ashbin. As you know, in order to enroll at my academy, students must first pass a rigorous entrance exam. Most applicants spend years of preparation training at one of the many combat schools around the world. You are one of the few who did not. And you passed the exam with flying colors. I was raised outside the kingdoms, just like Izuku. If you can't fight, you can't survive, said Blake. Well, you have most certainly survived, Blake, said Ashbin as he sipped some hot chocolate from his mug. I admire your drive. And I am proud to run a school that accepts individuals from all walks of life. Rich, poor, human, faunus, secret identity ones. Blake narrowed her eyes down on the old man. The second last part was something she had expected, but the last one. It's as if the man was hiding something. Why do you wear that bow, Blake? Asked Ashbin. Why hide who you are? You may be willing to accept the faunus, Professor Ashbin, but your species is not, replied Blake. True, but we are continuing to take strides to lessen the divide, said Ashbin. Midoriya is an example. How long will he be able to do it? Asked Blake. Pardon me, asked Ashbin. How long will he be able to defend faunus? Retorted Blake. There are very few people, very few like Izuku who get angry and even fight for the faunus. It's really appreciable, but one can get only so far. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Majority will still hate them. I definitely agree. But small steps increase the chances, said Ashbin. With all due respect, you need to start taking some larger strides, retorted Blake. Until then, I'd rather avoid any unnecessary attention. I want people just like Izuku to see me for who I am, not what I am. And what are you? Questioned Ashbin. I don't understand what you're asking, said Blake. How did you know that the White Fang would be at the shipyard tonight? Asked Ashbin. I didn't, said Blake, nodding her head in denial. Izuku and I had just happened to be at the right place at the right time. What were you two doing? Asked Ashbin. We were on a date, replied Blake too hastily, and then realizing what she had said. Sorry. I meant we were taking a walk around Vale. Izuku had noticed them earlier than me. You wouldn't have been the first, said Ashbin. But what happened tonight was not an isolated incident. I may be your headmaster, but I am also a huntsman. And it is my sworn duty to protect this world from the forces that conspire against it. Blake, are you sure there is nothing else you would like to tell me? Or else I might have to ask Mr. Midoriya himself. Let him stay out of the way, said Blake. He doesn't have to get any sort of trouble just because of my works. Very well, said Ashbin as he stood up. Thanks for your time, Ms. Belladonna. If you ever need to talk to me, please don't hesitate to ask. Midoriya is also an option in case I'm not there, or you feel more comfortable around him. Saying this, the headmaster went towards the door, when Blake's voice checked on him. Who is Izuku to you anyway? Asked Blake. You act as if you know that boy more than anyone here. You talk about him as if he has experienced everything. Why do you two talk casually? Ashbin turned his head to the side and gave a small smile. He then said, He's just an acquaintance of mine. Nothing else. Saying this, Ashbin went away while Blake sat with her thoughts sinking inside her mind. End of flashback. Knock. Knock. Knocking was heard at the door, bringing the Nico girl out of her thoughts. She then looked at the door. Come in, said Blake. The door opened and Midoriya peeked his head in. He had a worried look on his face. May I come in? Asked Midoriya. I told you can come in, said Blake. Midoriya then entered the room and closed the door behind him. He then walked up to the Nico girl and stood beside her. I hope I didn't disturb you, said Midoriya. Nah, I was just sitting, said Blake, pointing at the empty space before her. No need to stand. Come and sit. Midoriya complied and sat down. Both then stayed in awkward silence, not understanding what to say. Besides, they were all alone in the room, so it made matters even worse. Blake decided to finally break the tension. How long? Asked Blake. How long have you been that villain hunter guy? Since the start of the school. Please don't tell anyone else about it, said Midoriya. If it's about that night, then I'm sorry I wasn't Foz. I'm not angry about that, assured Blake. I was just surprised a bit. Not many have friends who are vigilantes. Who else knows about it? Just RWBY, answered Midoriya. And Ashbin? Asked Blake. No, not him, said Midoriya, then hesitating for a few seconds. Can I ask a question? Asked Midoriya. Shoot, said Blake. Is something worrying you? Asked Midoriya. You have been acting quite antisocial lately. I guess there's no need to hide, said Blake, looking up at the boy. I am worried. The White Fang isn't supposed to work with any group or any human. They were in fact going against me. I guess they are being forced, said Midoriya, scratching his chin. But yeah, they seemed aggressive. I have been trying to find the reason. You have any leads? Asked Blake. Nope, answered Midoriya. Although I have some theories. First, it's possible that the new Hazard Group and the White Fang are working together. Second, the two groups are competing with each other for stealing the largest amounts of dust, though I think that's a bit impossible. Third, both the groups are raising armies. Those are some strong theories, said Blake. Do you know about that water guy we had encountered? No, I have no clue about who he could be, lied Midoriya. I guess I have to work myself, said Blake, burying her head in between arms. Why can't they fight for freedom peacefully for once? Pat. Blake looked up to see Midoriya patting her head while smiling. Not a pity one, but a genuine one. You don't need to worry about it, said Midoriya. I will check onto them. I will find the reason for their alliance soon, so you don't need to worry about it. Purr. Blake purred faintly while nodding lightly, which went unnoticed by Midoriya. Blake realized what she did, but the greenette hadn't. He just kept on patting her head, which she didn't deny it at all. Normally she hated anyone who would even touch her head, but this time, it was a comforting. So she just gave into the comfortness and leaned in a bit. Midoriya meanwhile started talking with the one for all users while patting the head. If every villain I have encountered, or the escapees from Tartarus are working with the White Fang, then it's going to be a bit difficult to fight, said Midoriya mentally. What if they also got queer? No, that won't be possible. All for one escaped overseas, and Garaki is still imprisoned. How about you change your patrol routes? Suggested N. Those guys probably planned your routes. That's difficult, replied Midoriya, thinking about the Vale map, and the route's main street is unguarded, so it's easy to move around without detection. But not possible with the Vale Avenue. Many drones move around, scouting the area. And it's not only that, every else area is guarded. Even with float also? Asked Nana. Yeah. The drones are probably designed to withstand high-altitude effects, replied Midoriya. Alleys are crowded with just low-level thugs. So that's out of question, said Second, realizing something then. Wait, that vital tournament is coming up, right? Yeah, why leader? Asked Third. Then we could use it to our advantage, said Second. Kid, when the tournament starts, the streets should be unguarded. Police and guards will be probably at the stadium. It's highly possible the villains will attack the area. So, you need to be vigilant at that time. That's impossible. I will be participating too, replied Midoriya. I can't just leave the event so early. Then you do it after you complete the tournament, replied Second. Just like how the UA sports tournament was used by the villains, this vital tournament would also be exploited. Alright. I will definitely follow it, replied Midoriya. You don't need to worry about threats, said Hikage. If situation calls for, I will definitely alert you to use danger sense. Thanks, Fourth, said Midoriya mentally. The duo hadn't realized, but Blake had inadvertently leaned in. The greenette then touched Blake's soft ears behind her bow and started massaging them unknowingly. The soft touches made Blake's body sizzle up. She didn't know why, but she moved more closer towards Midoriya. The greenette then snapped out of his trance as he and Blake now looked at each other's eyes. Huh! The duo exclaimed in surprise, blushing madly. What are why you doing? Asked Izuku, blushing. Creak. The door opened and in walked RWBY, chatting about the previous game. They all seemed to have not noticed the event. Ugh. We should have never let him play, said Yang. You're just mad cause the new guy beat you, said RWBY. See, if you had just attacked when I told you, none of this would have happened. What's happening here? Asked Weiss, her eyes widened. The sisters followed her gaze and had their eyes fixated on the duo on the bed. Midoriya was sitting with the legs hanging out. His hand was touching Blake's left ear. Speaking of the latter, she was very close to the greenette, her hands nearly touching his thighs. Ha! Yang had her jaws dropped. What's happening? Asked RWBY, her eyes widened. Wait. This isn't WWW what it looks like, said Midoriya frantically while waving his hands. You better have a good explanation as to why you're so much close to Blake, said Weiss, her eyes twitching. It's just the Midoriya was cut off by Blake. It's nothing much. My head was hurting, so I requested him to massage it, said Blake, regaining composure. Huh. Midoriya looked at Blake with confusion in his eyes. Anyway, I'm going out to get some air. Thanks, Izuku, said Blake as she got down and walked up to the door. Stop, called out Weiss, making the girl halt in her tracks. Lately you've been quiet, antisocial and moody, which I get is kind of your thing. I think you mean the vibe or theme, said Midoriya. Be quiet. I am speaking, said Weiss. I have no problem with you doing that. But you've been doing it more than usual, which quite frankly is unacceptable. You made a promise to me, to Izuku, to all of us, that you would let us know if something was wrong. She then suddenly picked up a chair and stood onto its handle. She then started spewing stuff dramatically. So Blake Belladonna, what is wrong with you? Asked Weiss dramatically. There was an awkward silence in the room, except the sound of a cricket. Everyone had a blank expression on their faces. Weiss struggled to balance and then got down. She then put the chair back to its place and walked up to Blake, waiting for the Nico girl's answer. I don't understand how everyone can be so calm, said Blake. You're still thinking about Torchwick, said RWBY. Torchwick, the White Fang, that water criminal, all of it, exclaimed Blake tiredly. Something big is happening and very few people are trying to do something about it. Ajban told us not to worry. Between the police and the huntsmen, I'm sure they can handle it, said Yang reassuringly. Then there's that villain hunter. He will be in any spot in no time. Blake looked at Midoriya sweating and looking away. RWBY also casted a side glance at the greenette. Well, I am still worried, said Blake. The villain hunter can't be in several places. They don't know the White Fawn like I do. The new hazard seems even more dangerous. We could have died that night. The group sighed. Weiss sighed even more loudly. Okay, between blowing up nightclubs, stopping thieves, fighting for freedom and the new hazard, I'm sure the three of you think you're all ready to go out and apprehend these ne'er-do-wells. Who? Asked RWBY. She was probably an actor at some point, whispered Midoriya to Yang, who nodded in agreement. But let me once again be the voice of reason. We're students. We're not ready to handle this sort of situation, said Weiss. Well, yeah, but... RWBY was interrupted by Weiss. We're not ready, exclaimed Weiss. And we may never be ready, said Blake. Our enemies aren't just gonna sit around and wait for graduation day. They're out there somewhere, planning their next move, and none of us know what it is, but it's coming. Whether we're ready or not. Okay, said RWBY dramatically. All in favor of becoming the youngest huntresses to single-handedly bring down a corrupt organization conspiring against the Kingdom of Vale, say aye. Yes, said Yang. I love it when you're feisty. Well, I suppose it could be fun, said Weiss. None of you said aye, muttered RWBY depressed. Greenie, what about you? Asked Yang. Will you join us? You're already pretty powerful and could handle few thugs by yourself. Do you guys think all of this are games and fun? Voiced up Midoriya. Huh. Weiss was confused. We all will be pitted against some of the most vile villains in the near future, said Midoriya with a serious voice. If anyone thinks that all fighting them will be fun while trying to save those people who see lives will be endangered, then you better stay out of the way. The group was silent. The Greenette's words sank in them. Yang spoke up first. You didn't have to sound so harsh, said Yang. All right. We will be ready, Leader Deku, said RWBY while saluting. He's not wrong. We need to prepare ourselves against some powerful people, said Weiss. I am totally ready to crush some villain skulls, said Yang excitedly. None of us will be alone, said Midoriya to Blake. My team is also preparing. They will also join us. So don't think you're alone in a fight. You can always rely on us. Thanks, Deku. I needed that, said Blake. We all will be in this together. I left my board game at the library, said RWBY shocked. We're doomed, said Weiss. I'm coming too, said Midoriya. The duo then went out of the room, with RWBY rushing out and the Greenette following. RWBY, don't rush, yelled Midoriya. Thump. RWBY fell down after crashing onto someone. She was unhurt though. Sorry. Are you okay? Asked RWBY to the person. Told you not to run, said Midoriya as he walked up to RWBY. I'm fine. Just watch where you're going, said the person. It turned out to be the green cream-haired colored girl along with Mercury beside her. Both were wearing black uniforms. She had her hand extended. Sorry, said RWBY as she got up. I'm RWBY. Are you new? Yeah. I don't think I have ever seen you two here before, said Midoriya. Visiting from Haven, actually, replied an unfamiliar voice. Zap. Fourth user's danger sense spiked up as Midoriya became alerted. The cream-haired girl moved aside as Cinder walked up, wearing a black uniform similar to Emerald. RWBY looked at Cinder closely, who did the same while smiling. Ahoo. You're here for the festival, exclaimed RWBY. Oh, but exchange students have their own dormitory. You sure you're students? You two more like teachers, said Midoriya, pointing at Cinder and Mercury, and then at Cinder. Mostly you. I guess we got a growth spurt too fast, said Cinder. Zap. Danger sense again warned the boy. He acted totally normal while observing the newcomers. I guess we just got turned around, said Mercury. Don't worry, happens all the time, said RWBY. Come on, kid. Any student would have got suspicious of them by now, exclaimed Banjo. Mercury and the cream-haired girl walked forward as RWBY instructed. Your building is just east of here, said RWBY. Thanks. Maybe we'll see you around, said Cinder as she held out her hand to Midoriya. Nice to meet you. Same. The name's Deku, said Midoriya, shaking the hands. Both looked at each other's eyes for a few seconds and then the girl left the area along with the other. Oh, and welcome to Beacon, said RWBY loudly. The trio went away without answering. Cinder had a sneaky, creepy smile on her face as she walked. Midoriya just stared at them going away. In that moment, both Cinder and Midoriya had a thought in their minds. She seemed familiar. Who was that kid? He looked familiar. The students were sitting in Port's class. Weiss seemed a bit bored with Midoriya sitting beside her. She was watching her holographic watch. The Greenette decided to start up a conversation. You okay, Weiss? You seem bored, said Midoriya. The white girl didn't answer. She just stayed silent, watching the holographic watch and the professor saying nonsense. Midoriya sweated a bit and retracted to his notebook, scribbling a bit. Maybe she is bored, thought Midoriya as he wrote about improving Pira's long-range spear throw. Or maybe she is trying to ignore you, said En. That seems like the most probable answer, said Banjo. Or maybe you two are overthinking too much, replied Midoriya. Prying, As soon as the time hit 4 p.m., the bell rang, indicating the end of the period. Weiss turned off her watch as the professor stopped his talk and Midoriya stopped his note work. "And then I timed that one wrong, I guess," said Professor Port. "Well, the stunning conclusion to the story will have to wait. Until next time." Saying this, the professor went out of the room. The students stood up and started walking out. Izuku collected his notes as Weiss stood up. "Weiss, you're okay?" asked Izuku. "Yes," answered Weiss as she left the place. Izuku sighed and just closed his notebook as Team RWBY passed behind him. As soon as Yang passed him, she leaned over to him while patting his back. "One day you'll succeed," said Yang. "What?" asked Midoriya confusedly. "Befriending Weiss," lied Yang. "Oh, we are friends already," said Midoriya innocently. "She's just a bit busy lately." "Oh, you innocent being," sighed Yang as she leaned close to the boy's ear and whispered. "Oh, it's better you could have me." "Yang, you better stop teasing him," said Blake as she turned around annoyed. She then pried the yellow-haired girl from the greenette, who meanwhile had turned bright red by the way the girl had spoke near his ear. Blake pushed Yang away as she turned to the red-blushing Midoriya. "Sorry, Izuku. She's always like this," apologized Blake. "Hi. And no problem," squeaked out the boy hurriedly. Team RWBY then walked out with Yang still having a teasing smirk on her face, while Blake and RWBY looked annoyed as Weiss looked confused. Midoriya sighed and collected his bag as someone tapped on his shoulder. He turned around to see Pyrrha looking a bit annoyed. "I was calling you. What were you doing?" asked Pyrrha. "Sorry, I was lost in thoughts," apologized Midoriya. "Thinking about Yang's invitation?" asked Pyrrha, raising her eyebrows. "Pyrrha," exclaimed Midoriya, blushing. "Giggle." "Chill out, Izuku. I was just joking," said Pyrrha, giggling. "You're really adorable. So, when do we begin today?" Midoriya immediately knew what she was implying. It was something he had proposed to the team since that night of Blake's frustration. Nora and Rin joined them. "Yes, fearless leader. When do we begin?" asked Nora excitedly. "Nora, quiet down. We can't let anyone know this," said Rin. "Midoriya, when do we start?" "In a few hours from now," answered Midoriya, smiling, as he stood up with his bag. "We will join some friends also." Time skip. SHNK. FRR. FSSHH. It was evening. Team RWBY was readying up with their weapons ready. All had worn different clothes than the ones they were wearing. "I thought that class would never end," sighed Blake. "Alright guys, today's the day. The investigation begins," said RWBY as she jumped down from her bed onto the floor. "I'm glad to see that we are taking this so seriously," said Weiss. "Hey, we've got a plan." "That's moderately serious," said Yang reluctantly. "Right. Everyone remember their roles?" asked RWBY. "You and I will head to the CCT and check the SHI records for any other dust robberies, or inconsistencies," said Weiss as she became prideful. "Seeing as I'm in the family, it shouldn't be a problem. The White Fawn has regular faction meetings to head out orders and recruit new members," said Blake. "If I can get in, I can hopefully find out what they're planning. I have an old friend on the shady side of town that typically knows everything going on in Vale," said Yan with her arms crossed. "I have heard some rumors of a new guy becoming his partner in business. Getting information out of them shouldn't be too hard." "Great, we'll meet up tonight near Yang to go over what we found," said RWBY as she raised her hands up. "Let's do this." "Yeah." A familiar male voice was heard. The group turned to the source in surprise to see Sun hanging upside down from a tree branch beside the window with his tail. "Sun!" exclaimed RWBY as the group flinched back in surprise. "How did you get up there?" asked Yang. "I don't think I have seen anyone else other than Izuku reaching that height." It's easy. I do it all the time," replied Sun. "I would like to hang around Vale with Deku." "You do what?" asked Weiss in disgust. "I see LMB trees all the time," said Sun, still not reassuring Weiss. "His name is Deku," muttered RWBY. "So, are we finally getting back at that Torchwick guy?" asked Sun as he entered the room. "We are going to investigate the situation," said Blake. "As a team." "Sorry, Sun, we don't want to get friends involved if we don't have to," said RWBY. "This is another reason I didn't tell Izuku when we would leave." "Pfft, that's dumb," said Sun. "You should always get friends involved." That greenhead is really fun to stay with. That's why I brought Neptune. A girl-like scream was heard. The group was surprised as they recognized it to be Neptune's voice. They all ran towards the window, only to see a familiar dark tendril extended. They looked down to see Neptune hanging upside down by his leg, which was caught by the tendril. "You okay, Neptune? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." A familiar panic voice was heard as the group looked up to see Midoriya hanging down in it from the roof. He had his eyes widened and his whole face was sweating. "Geez, Izuku, don't scare me like that," said Neptune as his face was pale white. "And my heart is gonna burst at lightning speed." The group seemed confused. "Sup?" said Neptune somehow. "Hello there," said Midoriya while forcing a nervous smile. "How did you got up here?" asked RWBY. "And how did you fell down?" "1. I have my own ways," replied Neptune. "2. Izuku was coming down to call out Sun, but instead scared me." "Mistakenly," said Midoriya. "If you don't mind, can you please bring me inside?" requested Neptune. "I don't want my head crushed before I can even become a hunter." "Izuku, get him in please," said Weiss. "Oh, don't worry, Neptune is not going to die," said Midoriya as he pulled the boy up to the window. "Get in." The boy complied and got inside the room as Sun helped him to his feet. Midoriya then slowly lowered himself down and looked at the girls, who stared back at him. "May I come in?" asked Midoriya. "Sure. You're always welcome," exclaimed RWBY. "Why are you even here though?" asked Weiss. "Aren't we all going to investigate?" asked Midoriya. "How do you know that?" asked Weiss. "Were you eavesdropping?" "I suggested it in the first place." Sweat dropped Midoriya. "Second, should I hang here all day?" "Oh, sorry. Come on in," said RWBY as the girls sidestepped. The greenette then entered the room. He then stood up as the others looked at him. He wasn't wearing his battle suit, his costume Zeta. He was wearing a different set of clothes. His clothing was what one would call a smart and fashionable boy. If anyone looked at him, they would say his fashion sense was top-notch. It was a lot of stuff though, and he looked a bit bulky. "Damn, you look so good, buddy," said Sun. "I am so jealous I can't wear like you." "I must say, your fashion sense is really good," said Blake. It was actually Pira's idea," said Midoriya while scratching his chin nervously. "She was saying stuff like getting me some cool clothes to make me blend with modern society and stuff. I had it made a bit customized to be like my old suit along with my equipments." RWBY had small tints of red on her cheeks. They were heating up continuously. She just couldn't stop looking at the greenette, and him being cute with his big glassy eyes and cute smile didn't help either. She realized she was staring at him for too long and quickly shook her head. Why you really look so cool, Deku," RWBY stuttered while trying her best to stop her blush. "Thanks. You look good too," said Midoriya while scratching his hair. "It seems a very big jump from your previous suit." RWBY quickly turned around while blushing even more. Her nose was bleeding, which she covered with her red cape. It was a good thing her cape was red in color, which hid the blood properly. Yam looked at her sister looking away and tires started turning around inside her head. "Doesn't it feel a bit bulky type?" asked Weiss. "Though I must say it is a very good choice of dress." "Yeah, I know it is a bit too much," said Midoriya while chuckling nervously. "I couldn't stop Pira from her fashion rampage though." "Hello?" A familiar feminine voice was heard outside the room. Creak. Thud. The door slammed open so hard the wall cracked and in walked Nora with an enthusiastic grin. Ren had his palm over his face. Pira sighed tiredly. "Nora, stop breaking stuff," sighed Pira. "Smashing through them feels good," said Nora, turning to look at the group. "Yo." The atmosphere was totally silent. Only a cricket was heard making sound as the group looked at her while sweat dropping. Except Ren, the girls were wearing a different set of clothes. More like casual clothes. "Why was I expecting you guys to wear something else instead of casual clothes?" wondered Yang. "Don't know. You think?" said Ren. "Who's this crazy one?" asked Sun, pointing at Nora. "I remember seeing her back at the cafeteria." "Nora Valkyrie. Pleased to make my introduction," exclaimed Nora proudly. "I think you meant pleased to make Aqua." Neptune was interrupted by Yang. "So I take it all of you guys are coming too?" asked Yang. "Yup. Izuku has informed me of the situation," said Pira. And we have an advantage because of him. What advantage? Asked Blake confusedly. Oh, I think she meant his strength, said Weiss. No, not that, said Pyrrha, nodding her head in denial. Due to him getting the 9 Aster chess piece from the initiation, he has been given some special responsibilities. He can patrol on his own anywhere on Remnant as long as he carries the identity card. And I can also supervise any team, said Midoriya. In other words, I will be watching over you guys and will be held responsible for anything you do. Meanwhile, at a certain office. I wonder what to say to Ironwood if he finds out I made Midoriya a special card for his access, said Ashbin to himself as he drank from his mug. What did you do? Asked Glinda curiously. I gave Midoriya a special identity card for his accessibility to any place on Remnant under the guise of the Aster chess piece from the initiation, said Ashbin. And what would that do? Asked Glinda. Oh, nothing much, said Ashbin. That would show him as a legal hunter student, which would let him avoid unnecessary attention. It was his own idea, as he wanted to move around the city without any restrictions when he goes as his normal guise. That's kinda dangerous, said Glinda as Ashbin just sipped from his mug. Back with the group. Then that means we need to be careful, said Yang. You don't say, said Weiss, deadpanning at the girl. So please, don't do anything that would get me into trouble, requested Midoriya. Don't worry, Deku. We will do our best, exclaimed RWBY. Alright, what's the plan? Asked Rin. I will explain everything properly, said RWBY as the group now stood around in a circle. Alright. I'll go with Weiss and Deku. Sun, you can go with Blake and Ren. And Neptune and Nora, you can with Yang since she doesn't have a partner. The girl pushed the blue-haired boy towards Yang, who winked at Weiss before standing beside Yang with a stupid grin on his face. What's the plan though? Asked Pyrrha. Weiss, me and Deku will go to get some info, said RWBY as she pulled out her scroll and checked the time. Blake, Ren and Sun will go to the Faunus meetings and get some info on them. Yang, Neptune, Pyrrha and Nora will go to meet Yang's friend and get info. Everything good. So basically, this investigation is solely for the purpose of getting as much info as possible, asked Midoriya as the girl nodded. That's good. I like getting info anyway. Actually, RWBY, why don't you go with Yang, huh? After all, she is your sister, suggested Weiss. You want to walk around with Izuku alone? Asked Yang, raising her eyebrows. That's a bit bold of you. No, I didn't mean that, said Weiss, deadpanning at her. He could keep watch over me from a distance, as he could probably attract a lot of attention. That's reasonable, said Midoriya, checking his own dress. Then, who would you go with then? Asked Yang. Well, I guess Neptune could come with me, said Weiss. Ha 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 ha, chuckled RWBY funnily. Nah. But, Weiss flailed like a kid before getting dragged by RWBY out of the room. Alright. Let's do this, said Midoriya. All of you, all the best. Same buddy, said Sun. Izuku, would it be any problem if I joined you? Asked Pyrrha. I wish you could, said Midoriya. But I think you on that team is better, since there needs to be someone who could tame Nora. That's true. Alright. Let's do our best, said Pyrrha, sounding a bit upset. Time skip. Wow. I forgot how big the transmit tower looks so close, RWBY exclaimed. The trio walked into through a park, where a big tower was standing. People were chatting and going across it. Midoriya looked up at the tower. You should see the one in Atlas, said Weiss. That was the first one, right? Asked RWBY. Correct, said Weiss as the trio walked with the greenette looking at the tower. Atlas developed the cross-continental transmit system to allow the 4 kingdoms to communicate with one another. It was their gift to the world after the Great War. So basically, a transmission tower to communicate across the continents, thought Midoriya. Kinda like your transmission device, said Banjo. You can do the same. But here might be probably on a large scale, replied Midoriya. Oh, look at me, my name is Weiss, I know fact, I'm rich, said RWBY as she dramatically imitated Weiss's voice. The trio stopped with the white girl looking at her with her hands on hips, who was chuckling. Midoriya meanwhile wrote on his notebook he had pulled out from his pocket. Don't be a pest, said Weiss. Weiss, I think you should start learning about humor, said Midoriya. I have a good amount of humor, you don't need to tell me, said Weiss. Besides, the only reason we're here is because Ruby likes the tower so much. We could have just as easily made a call from the library. I know, but it's so cool. Oh, I'm going to take a picture, exclaimed Ruby excitedly. She pulled out her scroll to click a picture, but accidentally dropped it due to too much excitement. The scroll fell and bounced forward continuously, before slamming onto someone's familiar black foot. It turned out to be Penny, who picked up the scroll. Oh, said Penny as she picked it up and held out her hand towards the trio. You dropped this. Penny. Ruby and Midoriya were surprised. Penny looked a bit confused. Where have you been? We haven't seen you since the night at the docks, said Ruby. Are you okay? You weren't kidnapped, were you? Asked Midoriya. Sorry, I think you're confused, said Penny. Hic. Penny gave a cute hiccup, accidentally launching the scroll towards Ruby, who caught it. Midoriya flinched and pulled out a small water bottle and held it out towards Penny. Here, drink some water, said Midoriya. I know how much annoying hiccups can be. And no thanks, I am good, said Penny as she started fidgeting. I've got to go. Saying this, the orange-haired girl turned around and walked away hastily. Midoriya and Ruby looked confusedly at the girl. What was that about? Asked Weiss to the duo. I don't know, said Ruby, putting her scroll back in her pocket. But I'm going to find out. She seemed scared, said Izuku, frowning. I think she needs help. Let's go, Ruby. Yes. Weiss, you go make your call. We'll meet up with you later, said Ruby. Saying this, the duo started walking towards the orange-haired girl. Weiss still was confused. Wait. Ugh. Weiss sighed. Ruby walked beside Penny with the greenette following them from behind. Ruby tried to start a conversation. Penny. Where have you been? It's been weeks, exclaimed Ruby as she walked down the stairs and stood beside Penny, who looked around trying to ignore them. There seems to be a misunderstanding, said Penny. What? Asked Ruby. Penny just walked down faster with Izuku now walking with long strides. Ruby slid down using the railing and then stood beside Penny again. Is everything okay? Asked Ruby. Penny, called out Izuku. Penny just ignored the duo and walked forward, before Midoriya sighed and walked faster than the girl and stopped her. Penny, are you okay? Asked Midoriya as Ruby stopped beside him. Do you need any sort of help? Penny, please listen to us, said Ruby. Those guys we fought at the docks, we think they're up to something big. Something bad. I need you to tell me what happened to you that night. Izuku couldn't sleep and was wide awake the whole night, searching for you throughout the city. Please, as a friend. Penny just looked down on the ground with an upset expression. Midoriya sighed and walked towards the girl. Penny looked up to see him looking at her with a worried expression on his face. Are you in some sort of danger? Asked Midoriya worriedly. Do you want any help? If yes, then please don't hesitate to ask us. We're friends, after all. Penny stared at the greenette. She then looked at Ruby having the very same worried expression on her face and back at the greenette. She didn't know why, but it's as if she was watching the same person of different genders. Both had the same big eyes and similar faces. Penny looked around a bit before pulling the greenette towards Ruby and then whispering in their ears. It isn't safe to talk here, whispered Penny. Are you being targeted? Asked Midoriya quietly, looking around to check any possible threat. And no, that isn't the problem, said Penny. Then what? Asked Ruby. It's just, my talk mustn't be listened here, said Penny. I guess she really isn't targeted. Thought Izuku Fourth's danger sense isn't setting off. So she really wants to share a secret with us. Meanwhile at the transmission tower, Weiss walked inside the tower, which was quite large from the inside. She walked across several rooms, where multiple computer-like devices were kept with 3 students typing something on them. Weiss then walked into an elevator and stood inside as the door closed. Hello? A computerized female voice was heard. Welcome to the CCT. How may I help you? I'd like to go to the communications room, please, replied Weiss. Absolutely, said the voice. Could you please place your scroll on the terminal to verify your identity? Weiss complied and pulled out her scroll. She then showed the front of the device towards the panel beside her, where several blue orbs were glowing. Perfect. Thanks, Miss Schnee, said the voice. Weiss then tried to smile, doing her best to give a natural, genuine smile, but failed both the times. She then remembered the young green hunter smiling at her at the docks. How did he even smile so naturally and good? Thought Weiss. His smile, though, was really adorable. The girl suddenly realized what she was doing and blushed in embarrassment. She shook her head rapidly and slapped both her cheeks to stop herself. She then recomposed herself. Ping! The elevator soon reached the destined floor where Weiss wanted to go. She then walked out into the room she called communications room. It looked like a large cyber cafe. Several computers were kept inside with a few students working on them. Weiss walked towards the computer with a counter which was kept in between in front of the room. A holographic woman suddenly appeared. Welcome to the Beacon Cross-Continental Transmit Center. How may I help you? Asked the woman while smiling. I need to make a call to Schnee Company World Headquarters in Atlas, said Weiss. Absolutely, said the woman as she started typing onto the keyboard. If you could head over to Terminal 3, I'll patch you through. Thanks, said Weiss. The white girl then walked to where the Terminal 3 was. Several students were chatting with each other and through the computers to their relatives and all. A guide was moving across the room, checking the area. Hi Mom, how are things back in Signal? A student asked through the computer. Weiss finally reached the Terminal 3. She then sat down before the computer. She sighed and finally turned on the computer. A blonde woman was on the other side. Thanks for calling the Atlas, Miss Shi, said the woman. Good afternoon. Would you like me to patch you through to your father? I think your sister Winter might be here as well. No thanks, said Weiss while forcing a smile. I was actually wondering if you could find some files for me. I've compiled a short list. Weiss then took out her scroll and put it in the share file port. A few seconds later, the woman received the list and looked through it. I see, said the woman, her eyebrows raised. If you don't mind, what, may I ask, is this for? School project, replied Weiss. There are some sensitive documents on this list, ma'am, said the woman worriedly. Well then, I'll be sure to treat them with care, reassured Weiss. Right, said the woman hesitantly before giving in and sending the files. Very well. The data is being transferred to your scroll now. Wonderful. That will be all then, said Weiss, taking out the scroll. Are you sure you wouldn't like me to patch you through to your father before you go? Asked the woman. Yes, I'm sure, said Weiss. Besides, my friends and I are going for shopping. I wouldn't want them to reprimand me for being late. Well then, have a nice day, said the woman. With this, the screen closed as the white girl sighed. She then closed her eyes and once again remembered Midoriya's smile. How do you smiling so carelessly? Thought Weiss as she remembered the time when the greenette complimented her for smiling during their first outing. Meanwhile, Penny was waiting in front of cafe. It was not a really crowdful day. Very few cars and people were passing by. A couple was chatting at the cafe behind Penny. Poke. The orange-haired girl felt a poke to her right shoulder and quickly turned in fear, which turned to relief as she saw that it was her friends, RWBY and Midoriya, smiling at her. The trio then started walking through the city. It was a very quiet day. I wish I could help you, friend RWBY and Izuku. But I don't know anything about those men, either that new hazard criminal, said Penny. Well, what happened to you that night? Asked RWBY. We were all together, and then you just disappeared. Were you kidnapped, just like Deku said? Oh no, nothing like that, reassured Penny. So I wasted my sleep just in vain, muttered Midoriya, feeling depressed. Thanks for looking for me though, said Penny, trying to cheer him up. Well then where did you go? Asked RWBY. I've never been to another kingdom before, replied Penny. My father asked me not to venture out too far, but oh, you have to understand, my father loves me very much. He just worries a lot. Believe me, I know the feeling, said RWBY. Something's not right, said N. The way she said that. Same. I am also suspecting something, thought Midoriya, especially the part where she ventured out. She hesitated for a bit before continuing. But why not let us know you were okay? Asked RWBY. I was asked not to talk to you or Izuku, said Penny. Or Weiss, or Blake, or Yang. Anybody really. Is your father really that strict? Asked Midoriya, remembering how strict Endeavor used to be to Shoto before changing. Because what kind of person stops their daughter from talking to others or her friends? What's the use of letting you to venture out a bit, if you aren't even allowed to talk? I agree with Deku, said RWBY. Why, you're mistaken. It wasn't my father. said Penny. It just... The trio were suddenly interrupted by a loud computerized masculine voice coming from somewhere. The AK-130 has been standard security model of Remnant for several years, said the voice. The trio turned around the corner to locate the source. It turned out to be some sort of exhibition. Several robots were standing in front of small shelters on a white stage. People were standing before it, watching the exhibition. A holographic General James was standing in the center with the same white coat as before. And they have done a fine job, wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree? Said James. The people nodded and applauded hearing that. The holographic figure then continued. But the kingdom of Atlas is a kingdom of innovation. And fine, well, that's just not good enough, is it? Said James. The doors of the shelter behind the robots opened up and inside were bigger, white-colored variations of the robots standing. Presenting the Atlesian Knight, said the general as the robots crushed the ones in front of them. 200. The people applauded once again seeing the bigger robots. Midoriya suddenly was reminded of the time he had to wear that large armor May Hatsum had created forcefully for him. He rubbed off the sweat from his forehead. Nope. I just don't want to imagine what would happen if she comes here. Thought Midoriya sure she had made that UA barrier along with Principal Nizu, but I just don't want to know when the equipments she makes will break. Smarter, sleeker and admittedly, a little scary, said the general as the robots had their hands on their hips. They suddenly started doing poses as he continued. These models will become active later this year, but they won't be alone. Due to new threats arising, manpower is not much of a help. Now, the Atlesian military has always supported the idea of removing men from the dangers of the battlefield. We have come to this conclusion. However, there are still many situations that undoubtedly require a human touch. The trio were standing at the corner, watching the exhibition. Midoriya had made some notes on the robots. He just felt it should be written. Who knows when they will be the people's threats. RWBY meanwhile was drooling seeing the robots. Penny, though, was feeling uneasy. RWBY, Izuku. Penny tried to call out her friends again. So, our kingdom's greatest minds, in cooperation with the Schnee Dust Company to eradicate that threat, are proud to introduce, said the general, the Atlesian Paladin. Suddenly, the hologram of the general changed to giant robot with several weapons fitted on it. On its arms were big submachine guns. Midoriya was gulping nervously. Nope, Hatsum mustn't see this if she somehow comes here. RWBY was drooling even more. The crowd applauded again. Now we couldn't have them here for you today. The general's voice was heard. But these mechanized battle suits will be seen defending the borders of our kingdom within the year. Whoa. RWBY's drools were now literally dropping onto the ground seeing the giant. RWBY, control your lust for weapons, said Midoriya. I just can't, said RWBY, wiping the drool. Bonk. Then go to jail, said Midoriya, bonking the girl's head. WRRYYYYYY. The girl cried out. How much different do you think they are from UA entrance exam robots? Asked Nana. I am pretty sure except the Paladin, every other models will get destroyed, said Banjo. Things really are advanced, said Hikage. The robots I had seen when I was alive weren't much of a combat type. RWBY, Izuku. Penny was still uneasy. Maybe we should go somewhere else. Huh? Why? Asked Midoriya. You are looking pale. Are you okay? I don't think. Penny's voice toned down. Her eyes went over to two particular humanoids, more accurately 2 men in suits, who stared at her and started whispering something among themselves while one of them held their ears, probably an earpiece. Seeing this, Penny quickly turned away and started running towards an alley, leaving the duo confused. Penny. RWBY was confused. Wait. Where are you going? Looks like we have got some chasers on our backs, said Midoriya, seeing the two robots. I don't know what's happening, but let's help Penny. He then looked in front and started running. RWBY was still confused, before following the greenette. Penny turned around the corner and continued her running as the duo followed her in the alley. Down here, she went this way. One of the men called out to the other. Midoriya noticed the robots still following them and frowned. He decided to lose them. Sixth, said Midoriya mentally. FSSHH. The alley suddenly got filled by dense, purple clouds of smoke, temporarily stopping the 2 men. RWBY also got blinded by the smoke, before getting pulled by Izuku by her cape. The duo kept on running behind Penny as the 2 men finally came out of the smoke and tried to follow them, before one of them got hit by a car, again halting them. The trio went into another alley. What was that? Asked RWBY while running. Smokescreen, answered Midoriya. Yeah, I know that was a smokescreen, but why was it purple colored? Asked RWBY. It is one of my quirks, replied Midoriya, a bit annoyed. First let's get out of here, then we can discuss it. I am telling you, she's a female Izuku, said Nana. I agree, said En. Stop right there, one of the men called out. The duo looked back to see the men still pursuing them. Midoriya frowned as he looked at the visors they were wearing. TCH. Probably some sort of infrared sensor or something, muttered Midoriya. The duo looked in front to see some empty crates on top of some sort of foothold. RWBY had an idea and pulled out her crescent rose, only to get stopped by Midoriya, who understood what she was thinking. But he had something else in his mind. Wait. I have a better plan, said Midoriya as RWBY nodded. The duo then passed the crates. Midoriya once again released one of his semblance of the sixth user of One for All's smokescreen. FSSSHH. Once again, the alley got filled by the same dense purple clouds of smoke, once again blinding the men. Now, ordered Midoriya. Right. RWBY nodded as her crescent rose folded in the sniper mode. She then pointed it to the crate holder foot and shot at it. The holder collapsed and the crates fell down. Crash. The crates crashed onto the ground. The impact dispersed the purple smoke even more, this time effectively managing to stop the two men. Midoriya and RWBY then resumed their sprint behind Penny. RWBY then wall-run towards Penny, catching onto her. She held her in her arms and looked to the other side as she slammed her foot onto the wall, cracking it a bit due to the impact. This wah. RWBY couldn't complete her speech. She was interrupted by two more hands grabbing the duo, courtesy of the green hero. He slammed his foot onto the building, creating an even bigger crack because of the impact. RWBY noticed something else about it. His green electricity was crackling, but instead, a red glow with what seems to be energy flowing inside his legs was visible to her. He bent his knees completely. Hold on tight, said Midoriya, holding the girls tightly. This is way faster. Crack. Fwish. A big red glow was released on impact as Midoriya launched themselves towards the other side faster than RWBY and Penny can react. The trio reached the other side, which led to the another road. The trash bins, crates, planks, etc. kept in the alley flew out of the alley at fast speed. Thunk. SSHHH. Midoriya slammed his legs onto the ground, stopping his launch. However, what he didn't account was for Penny to just fly away from his hand while RWBY nearly flew out. He quickly launched his black whip tendril at her and caught her in time. You guys? Asked Midoriya worriedly. I am sorry if I went overboard. My, Lee life's flaw flashing, muttered RWBY as her hair had been spoiled while her face was as pale as milk. As sorry. Gomen. Apologized Midoriya as he bent down continuously. Honk. Zap. Midoriya's danger sense spiked up as the duo turned around to see a truck speeding towards Penny. He quickly ran over to her, pushed her away, who in turn fell down onto the pavement and tried to stop her crash with her hands. Midoriya then held out his arms as he tightened his muscles. Thunk. Crack. The greenette's hands glowed red with energy once again like before as he stopped the truck with ease, not even flinching a bit. The ground behind him cracked due to the shockwave he released from his hand mistakenly. Penny had her eyes widened at it. Friend Izuku. Penny was totally stunned. Are you okay? Asked Midoriya to the driver, who turned out to be Dusk Till Dawn's shopkeeper. Are you hurt anywhere? Thanks, said the shopkeeper. Penny stood up and then looked at her hands, suddenly having a sort of scared expression on her face. Midoriya and RWBY looked at her first, before staring at the pavement, which was cracked by her hands, making them widen their eyes. Penny didn't know what to say. Some people came over and looked at the greenette, and then at the ground. Some even saw Penny with the broken pavement beside her. Did you see that? Asked someone. Do you think he's okay? Asked another one. Penny didn't know how to handle the gazes of multiple people on her, and ran beside RWBY, pushing the girl out of the way a bit. The duo were still confused. Penny. Wait up. Called out RWBY as she started following the orange-haired girl. Midoriya then ran behind RWBY to follow up with her. The red energy soon disappeared from hands and legs. The crowd behind meanwhile saw the sight as the two men came in between them. The truck had a big dent on the front side. Do we need to call the police? Asked someone. Did he stop that with his bare hands? Asked another person. Did anyone else saw that girl breaking the pavement? asked another. Those two were something else, said another person from the crowd. The two men didn't know where to go. They then saw the ground and the pavement, and sighed. Meanwhile, Penny ran deep into the alley as RWBY and Midoriya finally managed to keep up with her. She looked around, panicking. She didn't know what to do. Penny, called out RWBY as the girl turned towards the duo. What is going on? Why are you running? Why are you running? How did you did that? RWBY, it's not the time to meme, said Midoriya. Penny, are you okay? Who are those people? I can't. Everything's fine, said Penny, panicking and hiccuping again. I don't want to talk about it. She seemed to be trying to hide her hands, though this was unnoticed by both RWBY and Midoriya, who were trying to calm her down. Penny, if you can just tell me what's wrong, I can help you, said RWBY. No, you wouldn't understand, said Penny. How about you try us? Asked Midoriya. What kind of friends we can be, if we can't help you? You sure? Asked Penny as she suddenly leaned over to Midoriya and RWBY closely. You're all my friends, right? You promise, right? Yes. We are, said RWBY. We promise. You can trust us totally, we won't ever betray you or go against you, said Midoriya. Are you really sure? Asked Penny. What would you get by trying to help me? New friend, said Midoriya, smiling warmly. Besides, you look like you're in need of help. Penny felt somewhat relieved hearing this. His warm smile furthered her comfortness. Maybe she could. Maybe they really won't push her away. Maybe they are really her friends. Friend RWBY, friend Izuku, said Penny as she showed her hands. I'm not a real girl. The girl showed her hands, on which the skin had peeled off. Or more accurately, the skin had been removed away. Both expected blood to come, but instead saw something entirely else. The palms had sort of metallic layer with long, black stripes. Midoriya and RWBY had their eyes widened. Both didn't know what to say. Even the one for all users didn't expected it. No way, muttered Nana. This wasn't what I was expecting, said En. Then again, this is a different world, said Hikage. I guess we need to always expect the unexpected, said Third. Oh, was all Midoriya, Izuku, and RWBY Rose had to say. The duo at the alley were staring at the orange-haired girl with wide eyes. Who wouldn't? She had just revealed she wasn't real. A non-human being, standing right in front. RWBY, though, still didn't understood. She couldn't believe it. Penny, I don't understand, said RWBY. Most girls are born, but I was made, said Penny. I'm the world's first synthetic person capable of generating an aura. I'm not real. Yeah, so? Asked Midoriya, recomposing himself. Penny looked confusedly at the boy. What do you mean? What do you want us to do about this? Unique info? Asked Midoriya. Not say to anyone else. Hell, I will forget about it soon. I am not understanding you, friend Izuku, said Penny. What I'm saying is, if you're thinking of us getting scared of you or something similar, then I think your programming has been done wrong, said Midoriya, smiling. Don't worry. Don't tell us you're not real, you are. He's right, said RWBY as she held Penny's hands. Of course you are real. You think just because you've got nuts and bolts instead of squishy guts makes you any less real than me. Izuku here has done things which seems unbelievable and unreal, but they happen. I just, Penny stuttered. You two are taking this extraordinarily well. Let's say I have seen a more interesting thing before, so I am not that much surprised, said RWBY. About me, well, I have seen several weird things. In fact, I am weird myself, so of course I am okay seeing stuff like these, said Midoriya. I mean, I used to have a friend who could create equipments with just one hand, that also in just few seconds. And I still have no idea how she did that. You're not like those things we saw back there, said RWBY, pointing at her chest. You've got a heart, a soul. Penny stayed silent, looking at the duo, smiling at her. Again, the duo were looking way too much similar. It was really hard for her not to believe that the two were different people and not related to each other. Just give one of them the other one's hair and eye color, and both would look siblings. She set it aside and hugged the duo. Oh, friend RWBY. Oh, friend Izuku, said Penny. You two are the best friends anyone could have. I can see why your father would want to protect such a delicate flower, said RWBY. Penny. My ribcage will, said Midoriya as his face became paler and paler. Oh sorry, said Penny as she released Duo. My father's very sweet. He's the one that built me. I'm sure you two would love him. Wow, he built you all by himself? Asked RWBY as in the background Midoriya tried to pump air into himself. Well almost, he had some help from Mr. Ironwood, replied Penny. The general? Asked RWBY confusedly, before realizing. Wait, is that why the soldiers were after you? Who is this general you guys are talking about? Asked Midoriya from behind, panting as he pumped 50% of his air back. She's talking about General James Ironwood, the person you saw at the hologram, replied RWBY. He's the general of the military section of Remnant. So that's why those soldiers were chasing, said Midoriya. They like to protect me too, said Penny. Pfft. They don't think you can protect yourself? Asked RWBY, chuckling. They're not sure if I'm ready yet, said Penny. Then they should learn to give you some personal space, said Midoriya, frowning. The way they followed you here, it was as if you were being under watch at all times. They just want to make sure I am okay, said Penny. Though yes, I would do indeed like to one day travel across without them watching me. But I guess that day will come very, very late. And why is that? Asked RWBY curiously. One day, it will be my job to save the world, said Penny. But I still have a lot left to learn. That's why my father let me come to the Vital Festival. I want to see what it's like in the rest of the world, and test myself in the tournament. Penny, what are you talking about? Asked RWBY confusedly. Save the world from what? We're in a time of peace. That's not what Mr. Ironwood said, replied Penny. Penny, what did he said to you? Asked Midoriya, red flags raising in his mind. Is it related to the new Hazard team? Penny opened her mouth to reply, but before she could, a voice was heard yelling down far the alley. Check down here. The trio turned towards the source, realizing it was the voice of one of the soldiers who had chased them. Oh come on, it's been just 3 minutes and these guys have caught up already. Midoriya frowned. You two have to hide, exclaimed Penny. She then picked up RWBY with ease and took her towards the nearby dumpster while RWBY was protesting. Gah, Penny. What are you doing? You don't have to go with them. We can help you, protested RWBY. She then dropped the girl into the dumpster and looked at Midoriya, who was behind her. He sweated a bit and then turned around. I think I'll find a safe hiding place, said Midoriya slowly. Yank. He was picked up by Penny, who took him to the dumpster. She opened the lid and dropped him onto RWBY, the duo crashing into each other. Penny closed the lid, leaving the duo with their problems, and waited for the soldiers. RWBY and Izuku opened their eyes, only to see their faces too close to each. Their breasts were hitting the other one. The soon-to-be couple were blushing madly. RWBY then felt something. Ah. RWBY moaned. Deku. What? Asked Midoriya as he felt his hand stuck. Huh. The girl blushed madly as she felt something touching her. Or what he was touching. One hand was grabbing RWBY's assets directly over him. His other hand was holding onto the girl's thighs. Midoriya went into static mode. RWBY was trying to control her blush, as she realized she accidentally moaned. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! RWBY's mind was going into overdrive. His hands are on my... Huh. She then felt her hand touching something a bit hard thing. She opened the lid slightly to let the light in and then stared at what she was grabbing. Her hand was down, right between Midoriya's legs and over it. Red color again started filling up RWBY's cheeks as she realized what she was grabbing on. Deja vu, said Banjo, whistling lightly as he grinned. He has been in this place before, higher on the level. He knows it's his time to go. Grinning face. The duo realized they were in the most awkward position one could be in, each grabbing the other one's places. If there was even a less inch of space in the dumpster, even one bit, the situation might have gone downhill. Even the place, the dumpster, was not a good one. It looked way too much intimate. The duo quickly readjusted themselves. They sat in crouched position beside each other, both having red faces. RWBY tried to distract herself by opening the lid and looking up to see Penny turning her head towards her while Midoriya just shook his head. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Thought Midoriya Yan will shoot all her gauntlet bullets directly inside my mouth and blast me away from Vale if she ever learns about it. Penny. Please let us help you, said RWBY. It's okay, friend RWBY, they're not bad people. I just don't want you to get in trouble, said Penny. Just promise me you two won't tell anyone about my secret. Okay. I promise, said RWBY. And you can definitely count on Deku. Okay then, said Penny, closing the lid. There she is, said one of them. Salutations, officers, greeted Penny as RWBY lifted the lid lightly to see with the greenette joining her. Why were you running? Why were you running? Asked the other one. Buddy, that's the wrong meme, said the first one. It's why are you running? Why are you running? Be quiet. It's not the time for memes, said the other one. What happened to the other girl and boy? What girl and boy? I've been by myself all day, said Penny dumbly as the other two looked at each other. She gave a cute hiccup and stood still. You shouldn't cause such a scene, said the first one. Are you okay? Asked the other one. Just a scratch, said Penny as she showed her hands. Penny, your father isn't going to be happy about this, said the first one. Please, just come with us. Yes, sir, replied Penny. With this, the trio went away as RWBY and Izuku sighed. It will be difficult to keep up with this secret. RWBY then looked at Izuku. Deku, can't she join in? Asked RWBY. Join what? Asked Midoriya confusedly. You know, your secret, said RWBY. No, absolutely not, said Midoriya hastily. That is the only thing I definitely can't accept. Already you're in the danger zone. If more people start coming to know about me, the criminals will target me and everyone related to me, including you. So, we need to keep this secret as minimized as possible. RWBY nodded, understanding the situation, and said, All right. You got it. Squeak. They heard a squeaky sound and looked down to see a mouse staring at them. RWBY's face paled in exactly 3 seconds. Eek. RWBY exclaimed in fear. Whoa. Midoriya exclaimed in surprise. She jumped on the greenette in fear as the greenette fell down on his back. The lid closed, leaving them in darkness. This made the situation even more complicated for them to get out. Both then struggled to get out as Midoriya's dress, due to it having those loot belts, got them entangled even more. If this situation, i.e. the dumpster shaking and the duo making grunts and moans while trying to get out, was seen from outside without context, this would be exactly something very unique. BRRRR. A yellow bike was rapidly speeding down a road with 4 people on it, with a Yang Xiaolong driving it. It then stopped before a building as Yang opened her helmet. She then readjusted her hair. Come on, my friend's right in here, said Yang as she got down. Behind her, Neptune was sitting with his face in shock. Behind him was Pyrrha sitting tightly, her eyes rolling and hair flown behind. On her shoulders was Nora sitting, face filled with wild expression. That was so awesome, exclaimed Nora, getting down. Yang, you must teach me how to drive. I bet Ren would love it. Sure. I will see to it, said Yang as she put her helmet on the handle. He will die before he even starting, said Pyrrha, getting down shakily. I am taxi any next time. Cool, said Neptune, shaking his head and then getting down. And where exactly is here? Yang pointed towards a building as the bike trio recomposed themselves and followed the yellow-haired girl's direction. A building where loud DJ music was playing. Inside the building, a man with black gloves was adjusting his red tie at the counter. Behind him was several stacks of wine bottles on the shelves. A grunt was checking some of them out. Another one was carrying a crate. DJ was playing loudly as several grunts were standing on the floor, sometimes even bobbing their heads to the beats. On the above floor were 2 girls standing, looking at them. One wore a white dress and the other wore a red dress. Tap. Tap. Hurry, close the door. She's coming. A voice was heard yelling in fear. 2 grunts opened the door and ran inside. They then pushed the door closed, and then tried to hold it with backs. The man from the counter then walked up as he looked at the duo struggling. What are you 2 idiots doing? Asked the man. The duo then tried to signal something through their hands, before getting blown away by an explosion, which burst open the door. In walked Yang, catwalking with style. Nora was beside her, her hammer readied. Damn, it feels so good to smash stuff, exclaimed Nora. Guess who's back? Announced Yang as she stopped in front while smiling with her eyes closed. Kachak. Multiple red-barreled guns, pistols and submachines were pointed towards her. All the grunts present had their weapons raised at her. Yang then opened her eyes and after the situation became serious. The song playing was turned off by another grunt, who was shaking in fear. The duo standing behind Yang and Nora slowly peeked out. Yang? What is happening? Asked Pyrrha. Could you define friend for me? Asked Neptune. Oh, you all want to get smashed? Asked Nora, her hammer ready. Bring it on. Stop. Nobody shoot, ordered the counterman. The man then walked through the men and stood in front of the squad. He then fixed his tie and looked at Yang. Blondie, you're here, said the man. Why? You still owe me a drink, said Yang as she walked past him while dragging him towards the counter. I can't hit them, said Nora, putting her weapon on her back. That wasn't part of the plan anyway. Sweat dropped Pyrrha. She sighed as she and Nora walked to where Yang was, while Neptune sighed as he looked at Yang. What a woman, muttered Neptune as he looked to his side to see the two girls standing and staring at him. Sup? Humph. Whatever, said the duo simultaneously as they walked away. Meanwhile, Blake was checking onto a white cloth sign on a wall in an alleyway. It was white in color. She heard some sounds and looked round the corner to see a couple entering through a door pointed by a man. She turned towards Sun and Rin. This is it, said Blake. You sure? Asked Sun as Blake glared at him. Pretty sure she knows, said Rin as Sun gulped. You know what, I'm just gonna take your words for it, said Sun, giving up. With this, Blake sneaked up behind the trio. She watched them walking through a hallway, turning round another corner. Rin and Sun walked up behind her, holding white masks. I don't get it. If you believe what you're doing is right, why hide who you are? Asked Sun. She's believes, but not them, I'm sure of it, said Rin, taking out some long fake nails from his pocket. You're right. Besides, the masks are a symbol, said Blake as Rin put on the fake nails on his nails. Humanity wanted to make monsters out of us, so we chose to don the faces of monsters. Grim masks. That's kinda dark, said Sun. So was the guy who started it, said Blake. I'm sorry on behalf of us humans, if that's any accountable for, apologized Ren, trying to make her feel better. No one should go through such things. No worries. I am out of that phase anyways, said Blake, putting on the mask and walking towards the corner. I hope this can work as a sort of proof, said Ren, observing his own hands. Shit, this seems very sticky. I should have listened to Pyrrha and not let Nora order these weird nails. Always sunshine and rainbows with you, said Sun as he and Ren also put on the masks and started following the girl. The trio walked through the hallway and into a room, where outside was guards standing with similar masks. More people were present inside the room, all of them were Faunus. A stage was in front of them, where a white faun person was guiding them. Several guards were present on the balcony which was at an upper floor. The trio looked around, Ren being more careful. He was the only human present here, and one mistake could result in his demise. Thanks all for coming, said the man on the stage. For those of you who are joining us for the first time tonight, allow me to introduce a very special comrade of ours. Tap, tap, tap. I can assure you, he is the key to obtaining what we have fought for so long, said the man as the footsteps became louder and soon, Roman Torchwick was standing on the stage. The crowd started booing and became angry as Roman started. Thanks. Please hold your applause. What's a human doing here? Asked a woman. I'm glad you asked, dearie, said Roman. Now I'll be the first to admit, humans are the worst. Case in point. So I understand why you would love to see us all locked away, or better yet, killed. But, before the claws come out. So, is he going somewhere with this or? Whispered Sun to Blake before listening to him again. Would like to mention the fact that you and I all have a common enemy, said Roman. The ones in control, the people pulling the strings, the dirty rotten humans that run our kingdoms. Government. Military. Even the schools, they're all to blame for your lot in life. The crowd started chatting among themselves and agreed on what Roman had said. Some even started cheering for him. The trio looked around in surprise. Ren tightened his mask even more in nervousness, fearing it might loosen up. And they're all pests that need to be dealt with, said Roman. Fortunately, I'm the best exterminator around. No offense to any rodents in the room. Roman then snapped his finger. Suddenly, the curtain with the red-white fawn got pulled back and behind it stood a familiar-looking huge robot. It had a red-colored white fawn symbol on its shoulder. That's a big robot, said Sun. How did he get that? Asked Blake. No idea, But what I know is that thing right there is the newest lesion defense technology, replied Ren. As some of you may have heard, this right here is Atlas' newest line of defense against all the scary things in the world, said Roman as he walked to the front. And thanks to my employer, we've managed to snag a few before they, hit the shelves. Now, many of your brothers have already moved down to our new operation in the southeast. If you'd rather stay within the city, that's fine. But if you're truly ready to fight for what you believe in, this is one of the arsenals I can provide you. The crowd started cheering for the man. The trio came closer to each other, a bit nervous. Ren quickly took a photo of the robot and tried to send it to Midoriya, only to see it buffering. Damn it. I can't send it. Why now of all? Thought Ren, cursing himself. If only he could see it, we would have backup. Well, now, before I move on to show my next arsenal, or rather, our next arsenal, I would like you all to meet my friend, said Roman as he stood aside. He is the person who can create and emulate machinery similar to the lesions with the help of his own group, but made for only you all. He is the leader of the new Hazard group. With his semblance and power, I believe he can compete with multiple lesion defenses on his own. The crowd started making surprised noises. Many were shocked when they heard this. Sure, the new Hazard group was powerful, but they can't compete with the lesion military at once, can they? Huh. Competing with multiple lesion robots? Asked Blake to herself quietly. That's something extraordinary, said Sun. That suggests that guy could be powerful, or maybe this Torchwick is just over-exaggerating. I don't know why I thought of Midoriya when I heard this, said Rin. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps could be heard from the backside of the stage as someone walked towards the robot. Oh Roman, you don't have to be so much praiseful about me. I am just doing what I believe should be done. A masculine voice was heard. Every person present then saw a person walking onto the stage. He was wearing a formal suit with black shoes. His hair was small and brownish-orange colored raised up hair. His nose was very long. He held up his fist as he smiled. After all, faunas have been discriminated brutally, just like how some of my new Hazard group comrades have suffered. Who's that guy? Asked Sun to Blake. Do I look like some sort of encyclopedia to you? Asked Blake sassily. I think we should call someone, said Rin. Easier said than done. This place is blocking our networks, replied Sun. I tried once. We must inform my team, said Rin. Nora and Midoriya have greater firepower and should be able to overwhelm these guys. I don't think we should call Izuku, said Blake reluctantly. He's definitely busy with getting any sort of info along with RWBY and Weiss. We can't disturb them. They are doing important work. Meanwhile, I am sorry, exclaimed Izuku Midoriya. I am sorry I groped you. I swear it wasn't my intention. I swear I didn't mean to do that. I swear I am not a pervert. It has been just 2 minutes since the duo got out of the dumpster after finally escaping Izuku's dress disaster. But due to remembering the situation they were in, Izuku couldn't stop apologizing. It's okay, Deku, said RWBY, reassuring nervously. I know what kind of a person you are, and I know you definitely won't do this. I apologize once again for harassing you. Apologized Izuku again. It's fine. It was just an accident, said RWBY, waving her hands reassuringly. Really, I am fine and not angry. With this, Izuku had a relieved look on his face. He got up and started dusting his clothes. It was all due to them that they had got into that mess. However, the girl, on the other hand, had different thoughts running in her mind as she stared at Izuku dusting his clothes. That kind of felt nice. Thought RWBY. It was so short though. I wouldn't mind letting him do it. Wait, what on Remnant am I thinking? RWBY started shaking her own head and slapping her blushing cheeks, as the greenette looked at her in confusion. Back to the meeting. If he is really from that new Hazard, then I guess he does have power to compete with the robot armies, said Sun. He looks kinda lanky though. And what's with that long tree branch nose? Sun, if you don't keep quiet I will throw you off into the nearby river, warned Blake, glaring at the monkey boy. And don't make me remind you there will be no branch or pole to help you out. Hearing this, Sun quickly zipped up his mouth shut. He knew one thing. The Nico girl really does whatever she says, and none of them are jokes. Rin just sighed. So, let me introduce myself, said the man. My name is Rikiya Yatsubashi, but you all can call me Redestro. I am the leaders of New Hazard Group, and its sub-organization, Detnerat CO. Detnerat, Wait, isn't that the, weapon company? I haven't heard of that. It might be on another kingdom. Detnerat, I think I have heard about it, said Blake to Sun and Rin. A small-time weapon manufacturing company somewhere near Haven, I think. What kinds of weapons do they make? Asked Sun. Don't know. That was one place White Fang never stepped to, said Blake. Probably didn't care about a small place. Possibly due to this guy also being the new Hazard Group's leader, said Rin. Some of you all might know my Detnerat company, said the man named Redestro. But still, some might not know about it. So, let me tell you all about it. Detnerat is a company that produces support equipments that help to channel aura properly and weapons that could pierce through multiple walls. Equipments that pierce through multiple walls. That sounds kinda dangerous, said Sun to Blake and Rin. We need to get whatever info we can on these weapons, said Blake. It's good that this Detnerat isn't a large organization or anything, said Sun. That is what I would say to another person, said Redestro, smirking. That is to hide my true purpose, which is why Detnerat is known as a small company, so small even most school or famous organizations don't know about us. You had to jinx it, said Rin to Sun, who face-palmed. Excuse me, sir. What is this purpose? Asked the Faunus man. It's quite simple, you know, said Redestro, adjusting his tie as his smile didn't fade. Let me tell you about us. From the place where we come from, we also have got discriminated due to our powers. See, our powers are actually a bit special, different from the usual semblances. Due to this, several of my comrades, especially those who look like Faunus, also got discriminated. So is that gooey criminal, that slime guy from several weeks before, was a Faunus? Asked the Faunus man. Somewhat, said Redestro. His semblance, sludge, had actually transformed him completely. So I think you now can guess what kind of people we were. Not that much different from you all. Which is why I want to help you all. So how will that Detnerat help us? Asked a Faunus woman. See, Detnerat is just a facade to hide the actual work, said Redestro. We produce some of the most powerful weapons, ones that can pierce even aura, one shot only. The crowd gasped. Weapons that pierce even aura just in one shot. Most of them were illegal on Remnant. The trio gulped a bit in nervousness. We need to inform the others about this, said Rin. What's more, we will be offering all these weapons for free, said Redestro. So, if you all want freedom to use your abilities and your own freedom, you can take up our weapons and use them freely. You must form teams if you want to rise up. His words started to sink in the people. Some cheered for him, some even raised their weapons up in agreement. Another plus point for you all. We have some comrades who can create and emulate the Elysian tech easily, said Redestro. So yes, we can create a replica of the Atlas defenses. We are gonna start building our Atlas soon, that will be solely for Faunus and us. If anyone wants, they can take refuge there. Yay. Detnerat. 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 We're gonna take revenge against those human bastards. The audience started cheering for him loudly. Another Atlas that will be only for Faunus. That was a dream come true for them. They could live there in peace and fight off humans and threats very easily. The trio meanwhile had their eyes widened. And no way, stuttered Rin in shock. That's impossible. Another, Atlas, muttered Sun. We need to inform others soon, said Blake. I don't want to know what would happen to the others if this version of Atlas is ready. They can deploy their own weapons at their own will, said Rin. We need to stop them soon. The White Fang will definitely use it to the fullest to destroy every place, said Blake. Now. Thanks for your applause, said Redestro. I know some might not believe it. For the proof, here. With this, he raised his hand up in the sky. A dark brown color started growing on the hand as it started bulging weirdly. It started growing up and buffing up, and the hand grew to an enormous size and released few shockwaves, surprising the crowd. Our powers are not normal semblances. We have trained them way harder than anyone else, said Redestro. You all will also get protection from our side too. So, I hope, this is much to convince you all. The audience cheered even louder as they saw the giant fist raised up. Multiple powerful abilities, a weapon company producing strongest weapons, and of course, the newly powerful new Hazard Group. With this, they could win any war. Every Faunus could only dream about this. The trio had their eyes widened and jaws dropped, totally dumbfounded at what they just saw and took in. The new hazards seemed to have more dangerous powers, ones which could be possibly stronger than their own semblances. And what's more, they could now replicate Atlas very easily. Their leader had a power which could kill anyone in mere seconds. A simple grip of them was all it needed. The trio now understood the dangerous situation they were in and needed to stop them from starting their plan right now. They had to act fast before it got worse. The trio looked at each other and nodded. They had to agree with Ren's plan. Call a backup. The audience still cheered for Destro and Roman as the trio down at the audience tried to call for backup, but to no avail. The white-coated criminal then called out to the audience. Will all new recruits please come forward? Called out Roman. With this, a few Faunus people started to go forward as the trio gulped and looked around the crowd. Few pushed them aside to go in front as the hunters tried to think of a plan to execute. Meanwhile at the bar. Clunk. I don't know, Junior said as he put down a glass on the counter with a hand on his forehead. Yang and Nora watching him while Pyrrha and Neptune looked around. How can you not know? Asked Yang. I haven't talked to him. I haven't even seen him since the night you first came in here, said Junior. He paid up front. I lent him my men, and none of them ever came back. So where did they go? Asked Neptune. Junior slowly turned his head towards the boy and replied. What kind of stupid question is that? They never came back. Who is this guy? Don't worry about him, worry about me and my friends if I don't find what I want, said Yang. I already told you everything. Torchwick hired my boys and I guess he wasn't happy with them, exclaimed Junior as he turned to the side. Which is something I can relate to. Down below, the grunts were passing the time, not doing anything. They were acting just like NBCS, moving in the same place and chatting with each other. Come on guys, said Yang as she turned around and started walking towards the door with the trio following her. We got everything we needed, asked Neptune. I'm pretty sure we didn't got anything, said Pyrrha. We got whatever we could have got, said Yang. Let's hope the rest of the teams have better lucks than us. Geez, kids these days are way more aggressive than I thought. Shouldn't you all be playing? A masculine, uncle-like voice was heard, catching their attention. They turned around to see a man sitting on a couch, a cigarette in his mouth. He had a purple scarf around his neck and gloves on his hands. He was wearing circular glasses. A front tooth was missing. You kids are wasting your time trying to get into shit like info receive and stuff. That's the work of an adult, said the man, giving a scary smile. What are you doing here? Asked Junior. Nothing, just passing my time, said the man. Oh, and who might this guy be? Asked Yang to Junior. You didn't introduce me to your friend. That's a bad thing to do. Let me answer you for that, kid, said the man as he walked up to Junior. The name's Jiren. I work on my own as an info broker, am Junior's friend, love cigarettes. Wah. Jiren, why did you tell her you're a broker? Asked Junior. Ho ho, that seems like he might know something about the guy, said Yang smirking. What guy? Asked the man named Jiren. Roman Torchwick. He knows Junior. And if you're his friend, you definitely know about the criminal. Don't ya? Asked Yang. Especially with the fact that you're an info broker. And what if I know about him? Asked Jiren as he picked up a glass of beer. Then you will tell me about him, said Yang as she walked up to him. How about no? Said Jiren. I run a business, kid. Ain't no way am I gonna give anything without having any sort of cash payment. No need to worry about the money, said Yang. Now tell me where he and his goons went. Nope. Not gonna happen, said Jiren. You won't get anything out of me, even if you give me money. I don't sell out my clients. So Roman is your customer, huh? Said Yang as she cracked her knuckles. Then I guess my fists will have to force your mouth open. Better open up one last time, before I knock your remaining teeth off. Why, Yang? I don't think that's a thing you should do here, said Pyrrha a bit worried. Don't worry, Yang. I will join you too, exclaimed Nora. I don't even want to stop you, because I won't be able to, said Neptune. This caused Junior to shaken up in his spot. He quickly backed away as he didn't want his face implanted with a fist mark. On the other hand though, Jiren looked completely unfazed by the fist. He just had a blank look on his face. Bruh, said Jiren. He sighed and put down his cigarette, confusing the hunters. He then turned towards the girl and pulled out his gloves from his hands. The girl widened her eyes as she saw it. There were no fingers on his hands. All were replaced by prosthetic fingers. CM. I lost them by some stupid organization who tried in vain to get info out of my mouth about my client and his friends, said Jiren smugly. So you see, even if you hit me or stuff, you still won't get anything about him. Alright. Let it have your way, said Yang as she turned around frustratingly and walked out with her friends following her. Yang, called out Pyrrha. There's nothing we can get from here, said Yang. Well, let me do you a small favor, called out Jiren from behind with chuckling tone. Roman is currently with a new friend of his. Where is he? Find out yourself. With this, the group headed out of the place as Jiren chuckled and drank some beer from the glass. Junior went to him. Jiren, you really know where Roman is? Asked Junior. Yup. I know everything in Vale, replied Jiren. A broker needs to be perfect, you know. Anyway, get me another shot. This one's good. Junior nodded and went to get another bottle to fill up the glass as Jiren smoked out a few puffs and waited for his drink. Back with the trio. The audience were still cheering for the duo on the stage as a few Faunus walked up beside the stage. The trio looked around. What are we gonna do? Asked Sun. I'm thinking, said Blake. Roman on stage was waiting for the Faunus people with the dual-haired girl beside him, when his eyes went into the audience. He then noticed the trio. Ren didn't realize it, but his mask had loosened up. Roman threw away his cigar as he walked a bit to the front to properly see them. Redestro followed his gaze and saw the trio. They see us, said Sun as he waved at the duo dumbly. Blake quickly looked around to see a metal panel on the wall. She looked at the other duo. He can't see us in the dark, said Blake. You kids shouldn't be here, should you? Called out Redestro as his face became serious. Blake quickly pulled out her weapon and shot a bullet at the panel, only to swat it away by Redestro's giant hand. She shot another one, again swatted away. This time, another bullet was shot at the panel by Ren with his pistol, effectively darkening the area. Redestro frowned as his whole body started getting covered by the brown matter in the darkness. His shirt tore as he ran towards the trio. Don't let them get Awo, someone yelled. The window, called out Blake to the boys. Stop him. Clank. Catchak. Thud. The trio jumped out of the nearby window and fell onto the ground. They started running forward with their best. Boom. Smash. Behind them, Roman was in the robot, following them. Beside him was Redestro running, his body bulkier than the robot, and yet, he was somehow running fast. His whole body was in brown color, and his face was nearly covered too. The trio jumped onto the rooftops and started running across with the villains following them from the streets. Redestro swung his hand at them, sending out a shockwave to shake them off, only for them to dodge. So, you wouldn't happen to have, oh, I don't know, some form of backup? Yelled Sun. Why did I jinx about that guy being skinny? That's what I wanted to ask too, said Blake, jumping on the rooftops. Anyway, now that we are out of that place, I'm on it. With Weiss. Weiss was waiting in the elevator, waiting for it to reach down. As soon as it did, her scroll rang and she picked it up with widened eyes to see Blake sending an SOS. Everyone. If you can hear me, we need BAC. Before Blake completed. a.k.a. I'm sorry for calling you skinny, Sun yelled from behind. Weiss sighed and started running toward the destined location. With the duo at the alley, RWBY had her scroll out, listening to the SOS as Midoriya joined her and listened to it. They got a robot, and it's really, really big, yelled Sun. Oh, I'm not missing this, exclaimed RWBY. The duo started running towards the danger location. Midoriya started feeling his danger sense spike up, signaling the danger in the city. RWBY, follow me. I can locate it now, said Midoriya as he started running in a different alley. On it, boss, exclaimed RWBY as she followed the greenet. With the group in front of the bar. The Torchwick guy's in it. But not like, it didn't eat him, he's like controlling or something, yelled Sun. Where are you? Before Yang could continue, Sun beat to her. There's also his friend, he's turned into a mother-freaking giant, Sun yelled loudly. a.k.a. The boy's voice became clear as behind the group, the trio were running with the giant duo behind them. The group noticed the robot first, and then noticed the giant with widened eyes. Oh crap. They're in trouble, said Yang. Let's get him. With this, Yang turned around her bike with the trio behind her, somehow sitting all on one bike. She then started up her bike and then sped behind him. Wait, a giant? Midoriya's voice was now heard from the communications. Yeah. This dude turned giant, yelled Sun. With the duo. How does he look like? Asked Midoriya, suspicions raised. Who cares how he loo? Sun was interrupted by Rin. He has a long nose, and his body has been bulked up crazily, said Rin, somehow calm in all this event. His body is completely brown in Colorado. Wait, his body is covered with something brown? Asked Midoriya. Yes, that is why he was actually small, around Professor Port's height, replied Rin. After that, he bulked up too much. I think his height is now around of an Ursa. Oh no, I think I know who that is, said Midoriya, realizing who it was. What happened? Asked RWBY. Sorry for this, said Midoriya, grabbing Ruby's waist suddenly, making her blush at the sudden rough action. Wah! What are you doing? Midoriya interrupted RWBY. I'll get us there faster, said Midoriya seriously. The greenet's body soon covered in the familiar green electricity, as he jumped high in the air with RWBY widening her eyes at the sudden increased speed. He then raised his hand as dark tendrils appeared on them, indicating he had activated Black Whip. He then launched them towards a pole and soon started swinging at fast speeds with RWBY blowing his ears off by squealing and screaming in fear. With the trio running, they were jumping over several cars on the roadway on the bridge. Behind them, Roman was running and knocking over cars and chasing. Redestro was creating devastating shockwaves, knocking out even more cars and even shaking Roman as he sweated a bit. Brrrrrrrrr. The quad group on the bike soon managed to catch up with the giants. Nora had her eyes glistening at the sight of Redestro, but soon saw Ren also getting chased. Not on my watch, yelled Nora as she transformed her weapon into a grenade launcher and shot out 5 shots at Redestro. Boom! Boom! 4 grenades hit him, but Redestro didn't flinch at all. He swiped away the last bullet and saw the group chasing on the bike. He frowned as Roman noticed it too and started knocking the cars behind him to slow them down. Hold on guys, exclaimed Yang as Pyrrha held on to Nora for dear life. Ahawaya! Neptune yelled as Yang sped up even more while dodging the cars. Swish! Dark purple energy started forming on Redestro's hands as he made 2 small energy balls and threw them at the group. Yang dodged it with ease, but not the shockwave that came after it. Let me handle it, said Nora as she transformed her weapon back to its hammer form. I learned this from Smash Leader himself. She then swung her hammer in the air as hard as she could. She also boosted its swing by shooting 2 grenades. Busted smash, yelled Nora. Due to this, she also generated a shockwave, which cancelled out the incoming one. Neptune, try to take out Roman, exclaimed Yang. Neptune nodded and wore his yellow glasses as he pulled out his rifle. He then shot 2 bullets at Roman, who flinched. The boy then transformed his rifle into spear-scythe combo weapon. He then jumped into the air and pierced onto Roman's back. Blake, Sun and Rin jumped on top of 2 trucks as they watched the group try to slow down the 2 giants. They watched as Pyrrha stood up and raised her hands at the giant robot. It soon started to slow down as Pyrrha showed signs of struggle on her faces. It's too hard, said Pyrrha frowning. My polarity is not enough. Flip. Thwip. Fwish. Nobody noticed the glowing green blur behind the group far away in the air as Midoriya soon was swinging towards the giants with RWBY holding onto his jacket. He frowned as he saw the giants. Knew it, said Midoriya as his eyes glowed bright green. It is Redestro. You know him? Asked RWBY. Somewhat. His actual name is Rikiya Yatsubashi. Mostly from the reports I have brought with myself, said Midoriya. He was the former leader of a self-proclaimed protesting organization, when in reality he was a villain. His quirk, stress, lets him convert his stress and tension into raw strength. A pro-hero of my world, Eggshot had defeated him during the previous war. RWBY had a blank expression on her face as soon as she heard the description Izuku gave to her. She glanced at the giant man chasing behind her friends, shooting what seems to be energy balls and then back at Izuku. How do we even defeat him? Asked RWBY, sweating. If we corner him, he will be under stress and in turn, become more powerful. And the way he is moving and knocking out the cars, he could be on your level too. I know, replied Midoriya, zipping up to the top of the bridge and again swinging back down. Which is why, I need to take the fight to a more spacious area, like the area below. Wait, you're gonna fight him? Yelled RWBY. Are you crazy? He could grow stronger each time you win. I have some advantages against him, don't worry, replied Deku. A friend of mine, Tokoimi, had fought against him and managed to knock him to the ground with his own power. It was later revealed that Ridestro's legs were prosthetic, so I might have to break them. Hold on tight. With this, Deku put his hands behind him and shot out few more pressurized air attacks to give himself more speed while using float to balance himself equally in the air. He then swung at an even higher speed as RWBY became even more scared. She definitely hadn't experienced this kind of speed as well as flight in her whole life. Meanwhile, down on the road, Sun decided to help out his friend after watching him get shaken violently like a flag. Neptune, hang on, yelled Sun. Roman tried to shake off Neptune as Sun clapped his hands together. Four yellow translucent figures of him formed which started to run towards Roman and Ridestro. The giant villain swiped away two of the clones while the other two exploded on Roman's face, blinding him temporarily. Sun then jumped towards the robot, using his weapon to try and hit it, but Roman retaliated by flinging the blue-haired boy towards the Faunus, throwing him away down off the bridge. Blake. I am in position. Blake heard Weiss' voice over the comms. The white girl then jumped down from the above bridge onto the road in front of the giants. She readied her weapon at the incoming threats. She then quickly slammed it onto the ground, producing ice on the road. Roman slipped and fell off the bridge. However, that couldn't be said for Ridestro, who stomped on the ground, cracking it, thus breaking the ice. This surprised Weiss, who then dodged to the side as Ridestro tried to hit her. She rotated the dial on her weapon and switched to the explosive one. She then launched few explosive shots at the giant, who took them without any problem. Her eyes widened as Ridestro cracked his knuckles as his muscles grew even more. You kids shouldn't mess with the adults, brat, said Ridestro. Especially girls should stick with playing dolls. With this, Ridestro swung his hand at her, sending shockwaves at her, who tried to dodge it, but couldn't due to it being on a wide radius. She got blown back and crashed on the advanced blue railing. She had a look of shock and fear on her face. That air pressure, that shockwave, that strength, it was almost... It's like him, said Weiss. Her eyes widened as Ridestro lunged at her. Fwoosh. CRKL. Thwip. Smash. You don't get. A bright green blur crashed onto the giant villain, surprising him and the white-haired girl as Midoriya had a look of fury on his face. His feet were glowing red as two large-sized black whip tendrils were out of his hands. To mock my friends, the greenette yelled. With this, Deku flipped forward and launched two more tendrils at the villain, effectively getting hold of him. He then pulled the giant towards himself and kicked him as hard as he could, knocking him away from the girl, far off the bridge. The girl had her eyes widened the whole time as Midoriya looked at her. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Asked Midoriya worriedly. This broke Weiss out of her stupor as she replied. Why yes, thanks for. Good, said Midoriya as he bent down. You go and join RWBY and the others down with Roman. I will take care of this one. With this, Deku jumped high in the air and propelled himself in the air to check for any sort of property damage. Weiss shook her head and stood up. She then jumped off the bridge. Down below, her team and Midoriya's team were ready to fight Roman. They all readied their weapons as Roman smirked and extended the foot of the robot more. A few meters from them, Ridestro was shaking his head off to get rid of the shakiness in his head. He then stood up and looked at the Roman walking towards the group. He then swung his arm at them, sending out huge shockwaves at them. Fwish. Stomp. Before it could reach them, however, Midoriya jumped right in front of him. His jump created a huge impact, not only cracking the ground but also canceling out the shockwave with his own. Ridestro looked at him confusedly, not able to recognize him as Midoriya looked up, his eyes glowing. I guess this is the first time we have actually met properly, said Midoriya. Who are you, damn wait, hold on a sec, said Ridestro as he squinted his eyes. The villain looked carefully at the hero. Green eyes, green hair, green crackling electricity, dark tendrils, strength which somehow matched his one. He had seen him on the net. He realized who it was. It's you, said Ridestro, anger starting to grow. You're the one who harmed our liberator. You damn brat, you damn brat. With this, Ridestro bulked up even more as Midoriya clenched his hands into fist tightly. Danger sense spiked up as Midoriya took his own fighting stance. If I beat you, what are you gonna say to your comrades? Asked Midoriya, eyes glowing toxic green, guessed the reference. Hint. It is from a recent manga. The last word is replaced with another word. Ridestro had a look of anger on his face at being mocked by a child. He was already angry by the fact that the kid was none other than the very same person who had defeated his PLA leader. 50% Kaiho, said Redestro as he stood before rushing at the boy. Freezer burn, yelled Ruby. She, Pira, Blake and Lin jumped back as Yang and Nora jumped high in the sky as Weiss spread her ice out on the ground. The duo readied their weapons and launched themselves on it, smashing the frozen ground. This created a white smokescreen, blinding the criminal temporarily. Roman started searching around the area with the search lasers equipped on his paladin. He could faintly see something moving at fast speeds in the smoke, but couldn't make it out properly. His movements suddenly became slower, frustrating him. Boom. Zoom. Fwish. The hunters were busy running around the gigantic robot, confusing it, till Nora smashed the ground, making it flinch back by the shockwave. Roman then noticed Nora's face. She had a crazed smile on. Ren gulped as he saw that. Nora, please control yourself, requested Ren. Nope. No one's gonna stop me from beating the whole world out of him, replied Nora. Zoom. Conk. Ruby slammed her crescent rose on the criminal's body, but it didn't affect him at all, merely making him flinch. She jumped back and cocked her rifle as she called out to her teammates. Checkmate, ordered Ruby. Weiss and Blake zoomed forward and started attacking the paladin's legs, trying to make him fall. Ren joined in, shooting the legs with his pistols. Pira joined in, slowing the robot with her semblance. I hate that I didn't brought my weapons here, grumbled Pira, holding him off as she called out. Nora, Yang? Use that combo. Huh. The said duo were confused, before realizing what she was talking about. A few days ago, Midoriya was talking about creating special attacks and combination attacks. Ruby had suggested a speed attack with him, which he improvised even more. Duos compatible with each other can get better results. The most compatible ones were Nora and Yang, Midoriya and Ruby. On it, said Nora. She then dragged Yang and jumped back, high in the air. Yang shot the air continuously with her gauntlets, gaining further speed until Nora stopped them both and started spinning in the air, both holding each other while using the shots to boost their spin. Everyone get away, yelled Pira. The others present moved out of the way as the duo came spinning from the sky, directly towards Roman, who shot at them. Readying their weapons, both grinned as they reached him. Emberbolt, smash. The duo yelled out as they slammed their weapons onto the robot. This finally knocked him back far away from the group, shaking the ground. The others present had their eyes widened in surprise. Both high-fived each other. Damn, that was nice, wasn't it? Asked Yang. Yup. We should do that more often, said Nora. Boom. 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 Multiple missiles were headed on their way, indicating that Roman was still fine. They all frowned and got ready as to beat him back on the ground. Weiss readied her glyphs. Thud. Thud. Smash. A second giant crashed onto the ground, interrupting the missiles, which crashed onto him. The group noticed Redestro getting up on his knees. He then stood up, standing at a staggering height, bigger than Roman's paladin. He shook his head as purple smoke started filling in the area. What the? What's this? Asked Weiss, confusedly. Don't worry, that's Smash Leader, said Nora. Clunk. 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 Metallic footsteps were heard as Midoriya walked through the smoke, making the sounds with his iron saws deliberately. His hair was raised up as his full cowl lightning was crackling around his body. No one will come here to interrupt us. Let's end this, said Midoriya seriously. Agreed, said Nora, readying her hammer. You should stay out of this. It's not your business, said Redestro. Clunk. Thud. Roman ran towards the group, his rifle hands ready. He started shooting at the group, which they dodged easily. Redestro stomped on the ground, shaking it. Whoa. Crap. They all fell away. Weiss, before falling though, summoned a glyph underneath Blake's feet. It turned yellow before disappearing. Blake's body soon glowed yellow as she stood up and started swinging her weapon in its sword mode at the two giants. This surprised Deku, as the Nico girl was swinging too fast, faster than what she could normally do. The next moment, huge shockwaves were launched at the giants, surprising the boy even more. The shockwaves cleanly sliced the missiles into two pieces. Blake sent out even more shockwaves, cleaving all the missiles, which exploded in the air right before they could reach her. Ruby quickly got up and zoomed across the place, sliding beside Blake. Ladybug, called out Ruby. The girl then started shooting behind her, using the recoil to launch herself at the robotic giant foot. She slashed it with her scythe, which obviously did much. She again zoomed across to the place, slashing the legs. Blake joined in the take, the speed enhancement wearing off. Both started taking turns in destroying the legs. "How about you dodge this?" yelled Redestro. He raised his fist up in the air and brought it down on the two fast girls, who kept doing their attacks. "Thwip. Oh no you don't," yelled Midoriya while lying on the ground, his black whip grabbing onto Redestro's legs. He pulled the legs, making the giant fall on the ground. The fall cracked the ground, sending out a shockwave. However, Midoriya squinted at the villain. "Huh." Midoriya seemed confused. Ren aimed at the paladin's cockpit and started shooting with his pistols, attempting to break the glass. Nora joined him in blasting it off. Pyrrha used her polarity once again, albeit only for a second since she had drained her aura a lot. Cashing. Blake and RWBY managed to cut off the left arm of the paladin. Yang then jumped onto the criminal's paladin, making Ren and Nora stop their attacks. She then raised her fist in the air. Pow! Boom! Think! Boom! Yang then started punching the head of the paladin in an attempt to break the robot. "Aura, aura, aura!" yelled out Yang, trying to break the head. Krrrr. Midoriya's danger sense spiked up as he looked at the giant paladin, standing up and bending one of its legs. He didn't know what would happen, so he cautioned Yang. "Yang, be careful," warned Midoriya. "Huh? Why?" asked Yang loudly while continuing to punch the robot. "Krrrr. You should be the careful one," said Redestro as he smashed the ground. Midoriya's danger sense spiked up again, but he reacted late. The attack sent out a great shockwave, which knocked Midoriya back while breaking the ground. He crashed onto a nearby pillar, worrying his friends. Izuku, Deku, Pyrrha and RWBY called out simultaneously in worry at their friend. "Don't worry, leader would not be defeated by that blow," said Nora. "You know, that's not always true," said Blake as she looked at the said girl. "You're forgetting he doesn't have any semblance. He can't heal himself." Thud. Roman crashed Yang onto the nearby pillar and started crashing onto a few more pillars in an attempt to shake the yellow girl off himself, which worked. The paladin's right hand, which was damaged from the crashing, started repairing itself. It then turned towards the girl falling from the pillar and punched her away. "Yang!" Blake and Midoriya called out worriedly, the latter trying to get up. "Don't worry," said RWBY as Yang started getting up slowly. With each hit she gets stronger, and she uses that energy to fight back. That's what makes her special. Yang then got up as her hair glowed bright yellow. Roman smirked and punched her with the right mechanical limb. Thunk. Yang held onto the limb, halting him from punching her. Roman got confused and put more pressure onto her, but still not able to push her away. Yang looked up as an angry expression was on her face. Midoriya managed to see her face, and what he saw surprised him. Her eyes were deep red. He blinked multiple times, realizing that Yang with her red eyes and bright glowing yellow hair was starting to resemble his childhood explosive friend Bakugo Katsuki. Especially with that angry expression. Smash! Yang punched at the arm, destroying it in just one hit. Midoriya and Pyrrha dropped their jaws and widened their eyes. One hit was all it took. Sure, they had seen her punch away a few grim monsters with ease, but this was something else. The Atlesian Paladin was made to temporarily withstand grim monsters, but she managed to break its hand in just one hit. That was too much power. Well, maybe for Pyrrha, but even the Greenette was impressed. Nora had stars in her eyes seeing Yang's punch. "That's my gal," called out Nora. "But you should have gone for the legs though." Roman got frustrated and kicked the powered-up girl away from him. Midoriya frowned at this. That meant that Yang's semblance only increased her strength exponentially, but not her durability. That was gonna be a problem for her. He's got to work on her soon. "Really, Roman?" asked Redestro, looking at the broken robot. "You couldn't handle a kid?" "Not my fault. That pompous dumbass made it weaker than what he had said," said Roman. "Hey! Language!" called out RWBY. Smash! Boom! Nora smashed Redestro with her hammer directly on his face, boosted by the recoil of the grenade shells she shot out, making the giant criminal flinch back. "I used an alliteration without even realizing. Bruh. We need to slow it down," RWBY yelled out to her friends, seeing how Roman's paladin was still going on. "Great plan. Nice," said Midoriya, looking totally amused at the scythe. "Should have said that from the start. Could you not be sarcastic for one serious moment?" asked RWBY, looking frustrated. Thwish. Thwack. 2 pressurized air blasts were shot towards Redestro, knocking him back as Midoriya looked at RWBY and said, "How about a no?" Meanwhile at a certain universe. Achoo. Huh. A Twin-Tails girl looked at a white-haired man with a red suit, walking behind her. "What's wrong, Archer? You got a cold?" "Is that even possible?" asked a brown-haired boy beside the girl. "I don't think that should be possible," said a blonde-haired girl wearing blue skirt and white shirt, walking at the front. "Servants can't get cold or fever or anything like that." "Nah, it's not cold," said Archer, wiping off the obvious snort off his nose as he gave a smug smile. "I am feeling proud for some reason. Feels like something good is gonna happen in the future or probably in some other world or something." "Huh." The blonde girl looked confused. "Saber, please get your noble phantasm ready," said the Twin-Tails girl as she grew a tick on her forehead. "I want you to blow Archer all the way straight back to the throne. I hate that smile. I want you to wipe that smug off him." "I didn't even did anything," said Archer, sweating. "I am not sure I am understanding anything," said the blonde girl named Saber confusedly as the Twin-Tails girl took out a few red glowing gems with Archer seemingly backing up with a look of fear on his face. Meanwhile in another timeline in the same universe. Achoo. The same Archer sneezed again as he washed a bowl at the sink. An orange-headed girl looked at him in confusion. "You're cold. That's rare," said the girl. "I am pretty sure servants don't get cold or anything," said a purple short-haired girl as she entered the room. "At least the ones I know of." "You got a cold?" asked a woman with a mechanical gauntlet on her left hand, sipping tea. "That's impossible." "Well, I didn't actually haven't got a cold," said Archer as he gave a smug smile. "I am feeling proud. Probably something good is happening." "You're weird," said the orange-haired girl. "I must ask Goodall whether he did anything to you or something." Back on Remnant. RWBY groaned at the Greenette's answer. He acted like this rarely, but when he did, her mind went deeper and deeper into the negative side of the world. She really wanted to bang her own head on the ground. "Why don't you ask me for help?" asked Pyrrha as she raised her hands at the paladin, effectively slowing it down. But only for 30 seconds. "Weiss, let's go for checkmate," called out RWBY as she changed her crescent rose into its sniper mode and changed the magazines. "I'm ready." "Same," said Weiss. Both the girls stood beside each other. Weiss created a giant blue-colored glyph as RWBY readied her rifle. Both then started shooting at Roman with ice, freezing the robot. Weiss shot out ice from her glyph while RWBY shot ice dust at the robot. Blake stood up and shot her weapon at Yang in its whip form, who grabbed it tightly. She then pulled the girl and started swinging her towards Robot, the yellow-haired girl boosting herself by sprinting. While RWBY were dealing with Roman, Nora and Midoriya were dealing with Redestro. It was a bit tough for the giant criminal to hit back in the middle of their onslaught. He clenched his fist tightly and smashed the ground, knocking the duo back again. Midoriya backflipped in the air and launched Black Whip at Redestro, who this time caught it in time, surprising the boy. "Huh," said Midoriya with wide eyes. "Yoink." Redestro then pulled the boy and yeeted him away, throwing him far away from the battle. Nora had a look of bra on her face. She definitely wasn't expecting this, but then again, this whole fight was full of unexpectedness, so this wasn't something too much amusing. She switched her hammer to its grenade launcher and shot 2 shells at the giant villain, who swiped them away effortlessly. "Bruh," said Nora, making a _face. "Is there anything you can't do while I shoot?" "Can't listen to your whines," said Redestro as he sent out a shockwave at Nora, the latter dodging it. Boom! Redestro flinched slightly as a familiar yellow-headed girl crashed onto him. Her hair was still glowing bright yellow and her eyes were still red. "You're my target now," yelled Yang. She then backflipped in the air and launched a few explosive shotgun shells at the giant. Blake had her eyes widened at what her friend just did. That wasn't what she was wanting her to do. "Yang, that wasn't the plan," yelled Blake. "This is the plan now," yelled Yang back. "Oh great," said Weiss, shooting even more ice shards at Roman. "It's up to us," said RWBY, reloading her rifle. "It's tough to stop him with those guys fighting right beside us," said Pyrrha, waiting for her aura to regen. "Those shockwaves are breaking the ice shards continuously." Yang meanwhile started circling around the giant villain at fast speeds, trying to confuse the villain. This didn't, however, impress him. In fact, This was a lot familiar to him. He just simply clenched his fist and swung it opposite to the girl running. Except he did something else. He bulged his arm even more longer. Thunk. Just as he thought, the girl didn't expect the villain to do that. She crashed face onto the fist. He then punched her far away right, beside the fallen Greenet. Nora was surviving and had no idea how. Ren, though, knew her craziness was keeping her alive. "You're not too much impressing," said Redestro. "Just a mere imitation of someone great. Not even imitation, you should be called a fake. My leader was way more faster and nimble than you." "Oh really? Then maybe I should meet him," answered Yang as she brushed her pants and checked her sore cheek. "Shit, that actually hurts." "I know, right?" said Midoriya as he stood up, entangling his jacket ribbons. "You should have gone for Roman though. And let you enjoy the thrill of a stronger opponent." "Hell no," said Yang as she stood up. "I swear both you and Nora A.R. Midoriya stopped himself mid-sentence as he looked at Yang. "Me and Nora what?" asked Yang as she reloaded her shotgun gauntlet. "AR the SA same," stammered Midoriya as he sweated nervously. Is that Yang's?" called out Nora, pointing at something fallen on the ground. Blake, Midoriya, Nora and Yang looked at the fallen item and the first two gulped as they saw it. It was a few pieces of what seemed to be hair. Yellow hair, though the quantity was actually quite large, a handful to be precise. The group instantly recognized the owner of it, Yang Xiaolong. Yang had her eyes widened and fixed on it. She then touched and felt her hair. Though it is impossible for a person to do it, Yang can feel which part of her hair was spoiled and can fix it, no matter how small it is, as long as it is within her finger range. She felt her topmost part missing some. She stood motionless. "Don't," said Midoriya, sweating. Yang slowly lowered her hand, her eyes shadowed behind her hair. "Don't," said Blake. "Don't, kid," said Banjo, as if the girl could hear him. "You," Yang muttered as she stood straight, clenching her fists. "Please don't do it, Yang," said Midoriya. "What's wrong? Did I spoil your sweet hair?" taunted Redestro. "Yang, don't." Midoriya once again tried to pacify her. Yang's eyes glowed red as her hair once again glowed brightly, releasing shockwaves which pushed the Greenet to the side, making him fall down. She gritted her teeth tightly. "You fiend!" Yang yelled out loudly as she clenched her fists, so tightly her fingernails dug deep in her gloves. She then bent down in a running position. Midoriya tried to stop her, but before he could, she jumped at the giant villain. She readied her fists to clash with him, who also readied his fist. His fist slightly bulged out even more. 70% Kaiho, said Redestro. "I am done with your games. I am done with your shits," yelled Yang angrily. Both lunged at the other one, extremely angry, their fists ready to clash together. Weiss, RWBY, Pyrrha and Rin quickly slid to the side. Blake quickly laid down on the ground. Nora got ready to shoot behind herself to accelerate herself. Boom! Just as expected, the whole ground around the fighting duo shattered. And as expected, the shockwave released as a result was strong as a result. It was powerful enough to easily blow away everyone. The group were safe due to them moving away, but poor Blake, she had to suffer the raging winds, her hair and cat ears blown to the back of her head. And Midoriya, well, he wasn't affected much. He just had his arms over his face to protect himself from the sand and dust. Cough. Cough. Pant. Smoke blew all over the place as the shockwave calmed down. Yang panted hard, saliva dripping down her mouth. She had overdid her attack, extremely tiring her. It has been so long since there was someone this strong, that she had to reach her limit literally. She just had hoped that it had weakened the giant. "That's a nice measly power you have." Yang widened her eyes as she looked in front of her properly. The smoke dispersed as Redestro stood still, their fists still in contact. Yang's gauntlet had been destroyed by the shockwave recoil. Her right sleeve had been torn up to her shoulder. The giant villain on the other hand though, was standing still, his arm muscle looking a bit burnt. "What the? I emptied all the shells into your F.I.N.G. arm," Yang exclaimed. "I have to say, that power can surely take on my lower comrades, but not the others," said Redestro, clenching his left fist. "Unfortunately, I am not like them." With this, the giant villain swung his left fist at the yellow-haired girl, who was still stupefied by his prowess. She snapped back to reality. However, it was too late as she saw it a few inches away from her face while Blake was trying to get close to them. Thunk. There's a reason I have been telling you not to fight this guy. Yang blinked her eyes as she heard Izuku's voice. He was standing right beside her. Redestro's fist was caught by the greenette with his own left hand. His legs and arms were glowing red for some reason. The villain had wide eyes seeing it. If you try to corner him, he grows stronger. Much like your semblance, said Midoriya. How the? Yang was surprised. The greenette was nearly 300 m away from them, and yet managed to close in and stop the giant easily. He's dead, said RWBY bluntly. The villain, I mean. Izuku raised his own right fist. The red glow first spread throughout his arm, before disappearing and focusing right onto his fist. It glowed bright red as the full cowl surrounded it. Redestro tried to move, but couldn't. He looked at his right fist, only to see it covered with dark tendrils. His feet and waist were also caught by the tendrils. It was at this moment that he knew. He had been fucked up. Didoroito, Samasha. Izuku yelled in his mind as he punched the villain's arm. It had an immediate impact on him. The arm instantly broke, the bones cracking, the muscles tearing, the ligaments getting destroyed. The impact caused the inner part to explode, causing holes all over the arm. It wasn't like how Midoriya's arm literally exploded from the inside, but it was still comparable. Redestro's arm instantly deflated as the shockwave from the punch launched him far towards Roman's paladin, who in fear, ejected from it. The giant crashed onto it, destroying the robot. The nearby ground broke on the impact. Weiss had her mouth open wide. She had seen it. Physical attacks interact mostly with the outside, especially with the muscles, skins, and bones. However, she saw the villain's arm getting blown from the inside. That was some intense punch. He really can control his power well. That's so cool, said Midoriya's self-proclaimed biggest fans, RWBY, her eyes having stars before coming back. He really didn't destroy the ground like he normally would have done accidentally. I expected nothing. And yet I am still surprised, said Rin. It's like fighting with submachine guns and rifles in zombie games and suddenly receiving a shotgun, said Nora, grinning widely. Correction. Rocket launcher, said RWBY. Yang snapped back to reality as her eyes changed back to their normal, amethyst color. She quickly checked her hair to make sure nothing else had been torn off. Luckily, there was no such event. She sighed and checked her hand. The gauntlet was no more there, only shards and pieces of it, stuck together. 2 half-burnt shells were also there. Great. Now it will take time to get a new one, sighed Yang. You okay? Asked Izuku. Yup. Nothing happened. Really? Said Yang, scratching her cheek. Although I will admit, this was the first time I had been pushed so hard. That sounds so wrong out of context, said Izuku. But anyways, whenever we meet someone like him, please try to listen to me. I know how powerful they can be. But how do you know about them? Asked Yang, confused. Because you didn't meet him at all until we got here. Let's just say, he bears a grudge against me, said Izuku, shrugging innocently. For what, I have no idea. The greenette then wiped off the sweat from his forehead as Blake and Pyrrha walked up to them. Blake checked on Yang, looking for any injuries. Meanwhile, Pyrrha just walked up to Izuku. New power? Asked Pyrrha casually, as if she was expecting nothing. Old one, replied Izuku. You should have known by now. Yeah, but I am still surprised by them, said Pyrrha. Guess I am not accustomed to them. I hope you all didn't forget about them, called out Weiss, getting their attention. The white-haired girl pointed towards Roman, who was busy dusting his clothes. Rikia, meanwhile, was stumbling towards him, his left hand completely mangled. His clothes were torn at several places, wounds all over his body. He was back to how he was. Ah, that was my new clothes, whined Roman before looking up at Rikia's horrible state. I think we need an ambulance. But not for me. Maybe, said Rikia. Weiss readied her weapon and launched a fire blast at the duo, who looked dumbly at the incoming projectile. Neither of them had the power to move anymore. Shunk. The projectile was blocked by what seemed to be an umbrella. The same bicolored girl from before was holding it. She had a smirk on her face. The hunters got surprised by the sudden new arrival. More so, her umbrella had blocked a dust attack easily. Roman chuckled before looking at the group. Well, I guess that's my cue. Heroes. We'll meet again someday. Oh no you don't, exclaimed RWBY, shooting at the man, which again got blocked by the girl. Let's go. We need to retreat, said Rikia as he turned around. The new girl just nodded her head and closed her umbrella, before seeing the hunters one last time. More specifically, she was watching Midoriya with observing eyes, the latter confused by it. She suddenly gave a big smile and waved at him, who was now even more confused by it. Boom! Chenke. Yan had launched a last attack at the criminals, emptying her left-hand gauntlet barrels. However, the villains suddenly broke like glass pieces, surprising the group. With this, the battle finally reached its conclusion. I guess we got a new threat now, said Pyrrha. More like new info on them, said Blake. She is a threat, said RWBY seriously. Huh. Jumping so soon to conclusions, asked Rin. She is a threat. You guys don't know, and I won't let you know, said RWBY as she looked to the side. She absolutely didn't like the look and wave the bicolored girl gave to Izuku. With this, the first battle of hunters and villains reached its conclusion. The group starting chatting with each other, talking about them. All this while, the greenette was troubled by one thought. Why didn't Forth's danger sense detected her? Gashk. Catch. Pyrrha was in the locker room, changing to her battle suit. She put on her leg armor and then stretched out her arms and did some of body stretches to warm up. She then stood up and slowly walked out gracefully of the locker room. Time skip. Pyrrha was fighting solo against the entire team of CRDL on stage. There wasn't any coordination among the teammates, which she took great advantage. All of them were trying to take her out all by themselves, so she easily evaded them, blocking their attacks with her shield and knocked them away with her rifle. It was fairly easy with how slow they were to her. Carden swung his mace at her, which she dodged again, changing her rifle back into its spear form. He used his brute strength and semblance to increase his impacts, actually knocking her back after hitting her shield. Pyrrha managed to evade each and every attack of the opponent team, managing to reflect them back at them. After hitting every of the members with her shield bouncing on them, she finally fought Carden head-on, dodging his mace attack before getting right in front of him. She then grabbed onto his collar and with a brute strength superior to his, she threw him on the ground, breaking it with her impact before back-flipping and kicking him away, finally making him give up. The stage lit up as Professor Glinda walked in. She was holding a tablet scroll. And that was the match, said Glinda. Lucky shot. Ugh, groaned Carden, clutching his stomach as he fell down on the ground. Well done, Miss Nikos, said Glinda, looking down at Carden fallen on the ground before looking. You should have no problem qualifying for the tournament. Thanks, Professor, said Pyrrha. Alright, now I know that's a tough act to follow, but we have time for one more sparring match, said Glinda as she looked above at the students who were watching the fight from their seats. Any volunteers? Her eyes fell on Blake, who seemed quiet the entire time. Miss Belladonna, called out Glinda, catching her attention. You've been rather docile for the past few classes. Why don't you? I'll do it. A hand was raised up from the audience. Glinda squinted at the boy who raised it and settled her glasses. Mercury Black, is it? Said Glinda. Very well. Let's find you an opponent. Actually, I want to fight her. Mercury lazily pointed at Pyrrha. Me? Asked Pyrrha confusedly. I'm afraid Miss Nikos has just finished a match. I'd recommend you choose another partner, said Glinda, her left hand on her hip. No. It's fine, said Pyrrha as she looked at Mercury. I'd be happy to. No, it's not. A familiar voice was heard, interrupting Pyrrha's statement as a hand stood up. The hand was covered in a familiar wrist gloves with orange knuckles and red gauntlet covering the entire arm. Glinda narrowed her eyes at the student. Mr. Midoriya. Izuku stood up, lowering his hand. He had a look of seriousness and excitement mixed, and he was sweating a bit. His left hand was holding his notebook. He was in a blue long shirt and track pants with knee pads and his iron soles on and elbow pads along with his short, torn cape wrapped around his neck. I would like to be his opponent, please, said Izuku. Izuku. What's wrong with me being the one? Asked Pyrrha, confused. Nope. You need rest now. Besides, I haven't fought even once, said Izuku, smiling. Pyrrha pondered over it, and then shrugged. Fine, have it your way. She turned towards Mercury and said, We'll fight later. She went back to the stands as Mercury looked at Midoriya curiously, who was staring back while smiling. Hope you don't mind me being the one. I don't want my teammate to be tired like a horse, said Izuku, smiling confidently. Mercury remembered Cinder talking about the green-haired kid and smirked. This is even more better. She had considered him to be equal to the champion and even more of a thorn to their goals. So, this was just a great opportunity to observe his fighting styles. Deku was smiling while sweating a bit. His danger sense had alerted him long ago, before even Pyrrha had fought Team Ciardel, about Mercury's actual intentions and decided to intercept whatever Mercury was going to do. Mercury shrugged and said, "Fine by me." Glinda looked at Midoriya sweating and asked with her eyebrow raised, "You okay, Mr. Midoriya?" "Yes, I am. Just a bit hot in my clothes," said Midoriya, hoping to say the truth later. "Oh, you should have worn lighter ones," said Glinda. "And speaking of which, why aren't wearing your battle suit and this casual track pants and shirt with just bits of your equipments?" "I have given it for cleaning to the laundry," said Izuku. Of course. Your suit gets dirty faster." Glinda shook her head. "Alright boys, get ready into positions." Deku walked towards the stage, eyeing Mercury calmly, who was also eyeing Deku, but carefully. He was wearing a dress similar to Monoma's hero suit, except with gray highlights and gloves. In the stands, RWBY and the others were excited to see them fight. Emerald was right behind RWBY, eyeing the boy and then at RWBY and back at the two boys. Mercury went and stood in a box stance, while Deku bent down and readied his body and legs, eyeing his opponent. "Kiddo, remember, no quirks," said Banjo inside Deku's head. "Yes, solely natural physical strength," said Bruce. "Yes." Deku nodded, readying himself. "Danger sense should be more than enough to help you dodge his attacks, but if you need help, use only one for all, since that's what most of Beacon's students has seen," said Hikage. "Roger that." Deku nodded again. Both the boys stared at the other in their fighting stances, waiting for the other to make the first move. Mercury then ran towards him and kicked at his torso, who quickly dodged it and kicked him back harder, not letting him flip backward. Mercury fell on his butt to the ground and quickly got up, watching his opponent jumping lightly in his place, and grinned. "Oh, so you're also a kickboxer?" asked Mercury, readying his legs. "You could say that," said Deku. Mercury rotated his body and launched 3 kicks at him, who blocked each with his gauntlets. He grabbed his leg on the third kick and threw him away, who again flipped back up. He then rushed towards Deku, who also ran towards him. Both then rotated their bodies and kicked the other, Mercury using a back kick while Deku performed an axe kick. Clang. Smash. Both created a shockwave and got sent backwards, Deku constantly eyeing the boy. He was a fast kickboxer and constantly relied on his speed, much like how Deku himself does. "Hey, your friend is fighting pretty well," RWBY complimented to Emerald, who just gave an awkward smile before sighing as soon as RWBY turned her back to her. Mercury once again started kicking the boy fast, intending to hit his face. Deku just kept on blocking the kicks with his arms and swept his legs off the ground and made him lose his balance. Mercury grunted as his head hit the ground. "TCH. You're still slower," said Mercury as he stood up and did an axe kick, intending to hit Deku in the head. Deku quickly grabbed the leg and threw the boy away, as hard as he could, out of the stage. Mercury grunted as he hit the ground and stood up, his legs shaking a bit. "I forfeit," said Mercury to Glinda, surprising Pyrrha and Deku. "What? You don't even want to try?" asked Pyrrha from the stands. "What's the point? You're the world-renowned fighter, we're obviously leagues apart." Mercury then looked at Deku. "And he's also a kick fighter. My own weakness. Try to put more force the next time we fight," said Deku, smiling while sweating from the fight. "Speed is great, just lacks power." Sure, Professor," said Mercury sarcastically. Emerald squinted at the other green-haired fellow. She could easily follow his movements. He was vastly slower than Mercury, yet he still managed to react to each and every attacks. It meant he cannot fight against multiple opponents at once, especially if said opponents were fast. "In that case, Izuku Midoriya is the winner," said Glinda, opening the aura bars on screen as Deku's was in fully green color, while Mercury's was in orange. Mr. Midoriya, I think you should stop holding back." I tried to go all out, but he was too fast, so I had to restrict myself," said Midoriya, smiling awkwardly. "Improve your reactions the next time," said Mercury. "Thanks for the advice," said Midoriya. "And you try to think a little harder before choosing an opponent," said Glinda. "I'll sure to do that," said Mercury as he walked away to the stands. Deku stretched his legs a bit after the fight, lost in his thoughts as he mentally talked with the vestiges. You guys noticed that, didn't you? Asked Deku mentally. Yes, we did, said Yoichi. That is all for today, announced Glinda. And remember the dances this weekend, but you all have your first mission on Monday. Blake got up and started following her teammates to class, reading her notebook while her movements were slightly sluggish. Deku's teammates followed them, Pyrrha's sweat dropping at Nora's eating gesture with the pancakes she had sneaked in while inside at her. Emerald was standing at the entrance, leaning onto the wall. She noticed them going away as Mercury approached her. Learning is so much fun, said Mercury, grinning, a bit excited. Emerald looked over at Izuku, who was massaging his arms a bit, probably sore from the fight, and smirked. Yeah, it is fun, said Emerald. The duo then walked away from the place. Deku opened his mid-gauntlets Air Force gloves off him and sighed, looking at where they were standing seconds ago. Yup. I am also now targeted, said Midoriya. No shit, Sherlock, said Banjo. And all of us have noticed it, haven't we? Asked Midoriya. Yes, all of us did, said Yoichi. Deku nodded as he walked up towards the entrance, his arms carrying his mid-gauntlets under them. Metallic sounds occurred each time we clashed. Outside of the building, the teams walked out, talking to each other. Blake was still walking slowly, her movements still sluggish. Yo, Blake. Sun quickly jogged up to her from the side. You, doing okay? Asked Sun. I'm fine, Blake answered, looking at the boy. Sun cleared his throat and said, So I hear there's this dance going on this weekend. Sounds pretty lame, but you and me, I'm thinking not as lame, huh? What? Asked Blake, eye bags visible. The dance this weekend, you wanna go or what? Asked Sun again. I don't have time for a stupid dance. I thought you of all people would get that, said Blake, unamused as she turned around. Even if Izuku will be there too? Asked Sun. Blake sighed and turned around, annoyed. No, don't think this is going to convince me. But I thought he was your good friend, asked Sun, confused at the girl's behavior. He is. But that doesn't mean I'll still go. Stop bothering me, please. Blake was annoyed at the monkey boy. She turned around and walked away, passing Team RWBY and NPR, who looked concerned for the girl's behavior and demeanor. Hey, is your cat girl okay? Asked Nora, gulping down and finishing her pancakes. To be honest, even we don't know now, said Young. Her mood is impossible to read. Her mood swings are quite varying, said Weiss, arms crossed. It's as if something is flipping her switches on and off constantly. Pyrrha sighed and said, That night at the docks might have affected her quite a lot. Let's hope she'll recover soon. Meanwhile, RWBY was silent this entire time as she kept on looking at Blake walking away silently and sluggishly. Time skip. Dorms. You what? Asked Blake, annoyed. We want you to go to the dance, said RWBY as the four of them sat in their room, opposite to each other. That's ridiculous, said Blake, her dark eye bags more prominent now. Blake, we're worried about you. This investigation is starting to mess with your head, said Young. You can't sleep, you hardly eat, and to be honest your grades have been suffering, said Weiss, counting her current problems. You think I care about grades? People's lives are at stake, said Blake. We know, and we're all still trying to figure out what Torchwick is up to, said Young. Thanks to you, Sun and the villain hunter, we know they're operating somewhere out of Southeast Vale, said RWBY. And the Schnee Company records singled out Vale as the primary target for dust robberies and those mutated faunus attacks over the last few months and weeks, said Weiss. Don't forget about their missing military tech too, said Young. But there's still unanswered questions, said Blake. Blake, stop acting like Izuku. He's on another level and he's experienced in this field because he has been involved inadvertently in it many times before, said RWBY, worried. You won't be able to find anything if you can't even keep your eyes open. What? What do you mean he's been there many times? Asked Blake, surprised. RWBY shrugged. Like I said, he's always been getting involved in these situations even before he joined here. His luck is at negatives, said RWBY, not knowing how much truth there actually was in her words. Of course, damn nerd, sighed Blake, momentarily forgetting the fact she had figured he was the villain hunter and had probably had many exposure. He won't accept me if I asked him to. And I'll make sure he rejects each and every of your requests to him, said RWBY, crossing her arms. He won't allow you to venture out again, but I'll tell him to not even listen to you as you blabber your requests for this stuff. Blake made an annoyed groan and crossed her arms. Insufferable, she said. All we're asking is that you take it easy for one day, said Yang. It will be fun. Yang and I will make sure of it, said Weiss. Yes. We're planning the whole event, exclaimed Yang. Excuse me. Are you all my parents or what, treating me like an unruly brat? Asked Blake, surprised and annoyed. Well, you are acting like one. What can we say? Joked RWBY. Team CFVY's away mission lasted longer than expected, said Weiss. So Weiss and I were asked to pick up where they left off. And now we can make sure you have the perfect night, said Yang. And once it's all over, we'll return to our search, rested and ready, said Weiss. See, we aren't asking you to stop your search. We are just asking you to take a bit of rest before continuing. At peak, you will be able to search more, said RWBY excitedly. So, what do you think? Blake closed her eyes and stayed silent for a few seconds, letting their words sink into her mind. She then opened her eyes and looked at them. I think this is a colossal waste of time, said Blake, getting up as the other trio became deflated. Blake walked over to the door and held the doorknob before looking at them. I'll be in the library, said she, opening the door and turning in front. You aren't going anywhere, Blake Belladonna. The Nico girl widened her tired eyes as she saw Midoriya standing at the hallway, hands in his pockets. He had a tired but annoyed look on his eyes. He was wearing only his tracksuit and track pants with no sign of his equipments, implying he had opened them before coming here. He had an equally tired look, but there was very light eye bags under his eyes. The other girls inside the room brightened up, hearing his voice and seeing him standing at the corridor, blocking Blake's way. Yes. Maybe he can convince her. After all, who can tame a stubborn girl other than a boy who is even more stubborn than anyone existing? Blake narrowed her eyes and hissed at the boy. What are you doing here? Asked Blake. Stopping you, said Midoriya calmly. Now get inside. Move out of my way, said Blake, clenching her fists. I won't, said Midoriya, equally stubborn and determined. Get inside now. What does this have to do with you? Asked Blake, angry at the boy. You call yourself a hero rather than a hunter, yet you don't care that right now anyone might be trouble. Deku stayed silent, looking at her calmly. He didn't even move or anything, just stared dead into her eyes, his tired but determined, big emerald eyes looking into her yellow, tired but stubborn eyes. What? Cat got your tongue, Mr. Hero. Blake scoffed at the boy. You're the one going around saying a hunter should be hero and whatnot, and now you're stopping the same thing you said. What a hero you are. Izuku sighed before pulling out his hands from his pockets. You aren't going anywhere. We are going to make you visit the dance, whether you like it or not. Blake's eyes constricted like a cat, her hissing more prominent. What did you said? She growled. The girls inside the room were surprised and worried too. RWBY stood up, moving slowly towards Blake. Blake. Calm do. Stay there, RWBY. Let me handle this, said Midoriya, stopping her mid-sentence. Blake, just like they said, none of us are stopping you. In fact, we are joining you too. But for once, just take a break and calm that mind of yours. You're a hypocrite to say that, Izuku Midoriya, growled Blake, making the said boy raise his eyebrow. You say to me to take rest, yet you think I don't notice your eye bags, huh? The other girls were surprised at this and stared at Midoriya's eyes, noticing the small and faint eye bags right above his freckles. Weiss spoke in an annoyed tone. Izuku. Seriously? Asked Weiss. Why Izuku? Why are you doing the same thing? Asked RWBY, worried. The brunette in response raised his eyes up and said, You got it wrong. I haven't gone out for the past 4 days ever since that night at the docks. Blake raised her eyebrows. Oh really? Then pray tell me, why do you have eye bags? She asked. I am just studying up late. You can ask my team, said Midoriya. I have slowed down my outgoing since I need to get my grades too. Can't do both at the same time. Humph. As if I'll believe that sorry excuse, said Blake, crossing her arms. Then it's your fault then, shrugged Midoriya. Besides, I do take rests even if I research recklessly like you. I can survive far more than a month with short rests than you can do with no rests. I'll say only 2 more days are needed to make you hit the bed. Blake shook her head. Faunus can go far more longer than Avenue. She was cut short by Izuku. Please cut it out. That doesn't apply always, said Midoriya. You guys have your limits too. Yet you choose not to notice it. Are you serious? Don't you see how much dangerous it is? The mutated Faunus group and Torchwick and White Fawn are out there, staging more crimes. Cried out Blake, frustrated. We know. Trust me, I know that more than you do, said Midoriya, looking calm and sighing. Look, we'll speed up our searches and bring changes to our small operations to help us in catching them. Operations? Asked Yang confusedly. What do you mean? Oh, you know. The way how we are going to hunt them down. We are establishing our own operations, said Midoriya. I'll see what I can do if Ashbin finds out about it. You sure he won't punish you? Asked RWBY, a bit worried. He will. But I doubt he will stop us, since we have already gone far, said Midoriya, knowing damn well Ashbin won't be able to stop him, even if the others are halted. So what do you say, Blake? Asked Weiss. Will you accept the deal of having one day off from the operations and getting fully rested? Or will you keep on being the stubborn faunus you are? Asked Midoriya, eyeing the tired Kagirl. And fall down before you even manage to get to them. Blake stood in the center of them. She was cornered by them from all sides. She could feel their gazes and pressure on her. She just couldn't counter-argue anymore. Each time she tried to open her mouth to speak with logic, she got barraged with more logic. She could also feel her body going a bit weary, signaling that she was starting on the path to exhaustion. She sighed. I think I need some time to think about it, said Blake. Can you all let me go? I need some fresh air and time to think about this proposal. Midoriya nodded and stepped aside. Take your time. Think about it properly and more rationally, not logically. Blake sighed as she walked past him. I'll try. I just don't want you to follow my path, the same path I had once followed some months back when I was a stubborn and reckless kid, said Midoriya, looking at her head. Blake stayed silent as she walked away and turned around the corner, disappearing out of their eyesights. All the four sighed simultaneously. They've got a major, stubborn cat in their hands right now, more problematic than facing criminals and mutated faunus. This is such a drag, sighed Weiss. Tell me about it, said RWBY. I hate stubborn people, said Yang, looking at Midoriya. Not my fault. Don't look at me, said Midoriya, before remembering something. Oh, that reminded me. What have you all thought of Sunday? RWBY tilted her head to her side. Sunday? She asked. Yeah. Sunday. The dance. Have you all found your dates? Asked Midoriya, looking at Weiss. Weiss. You found anyone? Weiss crossed her arms and scoffed. All my life boys have only cared about the perks of my last name. I do have a date in my mind though. That's great, said Midoriya, smiling. Guess the Ice Queen finally found a date, huh? What's that supposed to mean? I can find dates perfectly fine, huffed Weiss. See that? Said Yang, pointing at Weiss' annoyed face. That's another reason you're known as the Ice Queen. Date or no date, none of this will matter if we can't get Blake to go, said RWBY. Don't worry. She will, said Midoriya. Getting quite confident, don't you think? Asked Weiss, her eyebrow raised. What makes you think that Blake will go guaranteed? She will, said Midoriya again. A bit more of persuasion is needed. She's almost close to cracking. You sure about that? Asked Yang. An image of him in his torn and ragged Epsilon suit with his friends surrounding him at UA. After managing to get the crowd to let him rest flashed in his eyes. The time he was known as the boy in rags. Yup. She will. Trust me. Yang shrugged and said. Fine then. Suit yourself. Anyway, it's getting late. I'm going back to my room. We'll continue this tomorrow morning, said Midoriya, turning around. Yeah. Good night, Izuku, said RWBY as the boy walked away. Good night to you too, said Midoriya, going to his room. Midoriya entered his room and closed the door. Nora was lying on the ground, reading a comic. Ren was sitting with his legs crossed on his chair. Pyrrha was sitting on her bed. Took you long enough, said Nora. What's the result? Asked Ren. Midoriya sighed and shook his head. Blake will need a bit more time. We are close to breaking that shell, he said. She won't be keeping up that face for long. Welp. I guess you won't give up, huh? Asked Pyrrha. Yup. She thinks she can be the most stubborn person in the world. Izuku scoffed. I'll show her the definition of stubbornness. Ah yes. The battle of stubborn-headed people. Joked Pira. The battle will be legendary. Izuku chuckled and shook his head, deciding to change the topic. Anyway, what are you guys going to do about the Sunday dance? Asked Izuku. Nora raised her hand excitedly and exclaimed, I am going with Rennie. Midoriya, can you please take my place? Said Ren, clasping his hands. I have a headache and I feel my head will burst on that day. Oh shut it, you overreactor. Pouted Nora. Deku's sweat dropped. Yup, Ren was now overreacting, but he understands his reason. After all, how do you expect to match an excited girl's excitement? So Izuku, who do you have in your mind for the date? Asked Pira, eyeing the boy. To be honest, I don't know. Said Midoriya, shrugging. Anyone will be fine. Though I can't guarantee I will dance there or anything. Pira tilted her head and asked. Why is that? I can dance, but only solo. Said Midoriya. I only learned solo dancing from a friend of mine. I am bad at any other dance. Pira chuckled. So the great, powerful Izuku Midoriya can't dance with dates. That's surprising. She teased the boy. What about you? You found anyone? Asked Midoriya. Not really. But I think I may find one soon. Said Pira, giving a smile while eyeing the boy. The world's a big place, after all. It is. Said Midoriya. Anyway, let's sleep. We have work tomorrow, after all. You're no fun, Midori. Exclaimed Nora. Meanwhile. And finally, Pira and Nikos. Ah, the invincible girl. Cinder and Emerald were discussing plans in their room while Mercury was lying down on the ground on his back, reading a comic. He turned towards Cinder. She's smart, but I wouldn't say invincible, said Mercury. Do tell, said Cinder, intrigued. Her semblance is polarity, but you'd never know it just by watching, said Emerald. Mercury put his comic aside and sat up. After she made contact with Team CDRL's boots and weapons, she was able to move them around however she wanted, said Mercury. But she only made slight adjustments. Just enough to make it look like she's untouchable, said Emerald. She doesn't broadcast her powers, so it puts her opponents at a disadvantage. People assume she's fated for victory when she's really taken fate into her own hands, said Cinder. Interesting. Add her to the list. Emerald smirked and tapped on her scroll, adding the name to a list. Mercury looked at Cinder. You should be able to take her no problem, said Mercury. It's not about overpowering the enemy, said Cinder, smug. It's about taking away what power they have. And we will in time. I hate waiting, said Mercury, lying back down. Don't worry, Mercury, we have a fun weekend ahead of us, said Cinder, looking at a pin in her hands. Not if that kid comes up too. Emerald spoke up. Cinder looked at Emerald curiously. That kid? Which one? She asked. Emerald looked at Cinder. Izuku Midoriya. The green-haired kid. He's a kickboxer just like Mercury. He may be a bit of a trouble. And what is the problem with him? Asked Cinder, a bit intrigued. He's slow at attacking, but fast at reacting, said Emerald. He reacted to each and every attack of Mercury. Is it true, Mercury? Asked Cinder to Mercury. Yup. Absolutely, said Mercury, remembering the fight. Kid's an awesome fighter. Managed to block my attacks. Interesting. What is his semblance? Asked Cinder, now interested. We haven't seen it ourselves, but we've heard he has super strength and speed. He's strong enough to rival Pira easily at full strength, said Emerald. Super strength and speed. Nothing I can't take care of, said Cinder, smirking. You can easily beat him with multiple fast attacks, said Emerald. He may react fast, but his body won't. I know that, chuckled Cinder. I'll see what that grass head is made of. Besides, it will make it more interesting. Emerald and Mercury shrugged as they went to their beds. Cinder shook her head, smirking as she pulled out her phone and messaged to someone. Looks like we got a great target for you, Uncle. RWBY was sitting in a room with fancy but incomplete decorations. She was bored out of her, having nothing to do, so she was resting her head on the table in front of her. There was no sign of her idol nearby, so she was alone with her team members, who were decorating the room. Or at least trying to, it seemed. Thump. Weiss slammed her hands on the table RWBY was resting her head on, having a smirk on her face. And beneath her hands were two similar-looking white-colored translucent square-shaped cloths. RWBY, I need you to pick a tablecloth, said Weiss, pushing the tablecloths towards the red-caped girl. RWBY squinted at the cloths, taking time to make sure she is even seeing the correct thing or her eyes are playing tricks on her. The tablecloths literally had the same look on them. She touched them with both of her hands, which felt same as well as. There seemed not much difference between the textures and the softness of both the tablecloths. Aren't they both the same? RWBY asked, confused as to why the girl handed her the same stuff. Weiss, who was having a smirk the entire time, sighed and took the tablecloths away. I don't even know why I asked. Yang meanwhile calmly and easily carried a giant speaker behind RWBY and placed it on the ground with a thud, slightly shaking the ground along with RWBY, who still seemed unaffected. She dusted her hands and went towards her sister with a smirk, her hands on her hips. So, have you picked out a dress yet? Asked Yang. What's the point? Asked RWBY, turning her head towards her big sister. Who cares about the dance if Blake isn't going? Even Deku himself couldn't bring her to. Just reassurances won't work, you know. Oh, don't worry. She's going, reassured Yang. RWBY deadpanned at her. You just had to somehow repeat what I just said won't work, right? Yang looked at Weiss, ignoring RWBY's statement. Weiss. I thought we agreed on this. No doilies. Weiss in response quickly strided towards the blonde-haired girl and leaned on, pointing her finger towards her accusingly. If I don't get doilies, you don't get fog machines. They heard footsteps and turned to see Neptune and Sun walking in, looking interested. Your dance is gonna have fog machines? Asked Neptune. Weiss politely went towards him and stood in front, clasping her hands in front of him. We were thinking about it. That's pretty cool, said Neptune. Meanwhile, RWBY, who was watching the exchange, looked more and more bored now. She then thought about the fog machines Weiss just told about and sighed, shaking her head. Deku's smokescreen can provide far more better fog. RWBY thought to herself, even the purple color will be better and good looking for the dance. You ladies all excited for dress up? Asked Sun, standing beside Neptune, finger gunning at the trio. You're right, said RWBY sarcastically. You all can laugh however you want, said Yang proudly, crossing her arms. I'll be turning heads tomorrow night. What are you two wearing? Asked Weiss, looking at the boys. This, said Sun, pointing out what they were currently wearing, their normal clothes. Ignore him, for he knows not what he says, said Neptune, interrupting him. Hey, I may have moved to Mistral, but I grew up in Vacuo, said Sun. It's not exactly a shirt and tie kind of place. Yeah, we've noticed, said Yang. I don't even know what Deku will be wearing, RWBY thought to herself. So, what does Blake think of all this? Asked Sun. She's still being all, you know, Blake why? Obviously, said Weiss as a matter of fact. I still can't think of a way to change her mind, said RWBY, still trying to think of coming up with a way somehow. I'll go again. The group turned to see Midoriya walking in. He was in his gym clothes, sweating and panting lightly. He had been up and training again outside the school building since early morning and finally finished his daily training. He had a look on his face which everyone can immediately. He has an expression which screams, someone is going to be taught a lesson and it ain't me. I'll go again at it, said Midoriya. Weiss crossed her arms, raising her eyebrows. Are you sure? You told her last time too, but she just shrugged it off. I am sure. I will get to her soon, Midoriya repeated, remembering some moments of his own world. I have experience with people being stubborn. It's fine. The fight with Todoroki a year ago in the UA Sports Festival, the fight against Lady Nagant a few months before, the talk with Giulio Gandini about not giving up and kill Anna, and of course, his fight with Shigaraki has given him enough experience to deal with stubborn people. Count me in. Yang grinned as she walked towards him. Trust me guys. We'll make sure Blake will be at the dance tomorrow. Izuku nodded as he and Yang walked out of the room, on their way to search for their faunus friend as the group inside the room watched them go. RWBY sighed and rested her head back on the table, face flat. She hoped they will be able to manage it. After all, she believes in her sister and her hero. Meanwhile, pow, 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 pow. A series of punching sounds were heard as a punching bag got crushed with by a series of fast, consecutive punches. At the harbor, a man was panting while grinning. He was wearing a simple black half-sleeved hoodie and jeans, alongside hand wraps, which were now smoking and had holes on the knuckles. Beside him, on the ground, lay a huge number of punching bags, more than 100. Each one of them were crushed fully and torn apart. Hee, now I am stronger too, said he to himself. Sometimes speed is not always the answer. Strength is also important. He went and sat down on the ground, opening his burn-up hand wraps, when Cinder came out of the harbor, walking up to him, sipping a drink from her glass. She sighed and looked at the man. You didn't sleep last night, Okul, said Cinder. The said man just chuckled and grinned at the woman. Sleep is for losers, ms. Fall, said he. The kid we are going up against shouldn't be much of a problem. But if his strength is as you told me, then I am also going to need the same strength. I may have the speed to beat him, but if I can't make him budge, then it's useless. Cinder raised an eyebrow, continuing to sip her drink. You're so sure about your speed. Can't you just wreak havoc and make him lose his footing? Asked she. Nay, it's not that much simple, Cinder. Okul laughed, throwing away the pair of hand wraps. The kids from the academy. They may not be that much powerful, but based on what that handicapped brat told, that Miss Champion and that fast fighter would definitely intervene. Cinder sighed, knowing Okul purposely calls Mercury by that rude name. I can take care of both of them. They shouldn't be much of a problem. Okul just sighed and looked at her, his eyes glowing underneath his hoodie. That ain't easy. It's not just them. The other kids and the other hunters are there too. They will be there to stop the havoc. Well then, what about your stupid-ass group? Why can't they do anything? Asked Cinder, referring to the other villains. That hero kid will probably take them out faster, replied Okul, before grinning. But don't worry. I do have some more army to fight them up. Just need a teeny bit of backup from the other brats to keep the hunters occupied. Cinder raised her eyebrow again, surprised. It has been many months since they had been working together, and she's sure she has seen everything the man has to over. And she's sure she hasn't heard of any army being prepared, not including the other villains. Oh. And what would that army be? Asked she. Okul just laughed. Now, that wouldn't be a surprise, would it? Said he. Cinder's eyebrow twitched. She summoned a fiery sword and pointed it at him, a flaming aura surrounding it. It threatened to almost touch the man, going as far as to give him the feel of the heated-up temperature. Tell me why I shouldn't kill you for hiding something from us, warned Cinder. For all we know, you could turn your backs against us. Okul just laughed, causing Cinder to grit her teeth. And suddenly, the woman felt the cold hand of the man, near her throat as he continued to laugh. Small crackles of lightning disappeared around him, having disappeared from the receiving end of her sword to right beside her. Now, sweetheart, no need to be so angry. Anger doesn't suit your face, said Okul as his voice turned deep and he growled. Don't you dare try that again. Or else, all you will see is nothing. Cinder just gritted her teeth as Okul laughed and released her throat. She then turned around and slashed behind her, only to see the man had disappeared and she just slashed the air. She groaned, making her sword disappear as she kicked away one of the punching bags and walked away from the place, grumbling. Those punching bags were filled with metal pieces and shards. Damn maniac. Meanwhile, Redestro was sipping some tea quietly. Opening Detenerat in this world was very helpful. He had been able to gain access to this world's technology and dust. All that is needed is to ready an army large enough to fight off Izuku Midoriya. You really took a great beating there, huh, Yatsu? Roman Torchwick entered the room. The duo were back in the Detenerat HQ of this world, where Redestro was recovering. The girl from before, the same one with half pink and brown colored hair, followed him in, looking around curiously. Ah, Torchwick. Redestro sighed and looked at him. I could have beaten him. I just lost my cool there. Roman scoffed, sitting down on a chair. Ha! Didn't you told me stress is your power? Asked he. It is, replied Redestro, finishing his drink. But I keep a level head during a fight to not go on a rampage. I forgot that, unfortunately, during that fight. But it's fine. We know their powers. Roman nodded. Ah yes, we do. The kid and Miss Champion were definitely irritating, but I'd say that loud brat and the yellow-haired one were more annoying. They were, chuckled Redestro. But it's fine. We will do fine in the upcoming fights. Romani raised his eyebrow. Oh, you're quite sure about it, Yatsu. Is it because of that new tech soldiers you're getting ready? Kind of, said Redestro, looking down. He grabbed his trousers and pulled the leg sleeves up. Once where his leg used to be, before losing it to Shigaraki Tamura, he had to compensate with a prosthetic capable of holding his weight. But now, instead of a prosthetic, there was a pale white-skinned leg with black branching-like patterns snaking it. Roman whistled at it. "It looks like it's healing nicely," said he. "It is," said Redestro, nodding. "Since I got it recently, it is still in its growing stages. Once it fully stretches into its max growth, then I will be able to use stress better than how I used it earlier." He laughed as he pulled his trouser down. "Just you wait and see. Detonarat will soon overrun Remnant," said he. Yeah. And remember our deal," said Roman, lighting a cigarette. "Don't you dare forget it." "Oh, it's fine. Redestro laughed again. "I remember it. I will make sure you become the richest person of Remnant and have the highest post in Detonarat." "You better," said Roman, puffing some smoke. The duo continued to talk, exchanging talks regarding the future of the planet of Remnant and Detonarat, and how even Atlas will not be able to keep up with them soon. All the while Neo stood near the window, looking out while drawing the face of Izuku Midoriya on her notepad, which was irresistible to her by now as she smiled. Meanwhile, Ashbin was sitting in his chair, in his office all alone, watching the very same purple crystal he had used to call forth help from the other world months ago. It had a dull amethyst color by now, and it looked something more of a normal paperweight, when it had a bright color months ago. "What a cursed artifact you are," said Ashbin to himself, as if talking to the crystal. "Your very existence is a curse to the people around." He sighed, tapping it with the tip of the cane. The crystal was a very small-sized one, with the size of just his palm. Actually, it wasn't even just one crystal. It was a cluster of 3 crystals clumped together, with dark-colored smaller pebble-shaped crystals bordered around. Dark shards were pieced on one side. It overall gave it a look of dark artifact filled with power that could only be cursed or dark, or something demonic, that shouldn't be even in the hands of normal human beings. In fact, it shouldn't even exist in this world of different types of beings. The size was the reason it could be used only once. It wasn't something Ashbin had picked up by himself. It was something he had found completely by accident. A catalyst for a gateway to a universe near theirs. And it was the exact reason he even found she had started bringing the villains from that world. Ashbin rubbed its surface with his cane, sighing. "It's as if fate wants us to end everything," said he to himself. The fact this very crystal was also in the grasp of her, and the fact Ashbin had stumbled upon it on the grounds of Beacon one day accidentally, was the proof that the deities of this world and fate itself wants to end the feud forever, which has been going on for a long time. Ashbin stood up and walked up to the windows, looking out at the peaceful city. He knows he and the others will be at a huge disadvantage against the villains and her number-wise. But he also knows the growing generation are starting to adapt faster to the outside world. And not to mention, they have the other world's most strongest hero, even if he is a teenager, by their side. All he can hope is that Remnant can stay together as wars get waged on its very surface, and that the gods don't intervene once again. That's it, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care.